Chapter 1. I'm just a delivery guy. Shocking. It seems that someone is riding the clouds at Longhu Mountain in Zhou Chu. Authoritative report from the U.S. Some mutated creatures have been discovered. The cause of the mutation is still under investigation. Someone in Western Europe has awakened divine powers, claiming to be the son of Zeus, the Olympic god. A tourist captured a video showing someone undergoing a tribulation in a thunderstorm. Zhou Chu glanced at the video, shared on his phone, then sent a message to Wang Fatty with a black line on his face. Wang Fatty, if you keep forwarding these brain-dead videos from marketing accounts to me, I swear I'll delete you. God's son. What does that have to do with me? There are too many of these fake news stories every year, and only Wang Fatty believes in them. Wang Fatty's real name is Wang Tongtian, Zhou Chu's college roommate and childhood buddy as a college student. Zhou Chu was delivering takeout during his break and had some spare time to scroll through videos, hoping to find some beautiful girls with long legs. Instead, what did he get from Wang Fatty? Just as Zhou Chu was feeling speechless, his phone rang. "Excuse me, when will my takeout arrive?" A gentle and lazy female voice came from the other end. "Sorry, I just picked it up. I'm on my way to deliver it now." The call was abruptly ended. Zhou Chu looked at the address left by the customer. Fuguwei Community? East Suburbs Old Town? That's a bit far. Zhou Chu didn't think too much and decided to deliver the takeout first. Lu Yusin, who had just gotten off work, returned to her rental apartment. After a tiring day, she was too lazy to cook dinner and comfortably lay on the sofa in the living room, ordering takeout. She then began her daily routine as a young office worker in the 21st century, binge-watching dramas. After waiting for a while, the takeout still hadn't arrived, so she called to check on it. Then she continued watching her show. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Yusin, absorbed in the drama, seemed to hear a sound. Crack, crack. It was a noise coming from the bathroom. What was that? Could it be a bad person? This one-bedroom apartment was occupied solely by her. Her parents were back in their hometown, and she usually had no friends around, living a solitary life. Lu Yusin stood up and slowly walked to the bathroom, filled with anxiety and unease as she stood at the bathroom door. She slowly leaned down to press her ear against the door, and inside came the sound of dripping. Is the faucet broken? But she clearly heard a different sound in the living room. Then she gently pushed open the bathroom door, turned on the light, and found that indeed, the faucet at the wash basin was dripping. Lu Yusin sighed in relief. She should really watch fewer horror movies. They were giving her shadows and hallucinations. She tightened the faucet when suddenly her phone rang. Lu Yusin saw that it was the delivery guy calling. "Hello, your takeout has arrived at the community. Do you need me to bring it inside?" Just as Lu Yusin was about to speak, she felt something dripping on her face. Is the ceiling leaking too? Lu Yusin looked up at the ceiling. Her pupils suddenly dilated, her expression filled with terror, and her face turned pale. A giant figure was crawling on the ceiling, its eyes blood red, greedily staring at Lu Yusin as if sizing up a delicious meal, drool dripping onto Lu Yusin's face. She let out a scream and fainted in the bathroom. In the evening, Zhou Chu stood at the entrance of the community when he suddenly heard a girl scream from the phone. What happened over there? But a few seconds later, a female voice came from the other end. "Sorry, there was a mouse in the bathroom that scared me. Can you bring the takeout up? I'm a bit hungry." Then the call ended, and Zhou Chu didn't think much of it and walked into the community. Fuyuan Community had been built for many years in the east suburbs, considered part of the old town of Lushui City. The facilities here were old, and there weren't many people. Most residents were lonely elderly folks, lacking vitality and energy, and people rarely came and went. Following the address left by the customer, Zhou Chu found the corresponding residential building, which did not have an elevator. The surrounding walls, floors, and stairs showed signs of wear and tear, with possible cracks and damage. Using the dim light, Zhou Chu gasped for breath as he climbed to the 10th floor. Room 1004 should be here. "Hello, your takeout has arrived," Zhou Chu said as he knocked on the door. But no one responded from inside. Zhou Chu felt puzzled. This address was correct. Just as he was about to call to inquire, he noticed that the door was ajar and not locked. With a hint of curiosity, Zhou Chu gently pushed the door open. No one. The living room light was on, but it was empty. Zhou Chu stood at the door and called out again. Still no response. Bang! At that moment, a noise came from the bathroom next to the living room. Hesitant and conflicted, Zhou Chu decided to go in and take a look. That he walked straight into the bathroom and immediately spotted Lu Yusin lying on the floor. Is this the girl from the phone call? He approached to check. She was still breathing, so she must have just fainted. Just as Zhou Chu was about to take out his phone to call 120, he suddenly remembered something. He had been calling out, and no one responded. This girl must have fainted a long time ago. So who made the noise in the bathroom just now? As Zhou Chu felt puzzled, he heard the sound of dripping water. He looked at the faucet. It was turned off tightly. Wait, Zhou Chu suddenly looked up. He saw a large, ugly rat crawling on the ceiling, causing Zhou Chu's phone to drop to the ground in fright. What? How could there be such a big rat? Zhou Chu gasped, his body breaking out in a cold sweat. This rat was enormous, at least nearly 2 meters long, far exceeding the size of a normal rat. With blood-red eyes, its fur matted and filthy, and its teeth exceptionally sharp, glinting coldly. Most importantly, this rat seemed to possess human-like intelligence, with a hint of mockery in its gaze as it stared at Zhou Chu. Mutated creature? Zhou Chu suddenly recalled the brain-dead videos Wang Fatty had shared with him. At that moment, the phone on the ground rang, and both Zhou Chu and the rat turned their attention to the phone. The caller ID showed Wang Fatty. Just as Zhou Chu hesitated on what to do, the rat lightly jumped down, only half a meter away from him. Then, to Zhou Chu's astonishment, it used its paw to answer the call. Zhou Gu, why did you just pick up the phone? The video I sent you seems to be real. Some netizens said they saw mutated creatures with their own eyes. Mutated creatures have appeared all over the globe. Is it possible that there's one right next to me? Just as Zhou Chu was about to speak, the rat looked at him with a threatening gaze, as if to say that if Zhou Chu uttered a word, its sharp claws would slice open Zhou Chu's neck. Be careful, recently you're delivering takeout, right? What if you happen to encounter something? You really guessed it right, I actually encountered something. How could I encounter it? I get it, it'll hang up now. The rat hung up the phone. Wait a minute. The voice that hung up just now was actually Zhou Chu's own voice. Zhou Chu looked at the rat in disbelief. What's wrong, delivery guy? Why are you staring at me? The rat looked at him mockingly, and at that moment, the voice coming from the rat was that of the woman on the phone. This rat not only could speak human language, but also mimic human voices. The rat that answered the phone at the community entrance was this rat. Zhou Chu couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. So this rat lured him up here, for what purpose? The rat seemed to see what Zhou Chu was thinking, and a human-like smile appeared on its face, sending chills down Zhou Chu's spine. Because my takeout has arrived. The mouse's blood-red eyes greedily gazed at Zhou Chu. Ah, I see. You should have said so earlier. So this order of fish-flavored shredded pork rice is yours? I'll just leave the takeout here, and I'll be going now. Zhou Chu was already standing near the bathroom door, ready to dash out. But in the blink of an eye, the mouse unexpectedly appeared at the door, blocking Zhou Chu's path. Zhou Chu only caught a glimpse of a shadow. How can the takeout leave by itself, now that it has arrived? The mouse continued to speak in that girl's voice. Zhou Chu, seeing the mouse's incredible speed, had already given up. He couldn't possibly outrun this mouse. He felt like he was being toyed with. The mouse's gaze shifted between Zhou Chu and the unconscious Liu Yusin on the floor, probably contemplating which one to choose as food ding. Detected that the host's first special takeout delivery was successful and has arrived. Oh, it even has a mechanical bubble girl voice. This monster is quite playful. Zhou Chu looked disdainfully at the mouse. Successfully activated the takeout system. Congratulations to the host for receiving a beginner's gift package. Oh, quite a few tricks up its sleeve. There's even a system. Wait, a system? Zhou Chu suddenly realized that the voice seemed to be coming from his mind. Chapter 2. Resurgence of Spiritual Energy. Just as Zhou Chu was in shock, 3 golden frames vaguely appeared in his mind. Inside the 3 golden frames were 3 different figures, their specific appearances blurred, but one could roughly see their attire. A scholar, a martial artist, and a Taoist. Beginner's gift package has been distributed. Beginner's Reward 1. The host gains initial cultivation at the mortal stage. Beginner's Reward 2. Character choice. Please select one from the 3, and you will gain that person's combat experience and learn their strongest skill. Hey, system bro, can you recommend one for me? The system's voice echoed in his mind. Host bro, you're being so polite, of course. I have to recommend the best for you. The golden frame of the martial artist in the middle flickered, and Zhou Chu's eyes lit up as he chose the middle one. The host gains combat experience from XXX and acquires their skill. Learning skill, body refinement technique, physical strength greatly enhanced. Martial arts are not merely a strategy. Who sings the frontier songs with a sword? A generous and passionate voice resonated in Zhou Chu's mind. Zhou Chu felt a change in his body. A faint golden stream circulated within him, and his breath became deep and stable. He could more keenly perceive changes and subtle movements around him. Is this the best one, System Bro? Host Bro, I've eliminated the weakest one for you. You didn't choose either of the two strongest ones. You flickered the frame to eliminate the weakest one for me, rather than recommending the best? Why didn't you tell me? You didn't ask, Host Bro. All right, you know how to play. Don't worry, Host. Although the one you chose is relatively weak among the three, dealing with this mouse demon in front of you is no problem at all. Just as Zhou Chu was still adapting to the changes brought by his initial mortal stage cultivation, the mouse finally fixed its gaze on Zhou Chu, who was standing there, dumbfounded. The mouse had made its choice, deciding to eat this human who hadn't fainted yet. With a flash, the mouse's sharp claws slashed towards Zhou Chu's chest, as if it could already envision the scene of this human's blood spilling. Bang! Zhou Chu quickly used his left arm to block the claws aimed at his neck, and with a punch from his right hand, he knocked the mouse back. Zhou Chu was astonished to find that his body had become more agile and nimble, with a significant increase in explosive power and strength compared to before. Moreover, the punch and block he had just performed seemed instinctual, as if it were engraved in his bones was this combat experience. The mouse looked at Zhou Chu in shock, as typically an ordinary human would have died under its claws. Its claws had already killed several humans. Ever since the mouse accidentally awakened its intelligence in the sewer and realized that continuously consuming flesh and blood could enhance its abilities, it had first devoured all the surrounding creatures, including its own kin. Later, it turned its gaze to humans, and after trying human flesh a few times, its body once again enhanced, and it even learned to mimic human speech. It had used its ability to mimic human speech to deceive countless blood meals. And this time it was prepared to taste 2 servings of tea that moment. Zhou Chu also received a prompt in his mind. Demonic pest, killing, and cannibalism. Please kill the mouse demon in front of you to gain reward points. Detected that the mouse demon has mid-mortal stage cultivation, known. Awakened ability, mimicry. Mimicry can imitate various heard voices with an accuracy of 95%. The problem is, how can I, at the initial mortal stage, kill this mid-mortal stage mouse demon? Don't be afraid, Host Bro. Although you chose quite a mediocre one, that skill is really impressive. That skill? Body refinement technique? Just as Zhou Chu was hesitating, the mouse demon launched another attack, this time targeting Zhou Chu's neck. Zhou Chu quickly gathered his thoughts and blocked the attack with both hands. Then, he proactively attacked the mouse demon, relying on his combat experience. Zhou Chu targeted the mouse demon's eyes, ears, and other vulnerable areas. These were all weaknesses of the mouse demon. The mouse demon gradually realized something was off. It seemed to be at a disadvantage. The mouse demon felt the urge to flee. It didn't intend to continue fighting this human. If this went on, it would be beaten to death. Then, while fighting, the mouse demon retreated, observing its surroundings, ready to seize the opportunity to break out of the bathroom and escape. Zhou Chu noticed the mouse demon's intention to flee and tightened his grip, refusing to let it go. He turned around and blocked the bathroom door. Smiling at the mouse demon, he repeated its earlier words, speaking slowly. How can the Takeout run away? This human is simply bullying the demon too much. As Zhou Chu kept approaching, the mouse demon suddenly made a move towards Zhou Chu's eyes. Zhou Chu instinctively blocked, only to realize that the mouse demon was just a feint and hadn't actually attacked. By the time he reacted, the mouse demon was already beside the woman lying on the ground. Stay away from me, or I'll kill this human immediately. The mouse demon glared fiercely at Zhou Chu, its claws resting on the woman's neck. Zhou Chu hesitated for a moment, but reluctantly took a few steps back, even though he was unfamiliar with the woman on the ground. Seeing Zhou Chu's action, the mouse demon continued. Get out of the way, let me go, and I'll release this woman. Then Zhou Chu sighed and stepped aside, saying to the mouse demon, I hope you keep your word. The mouse demon lifted the woman with its left claw, keeping its right claw on her neck, slowly walking out of the bathroom, its eyes fixed on Zhou Chu. However, Zhou Chu made no sudden movements. Instead, he followed the mouse demon at a steady distance. Zhou Chu felt helpless. Did he really have to let this mouse demon go? If he had been a bit more careful earlier, the mouse demon wouldn't have been able to capture the woman to threaten him. The mouse demon looked at the door within reach, unable to suppress its excitement as long as it got through the door and found the escape route it had prepared in advance. It would be difficult for this human to catch it again. Just as both the human and the demon were deep in thought, footsteps echoed from the corridor outside, and a figure appeared at the door. The mouse demon looked at the suddenly appearing human and impatiently said, "Get lost, don't block my way." Zhou Chu also recognized the newcomer. It was a middle-aged man, with a scruffy beard, unkempt hair, wearing an old leather jacket, but his eyes revealed a resilient aura. The middle-aged man seemed not to have heard what the mouse demon said, leaning against the doorframe, his hands rummaging inside his old leather jacket. He was still mumbling, "Hey, where's my cigarette?" Seeing that the man in front of her did not retreat, the mouse demon calmed down and came up with a new idea. Suddenly, she threw the woman she was holding towards Zhou Chu's direction, and then her claws slashed towards the man at the door, preparing to kill him and escape directly. Zhou Chu, who was behind, caught the woman and realized the mouse demon's intention. He shouted, "Uncle, be careful, step back." Then he put down the woman and prepared to save the man. The mouse demon sneered inwardly, thinking, "Let you block my way." There was no time left. The mouse demon's claws were already half a centimeter away from the middle-aged man's face, as if she could already see his bloodied figure. At that moment, the mouse demon noticed a flash of cold light in front of her, as a long knife blocked her claws. Startled, the mouse demon looked back at the man in front of her. He held a knife in his right hand and pulled out a cigarette with his left. Looking at the mouse demon that was staring at him, the middle-aged man smiled and said, "Finally found it. You beast that killed 8 ordinary people." Then, with a knife that had appeared out of nowhere, he swung it, and a wave of knife energy severed the mouse demon's claws. Blood gushed from the mouse demon's paws, and she let out a scream. Enduring the immense pain, the mouse demon looked fearfully at the man in front of her. This man had the power to kill her at any moment. Then the middle-aged man lightly swung the long knife in his hand, and the knife energy directly pierced through the mouse demon's heart, leaving her with a look of unwillingness in her eyes before she died. The mouse demon, who had fought Zhou Chu for so long, fell in front of Zhou Chu. Task completed. Unlocking delivery chat group. A system prompt sounded in Zhou Chu's mind. Zhou Chu looked at the uncle in shock. Was this uncle not an ordinary person? The middle-aged man was also sizing up Zhou Chu, feeling incredulous, and couldn't help but think. An ordinary person's aura? Yet he could make a mid-level mouse demon want to escape? Then the long knife in the uncle's hand disappeared into thin air, and he pulled out an identification card from his leather jacket, smiling at Zhou Chu. "I am from the Special Handling Department of Jiuzhou. Please tell me what happened here." So this uncle was the one who dealt with these things? Does Jiuzhou already have such a department? Zhou Chu then described what had happened here to the uncle, of course, omitting the details about the system. So this kid was trying to save someone? The uncle thought as he looked at the girl lying on the ground unconscious. What a good seed. The middle-aged man's gaze towards Zhou Chu grew warmer, making Zhou Chu feel a bit uneasy. Then, slowly extinguishing the cigarette in his hand, he said to Zhou Chu, "Since you have awakened, you should have noticed that the world we are familiar with has undergone tremendous changes, that we call it the revival of spiritual energy." Chapter 3. Delivery Chat Group. In recent years, the speed of spiritual energy revival has accelerated. Not only humans, but many creatures have awakened. With the vastness of the 9 provinces, various demons and monsters have emerged. Some are quite well-behaved and friendly towards humans. However, at this point, the middle-aged man glanced at the rat demon lying in a pool of blood. They enjoy killing and eating people, which has led to many bloody incidents. To address these events, the authorities established an organization responsible for handling matters arising since the revival of spiritual energy. This organization is called Yinhuang. I am Zhang Qin, and I come from Yinhuang. Now, I invite you to join us in Yinhuang. Zhang Qin smiled at Zhou Chu and continued, "If you choose to join Yinhuang, you will receive a lot of information about the revival of spiritual energy, as well as benefits and treatment, including cultivation techniques and elixirs." Zhou Chu hesitated for a moment. "I refuse." "Right, I knew you would choose to join. You will understand later that this is a wise." Zhang Qin seemed to anticipate what Zhou Chu would say. "What? Your choice is not wise at all." Reacting, Zhang Qin looked at Zhou Chu in shock, unable to believe that someone would refuse to join Yinhuang. Others were eager to join Yinhuang, with many even trying to use connections to get in. You should know that you are an awakener with excellent talent. Only by joining Yinhuang can you fully realize your potential. Sorry, I've already stated my choice. Please step aside. If there's nothing else, I still have to deliver food. Zhou Chu then left the place. Zhang Qin stared blankly at Zhou Chu's back. What if this kid doesn't want to join? I can't just kidnap him. Zhang Qin's eyes lit up. It might not be impossible. Zhou Chu went downstairs, riding his delivery electric bike and leaving the community. Internally, Zhou Chu did not resist Yin Huang. He even felt that Yin Huang's existence was beneficial for protecting ordinary people. But he just wanted to be an ordinary person. After all, being protected by others is quite nice. Saving that girl, just now, was a choice from his heart. He couldn't just watch her die in front of him, or he wouldn't be able to live with himself. Besides, he was just an ordinary person and didn't think that obtaining a system would make him invincible. It's better to keep a low profile. System. Host, you are mistaken. Zhou Chu. System. Having a system means you can be invincible. Zhou Chu. New delivery target has appeared. Please arrive at the destination. Lu Shui Museum before dawn. No. Is this system malfunctioning? I just want to be an ordinary person. Why give me a task? I'm not going. If the destination is not reached before dawn, the system will be automatically destroyed. Zhou Chu, let it be destroyed. I don't care about your system. If the system is destroyed, the host will also die. 6. Zhou Chu listened to the system's reminder with a dark expression. System, I-F-I-N-G. Censored system. Hee. Damn it, you can hee all you want. Again censored. Glancing at the time on his phone, it was almost 11 o'clock. He canceled a recently accepted order and prepared to go to Lu Shui Museum. Zhou Chu noticed a new app on his phone. Delivery chat group? It seemed to be unlocked after completing a task. Zhou Chu opened it and found a chat interface. With someone mentioning him. Daming Tomb Keeper. Social anxiety Xianan Liang. Why did the newcomer grab my luck red packet and then stop messaging? My dad is Liu Bei. Didn't you see his name? Social anxiety. Maybe he really has social anxiety. Daming Tomb Keeper. True, but even if he has social anxiety, he can't just grab the red packet and go silent. With an angry emoji, Zhou Chu was puzzled. Did I grab a red packet from someone called Daming Tomb Keeper? When did that happen? And why is my ID social anxiety Xianan Liang? Who the hell named me? System. Hee. It was your dog-like system that named you. Zhou Chu scrolled through the chat history and noticed that the names of the people here were quite flashy. Besides the two just mentioned, there were others like Rainy Night with a knife, but no umbrella, the most proud man in the world, the most handsome guy. What kind of names are these? Zhou Chu internally complained. Finally, he found the red packet that he had just received. Zhou Chu discovered that he was actually the luckiest one. What did I grab it? Looking at the red packet rewards. It was the strongest cultivation technique and combat experience of the Sender, Daming Tomb Keeper. Isn't this a newbie gift package from a system? How did it become a red packet reward? Zhou Chu suddenly thought of something. Don't tell me the system grabbed the red packet and pretended to give me the reward? The system fell silent. Then okay, so this is how it is. Zhou Chu gritted his teeth and changed his ID in the group, looking at his new ID with satisfaction. He then sent his first message. Handsome Xiao Zhou. Sorry, I was busy earlier and didn't pay attention to the group. Thanks for the red packet, Daming Tomb Keeper. Rainy Night with a knife, but no umbrella. Oh, the newcomer is speaking up. Wu Chao, Wine Immortal. Newcomer, show us a picture. Daming Tomb Keeper. He actually showed up. I thought he was a bot. I almost asked the group owner to kick him. Most handsome guy in the group. Why did you change your name? I wanted to chat with you. Group owner? Zhou Chu saw the group owner's ID as the most handsome guy in the group. No wonder the names in the group were so bizarre. The most handsome guy in the group. Since the newcomer has spoken up, how can I not show my appreciation? Daming War God. The group owner actually spoke up. Huffei War God. Group owner, give a management position to play with. My dad is Liu Bei. Who's more handsome? Me or the group owner? The most handsome guy in the group sent a special red packet to handsome Xiao Zhou. Zhou Chu chose to accept it, and a system prompt appeared. Congratulations on receiving a foundation establishment fruit. Consuming it can enhance your cultivation level. A small bottle appeared in Zhou Chu's hand. When he opened it, he found a light golden fruit inside. So the red packets in the group really can be obtained in reality. Zhou Chu felt curious about this group. Handsome Xiao Zhou, thanks for the red packet, group owner. The most handsome guy in the group. Handsome Xiao Zhou is a newcomer. So everyone take care of him. Handsome Xiao Zhou, if you have any questions, Feel free to ask in the group. Then, the group owner went silent and stopped sending messages. Daming Tombkeeper. Bro, how awesome are my cultivation techniques and combat experiences? Zhou Chu recalled that if it weren't for Daming Tombkeeper's red packet, he might have become food for that rat demon. Handsome Xiaozhou awesome. The stuff given by the big guy is especially powerful. Chasing after a mid-stage ordinary tier while being in the early stage. How could it not be awesome? Daming Tombkeeper. My stuff is definitely as powerful as I am. Looking at the fruit in his hand, Zhou Chu took a few bites. Consuming foundation establishment fruit. Cultivation level reaches mid-stage ordinary tier. Physical body reaches late-stage ordinary tier. Feeling the change in his aura and the enhancement of his physical body, Zhou Chu's eyes lit up. Good stuff. Chapter 4. I'm here to exorcise ghosts. I am a security guard who loves eating teddy bear biscuits. Oops, I misspoke. I work in museum. I work the night shift, and at first, everything was normal. But since last week, strange noises have been occurring at the museum at night. Whenever I patrol, I always hear whispers behind me, but when I turn around, there's nothing there. The light in the deepest restroom of the museum often turns on by itself, even though I remember turning it off. Bang! While writing in his security diary, Zhao Jin heard noises coming from the museum again. He put on his coat, picked up his flashlight, and walked out of the security room, opening the museum's main door. Could it be a thief? What could possibly be stolen from this small museum? Zhao Jin couldn't help but chuckle. Once inside, he turned on the lights casually and immediately spotted a long knife lying on the ground. This is said to be a knife from the Ming Dynasty. How did it end up on the floor? Could there really be a thief? Zhao Jin picked up the long knife and returned it to its display stand, then continued walking deeper into the museum. Upon reaching the deepest part, he noticed the restroom light was on again. Could this little thief be hiding in the restroom? Zhao Jin pushed open the restroom door and saw a woman in a red dress standing with her back to him. Zhao Jin, full of youthful vigor, felt a bit scared at this sight and tentatively said, "Miss, it's almost midnight. Our museum is closed. How about you come back tomorrow?" The woman did not respond, but continued to stand there. Zhao Jin felt a bit helpless, just as he was about to step forward to check. He suddenly realized that the red dress the woman was wearing looked very familiar. Isn't that one of the museum's exhibits? How could she be wearing it? Zhao Jin mustered his courage and said, "Miss, it seems you are wearing one of our museum's exhibits." Finally, the woman moved, slowly turning her head around. But Zhao Jin was horrified to discover that her head turned a full 180 degrees. "This is my dress," the woman said with a smile, still facing away from Zhao Jin. Her smile was filled with a chilling aura. Zhao Jin screamed in terror, and just as he was about to pull out his phone to call the police, he realized that his body wouldn't obey him. Moreover, his head began to turn backward slowly, just like the woman, while his body remained still. Suddenly, a long knife fell in front of Zhao Jin. Lu Shui Museum, this is the place. When Zhou Chu arrived on his electric scooter, it was nearly 11:30. "You have arrived at your destination. Please enter to pick up your meal." "Damn, you're quite professional, even mentioning meal pickup." Zhou Chu looked at the only museum in Lu Shui City, and a chill wind made him shiver. After a moment's thought, he casually took a photo and posted it in a group chat. As soon as he sent the photo, someone replied. A passerby with the ID Tianshi said, "This place is shrouded in Yin energy, lingering for a long time. It's a great place for nurturing ghosts. There should be a ghost inside." Zhou Chu's eyes lit up. Someone in the group could actually see it. The passerby continued, "But it hasn't formed a ghost lair, so it should be." The Tianshi left a suspenseful pause. "I'm a little Taoist priest. It must be suppressed by a treasure." The passerby, "That's right. It seems the friend upstairs has also noticed." "Handsome Xiaozhou, may I ask, how strong should that ghost be?" Zhou Chu felt a bit frightened, so he decided to ask first. "I'm a little Taoist priest. Having been suppressed by the treasure for a long time, it probably doesn't have much strength left, so don't be afraid." The passerby, "Exactly. Even if that ghost benefits from the Yin energy here, it's at most at the Xian level." Handsome Xiaozhou, Xian level? Zhou Chu is unfamiliar with these levels of cultivation. "I'm a little Taoist priest. It seems you are still a beginner in cultivation. The realms of cultivators are divided into Fan level, Xian level, D level, and Tian level. Each stage is further divided into early, middle, and late phases. We cultivators practice for longevity. Listening to the explanations from the big shots in the group, Zhou Chu understood some of it. What level of cultivation was Zhang Qin from Yanhuang? Zhou Chu couldn't help but think of how Zhang Qin had summoned a long knife out of thin air and killed that rat monster with one strike. It would be a lie to say he wasn't envious. And this ghost is only at the Xian level, so it should be fine. The problem is, I'm only at the mid-fan level. Handsome Xiao Zhou. Masters, I'm currently at the fan level. How should I deal with this ghost? The passerby, I have a connection with you, so I can give you a charm for free. Zhou Chu's eyes brightened. This Taoist was quite genuine. The passerby sent a special red envelope to handsome Xiao Zhou. After clicking to receive it, congratulations, you have received a 5 Thunder Charm with D-level power. 5 Thunder Charm? An ancient-looking charm appeared in Zhou Chu's hand. It has D-level power, but I don't know how to use it. The passerby, don't panic. My 5 Thunder Charm will activate automatically when you encounter a ghost. I'm a little Taoist priest. Unfortunately, I don't have anything useful for you right now. Otherwise, I would also give you something for protection. Handsome Xiao Zhou, thank you both for your explanations and the charm from the Tianshi. The passerby, no need to be so polite. Exorcising demons and eliminating evil is our responsibility, especially since my charm is actually connected to you. I'm a little Taoist priest. We're all in the same group. No need to be so formal. Zhou Chu felt grateful to the two Taoists and began to speculate about the group. That Zhang Qin from Yanhuang said that the spiritual energy in this world is recovering, and this group must be composed of those big shots. After all, just giving out a D-level charm casually is impressive. After thinking for a moment, Zhou Chu placed the 5 Thunder Charm on his chest. He nodded, feeling that this way he would be safe. Then he looked around the small museum again. This museum is quite small, being the only one in Lushui City. But it does have some ancient artifacts. Zhou Chu noticed that the security booth was empty and the museum's main door was actually open. Isn't this an opportunity? Zhou Chu walked into the museum. The museum was pitch black, and Zhou Chu had to turn on his phone's flashlight as he slowly walked inside. He found a person lying on the ground by the restroom door, dressed in a security uniform. It should be the museum's guard. Zhou Chu hurried over to check and found he was still breathing, so he was probably just unconscious. How did this guard faint? Could it be because of that ghost? Zhou Chu stood up and looked at the tightly closed restroom door. The charm on his chest suddenly started to heat up. Zhou Chu stared at the restroom door ahead. The ghost must be inside. As he approached the restroom door and was about to push it open, a voice behind him said, "Don't open the door. There is a ghost inside." Zhou Chu turned around to see a girl about his age standing behind him. When did this girl come in? Why didn't he notice? The girl looked at Zhou Chu, who was bewildered, and continued, "I'm from the Yanhuang Special Investigation Group. Don't open the door." Another one from Yanhuang? He encountered 2 today. It seems like wherever he goes, he meets them. Zhou Chu looked at the young, innocent girl in front of him. She was so young to have joined Yanhuang. There is a ghost inside. "You must not go in," the girl said nervously. She was also on her first solo mission, having been lurking in the museum for a long time. She initially thought it was just a fan-level ghost, but upon arriving, she discovered it was a Xian-level ghost. She only had mid-fan level cultivation, so she quickly contacted her team leader to come over. However, it seemed that something inside the bathroom was keeping the ghost at bay, preventing it from coming out. Zhou Chu nodded at the girl's words, realizing that the ghost was indeed inside. He had been uncertain before, but now it was clear. Zhou Chu smiled and expressed his gratitude to the girl. And when she saw him smiling and nodding, she thought he understood her meaning and wooed to open the door, which relieved her. Bang! The girl turned around to see Zhou Chu pushing the bathroom door open. "Girl, didn't you just nod in agreement not to open the door? What I meant was, I understand that the ghost is inside. After all, I came here to catch ghosts." Chapter 5. So he is a senior, but there really are ghostly beings inside. Moreover, they are ghostly beings of the mystic stage, and this person is obviously just an ordinary person. He would think I'm a fraud, would he? The girl hesitated for a moment and also walked into the restroom. Once inside, Zhou Chu noticed a long knife wrapped in red silk threads at the entrance, and deep in the restroom, a woman in red was facing away from him. Unexpectedly, a blood meal has come in. Even heaven is helping me. The woman turned around, and Zhou Chu saw her face. The woman was beautiful, very pale, but she gave Zhou Chu an ongoing feeling of sorrow. The woman gritted her teeth and looked at the long knife, saying, "Now that you are sealed by me, let us see how you can stop me in the future. If it weren't for you, I would have reached a higher level of cultivation long ago." Then the female ghost looked at Zhou Chu and resentfully said, "That heartless man back then was just like you. So handsome, but you men all deserve to die, all deserve to die." Zhou Chu looked at the female ghost in confusion. "Wait, I don't even know you. Why are you upset about being handsome? Is it a crime to be good-looking?" The red threads on the woman's red dress suddenly flew towards Zhou Chu. The long knife on the ground trembled continuously but was entangled by the red threads, unable to break free. A talisman appeared in front of Zhou Chu, scattering the red threads that were attacking him. It was the girl behind him who made the move. "Another blood meal has come, and it's a mid-level ordinary cultivator. Haha, a big supplement, you could die too." More red threads appeared on the woman's body, attacking both the girl and Zhou Chu. Again, two talismans appeared, driving back the red threads. The girl walked over to Zhou Chu with a pale face. She had exhausted most of her spiritual energy using 3 talismans just now. "You should run. I can hold on for a while." Zhou Chu looked at the pale girl in front of him. "Are you sure you can hold on like this?" But he was still moved by the girl's kindness. If it weren't for him coming in, she wouldn't have followed him. Even in danger, she still wanted him to run first. Zhou Chu couldn't help but smile. Who protects whom is still uncertain. Then he stood in front of the girl, shielding her behind him. The girl looked at Zhou Chu in confusion. "What are you doing? Aren't you just an ordinary person?" The girl looked at the person in front of her again. "Isn't this just ordinary?" The female ghost saw this scene and became even more furious, viciously saying, "An ordinary person without cultivation still thinks of saving the beauty when facing death? Don't worry, you both will die." Zhou Chu looked bewildered. "What do you mean by no cultivation? Am I not at the mid-level of the ordinary stage? Who do you look down on? System. Why do they think I have no cultivation?" Zhou Chu asked in confusion in his mind. "System? Nonsense, your system brother provided you with this. Check your attribute panel yourself later. What's going on?" Zhou Chu and T figured it out, yet when more red threads appeared from the female ghost and attacked the two of them. "Be careful." The girl took out 2 more talismans and was about to act when she noticed that the breath of the man in front of her had changed. At this moment, Zhou Chu felt the 5 thunder talisman in his heart dissipate. A memory appeared in Zhou Chu's mind. An old Taoist appeared in his mind, holding a talisman in his left hand and resting his right hand behind him, chanting a spell with golden light in his eyes. Then a golden lightning bolt appeared out of thin air in front of the old Taoist. At this moment, the girl saw the man's eyes in front of her glowing faintly with golden light, and his aura had completely changed. "What is this?" The girl was shocked. This man is actually not an ordinary person. Yuqing Shiqing, true talisman covenant, pushing the 2 energies, merging into reality. 5 thunder, urgently meeting Huang Ning. Changes of mist, roaring electricity, hearing the call and arriving, quickly releasing the yang sound, urgent like a law command. The Zhou Chu in reality also recited the spell that the old Taoist had just chanted. A golden lightning bolt appeared out of thin air, directly striking at the female ghost. The red threads attacking the 2 were all destroyed. Earth stage cultivator? The female ghost looked in terror at the golden lightning bolt rapidly approaching. With a final scream, a dazzling light appeared in the dark museum. The girl closed her eyes due to the brilliance of the golden lightning, and when she opened them again, she found that the man had picked up the destroyed red clothing. Is that the item left behind after the female ghost was destroyed? Delivery item obtained. Is this the item I need to deliver? Zhou Chu then turned his gaze to the long knife, noticing that it trembled as if it was trying to please him. Zhou Chu picked up the long knife, a good item indeed, capable of suppressing a mystic stage ghost that occupied the ghost nurturing ground. It seems to have an extraordinary origin. Zhou Chu studied the long knife, and didn't he notice the expression of the girl beside him? So this person is not an ordinary person, but a big shot at the Earth stage. No wonder I couldn't see his cultivation. He destroyed a mystic stage female ghost with just 1 move, and he's so young. Could he be the legendary elder who can return to youth? The girl didn't think that Zhou Chu's apparent age was his real age. Zhou Chu, wanted to take the long knife and the red clothing away. Thought about the fact that these were museum items, then looked at the girl. The girl seemed to have seen through Zhou Chu's thoughts and said, "If the elder wants to take it, feel free to do so. This is an opportunity to befriend a big shot. It's just an item comparable to a mystic stage cultivator, plus the red clothing of a ghost that was killed. This big shot destroyed a mystic stage ghost with just one move. Just give it to him." The team leader wouldn't say anything. Elder? Zhou Chu felt it was a bit strange to be called that by the girl. I didn't expect I'd become an elder now. Thank you very much. So Zhou Chu took the long knife and the red clothing and walked out of the museum, riding on a small electric scooter, preparing to go home. The girl stood at the door and suddenly thought of something, loudly calling out to Zhou Chu, who hadn't left yet. "Elder?" I haven't asked her name and title. Just as Zhou Chu mounted the scooter, he nearly lost his balance upon hearing this. Then he casually replied, "I'm just a passing little Taoist." He then rode away on the scooter. The girl looked at Zhou Chu's back with admiration. The elder, even unwilling to leave his name. This truly is hiding one's accomplishments in name. Plus, he rode an electric scooter, which shows he is low-key. Why are you standing there in a daze?" A voice broke the girl's infatuation. An old Taoist in a robe walked up beside the girl named Team leader, you finally came. I told you not to act alone. Did you encounter a tough opponent? Where's that ghostly being? Team leader, you came too late. That ghost was destroyed in one move by an elder at the Earth stage. One move? Destroyed? Earth stage elder? The old Taoist found it hard to believe. He had been in Lushui City for so long, and to be able to destroy a mystic stage ghost in one move? There aren't too many like that. Could it be one of them? The old Taoist walked into the museum and quickly understood its layout, his expression becoming serious. This place is an excellent ghost nurturing ground. That ghost could exert at least the strength of the late mystic stage here. I might not even be able to defeat that ghost here. Are you sure it was destroyed by that elder in one move? The old Taoist asked the girl beside him again. Yue nodded solemnly. That should be one of those few. Only they have the strength to kill a mystic stage ghost in one move. The old Taoist at the late mystic stage did not believe he had the strength to destroy a mid-level mystic stage ghost in one move. That elder looked very young. I felt his age was about the same as mine. When I looked at his face, continued. Beauty-preserving and youth-restoring techniques? The old Taoist couldn't help but say, "No, I know those few people from Yanhua and Lushui City, and none of them looks young." Did he leave a name? He didn't reveal his name. He just said he was a passing little Taoist when he left. Could he just be a passing senior from the Earth stage who happened to come to Lushui City? Then, Yue led the old Taoist to the restroom where the battle had just occurred. As soon as he entered, the old Taoist's expression changed dramatically. The usually composed old Taoist exclaimed in shock, "This is the aura of the most complete 5 Thunder Talismans." Nowadays, many talisman inheritances are more or less incomplete. The 5 Thunder Talisman, for instance, is a common talisman for exorcising demons and ghosts. The power of the 5 Thunder Talismans that have been passed down cannot be that great now. One strike can kill a mid-stage Shin-level ghost. Such a complete talisman has been said to have been lost for hundreds of years, right? Yue, who was by his side, couldn't help but ask upon hearing the old Taoist's words. This kind of talisman may not even be possessed by the Earth stage cultivators I know. Perhaps this senior is not just at the Earth stage, but could even be at the Heaven stage. No wonder I hadn't heard of such a person in Lushui City. It turns out he has only recently reappeared in the world after hiding in the deep mountains for hundreds of years, continuously passing down his teachings and maintaining his youthful appearance as an old senior. Chapter 6. Ping Hong. While the old and young were still reminiscing about that elder, Zhou Chu had already returned to his residence in Lushui City. It was an apartment next to Lushui University, a 2-bedroom, 1 living room place rented with Wang Fatty. During the summer vacation, Fatty had gone home, leaving Zhou Chu to stay in Lushui City to deliver takeout and make some money. Zhou Chu found that it wasn't really tiring. It wasn't as exhausting as before. In the past, after a whole day of delivering, he would basically just walk into the house and feel so tired that he wanted to sleep. Is this the benefit of cultivation? System.By. How do I check that panel? With nothing to do, Zhou Chu suddenly thought of this. He was a bit curious why others couldn't see his cultivation level. System. Just shout, "Revive my panel," and it will work. Zhou Chu. System. Just call for the attribute panel in your mind. Zhou Chu. Following the system's method, Zhou Chu called for the attribute panel. Soon, 3 golden frames appeared in his mind, displaying 3 areas. The first area emerged. Cultivation level, mid-stage mortal realm, physical strength. Late-stage mortal realm, techniques, body refinement technique, initial stage, heavenly grade technique. The strongest technique of a certain heavenly grade cultivator can significantly enhance one's physical body. Concealment, system built in. This technique has no rank. Just ask. It's invincible. Cultivation level, fate. Others cannot see it. They see nothing. Takeout points, 13. Unlock character record. None Zhou Chu. Can you tone down the description of that technique, concealment, system? But I have to admit, it's pretty awesome. Takeout points? Zhou Chu, system bro. What does this point mean? System, you can earn points by killing beings with cultivation, but these beings must be task targets or related to task targets. The point values corresponding to early, mid, and late mortal realm are 1, 3, 5 for Xian realm, 10, 15, 20 for earth realm, 30, 40, 50 for heavenly realm. Zhou Chu couldn't help but wonder, then what can these points be used for, system bro? System, I'm tired of you calling me bro. Just call me father system and I'll tell you. Zhou Chu was furious. Are you giving me system brother's face? System, calm down little host. Their SA surprise coming. Look at the second area. Zhou Chu looked at the second area. Takeout store, foundation fruit, 5 points. Can significantly improve the speed of cultivation, suitable for mortal realm cultivation, body refinement fruit. 8 points can enhance one's physical strength. Suitable for mortal realm stage. Qi family sword technique. 30 points, a self-created sword technique by Qi Jiguang, earth grade, currently. He could only see these 3 items. The rest were shrouded in fog. Foundation fruit? Good stuff. Zhou Chu remembered that the group leader had given him this too, which directly raised him from early mortal realm to mid-mortal realm. As for body refinement fruit, Zhou Chu didn't recognize it, but from the description, it seemed to enhance physical strength. Without a second thought, Zhou Chu exchanged for a foundation fruit and a body refinement fruit, totaling 13 points, just enough. As for that sword technique, firstly, he didn't have enough points, and secondly, where would he find a sword? Wait, didn't he just get a long knife? Zhou Chu picked up the long knife he had thrown aside as soon as he entered the house. Ding! Weapon detected. Ping Hong. Ping Hong. Damaged version low-grade artifact. Originates from a certain great cultivator of the Ming Dynasty. Comes with skills. Breaking void. Void. Sharpness. Breaking void. Can cut through space. Ignoring spatial distance. Currently 10 meters. Other effects please explore yourself. Host. Void. Holding the knife allows the body to enter the void. Cannot be targeted. Note, currently damaged. This skill cannot be used. Sharpness, when using knife techniques. Damage is increased by 100. Comes with knife, aura. A low-grade artifact. It really dropped gear? Why was there a prompt when I first picked up this knife? System, you didn't call for the panel or shout for me before. Zhou Chu. By the way, is low-grade artifact the rank of this knife? And why is it the damaged version? First of all, the knife is called Ping Hong. Secondly, weapons are divided into 4 major ranks: mortal, Xian, earth, and heaven, with anything above heavenly being called an artifact. Lastly, Ping Hong was heavily damaged. Hence it's the damaged version. The system explained seriously, and this was the first time Zhou Chu had seen this style from the system. So can I use Ping Hong now? Of course, but the damage of Ping Hong is influenced by your cultivation level. Zhou Chu couldn't help but pick up Ping Hong and observe it closely. It really dropped an artifact. Good thing he took it away at that time. Thinking of this, Zhou Chu picked up the red garment he had discarded. Delivery item. Damaged red garment from an early Xian realm ghost. Is it gone? Is that it? The description of Ping Hong was so detailed, and this garment only has 1 sentence? Come on, this is something that was suppressed by Ping Hong. And it has such a meager description? Zhou Chu helplessly asked. System, is there no other description for this red garment? System, it's a piece of junk, just a delivery item. Why waste words on it? Zhou Chu. Certain unknown damaged red garment. What is the use of this? You could just post a picture of this red garment in the group. Is that it? That's it. By the way, I'm in a good mood now, so I'll tell you something proactively. If you call for the backpack in your mind, a storage space will appear, which can store system rewards or your items, but only lifeless items. After hearing the system say this, Zhou Chu tried it out, and sure enough, a golden hall appeared in his mind, completely empty. He picked up the red garment and ping hong, thinking about storing them. His hands felt empty, and in the golden hall in his mind, the red garment and ping hong appeared. This seems like those portable storage rings in novels. Zhou Chu couldn't help but exclaim, "System, it's way better than those junk items." Zhou Chu. By the way, if I hadn't mentioned the storage thing, would you have told me about the backpack? Little host, isn't that obvious? Zhou Chu turned his gaze to the third area and found it completely shrouded in fog. Nothing could be seen. System, why is this? Because you're trash. Wait until your cultivation level rises, and you'll be able to see it. Zhou Chu. Helpless. Zhou Chu could only close the panel and look at the two fruits he had just exchanged for. First, he ate the body refinement fruit. Consuming body refinement fruit. Physical strength reaches early Xian realm. Zhou Chu's eyes lit up. Ah, so awesome. It directly raised his physical strength to Xian realm. Overcoming realms in battle is no longer a dream. System, can my stuff not be awesome? Ignoring the system, Zhou Chu also ate the foundation fruit. Consuming foundation fruit. Cultivation level reaches late mortal realm. Physical strength reaches mid-Xian realm. Feeling the changes in his body, Zhou Chu believed that he could easily defeat that early Xian realm female ghost with just his physical strength. Zhou Chu couldn't help but think of the red garment in his backpack. Indeed, it's garbage. Certain unknown damaged red garment. After that, Zhou Chu started to feel a bit sleepy and prepared to go to bed. Before sleeping, he took out the red garment, snapped a photo in the delivery group, and added a caption. Does anyone in the group recognize this garbage? This underwhelming red garment? Chapter 7. They came knocking. Zhou Ge, get up. Zhou Chu opened his eyes groggily and found Wang Fatty sitting on the edge of his bed. How come you're back? Zhou Chu remembered that Wang Fatty had gone home for the holiday. Wang Ge, have you gone crazy delivering takeout? Or did you do something last night? Wang Fatty said, don't you remember school starts this afternoon? You forgot, didn't you? Only then did Zhou Chu remember that they were supposed to report to school this afternoon, and the counselor had asked them to attend a class meeting. I came early and even bought you breakfast, but nobody answered me after I shouted for so long in the living room. When I walked into the bedroom, wow, it's almost noon and you are still sleeping. Wang Fatty was scrolling on his phone while complaining. I told you to exercise less when I'm not around and pay more attention to your health. Look at you. Did you sneakily exercise under the covers again yesterday? Zhou Chu had a dark expression. He really wanted to kick this fatty out of bed. Have you heard about the recent spiritual energy revival? Some people can cultivate now. It's all over the internet. I know a bit. I've seen some videos. Zhou Chu couldn't just tell Wang Fatty that he had already stepped into cultivation, fearing that Fatty's little heart couldn't take it. I really envy those people. I saw online that there are now organizations called Yin Wang. I heard that if you join, you can cultivate. I wonder if I can join. Seeing Wang Fatty sighing, Zhou Chu couldn't help but smile. If they invite me, I wouldn't join either. However, someone recently contacted me, saying he has a method for cultivation, but I have to go to a certain place with him. Wang Fatty said mysteriously. Where to? Zhou Chu looked at Wang Fatty in confusion. Curious how Fatty could encounter a cultivator online. He wants me to go to northern Myanmar. Wang Ge, do you want to join me? Wang Fatty said excitedly, ignoring Zhou Chu's dark face and continuing, if we go, we can become cultivators as mentioned online. Are you crazy about becoming a cultivator? You believe in telecom scams too? Aren't you afraid of getting your kidney taken? I'm not going. I'm afraid of getting my kidney taken. Wang Fatty. After chatting for a while, Zhou Chu remembered the photos he took yesterday. He opened the delivery group chat and searched for last night's conversation. Handsome Xiao Zhou. Does anyone know about this trashy red garment? My dad is Liu Bei. No, what a piece of garbage. Wu Chao Jiu Xian. Same here. The Ming Zhan Shun. Count me in. A passing Tianshi. This should be something left by that Xuanjia ghost creature. It seems that the little friend has already dealt with that monster. After searching for a while and finding that nobody recognized the item, just when Zhou Chu was about to give up, he noticed someone had sent him a private message. Exiting the group chat interface, he saw a private message window. Down and out scholar. Little brother, are you there? Zhou Chu. I'm here, buddy. Down and out scholar. Is that red garment still in your possession? Zhou Chu's eyes lit up. There was indeed news about the red garment. Zhou Chu, yes, what about it? Down and out scholar. I want you to return that red garment to its owner. Can you help? I can trade you something else valuable. Zhou Chu. Sure, but how do I return it? Down and out scholar. What is your current cultivation level? Zhou Chu. Late stage of the mortal realm. Down and out scholar. That's not urgent. I will contact you when you reach the Xin stage. Zhou Chu. Okay. Is the owner of that red garment very important to you? Down and out scholar. Important? In the blink of an eye, it was afternoon. Zhou Chu and Wang Fatty went to school and found a classroom for the class meeting, which was already filled with people. The two took a seat in an inconspicuous spot. The people in the classroom were discussing heatedly. I wonder what the counselor wants us to do in class. Couldn't the meeting just be held online? Vegeta, I see that other classes are also sitting in classrooms. Let us just wait for the counselor to show up. By the way, have you all seen what has been said online lately? The world has changed. Spiritual energy has revived. I don't know if it's true. It's true. The son of my aunt's neighbor's son just awakened and became incredibly strong, but he was taken away by someone. There is someone from my hometown who seems to have developed fire-breathing abilities, and he was also taken away by a group of people. It seems he joined them. Just as everyone was discussing, the counselor walked in. He was in his 30s and, looking at the crowd below, adjusted his glasses and said loudly, "Everyone, please quiet down. Let us stop the discussion for now. Someone will come in to tell you some things." Then the counselor led someone in. He seemed a bit respectful towards that person. A man who looked to be around 27 or 28 smiled as he stood at the podium and said, "I believe you all have seen the things mentioned online recently. If I tell you that they are true, would you believe it?" The students below were shocked. Although there had been a lot of online speculation, it was still hard to believe when someone told them it was true. Let me introduce myself. My name is Ranyu, and I'm from Yanhuang Wenxi. The students below looked confused. What was Yanhuang? What was Wenxi? Zhou Chu felt helpless. Another person from Yanhuang? He couldn't possibly say that he had a special connection with them, right? This world has undergone a revival of spiritual energy, leading to many mutated monsters. Some are fine and coexist peacefully with humans, while others are bloodthirsty and enjoy killing. Every day in Jiuzhou, there are at least hundreds of incidents involving monster attacks, and Yanhuang is the organization that deals with these incidents. However, as the number of rogue monsters increases and with the revival of spiritual energy, the headquarters has decided to initiate nationwide cultivation because the cultivation methods have already been researched. They will first select a batch of qualified young people to join Yanhuang. Is this a large-scale recruitment? Today, universities across the country will begin medical examinations to assess your qualifications. Qualifications are divided into 7 levels: S, A, B, C, D, E, and F, with S level being the best and F level being the most ordinary. Having F level qualifications is enough to join Yanhuang for cultivation. The students below became excited, and Wang Fatty was even more thrilled. Students without qualifications need not worry, as the increasing concentration of spiritual energy will allow for nationwide cultivation in the future. That's about it. Let them in. Then several medical staff dressed in white entered, carrying some instruments that Zhou Chu couldn't name. Ranyu looked at the students below and continued, "All right, now according to your class list, come up one by one for the test and get ready to start." Suddenly, a voice interrupted from outside. A middle-aged man appeared at the door, smiling as he looked at Ranyu on the stage. The crowd below was curious about who it was, and when Zhou Chu recognized the man's face, he had a dark expression. Wasn't he this the Zhang Qin who tried to recruit him yesterday? He came knocking already? Team leader Zhang, what brings you here? Ranyu seemed to know this person and spoke with a hint of respect. Little Ran is here. I'm looking for someone to discuss something. You continue with your testing. Zhou Chu, that name is correct. Come out. Zhang Qin smiled at Zhou Chu. The students below were shocked. How did Zhou Chu know this person? He seemed to have a high status. Wang Fatty also asked, "Brother Zhou, do you know this person?" Zhou Chu had a dark expression. "I met him while delivering takeout. We're not familiar." "So he is your customer? What does he want with you?" Zhou Chu stood up, preparing to go out, and whispered, Probably wants to recruit me into Yin Huang ahead of time. Oh, I see. Huh? Wang Fatty just realized. No, you can't recruit in advance like this. We haven't even verified the qualifications yet, and you've already included them? Chapter 8 S-Class Qualification outside the classroom. The two stood against the wall. Team Leader Zhang, what do you want with me? Although Zhou Chu knew Zhang Qin's purpose, he still asked politely. You don't know? Do you smoke? After saying that, Zhang Qin handed Zhou Chu a cigarette. Zhou Chu shook his head, and Zhang Qin smiled, taking out a lighter to light it. However, Zhou Chu stretched out his hand to stop him. Huh? Zhang Qin looked at him in confusion. Smoking is prohibited in public places. Zhang Qin helplessly put the cigarette away. Let's talk business first. Don't rush to refuse this time. I've investigated you. Your parents work in Wantong Town, and you have a sister in high school who also studies there. Wantong Town is a small town under the jurisdiction of Lushui City. It's Zhou Chu's hometown. You're running food delivery because you're short on money? Zhou Chu merely smiled and shook his head. His family was average, and he wanted to ease his parents' burden while also honing his own skills. I forgot to mention some benefits yesterday. Joining Yin Huang can immediately grant you a subsidy of 500,000 plus a monthly salary of 50,000. What? 50,000? Zhou Chu's eyes lit up. Joining Yin Huang would mean so much money. He only earned a few thousand a month delivering food. Seeing Zhou Chu a bit tempted, Zhang Qin continued. There are also many benefits like elixirs and techniques. We have the most comprehensive resources in Yin Huang. If someone in your family enters cultivation, even without joining Yin Huang, they will receive subsidies. Seeing Zhou Chu still hesitating, Zhang Qin understood his thoughts. As for the tasks, you don't need to worry. You'll only be assigned tasks you can handle, nothing that would blindly put you in danger. Your current cultivation level should be mid-stage of the mortal realm, right? You can receive rewards for that level. There aren't many tasks at this stage. Zhang Qin couldn't see Zhou Chu's cultivation level, possibly due to some hidden cultivation factor. But he inferred it from Zhou Chu being able to suppress a mid-stage mortal realm mouse demon yesterday. Zhang Qin wouldn't ask Zhou Chu about the hidden cultivation factor since everyone has their secrets. There was no need to inquire. At this moment, Zhou Chu was thinking. His physical strength had already reached mid-stage of the Xian realm. Assigning him mortal realm tasks would be a piece of cake. Zhou Chu said, I've decided to join Yin Huang, and I'm not at mid-stage of the mortal realm. I broke through to late stage of the mortal realm last night. Since revealing his cultivation level wouldn't matter, he decided to show his late-stage mortal realm aura. Zhang Qin, did you just awaken as a cultivator yesterday? Zhou Chu not that. Zhang Qin looked at Zhou Chu in disbelief. How could he improve so quickly without any cultivation techniques? How high was his talent? One day, just one day, it seemed he had really struck gold this time. Zhang Qin's eyes lit up. This opportunity couldn't be given to others. Then you could directly join my Yin Huang Martial Division team. Zhou Chu asked. Martial Division? Team? Zhang Qin explained. Yin Huang is divided into 3 divisions. The Literary Division, the Martial Division, and the Shadow Division. The Literary Division is responsible for teaching and researching cultivation. For example, the one in the classroom is from the Literary Division. The Martial Division handles chaotic incidents caused by the awakening due to the revival of spiritual energy standing on the front lines. The Shadow Division is for reconnaissance. The Yin Huang Martial Division has 12 teams in Lushui City, each led by someone at the Xian realm level, all managed by the Martial Division Director of Lushui City, who is at the Earth realm level. Zhou Chu recalled the girl he met last night. She seemed to be from the Martial Division, though he was unsure which team she belonged to. The entrance threshold for the Martial Division is quite high. Only elites usually enter. Zhang Qin pointed to the classroom and continued. Currently, there are qualified individuals in the classroom, and after training in the rookie camp, only the most outstanding can enter the Martial Division. Others will be assigned to the Literary Division or the Shadow Division. Can I join the Literary Division? Zhou Chu thought the Literary Division sounded pretty good, with rewards and safety. Zhang Qin, are you really that afraid of dying? Zhang Qin further explained. The other 2 divisions also handle tasks involving monsters, but most are dealt with by the Martial Division. Plus, the rewards from the Martial Division are better. All right, just kidding. I'll join Team Leader Zhang's Martial Division team. Ha, don't worry. Your team leader is at the peak of late-stage Xian realm, just a step away from the Earth realm. With me around, you're safe. Zhang Qin looked at Zhou Chu with satisfaction, thinking he hadn't misjudged him. Just then, Zhang Qin received a phone call. After listening to the contents, he looked serious and hung up. He gave Zhou Chu some instructions, exchanged contact information, and then left the school. Zhou Chu returned to the classroom, where the testing had already begun. At this moment, the students in the classroom were quite restless. No one paid attention to Zhou Chu's return, except for Ran Yu, who glanced at him. "What's up, Fatty Wong? Why is the class so restless?" "Someone in front tested and got an A class." "Who?" "That girl. I think her name is Wang Shanshan." Fatty Wong pointed out a person to Zhou Chu, who looked over. The girl named Wang Shanshan was sitting at the front, alone, with a fair complexion and red lips. She was quite beautiful. It seemed Wang Shanshan noticed someone looking at her, turned back to Zhou Chu, and smiled slightly. "Wow, Brother Zhou," she smiled at me. "So beautiful. Zhou Chu. By the way, what did that person call you out for? You weren't really recruited early, were you?" Fatty Wong asked, just as Zhou Chu was about to respond. Someone on stage called for him. "Zhou Chu, it's your turn to be tested." Zhou Chu could only stand up again and walk to the podium. Where the Yin Huang literary divisions ran, he was also looking at him. Wanted to see what this young man who was called out by team leader Zhang had that set him apart. "Just place your hand on the device," he said. Zhou Chu nodded and placed his hand on the strange device in front of him. The device lit up with a red light, and Ran Yu beside him showed a look of astonishment. This is S-class qualification, the top qualification. This is the person team leader Zhang is optimistic about? S-class qualification. There are hardly any in all of Lushui City. The students below also became restless again. They had just been shocked by the appearance of an A-class qualification. And now another S-class qualification appeared. Could they not be restless? Brother Zhou is awesome. Fatty Wong stood up excitedly and shouted. Zhou Chu smiled and looked at Fatty Wong, nodding. Basic skills are essential. System, is my qualification really that good? The system replied, of course, your body refinement technique is a technique that enhances qualification and physique. Produce. You've eaten the body refinement fruit. If your qualification were still poor, then you'd really be useless. Ran Yu looked at Zhou Chu with shining eyes and said, no wonder team leader Zhang has high hopes for you. Your qualification is actually S-class. S-class qualifications are rare. Our Yin Huang's overall head in Lushui City is the director of the Yin Huang Martial Division, who also has S-class qualification. He is currently an Earth Realm cultivator. It's not an exaggeration to say he is the strongest in Luan City. I hope you can reach that level in the future. Ran Yu said seriously to Zhou Chu. Team leader Zhang, didn't he come just to let you join their team? Did he? Did you agree? Actually, our literary division is also pretty good. Zhou Chu could only explain to Ran Yu that he had already joined Zhang Qin's martial division team. Ran Yu couldn't help but sigh after knowing Zhou Chu was recruited by Zhang Qin first. What a pity, such good qualifications. And the martial division doesn't know how to cultivate talent. Why don't you reconsider and come directly to my literary office? His martial office is nothing. Chapter 9. You are qualified to be my rival. After Zhou Chu returned to his seat, Wang Fatty looked at Zhou Chu with excitement, and the people around them cast envious glances. Brother Zhou, so you're that awesome? Wang Fatty exclaimed excitedly. Of course, I've always been awesome, Zhou Chu replied. After a while, it was Wang Fatty's turn to take the qualification test, and he felt a bit nervous. Don't be nervous, just relax. Zhou Chu began to comfort Wang Fatty. Even if you turn out to be a waste without any qualifications, I will still look out for you. Wang Fatty, then you might as well not comfort me. Wang Fatty stepped onto the stage and placed his hand on the testing device. Ran Yu smiled and nodded. A-level qualification, not bad. Wang Fatty became excited. Although it couldn't compare to Zhou Chu's S-level, A-level was still quite good. Brother Zhou, see how awesome I am? Not looking. I'm afraid of needles, Zhou Chu replied. Wang Fatty, it's true that you, Brother Zhou, know how to play. After some time, the whole class had completed their tests, with more than 10 people qualifying. Ran Yu nodded in satisfaction. Very good. 16 out of 40 have qualifications, including 1 S-level and 2 A-levels. This ratio is quite high in the entire Jiuzhou. All right, now I will add everyone to a group. Then, the 16 qualified students entered a group named Lushui City Yinhuang Newcomer Camp. The group consists of those who qualified in this test, in Lushui City. Now everyone can go back and rest. Pay attention to the group notifications. We will start gathering tomorrow. After that, the students began to leave one after another. Zhou Chu and Wang Fatty also left the classroom to head back to their off-campus rental. Suddenly, a beautiful figure appeared in front of them. It was another A-level qualified girl, Wang Shanshan. Hello, my name is Wang Shanshan. Can we get to know each other and exchange contact information? Wang Shanshan said to Zhou Chu. No, Wang Shanshan. This was the first time she had encountered someone who would reject her. Wang Fatty looked at Zhou Chu in disbelief. You rejected such a beautiful girl? Why? Because I don't use chat apps and have no contact information. Wang Shanshan. Wang Fatty couldn't help but sigh. Brother Zhou is impressive, naturally silent. Just a few words can leave someone speechless. If there's nothing else, we'll take our leave. Zhou Chu said and pulled Wang Fatty away. Leaving Wang Shanshan in a daze, a warm-hearted guy nearby couldn't help but step forward and said, This Zhou Chu is really clueless, daring to reject our beauty, Wang Shanshan. Shanshan, don't pay attention to that Zhou Chu. He's just lucky to have an S-level qualification. He doesn't deserve you. Wang Shanshan smiled upon hearing the warm-hearted guy's words. What did you just call me? Seeing an opportunity, the warm-hearted guy quickly said, Shanshan. Is a waste like you even qualified to call me that? Wang Shanshan said coldly. A certain warm-hearted guy. The guy, insulted by Wang Shanshan, couldn't help but curse. Aren't you just lucky to have an A-level qualification? What are you acting all high and pure for? Who knows what you do behind everyone's back? Bang! That guy was knocked heavily to the ground, and the one who struck was actually Wang Shanshan. The remaining people around were in shock. This guy wasn't particularly strong, but he was still around 8 meters tall, and he was taken down by the seemingly frail Wang Shanshan. If you keep talking nonsense, it won't be as simple as just falling down, Wang Shanshan said icily before leaving. I see, this Wang Shanshan is already a cultivator. What? Aren't we supposed to gather tomorrow before starting cultivation? Some of the people present were those selected for the newcomer camp. Are you stupid? Those are people who haven't started cultivating yet. This Wang Shanshan might have already become a cultivator before this. Sigh, why is there such a big gap between people? I don't even know what level this Wang Shanshan is. Brother Zhou, why did you reject that girl? She's so pretty, and you turn her down? Wang Fatty, who lay on the sofa upon returning to the rental, couldn't help but ask. You wouldn't understand. Just because she looks good, right? Yeah, she is good looking. And she has good qualifications, right? Yeah, she is A level just like me. There must be many people chasing her, right? Probably. Then it's settled. There will definitely be a lot of drama around her. Even if she doesn't cause trouble, trouble will still find her. It's better to refuse in advance. Impressive. Wang Fatty looked at Zhou Chu in shock. Aren't you afraid of trouble with your S-level qualification? Seeing Wang Fatty's astonished expression, Zhou Chu just shook his head. Wang Shanshan is not simple. If I wasn't already at the late stage of the mortal realm, I might not have noticed. This girl actually has the cultivation level of the mid-stage mortal realm, which surprised Zhou Chu. Her background is not simple, and Zhou Chu didn't want to stir up trouble. So he rejected her. Better safe than sorry, nipping these troubles in the bud. Suddenly, Wang Fatty, who was playing on his phone, changed his expression. Brother Zhou, look at the newcomer camp group. Zhou Chu looked at Wang Fatty in confusion. What happened? The Wang Shanshan you rejected has already become a cultivator. Huh? Zhou Chu opened his phone to check the newcomer camp group chat. There were over 300 people in the group, all from Lushui University, as it is the only university in Lushui City. Damn, that beauty Wang Shanshan kicked a 8-meter-tall, sturdy man to the ground. I heard the news that she broke that guy's legs. That's not important. The key point is that Wang Shanshan is already a cultivator. Awesome. While we haven't even started cultivating, someone has already become a cultivator. People can really be so different. Wang Fatty, seeing the chat records, couldn't help but worry. Brother Zhou, you rejected that girl. She won't come looking for trouble with you. Will she? Mid-stage mortal realm coming to find trouble with me? If she dares to come, she'll regret it. What are you afraid of? I'm already on my way to becoming a respected figure, right? Wang Fatty, you really know how to show off, Brother Zhou. Hey, Brother Zhou, someone tagged you in the group. Quick, look. Tag me? Zhou Chu felt confused. He hadn't sent any messages in the group, so why would someone tag him? Zhou Chu looked again and found that someone indeed tagged him. Taoli, Zhou Chu, are you the other S-level qualified person from Lushui University? As soon as this message was sent, the group exploded with activity. People were sending messages everywhere. S-level. We actually have an S-level big shot in Lushui University, D-level qualification seeking protection. Your news is still a bit out of date. We have 2 S-level qualified individuals in Lushui University, and the one who tagged you, Taoli, is also one. Why the tagging? Is there some gossip? The 2 strongest qualifications in the newcomer cultivators of Lushui City? Waiting to eat the gossip. Zhou Chu looked at the messages in the group with a black line on his face, ignoring the gossiping crowd, and replied with a message. I am. Is there something you need? As soon as the message was sent, the group became lively again. WTF, the main character has appeared. Gossip incoming, haha, big news. Taoli immediately replied to the message, seemingly waiting for Zhou Chu's response. You're quite impressive. You're qualified to be my rival. Zhou Chu was dumbfounded, huh? Is this some kind of middle school behavior? Why is he looking for trouble? And I'm quite impressive and qualified to be your rival. The group became even more restless. WTF, one strongest qualification challenges another strongest qualification. The guy upstairs isn't lying to me. It's indeed a big scoop. Where's brother Zhou Chu? Hurry up and reply, let's go. Can you really stand this? 66666. I just looked away for a moment and the group is already so lively. Zhou Chu, not interested. Then he turned off his phone, thinking how he ended up encountering such a troublemaker when he didn't want to cause any issues. Looking at the chubby Wong next to him, who was trying to hold back his laughter, Zhou Chu felt even more confused. Seriously, is this guy named Taoli sick? Chubby, don't reveal my identity when we go tomorrow. I really don't want to get into so much trouble. Brother Zhou, don't worry. Wong Chubby chuckled. Zhou Chu looked at Wong Chubby with a face full of distrust. Wong Chubby, hee, how could your brother Zhou not trust me? Do I seem like the kind of person who talks too much? Chapter 10. Cultivation Techniques in the Deep Night on a secluded country road in the eastern suburbs. A blood-soaked figure was running wildly. The figure was getting closer to the deep mountains, and a look of relief appeared on its face. Finally, it had shaken off that group of people. If it hadn't sensed something was wrong at the time, it would have almost met its end in that village. So what if it killed a dozen people? Yi and Wong designed to kill me. Once I escape back to the mountains and hide for a while, I will return for revenge. As it was thinking, suddenly a long sword flew towards it from the front. Close call. The flying sword barely grazed the edge of its ear. If it hadn't reacted quickly, it would have died under that sword. Looking up, it saw a person standing in midair. Flying? A ground-level cultivator? It didn't expect Yin Wang to send a ground-level cultivator to kill it. It looked in terror at the human who suddenly appeared in front of it, a long sword beside that person. Under the illumination of the broken street lamps around, its figure was revealed. It was a 3-meter-long wolf demon, showing its blood-red teeth as it stared at the human ahead. Relying on continuously killing and devouring blood to enhance its cultivation, it actually reached the ground level. It wondered how many people it had consumed during this time. The figure coldly said, "How many innocent ordinary people have you killed? Yet you still distort right and wrong here. You deserve to be punished." The figure's expression darkened, and the long sword once again flew towards the wolf demon. Early the next morning, Zhou Chu and Wong Fatty went to the gathering point notified in the group. It was an abandoned factory. Zhou Chu had previously asked Zhang Qin if he wanted to participate in this, since he had already joined. Zhang Qin replied that he didn't have time to take him and suggested he go learn on his own. It would be the same anyway. Yesterday you begged me to go to the Marshall Division, and today you're sending me to the newcomer camp. Hallman, at the factory's entrance. There were Yin Huang personnel verifying identities to enter the factory, and many people were queuing to get in. After confirming their identities, Zhou Chu and Wong Fatty entered the factory. It was large, and the layout had been modified, allowing over 300 people to cultivate there. Inside the factory, there were over 300 meditation mats set up. Zhou Chu pulled Wong Fatty to find a secluded spot to sit down. Before long, everyone had gathered. The factory's main door was closed, and a person in military uniform stepped onto the main stage of the factory, holding a microphone, and said, "Hello, everyone. Let me introduce myself first. I am Wang Chongyang, the director of the Yin Wang Literature Division in Lushui City. Since you have gathered here, It means you are all qualified for cultivation. First, congratulations on entering our Yanwang Newcomer Cultivation Camp. Now I will distribute cultivation techniques to you. Please feel the spiritual energy here and try to step into cultivation according to the steps in the techniques. Of course, the cultivation techniques must not be leaked outside. Once discovered, your cultivation will be abolished, and you will be directly dismissed from the training camp. All right, let us begin. A group of staff from the literature division entered the factory and distributed the techniques to the more than 300 newcomers present. Zhou Chu looked at the booklet handed to him by the staff, casually flipped through a few pages, and found that it was just the methods for the mortal stage. The people around had already begun to meditate and comprehend, and Zhou Chu also focused on the pages covering the late mortal stage to the mysterious stage. Following the techniques in the booklet, Zhou Chu began to actively operate the technique to absorb spiritual energy. Indeed, the spiritual energy continuously entered his body. Zhou Chu felt delighted. At this rate, he could reach the mysterious stage in just 3 days. Yanwang's techniques were surprisingly effective. In less than 10 minutes, someone sensed the spiritual energy and reached the early mortal stage, a flash of light emanating from them, revealing the aura of the early mortal stage. The surrounding students were astonished and filled with envy. Wang Chongyang on the stage showed a hint of approval in his eyes and asked the crowd, not only has he reached the early mortal stage, but he has also awakened to power. Is that the S-level talent, Tao Li? It is him. I didn't expect him to sense the spiritual energy and step onto the path of cultivation so quickly. He has just become a cultivator now. I see several of these students are already cultivators. It seems he has also awakened a skill. Not bad. By the way, what about the other S-level qualified student? He seems to still be meditating. The crowd turned their eyes towards Zhou Chu, who sensed their gaze and guessed it. So he actively released the aura of the early mortal stage. Not bad. He has also reached the early mortal stage. It's a pity he hasn't awakened a skill. But that's okay. He might awaken one in the future. Cultivators have the chance to awaken skills when they step into the early mortal stage or break through to the early mysterious stage. Upon reaching the ground level, they will definitely awaken a power. 20 minutes passed, and Zhou Chu noticed that Wang Fatty next to him had made some progress. Not only did he reveal the aura of the early mortal stage, but a light also appeared around him. Has he awakened a power? Wang Fatty looked at Zhou Chu, excitedly saying, Brother Zhou, I've become a cultivator too, and I've awakened a power. What power? I don't know the specifics. I just feel like I want to keep eating. I think you're not awakening a power. You're just hungry. Wang Fatty. In the factory, besides Wang Fatty, more than 10 others had reached the early mortal stage, some of whom had also awakened powers. They were likely of A-level qualification. 2 hours passed, and another 30 or so sensed the spiritual energy and reached the early mortal stage. These should be of B-level qualification. By 9 o'clock in the evening, most of the more than 300 people in the factory had reached the early mortal stage, with several close to the middle mortal stage. Wang Chongyang looked at the crowd in the factory with satisfaction. Very good. On the first day, most of you sensed the spiritual energy and entered cultivation. For the next week, everyone needs to come to the factory to cultivate at 8 in the morning and return home to cultivate at night. Also, remember what I said before. Do not disclose the techniques to anyone outside the training camp. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Today's session ends here. Everyone go back and rest. The crowd in the factory slowly dispersed, and a member of the literature division reported to Wang Chongyang. Today, more than 50 people awakened powers. Basically, all A-level qualified individuals did, along with most B-level and a few C-level and D-level. However, the S-level qualified Zhou Chu hasn't awakened. Wang Chongyang smiled and said, Don't worry about Zhou Chu. The Martial Division just contacted me, and this kid has already become a cultivator, so he should have awakened a power. What? He has already been poached by the Martial Division? Alas, there's nothing we can do. Has that Tao Li stepped into the middle mortal stage? Yes. Besides those who were already cultivators, he's the only one who stepped into the middle mortal stage today, and some A-level qualified individuals are close to it. Not bad. The performance of these newcomers today exceeded my expectations, and I'm quite satisfied, especially with that Tao Li. I have high hopes for him. Bang Shunyang Braiza Tao Li. Zhou Chu had already been poached by the Martial Division. I must keep this Tao Li in my Literature Division. Speaking of which, the Martial Division is really lucky to have found such a good talent while executing a mission. Chapter 11, Unlocking the Character Chronicles after returning to the rental apartment. Fatty Wong directly lay down on the sofa, looking tired after a day of training. He looked at Zhou Chu and asked in confusion, "Brother Zhou, aren't you tired? Why do you look so relaxed?" "Maybe it's because I'm S rank." Fatty Wong looked at Zhou Chu with a gloomy expression, wondering how someone could mock others like that. Then he started playing with his phone and said with a laugh, "Brother Zhou, that Tally mentioned you in the group again. What did he say this time?" Zhou Chu asked helplessly. "He said you haven't awakened and are no longer worthy to be his opponent." Fatty Wong replied cheerfully. "That's fine. I don't want to have any conflict with this middle schooler." Suddenly, Fatty Wong's expression changed, and Zhou Chu felt something was off, asking, "What's wrong?" "What did he say now?" Fatty Wong had a look on his face as if he had eaten something unpleasant and handed his phone to Zhou Chu. Zhou Chu took the phone and saw the message Tao Li had just sent in the group. "Right now, only that Wang Tongtian is worthy to be my opponent. He is the first in A rank to step into the early stage of the mortal realm and has an awakening ability. Of course, I could reluctantly take him as my little brother." Ha ha. Zhou Chu couldn't help but laugh when he saw this message. It turned out that Tao Li had shifted his target to Fatty Wong. No wonder Fatty Wong looked so miserable. "It's fine if it really doesn't work. Just acknowledge him as your big brother. He'll protect you. Ha ha ha." Fatty Wong ignored Zhou Chu's teasing and said, "Once my cultivation surpasses his, I must teach him a lesson." "Who told him to be so disgusting?" Zhou Chu looked at Fatty Wong with amusement, thinking it might be difficult. Zhou Chu knew that Tao Li had also reached the mid-stage of the mortal realm and had decent talent. It would be tough for Fatty Wong to surpass him, at least based on his current training speed. The two went back to their rooms to rest. In the middle of the night, Fatty Wong suddenly woke up. He thought about Tao Li for a long time. Isn't he sick? The next evening, Zhou Chu was meditating in his bedroom. Not long after, a flash of light passed over him, and his aura reached the early stage of the mysterious realm. "I broke through. Zhou Chu et glim et sitten li." After days of relentless training, he finally broke through to the mysterious realm and seemed to have awakened an ability as well. He opened his attribute panel. Cultivation, early stage of mysterious realm. Physical strength, late stage of mysterious realm. Techniques, body refining technique, early stage, heavenly tier technique. The strongest technique of a certain heavenly tier cultivator. Can greatly enhance one's physical body. Concealment, system provided. This technique has no rank. It's invincible. Cultivation, fate. Others can't see it. Can't see anything. Hee. Delivery points. 0. Character Chronicles unlocked. None. Awakened ability. A rank ability. Demon Slayer. Demon Slayer. Damage dealt to non-human races is increased by 100%. The heavier the evil value on the target, the higher the damage dealt. Besides the increase in cultivation and physical tier, he also gained an awakened ability. Sigh. Others have it at the mortal realm, but I only have it at the mysterious realm. System. How is the evil value determined? The more slaughter he commits, the heavier the evil value will be. Oh, I see. You're also a non-human. Can I deal damage to you? Hee hee. I see the host is getting further down the path of self-destruction, not wanting to tease the system any further. Zhou Chu took out his phone to contact his brother in red clothes. Handsome little Zhou. "Brother, I've reached the early stage of the mysterious realm. Down and out scholar. So fast. Your talent is really good, brother." Detected that the host has reached the mysterious realm. Unlocking Character Chronicles. Character Chronicles unlocked. Zhou Chu noticed that the third area in his mind was now visible. Character Chronicles contains various treasures, items, pills, techniques, delivery points, etc. A series of system messages appeared next. To enter the Character Chronicles, you need to complete a prerequisite task. Triggered Character Chronicles task. Return the red clothes. Gained 1 opportunity to enter the Character Chronicles. Please enter the Character Chronicles within 12 hours. After which you will be forcibly entered into the Chronicles. Zhou Chu thought for a moment, and instead of entering immediately, he decided to ask that older brother for some information first. Handsome little Zhou. "Brother, how do I return it?" Down and out scholar. The owner of the red clothes is at a place called Guanshan Ridge. Handsome little Zhou. Anything else? Down-and-out scholar. Also, she used to have a bad temper, but I don't know how she is now. Handsome little Zhou. Down-and-out scholar. It's fine. When the time comes, just say my name and it will be fine. My name is Wang Lang. After that, Zhou Chu didn't know what else to ask, so he could only think about it in his heart. It's just delivering something. It shouldn't be a big deal, right? System brother, is it safe to enter this character chronicles? The system's faint voice appeared in his mind. If nothing happens, just call me system. If something happens, call me system brother. What kind of talk is this? I treat system brother like a big brother. By the way, is it safe to enter this character chronicles? There won't be any life-threatening situations, right? Don't worry, my dear. There won't be any life-threatening situations. It's purely a benefit. Then what exactly is this character chronicles? You can understand it as another world. Another world? I can't explain it clearly. Don't ask so much. Just go in boldly. I already said there's no life danger. What are you still afraid of? System brother, is the time in that world the same as in my current world? I won't end up spending 100 years there while 100 years pass in reality, right? Don't worry, my dear. No matter how long you stay in the Character Chronicles world, you'll return to reality at the same time. You don't have to worry about that. After hearing the system's words, Zhou Chu felt relieved. Since there was no danger, then he would go in. System brother can't harm me, right? Just in case. Zhou Chu packed some food and water into his backpack. Who knows what might happen later? He chose to enter the Character Chronicles. Zhou Chu thought. A flash of white light passed through his mind. Zhou Chu felt a bit dizzy and wanted to fall asleep, just as his consciousness was about to blur. The system's voice came through. My dear, take a deep breath. Dizziness is normal. Zhou Chu. Soul, transmigration in progress. Host has entered the Character Chronicle space. Main quest. Return the red clothes. Side quest. Gain the recognition of the main character in the Character Chronicles to receive substantial rewards. If the main quest fails, the host will remain in the Character Chronicles space and will not be able to return to the real-time space. The time flow in the Character Chronicles space is different from that in the real-time space. Note, dying in the Character Chronicles space will prevent you from returning to the real-time space. The system's voice disappeared, and Zhou Chu's expression changed. If I die in the Character Chronicles, I won't be able to return to the real-time space? System, what will happen to my original body in the real-time space if I can't go back? You'll become a vegetable, without a soul. What else could you be but a vegetable? Zhou Chu. Zhou Chu, didn't you say there was no life danger? The system replied, faintly. There really is no life danger. You're still alive in reality, right? It's just living in a different way. What the heck? 108 words, omitted again. Chapter 12. The three travelers. Zhou Chu first noticed that he was wearing an ancient scholar's green robe, and then a wave of memories flooded in. The original owner of this body was a scholar who was preparing to travel to the capital for the imperial examination. Alone, and now on a small path in a deep mountain forest. It was getting dark, and he was looking for a place to rest for the night. Then Zhou Chu crossed over and became him. He took out his phone from his backpack and looked at his face. Although it couldn't compare to his own, it was decent looking, but unfortunately, he was a poor scholar. Zhou Chu recalled the map that this owner had, and found that there was no place called Guanshan Ridge. Sigh, where should I look? Just as Zhou Chu was wandering helplessly, a silver, bell-like female voice called out from behind. Hey, why are you just standing there? Zhou Chu quickly put his phone back in his backpack and turned around. A young man and woman were walking towards him. The man was tall with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, with a long sword hanging at his waist, smiling at Zhou Chu. The woman had a graceful figure, dressed in a black brocade dress, examining Zhou Chu. The key point was that the woman had mid-level cultivation in the mortal realm, while the man had late-level cultivation. A poor scholar, all alone in this deep mountain forest. Aren't you afraid of being eaten by monsters? The girl teased. How can you tell I'm a poor scholar? Zhou Chu asked. You don't even have a servant or maid. What else could you be? The girl continued to provoke. Where? Don't be rude, the man interjected. This brother, I apologize. My sister is naturally mischievous. Please don't mind her words. It turned out they were siblings. It's fine, I don't blame her. It's normal for a child not to understand, Zhou Chu replied. You. The girl was about to retort, but was stopped by her brother, who asked, I'm Nan Chong, and my sister is Nan Shannon. May I ask your name, brother? By By? Zhou Chu ansviet. Good, Bay brother. Are you looking for a place to rest? It's better to have someone to look after you in this deep mountain forest, Nanchang asked. Zhou Chu pretended to hesitate, and upon seeing his expression, Nanshannon teased, My brother and I are cultivators. You're lucky to meet us in this deep mountain forest. Otherwise, who knows when you would have been eaten by the monsters here. Oh, you two are actually cultivators? Then I will humbly accept your offer and follow you two heroes, Zhou Chu said respectfully. The honest Nanchang quickly helped Zhou Chu up and said, No need for such formality. It's better for us to look after each other. Nanshannon sighed, My brother still respects scholars so much. The three of them then traveled together along the small path. After walking for a while, they came across an abandoned small temple. Nanchang looked at Zhou Chu and said, It's getting late. How about we rest here for the night and continue our journey tomorrow? Brother, why are you asking him? If he doesn't follow us, does he dare to travel alone at night? Nanchang smiled helplessly, while Zhou Chu nodded to indicate he had no objections. He just looked around the small temple. It was surrounded by trees, and the depths of the forest were pitch black, with nothing visible. The problem was that it was too quiet around. There wasn't even the sound of insects. These siblings probably hadn't traveled much before. The three entered the small temple, which was in ruins, with nothing inside. There wasn't even a statue on the main altar. Nanchang gathered some dry branches and lit a campfire, and the three sat around it. Bay brother, where are you headed? Of course, I'm going to the capital for the imperial examination. Does Bay brother have confidence in becoming the top scholar this time? Nanchang asked with a smile. Brother, look at our Bay scholar. He is so poor. How could he become the top scholar? Nanshannon joked. You can't say that. The last top scholar was also a poor scholar. By the way, what brings you siblings here? Zhou Chu couldn't help but ask. Of course. We're here to slay monsters, Nanshannon began, but was interrupted by Nanchang. Don't listen to my sister's nonsense. We're just here to enjoy the scenery. Slaying monsters is just a side task. Zhou Chu saw that the two had their own secrets and didn't ask further. The three closed their eyes to rest when suddenly a noise came from outside the temple. Zhou Chu noticed it first but pretended not to. Nanchang soon realized, followed by Nanshannon. Nanchang became vigilant. There were indeed monsters in this deep mountain forest. You two stay here. I'll go take a look, he said before rushing out of the small temple. Zhou Chu wanted to stop him, but was a step too late. Could these siblings really be naive? It was so obvious that it was a feint. Yet they went out proactively, and they still wanted to slay monsters? If they didn't get eaten by a monster, it would be a miracle. Nanshannon saw Zhou Chu still in a daze and pulled at his arm, whispering, Stop dazing off. Come closer to me. If something happens, I can take care of you. You're not bad after all. A mid-level mortal realm cultivator protecting a one. This scene felt familiar. Zhou Chu couldn't help but think of that pure little white sweet in the museum. He had encountered another little white sweet. Suddenly, the campfire in the temple went out, and Nanshannon let out a small scream, stumbling back. The two were already close together, and she naturally leaned into Zhou Chu. Zhou Chu felt her soft body and the fragrance coming from her. Is it normal for a mid-level mortal realm cultivator to be scared like this because the fire went out? Something suddenly lunged at the two, and Nanshannon hadn't reacted yet. Zhou Chu had already taken out Ping Hong from his backpack and slashed forward. There was a scream, and then the thing fell to the ground, slaying a mid-level mortal realm monster and gained 3 delivery points. Light the campfire, Zhou Chu said calmly. Nanshannon blushed as she reignited the campfire, illuminating the small temple. A fox lay on the ground, bleeding, with mid-level mortal realm cultivation. Nanshannon looked at Zhou Chu in shock. This scholar is not an ordinary person. His knife appeared out of nowhere. He killed a mid-level mortal realm fox demon with 1 strike. At that moment, Nanchang hurried back, relieved to see the two were safe. Then he noticed the long knife in Zhou Chu's hand and the corpse on the ground, and guessed what had happened. Thank you, Bay brother, for your help. Otherwise, my sister might have been injured, Nanchang said respectfully to Zhou Chu. Although Nanchang was honest and simple, he wasn't foolish. A person who dared to travel alone in the deep mountain forest could not be an ordinary person. He had indeed bet right. This scholar was at least a cultivator. I didn't expect Bay brother to be a cultivator at such a young age. Zhou Chu was puzzled. How did this man accurately guess that he was a cultivator? Bay brother, No need to hide it. You've been nurturing that long knife within your body, right? Only a cultivator can do that. Nurturing a weapon within my body? At that moment, Zhou Chu remembered his first encounter with team leader Zhang Qin, who also summoned a long knife out of nowhere. He had always thought this was Zhang Qin's awakened ability. It turned out that every cultivator could control objects. Zhou Chu thought to himself, "System, why didn't you tell me? System, you never asked." Zhou Chu. Chapter 13. Do not wait. Do not think the next morning, Brother Bay. Are you interested in slaying demons and eliminating evil? It's right ahead. Nanchang. Forget it. I'm busy heading to the capital for the exam. Zhou Chu interrupted, saying he wasn't that free. Alas, that's a pity. There's a ghost causing trouble at Guanshan Ridge ahead, and I wanted to invite Brother Bay to come along. Guanshan Ridge. Zhou Chu's eyes lit up. Wasn't that the target he was looking for? Nan, brother, what you said is true. Slaying demons and eliminating evil is our duty. And isn't it right ahead? Let's go together. Hearing Zhou Chu's words, Nan Shannon couldn't help but smile. But then she thought about how she had teased Zhou Chu last night and leaned against him. Her fair and delicate face turned red again. Nanchang was overjoyed to hear Zhou Chu's response. Originally, he had only a 60 chance of defeating that late-stage ghost, but with Zhou Chu, helping, his chances increased to 98. The three of them continued on their way, and before long, they arrived at an abandoned mansion with the name Li Fu carved on the gate. Building a large mansion in the deep mountains and forests. Isn't that a waste of money? Nan Shannon couldn't help but say. The old master of Li Fu was a good person who often helped those stranded in the deep mountains, providing them shelter and sometimes even giving them some silver to support them. And then, Zhou Chu also asked. Then this well-known, kind family was exterminated one night, and the whole family met a tragic end. The officials only buried the bodies from Li Fu simply. But before long, rumors of it being haunted began to spread. Haunted is haunted. It's nothing as long as it doesn't harm people. However, that ghost often kills passers-by. My brother and I heard about this and came to see if we could eliminate it. Upon hearing this story, Zhou Chu couldn't help but sigh and shake his head. The owner of the item he needed to return could be this ghost? I didn't expect 3 living people to come so early in the morning. 1 late-stage mortal, 1 mid-stage mortal. Oh, and a scholar? I like scholars the most, ha ha ha. A voice came from the mansion, and a woman in red appeared at the gate. Nanchang's expression changed. This ghost could actually move freely during the day, indicating her strength had likely reached the... Fortunately, I encountered Brother Bay this time. Otherwise, my brother and I would have met our end here. Zhou Chu looked at the ghostly woman before him and decided to ask first, "Do you know Wang Lang?" Upon hearing this name, the ghost's body trembled, and blood flowed from her face as she grimaced. "I know him. Ha! How could I not know him?" The ghost's mournful voice echoed in the mountains. Nanchang lowered his head in thought. Wang Lang? I feel like I've heard this name somewhere before. He caused the tragic death of my entire family. How could I not know him? What? Wang Lang killed this ghost's entire family? This ghost can't be the daughter of that old kind person. Can she? Zhou Chu's expression changed. The ghost ignored Zhou Chu's reaction and continued to speak to herself. 5 years ago, a poor scholar got lost in the mountains. My father, out of kindness, took him in, and he stayed with us for a while. My father liked to do good deeds, so it was normal. The funny thing is, I was captivated by this poor scholar's talent. He liked me, and I gradually developed feelings for him. When my father found out, he didn't stop us, but instead betrothed us, agreeing for the poor scholar to marry me. A year later, the poor scholar went to the capital for the exam and sent me news from there. I was filled with joy and anticipation. But what came was not news of him preparing to marry me with a grand procession. Instead, it was news that the Prime Minister's residence was preparing to take him as a son-in-law. The ghost's voice became increasingly mournful. You say he became that golden son-in-law, fine. He flourished and prospered. I could at most forget him. But why? This daughter of the Li family's ghost stared at Zhou Chu as if she were looking at that poor scholar. Why'd he kill my entire family? How could I accept that? Those men in black came with his orders to kill my entire family. Why did he, having become that favored son-in-law, that heartless man, still come to kill my entire family? I hate these scholars, and even more, I hate the heartless men in this world. At this point, the ghost's resentment grew heavier, and her aura reached the late stage of, since you know that heartless man, you should die too. The ghost charged at Zhou Chu with the resentment from her surroundings. Zhou Chu could only draw out Ping Hong to block the attack, then swung his knife to repel the ghost, causing her to fall to the ground. His awakened ability was inherently for slaying demons and eliminating evil, increasing damage to non-human beings, and being especially lethal to those heavily burdened with sin. This ghost had killed so many people. Her sins were heavy, so naturally, she was not Zhou Chu's opponent. But Zhou Chu was not conflicted about this. He was conflicted about whether he should kill this ghost, because he also felt it was not worth it for this ghost, and even pitied her. That down-and-out scholar couldn't really be a heartless man, right? Should he really kill her? Even the hateful have their pitiable aspects. I remember now, Nan Chong, who had been standing beside them, spoke up. This Wang Lang is the top scholar from the Imperial examination 4 years ago. But he died shortly after becoming the top scholar. You're lying, then who killed my entire family? The ghost on the ground shouted angrily at Nan Chong. Why would I lie? This is a well-known fact in the capital. He fell ill and died shortly after becoming the top scholar. Also, although the Prime Minister wanted to take him as a son-in-law, he refused, saying he was already betrothed. The betrothed was you, right? Later, the Prime Minister tried to win him over, but he kept refusing, and before long, he fell ill. So many people suspected the Prime Minister poisoned him for being so ungrateful. As for you saying your family was killed, he had already been dead for a year by then. It was probably the Prime Minister who sent someone his name. Impossible. How could he be dead? After hearing this, the ghost couldn't believe it. The person she had longed for had already died. At that moment, the red garment that had been in Zhou Chu's backpack suddenly appeared. The ghost gazed at the red garment, remembering it well. This was the garment that the clumsy scholar had sewn for her. He said it was their token of love. At that time, she had laughed at him for a long time, saying it was so ugly, yet it was a token of love. Later, he took this garment to the capital for the exam, and then he never returned. The garment floated in front of the ghost, and she noticed 8 characters written on it. This was his handwriting. The ghost would not mistake it. Do not wait, do not think, already dead with regrets. Chapter 14. Dead and regretful. The first time I saw her was when I was on my way to the capital for the Imperial examination. It seemed that fate had already decided our paths at that moment. I was trapped in the deep mountains and forests, and she brought me back to the Li residence, allowing me to stay for a while. During that time, I found myself captivated by this girl with a slightly peculiar temperament. Although her temper was not the best, she was clever and adorable, occasionally bringing me meals while I studied. One day, as she blushed and brought me food while I was reading, she expressed her affection for me. It was then that I realized she liked me too. We both decided to pledge our lives to one another. Her father was a kind man. Upon discovering our mutual affection, he did not break us apart because of my status as a poor scholar. Instead, he arranged our engagement. That day, I resolved to return and marry her after I passed the Imperial examination. During that time, I learned to embroider clothes like her and made her a red garment. My skills were clumsy, and it didn't look very good, although she complained about its ugliness. She cherished it dearly. Later, when I went to the capital for the examination, she asked me to take along that poorly made red garment, saying it was our token of love. He succeeded. I was overjoyed to become the top scholar. I sent the good news back, hoping she would see it. However, the Prime Minister came knocking on my door. He wanted me to become his son-in-law and support him in the court. I refused him, for I already had someone I loved. I soon discovered that things were not so simple. The Prime Minister wielded immense power, deceiving the world and collaborating with eunuchs to manipulate the court and exploit the people. The court was shrouded in darkness and corruption. He sought me out, hoping I would stand by his side. Though I was just a poor scholar, I had studied for so many years for the sake of peace for all. But I cannot do that. The Prime Minister sent people to persuade me several times, but I firmly declined. In the days that followed, I stood up against him in the court, admonishing his misdeeds. The Prime Minister had already regarded me as a thorn in his side. I can no longer return to marry you. They began intercepting my letters, and fearing that they would discover your address and bring you harm. I stopped writing to you altogether. As time went on, although I was the top scholar, I held no real power. I wanted to unite like-minded individuals in the court to jointly admonish the emperor, hoping he would see the true state of the court and the evil of the prime minister. There is a saying, warriors die in battle, scholars die in admonition. Just when I gathered a group to launch a joint admonition, the emperor's most trusted eunuch approached me, bringing a cup of poisoned wine from the emperor. I was indeed naive. Behind the prime minister's facade stood the emperor himself. Was this world truly beyond salvation? Outside, demons ran rampant, devouring people, leaving the people in despair. Inside, the court was ineffectual, eunuchs held power, and the emperor was incompetent. What was I to do? I could do nothing. I could change nothing. This world cannot be changed by just one person. Over the years, I have done all I could. I have no regrets towards the court or the people. Minister Wang, what are you hesitating for? The emperor has granted you this cup of wine. You must drink it quickly. The eunuch in front of me urged. I looked at him disdainfully, returned to my room, took off the official robes gifted to me, and changed into the blue shirt I wore when I went to the capital for the examination. Then, I drank the poisoned wine in one gulp and dismissed the eunuch. At that moment, I longed to see her one last time. I took out that red garment and, while still conscious, wrote down 8 characters. Do not wait. Do not think, dead and regretful. I then called upon my most trusted servant and instructed him to deliver the red garment to Li village in Guanshan Ridge. After that, I died, but I felt my soul was entrusted to that red garment. I realized I had made a mistake. It should not have been sent back, because that red garment never reached the Li residence. It was intercepted by the prime minister's men, who then sent people to the Li residence, impersonating my name and killing her entire family. I'm sorry. Not only did I make you wait so long, but I also brought you harm. After that, I didn't know where my soul went with the red garment. When I regained consciousness, I found myself in an unknown place, placed on a pedestal. I realized that everything had changed beyond recognition. It was now hundreds of years later, and I had become an artifact in what later generations referred to as a museum. I remained in that museum for an indefinite time. At some point, I discovered that the red garment contained not only my essence, but also her lingering presence. I wanted to communicate with her, but realized it was impossible. Even though we were both within this red garment, her remnants had transformed into a vengeful spirit, controlling the garment. I could not communicate with her remnants. She wanted to kill, and I sensed her murderous intent. Her bloodlust grew stronger, and I could not stop her. I could not control the red garment. That night, when she attempted to kill someone called a security guard, a long knife fell from another pedestal, blocking her. However, that knife was clearly no match for her and could only barely hold on. At that moment, a man and a woman entered. The man was an ordinary person, while the woman was a mid-level mortal cultivator. They could not possibly stop her. They were not her match. She had already reached the profound realm. Just as she was about to kill the two, the seemingly ordinary man suddenly transformed, radiating golden light. I felt as though I had seen this before. That year, the emperor held a grand banquet and invited the celestial master from Longhu Mountain for a ritual. The aura emanating from him was something I had witnessed in that celestial master. Could it be that this man was the celestial master from Longhu Mountain? Soon after, the vengeful spirit that was once her was eliminated, leaving only me in the red garment. I fell into solitude again and became the possession of that man. At that moment, I noticed a virtual screen appearing before me, reminiscent of what modern people call a chat group. I discovered that the man was also in this group. I wanted to contact him, but the screen insisted that I choose a name first. So, I named myself Fallen Scholar. During that time, I was the happiest. I managed to contact him, hoping he would take me back, even though I knew it was impossible. After all, hundreds of years had passed, and everything had changed. However, to my surprise, he could actually do it. He quickly reached the profound realm and brought me back to that era. I finally saw her, but I also felt her tragic sorrow. All of this was my fault. I suddenly remembered my conversation with the young man. Is the owner of that red garment important to you? Yes, very important. How could she not be? She is my beloved. I'm sorry, you are? I have only come to see you now. All these years, I made you wait. Chapter 15. Wang Pengzi's awakening ability upon seeing these 8 characters. The female ghost's eyes turned red, and tears flowed down continuously. Even the resentment on her body seemed to lessen. The floating red dress vanished. A man in a green robe appeared in the air, looking tenderly at the female ghost, softly murmuring, "I'm sorry. All these years, I've made you suffer." The female ghost said nothing but gazed affectionately at the man in the green robe. The man had no physical form. He gently embraced the female ghost, and together, one soul and one ghost gradually dissipated into the air. Finally, the man in the green robe looked at Zhou Chu and smiled, saying, "Thank you." Zhou Chu, note that. Beside them, Nan Shannon couldn't help but sigh. What a devoted pair of lovers. Zhou Chu chuckled lightly. In this world, only true love should not be mocked. After that, Zhou Chu bid farewell to the Nan siblings, saying, "Then let us part ways here. Goodbye, Bei." Nan Chong cupped his fist in salute. "Will we have a chance to meet again?" Nan Shannon asked weakly. "The rivers and lakes are vast. We shall meet again if fate allows." Zhou Chu replied with a smile. Then, Zhou Chu felt dizzy again and vanished from the spot. Delivery successful. Task completed. Gained recognition from the protagonist of the character record. First completion of the character record task. Unlocking the Jade Plate Hall. The protagonist of the character record is that Wang Lang, right? Zhou Chu found himself in a palace, with a large book with a dark golden cover in the center, surrounded by emptiness. Where is this? This place is called the Jade Plate Hall. Time flows differently here than outside. The host can enter this hall with their soul to cultivate, and their cultivation will also improve. Is this the legendary Holy Land for cultivation? Zhou Chu looked again at the large book in the center, where the words character record were inscribed. The book automatically opened to the first page, and the originally blank page slowly revealed a figure. It was the scholar in the green robe, Wang Lang. Zhou Chu recognized this figure as Wang Lang. Next to it, the words Wang Lang's record were also written. Congratulations. Host has obtained the following rewards. Obtained character record, Wang Lang's record. Top scholar, honest and upright, ultimately harmed by treacherous ministers. Late stage, Xuanguan cultivation. So Wang Lang is also a cultivator. After all, he's a top scholar. Obtained Wang Lang's awakened ability. Sharp tongue, a grade. Your words will attack others' hearts. Attack others' hearts? ISNT, that just a keyboard warrior's version? Note, the host can summon characters from the character record to assist them, retaining all their techniques and combat experience from their lifetime. Does that mean I can summon a henchman out of thin air? System bro, are you finally willing to give me a cheat? So moved? Then call me daddy. Zhou Chu. Obtain a cultivation technique for the Xuanguan stage, automatically learned. Kill a late stage Xuanguan ghost to earn 20 takeaway points. Zhou Chu wondered, where did these points come from? To fulfill Zhou Wearer's wish and gain points. Zhou Wearer is the young lady of the Zhou family, Wang Lang's beloved. Task completed. Do you wish to return to the current time and space? Return. Then he felt dizzy again and came to his senses already in bed. Zhou Chu glanced at the time and found it was still the same as when he entered the character record. Can your system bro still deceive you? A disdainful voice echoed in his mind. Zhou Chu smiled and opened the attribute panel to take a look. Cultivation, early stage Xuanguan, physical strength, late stage Xuanguan. Techniques, body refinement decision, early stage, heavenly stage technique. The strongest technique of a certain heavenly stage cultivator can greatly enhance one's physical body. Concealment. System provided, this technique has no grade, simply invincible, cultivation, fate. Others cannot see, nothing at all, hee. Takeaway points, 23. Unlocked character record, Wang Lang's record. Awakened abilities, Demon Slayer, A. Sharp Tongue, A. Demon Slayer. Damage to non-human races is increased by 100%. The heavier the opponent's sin value, the higher the damage dealt to them. Sharp Tongue. Your words will cause harm to others' hearts. The takeaway shop only had one Qijian knife technique left. Things that have been exchanged, 1 TB updated. Zhou Chu began to study the cultivation techniques of the Xuanguan stage. Since it had been automatically learned, Zhou Chu was quite proficient in this technique. After reviewing it carefully, he found that the technique provided by the system was more detailed compared to the one given by Yan Huang. According to the speed of cultivation of this technique, with his talent, it would take about a month to reach the mid-stage of Xuanguan. Zhou Chu frowned. That was too long. But he didn't know that for others, It usually took 3 months or even longer to progress from early stage to mid-stage Shuangguan. System. What is the difference between the time in the Jade Plate Hall and the real world? Like the character record, however long you stay in the Jade Plate Hall, you come out at the same time as before. Then I want to go in. Zhou Chu's eyes lit up. Does that mean I can stay inside for a month and come out without any change in time? I could just cultivate to the heavenly stage inside and then come out. Each entry into the Jade Plate Hall requires 5 points, and the duration inside is only 3 days. If you exceed 3 days, you will automatically exit, or you must pay another 5 points to continue staying. Isn't this supposed to be free? Zhou Chu couldn't help but complain. Is there really such a thing as a free lunch in this world? Of course there is. If not, how would beggars survive? System. Zhou Chu calculated that his points were only enough for 4 entries, which means he could only cultivate inside for 12 days. Not wanting to think too much, he paid 5 points and directly entered the Jade Plate Hall to cultivate. After 12 days in the Jade Plate Hall, Zhou Chu returned to the current time and space. Looking at the remaining 3 points, he couldn't help but sigh. However, earning points requires killing task targets or related creatures, right? System bro, why haven't you issued more tasks recently? The system remained silent. Seeing this, Zhou Chu could only give up and continue to focus on his cultivation. Zhou bro Wang Pengzi's excited voice came from outside the door. What is up? Decided to become that Tao Li's little brother? So excited? Wang Pengzi pushed the door open and said to Zhou Chu, I found out what my awakened ability is. These days, those who awakened abilities in the new training camp have been researching their abilities. Some can control fire, some can summon monsters, and so on. It's all very diverse. So what is your ability? Why are you so happy? Zhou Chu didn't continue to mock Wang Pengzi, but asked seriously, still curious. Wang Pengzi grinned and said, my awakened ability is that when I eat something, I won't get hungry. How about that? Pretty amazing, right? Zhou Chu. What the hell does it mean to not get hungry after eating? I think you need to fix your brain. Chapter 16, the first mission of a newcomer camp. No, I can resist hunger for a long time after eating something. Wow, that's impressive. Are there any side effects? Do you need to eat a lot? Zhou Chu. How about you awaken another ability? Chu Ye. Don't underestimate my ability. The more I eat, the longer I can resist hunger. Hearing Wang Fatty say this, Zhou Chu thought to himself, if he takes Wang Fatty to a buffet first, they won't have to eat during the mission, right? That would save money. A week soon passed. On this day, when Zhou Chu and the others arrived at the factory again, they found more than 10 military trucks parked outside. Zhou Chu couldn't help but frown. Is the mission starting already? So soon? Wouldn't it be too dangerous to send these newcomers directly into the mountains for training? Inside the factory, a team leader from the Yanhuang Martial Division expressed his concerns to Director Wang Chongyang of the Literary Division. If we don't let them train, can we still call it a training camp? Wang Chongyang said slowly. Moreover, this operation has 2 Yanhuang Martial Division teams, so there should be no safety issues. Additionally, we've already sent people to explore the mountain beforehand. Most of the beasts there are of the mortal stage, with only a small number of beasts, which is just right for these newcomers to train. Wang Chongyang looked at the convoy from the window. Yes, I think Old Tang, you are too nervous. With Director Wang, a cultivator, leading the way, these students should be safe, right? Another team leader from the Yanhuang Division laughed. This time, for the newcomers from Lushui City, Director Wang of the Literary Division is personally accompanying them, along with 2 Martial Division teams, a cultivator, and more than a dozen cultivators. However, they are all newcomers, and most of them are seeing beasts for the first time. I'm afraid. Old Tang, most of the beasts in the mountains are of the mortal stage. If they can't handle them, that's their problem, which means they are not suitable to stay in Yanhuang. Keep in mind that in this past week, that Tao Li has already reached the late mortal stage, and most others have reached the mid-stage. During morning training and afternoon workouts, they also taught some combat techniques. This training shouldn't be difficult. Old Tang just nodded. Yes, newcomers need to train, and he tacitly approved this training for the newcomers in the mountains. Let's start organizing the assembly. Wang Chongyang stood on the platform and said, everyone has been training for a week, so we will conduct a training exercise today, which will be quite interesting. Please get on the trucks. Then they organized the newcomers to board the trucks. Each truck could hold more than 30 people. Over 300 students from the newcomer camp, along with Yin Huang personnel, boarded the trucks one after another. Zhou Chu, where do you think we are going? Wang Fatty asked nervously. Maybe they're taking us camping. Wang Fatty, who goes camping for training? About an hour later, the convoy stopped at the foot of a mountain and organized everyone to get off. The task for this training is this mountain forest. You need to go into the forest to kill beasts, and the time is 1 day. There was a commotion below as everyone began to whisper to each other. But you don't need to worry. The forest has already been searched, and most of the beasts are in the early mortal stage, with only a few in the stage. For you more than 300 mid-mortal stage cultivators, it should be no problem, right? Furthermore, there are many drones in the forest. If anyone can't handle it and wants to withdraw, just find a place with a drone and raise your hand, and someone will take you down. Of course, you can also withdraw now. Those who withdraw will have no connection with Yin Huang, and your cultivation will be discarded. Then, Wang Chongyang continued. This mission will convert the beasts you kill into points. Points can be exchanged for rewards, such as cultivation techniques, weapons, and pills to enhance your cultivation. As soon as he finished speaking, the previously restless newcomers showed excited expressions. These are all good things. Early mortal stage beasts are worth 1 point. Mid-mortal stage beasts are worth 3 points, and late mortal stage beasts are worth 10 points. As for beasts, you might not be able to kill any, but I still want to tell you that killing an early beast will earn you 100 points. The newcomers were in an uproar. After a while, no one chose to withdraw. Since no one is choosing to withdraw now, pick your suitable weapons and head up the mountain. A truck that wasn't filled with people was opened, and it was filled with weapons, all cold weapons. Through the learning over the past few days, Zhou Chu learned that small-scale firearms, like guns, do little harm to beasts, while nuclear weapons are not easy to use casually, so they mostly use cold weapons. Zhou Chu picked a long knife that felt comfortable and examined its material. It seemed to be just ordinary steel. Wang Fatty, next to him, chose an axe. At this moment, a handsome-looking person carrying a long sword approached them. After a week of gathering and training, Zhou Chu recognized that this person was Tao Li, the one with S-level aptitude. Tao Li first looked at Wang Fatty and slowly said, "You must be Wang Tongtian, a good name. Unfortunately, the only one who can reach the heavens in this world is me. Zhou Chu, Wang Fatty, how about teaming up with me? I will protect you, and you will even get half of the beasts I kill." This treatment surprised even Zhou Chu. Isn't this just a free bodyguard? Not only does he protect you, but he also gives you points. Wang Fatty looked at Tao Li nervously and said weakly, "Bro, I don't like guys." Tao Li looked at Wang Fatty speechlessly and said slowly, "What are you thinking? I just don't like walking this invincible path alone. I hope to have someone follow me and tell my story to future generations." Wow, that's really impressive. It's the first time I've seen someone show off so refreshingly. Zhou Chu felt a bit ashamed. Tao Li then turned his gaze to Zhou Chu. Although you haven't awakened any abilities, you still have S-level aptitude. Why not join us? No, I plan to act alone. Zhou Chu refused. Fearing that others would discover his secret, he decided to go solo. Tao Li found Zhou Chu's answer a bit unbelievable. He thought Zhou Chu would agree. Not persuading Zhou Chu further, he shifted his focus back to Wang Fatty. "You should team up with Tao Li," Zhou Chu said. Zhou Chu wanted to act alone, and it wasn't convenient for Wang Fatty to follow him. It would be too obvious for the two of them to act together in the forest. Coincidentally, Tao Li could also protect Wang Fatty, who nodded and chose to follow Zhou Chu's suggestion. After a while, everyone selected their weapons, packed food in their backpacks, and prepared to head up the mountain. As the crowd moved up the mountain, Tao Li looked at Zhou Chu, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Leave a contact method. If you encounter any danger that you can't handle, you can notify me, and I will come help you." Zhou Chu looked at Tao Li in disbelief. This guy, aside from being a bit of show-off, is still quite reasonable. After exchanging contact information, Zhou Chu slowly moved to the edge of the crowd, disappearing unnoticed into the forest. At the same time, in a dark cave deep in the mountains, something opened its eyes, revealing a green light. Are there still so many bugs? That cultivator caused me such severe injuries. Just in time, I'm hungry. Food has come right to my door. I can have a feast. Chapter 17, What a Coincidence. You're here too. New delivery target has appeared. Please find the target. Moon-eating wolf demon before dawn. The target is located in the mountains and forests. Hint, the target is the highest-ranked demon beast in the mountains and forests, not long after leaving the main group. Zhou Chu heard the system's notification in his ear. A new task? Zhou Chu displayed a look of joy. He was still anxious about how to earn takeout points. An unexpectedly triggered a task. But where would he find that moon-eating wolf demon? Zhou Chu decided not to rush it. If that demon beast really appeared, it should create a lot of commotion. For now, he wanted to try out a guess he had in mind. After walking for a while, Zhou Chu noticed some movement ahead and hurriedly went to check it out. A mid-level ordinary pig demon stood in front of him. The pig demon spotted Zhou Chu's sudden appearance and showed a fierce look, charging at him. But Zhou Chu stood still, holding his long knife. Let's test this guess with you, pig demon. The knife rose and fell. Killed a mid-level ordinary demon beast. Gained 3 points, sure enough. The demon beasts in this forest were related to the task target, so he could also earn takeout points. All the demon beasts in the forest are mine. The highest is just the mysterious level demon beast. That has points. Today, I'm going to take advantage of the system. Zhou Chu satisfiedly cut off the pig demon's pair of ears. The officer of the civil service had just said that points could be exchanged for killing certain parts of demon beasts, so why not take advantage of it? Zhou Chu looked at the deep mountains. He had only walked for a short while and had already encountered demon beasts. It seemed that the demon beasts in this forest were indeed numerous. A team was formed, all mid-level ordinary, encountering a low-level ordinary tiger demon, and directly ran to the drone, raising their hands to withdraw. You are doing better than others. 3 mid-level ordinary ones encountered a lion demon and were so scared that their legs shook. The 2 leaders of the Yanhuang group and the civil service officer Wang Chongyang were watching the video transmitted by the drone from the foot of the mountain, discussing. But a few were still quite good. They were killing demons individually. Those few seemed like they hadn't entered the rookie camp and were just cultivators. Hidden talents. That Wang Shanshan is from the Wang family in Magic City, right? Early mysterious level. She should be the strongest in the rookie camp. Not bad. Her awakened ability is quite interesting. That Tao Li performed well too. He and that little fatty killed several mid-level ordinary demon beasts. Tao Li's awakened ability is thunder, right? Those demon beasts were basically electrocuted to death by him. A very powerful ability. By the way, what about Zhou Chu, who also has S-class aptitude? That guy deviated from the main group as soon as he went up the mountain, and the drone hasn't captured his view since. I hope nothing happened. There shouldn't be any issues. He chose to act alone, so he must have something up his sleeve. Wang Fatty watched Tao Li kill another mid-level ordinary demon beast and couldn't help but sigh. This guy is really fierce. Tao Li sheathed his long sword and tossed the demon beast's ears he had just cut off to Wang Fatty. This is for you. Speaking of which, what's your awakened ability? I haven't seen you use it this whole time. Maybe my ability is shy and doesn't want to come out. Tao Li helplessly continued. Let us keep moving further into the forest. There aren't many demon beasts around here anymore. Wang Fatty nodded and advanced deeper. At this moment, Zhou Chu was in a bloody fight with a tiger demon. Relying solely on the long knife from the Yanhuang group and his own late-stage mysterious level physical strength. In no time, the head of the mid-level mysterious demon beast was severed by Zhou Chu. Killed a low-level mysterious demon beast. Gained 10 points. Zhou Chu had almost covered more than half the distance, and his backpack was filled with demon beast ears to the point where it was almost overflowing. Throughout the process, he had killed 3 late-level ordinary demon beasts, 7 mid-level ordinary demon beasts, 13 low-level ordinary demon beasts, and just now, that early-level mysterious demon beast. Adding the previous 3 points, Zhou Chu now had 62 takeout points. After resting for a while, Zhou Chu decided to continue moving deeper into the forest, and whenever he encountered others, he would walk around them. An hour later, Zhou Chu suddenly sensed the presence of a mid-level mysterious demon beast ahead. More takeout points were coming. Excitedly, Zhou Chu moved forward to check. It was a mid-level mysterious lion demon. Zhou Chu continued to observe this lion demon and found that it was chasing after someone. He wondered which idiot was stupid enough to provoke a mid-level mysterious lion demon. This person looks a bit familiar. That graceful figure? Wang Shanshan? Has she gone mad, provoking a mid-level mysterious lion demon? Wait, This Wang Shanshan is also early mysterious level. Just like him. To think that the other S-class aptitude, Tao Li, is only late ordinary level. Wang Shanshan must have some background. It was indeed correct to directly reject her earlier. At this moment, Wang Shanshan, who was fleeing in panic, saw the approaching lion demon and gritted her teeth in determination. Suddenly, a radiance appeared on her body, and a pure white phantom appeared behind her. The phantom looked at the lion demon and waved gently. A massive beam of light slashed towards the lion demon. The powerful spiritual energy fluctuations caused the surrounding trees to sway. Seeing this scene, Zhou Chu's expression changed. What the hell was that? If I got hit by that, I'd probably be in serious trouble. The lion demon, struck by the beam of light, was instantly killed, collapsing to the ground. The phantom behind Wang Shanshan also dissipated. Wang Shanshan let out a sigh of relief. This was her family's awakened ability. S-class ability. Divine Descent. Unfortunately, she was only early mysterious level now and could only summon a single phantom, which consumed almost all her spiritual energy. Just then, a commotion arose from the nearby forest. Wang Shanshan cautiously looked towards the forest. In the deep woods, a sinister figure quietly emerged. It was a snake demon, its long body covered in shining scales, resembling a layer of ghostly armor. The snake demon's eyes sparkled with cunning and evil light, greedily sizing up the girl before it. Wang Shanshan's expression changed. This was a late mysterious level snake demon. Had it been earlier, she might not have survived in the hands of this snake demon, especially now that her spiritual energy was depleted. Wang Shanshan's face showed a bitter expression. She had just dealt with a mid-level mysterious lion demon. Why was there now a late mysterious snake demon? At that moment, a figure also sprang out from a nearby thicket. Wang Shanshan first felt a glimmer of hope, but then became worried. The highest cultivation level among the students in this forest should be hers. The Yanhuang group was still at the foot of the mountain. This person jumping out would be courting death, right? When she saw the person's face, Wang Shanshan isn't this Zhou Chu, who rejected her request for contact information. Zhou Chu saw Wang Shanshan staring at him and shyly said, "What a coincidence, you're here too?" Chapter 18, I killed this. You can't take it away soon. Wang Shanshan felt surprised. She realized she couldn't see through Zhou Chu's cultivation level, just like before in the classroom. Previously, when she was at the mid-level of the mortal stage, she couldn't discern his cultivation and thought he was extraordinary, wanting to establish a good relationship. Unexpectedly, now that she was at the early stage of the profound stage, she still couldn't see through his cultivation. Could it be that he had already reached the mid-level of the profound stage? Just as she was thinking about this, the snake demon, flicking its tongue, launched an attack on this suddenly appearing human. Zhou Chu charged straight at the snake demon. Wang Shanshan, who was watching from the side, was dumbfounded. Could Zhou Chu be out his mind? How could he face the snake demon's attack directly? It should be known that below the earth stage, a human's physical body couldn't withstand a demon's attack at the same level. So humans below the earth stage mostly engaged in tugging matches with demons of the same level. Who would dare to charge head-on? Moreover, this was a snake demon at the late stage of the profound stage. Even if Zhou Chu was at the mid-level of the profound stage, he wouldn't be able to withstand a few hits. Wang Shanshan looked at Zhou Chu with concern, and just as she was about to remind him, she noticed that in the first clash between Zhou Chu and the snake demon, he only slightly fell into a disadvantage. Then both humans and the snake retreated a few steps. Wang Shanshan. No way. You can't already be at the late stage of the profound stage, right? To withstand the attack of a late stage profound snake demon and still be only slightly at a disadvantage. At this moment, Zhou Chu, holding a long knife with a fiery yellow blade, looked cautiously at the snake demon. This was his first time facing a beast with the upper hand in physical strength. The snake demon was also surprised, looking at Zhou Chu. It couldn't see through his cultivation either, but it sensed that his physical strength was at the late stage of the profound stage. After a few more exchanges, neither side gained the upper hand. The snake demon began to show signs of retreat. Zhou Chu, feeling somewhat helpless, thought that the snake demon's scales were too thick for him to break through its defense. Seeing that the snake demon was considering escaping, he thought Damn it, can I let my delivery points escape? He directly paid the points to enter the Jade Plate Hall. After spending 30 points and practicing in the Jade Plate Hall for 18 days, Zhou Chu finally broke through. Congratulations to the host for breaking through. Cultivation level reached mid-level of the profound stage. Zhou Chu was initially excited, but then felt something was off. System. Why is my physical body still at the late stage of the profound stage after I broke through to the mid-level of the profound stage? Shouldn't he have reached the Earth stage? Zhou Chu remembered that when his cultivation level increased before, his physical body would also improve. Because your body refinement technique is only at the early stage. Normally, a person's cultivation and physical body are synchronized. Even if someone eats a body-strengthening fruit, it will only greatly enhance their physical body without a direct breakthrough. However, because you have the body refinement technique, your physical strength can exceed your cultivation level. If you want to break through your physical limitations now, you must enhance your body refinement technique, the system patiently explained. This didn't seem much like a system. But Zhou Chu continued to ask, then how do I enhance the body refinement technique? Guess? That hit the mark. This was indeed the system style. Zhou Chu fell into deep thought. If he wanted to kill the snake demon relying on the physical strength of the Earth stage, it seemed that this method wouldn't work anymore. The problem was that even with his mid-level profound stage cultivation and late-stage profound physical strength, he still couldn't deal with this snake demon. Zhou Chu had to turn his attention to the delivery shop. At this moment, there was only one item left in the delivery shop, the Qijia sword technique. Didn't he know if he could kill this snake demon with the Qijia sword technique and the Ping Hong? It didn't matter. He spent another 30 points to learn the Qijia sword technique. In the Jade Plate Hall, Zhou Chu saw a figure continuously demonstrating a sword technique in front of him. His body followed the man in learning. Automatically learned Earth stage technique, Qijia sword technique. To think it was still an Earth stage technique? Zhou Chu then felt he had fully comprehended the Qijia sword technique. The ultimate skill of the Qijia sword technique was the 9 flashes of splitting the sky. This was a technique that combined extremely fast movement with continuous slashing. The user needed to achieve an extraordinary speed and execute 9 deadly strikes in one breath. Each strike was accompanied by the sound of air being forcefully sliced, as if it could tear through the sky. Hence the name, 9 flashes of splitting the sky. Its true focus was not on endurance or speed, but on explosive power. The final strike, the 9th strike, would combine the total damage of the previous 8 strikes to deliver a fatal blow. This was the true secret of the Qijia sword technique, extreme explosion. Time in the Jade Plate Hall was up. Back in reality, Zhou Chu looked at the snake demon again. He wondered if this 9 flashes of splitting the sky could kill you. Unconsciously, he switched the long knife in his hand to the Ping Hong. The snake demon once again launched the first attack, charging at Zhou Chu like a bolt of lightning, opening its bloody maw to reveal sharp, poisonous fangs. Zhou Chu's figure moved like the wind, skillfully dodging the snake demon's initial pounce. He knew he had to find a flaw quickly, or he would fall into a passive position. Beast D. Upon hearing this voice, the snake demon was momentarily stunned, feeling a shock in its heart, and stood still. This was one of Zhou Chu's abilities, tongue and sword. Taking advantage of the snake demon's exposed flaw, a flash of brilliance crossed Zhou Chu's eyes. He instantly unleashed a powerful surge of spiritual energy, his figure darting through the forest like a ghost. Mid-level of the profound stage, Wang Shanshan, who was nearby, felt the surge of spiritual energy from Zhou Chu. He was actually able to contend with a late-stage profound snake demon for so long with his mid-level profound stage strength. Zhou Chu's eyes fixed on the snake demon, his muscles relaxed and ready to unleash power. The first flash, Zhou Chu appeared behind the snake demon, swinging his knife. As if the air had been split in two, producing a piercing sound of slicing through the air. The scales on the snake demon were finally shattered. The second flash, the third flash. Each time he flashed, accompanied by a sharp blade aura, it seemed to tear apart space. Under the continuous attacks, the snake demon appeared increasingly strained but still stubbornly held on due to its tenacious vitality. Finally, it was the 9th flash. Zhou Chu's figure reappeared behind the snake demon, this time with an even sharper knife intent and faster speed. He swung his knife, and the air seemed to collapse in front of him, forming a visible blade aura, heading straight for the snake demon's neck. Activating his awakened ability to slay demons and eliminate evil, the damage to non-human races was increased by 100. Along with the Ping Hong's innate skills, breaking the void, which ignored space, and edge, which increased sword technique damage, plus the accumulation of the previous 8 strikes. A light sound was heard as the snake demon's head was severed in two, green blood splattering out. Its body twitched a few times and finally collapsed weakly to the ground. Zhou Chu stood beside the snake demon's corpse, panting, with a faint smile of exhaustion on his face. Finally won, but he had also exhausted more than half of his spiritual energy. Killed a late-stage profound beast. Gained 20 points. Wang Shanshan, watching this scene, was even more astonished. Zhou Chu's final strike was far stronger than the damage caused by her awakened ability. Perhaps even an average late-stage Earth beast couldn't withstand it. Is this a technique? How could there be such a powerful technique? Could it be Zhou Chu's awakened ability? Seeing Wang Shanshan staring at him and the snake demon's corpse, Zhou Chu couldn't help but say, "I killed this, you can't take it away." Wang Shanshan. Chapter 19. Good thing I arrived in time, don't worry, I won't take it. Wang Shanshan couldn't help but laugh at Zhou Chu's expression. She then stepped forward and handed Zhou Chu a pill. What is this? It's a spirit-gathering pill. It restores spiritual energy. I saw that you must have consumed a lot of spiritual energy just now. Thank you. Zhou Chu accepted the pill without hesitation, seeing that Wang Shanshan had no ill intentions. After swallowing it, he found that his spiritual energy was rapidly recovering. I should be the one thanking you. If it weren't for your sudden appearance, I would have died in the mouth of that snake demon. Just then, both of their phones received a message at the same time. It was a message from the newcomer group. Wang Chongyang, everyone, after seeing this message, immediately come down the mountain. Immediately come down the mountain. The two exchanged glances, wondering what was happening. 5 minutes ago, a member of the 1 division hurriedly showed a video to Wang Chongyang and the 2 group leaders. After watching it, the faces of the 3 changed. This was a video taken by a drone, showing countless demon beasts appearing at the foot of the mountain, as if they were trying to divide the deep mountains from the area below. Although most of them were common-tier demon beasts, their numbers were overwhelming. And before, dozens of members had exited the newcomer camp, leaving only over 200 people on the mountain. Team leader Tang's expression darkened as he said, "This group of demon beasts is likely being commanded by a powerful demon from behind." Wang Chongyang nodded and said, "Immediately notify all newcomers to come down the mountain. Lao Zhang, Lao Tang, you two take your respective groups up the mountain to bring the newcomers down. Other 1 division members, disperse the demon beasts gathered at the foot of the mountain to facilitate the newcomers' descent." The 2 unknown late-stage Xiantier nodded. Besides the 2 groups from the Wu division, Wang Chongyang's 1 division was also present. More than 10 Xiantier and 4 late-stage Xiantier members simultaneously ascended the mountain to begin the rescue. Director Wang, should we notify the chief leader? Lao Tang couldn't help but express his concern. The chief leader was the director of the Wu division in Lushui City, the overall head of Yanhuang in Lushui City, and the strongest among them, a mid-stage Earth-tier cultivator. Wang Chongyang smiled helplessly. Lao was gone to Dayang City. Dayang City? Dayang City is the capital of Qian Province. Yes, it seems a secret realm has appeared there, a secret realm that has never been explored before. The people present couldn't help but take a deep breath. A secret realm? Secret realms are small spaces that appeared after the revival of spiritual energy, containing many opportunities. Someone from Jiuzhou had previously entered an unexplored secret realm alone and returned as a celestial tier cultivator. No wonder the chief leader went to Dayang City. It seems there are good things there. Let's not worry about that for now. You all go up the mountain immediately, and I'll find that powerful demon behind us. Wang Chongyang then floated into the air and flew up the mountain. The people below looked at Wang Chongyang enviously. This is a special ability of Earth-tier cultivators, to walk in the air. Meanwhile, Zhou Chu and Wang Shanshan, seeing this message, quickly took off the snake fangs. The other also cut off the ears of the lion demon on the ground. The 2 exchanged smiles at each other's actions. Quite skilled, huh? It was already evening, and Zhou Chu thought something should have happened. So he and Wang Shanshan decided to go down the mountain first. The two then ran wildly down the mountain. On their way down, they spotted two other people descending the mountain. But unlike Zhou Chu and Wang Shanshan, who were descending voluntarily, the other two were being chased down the mountain. The two who were fleeing looked at the approaching bull demon. And Tao Li said with a dark expression, "I was just wondering, I sent you to check if there were any late-stage common tier demon beasts around. And you brought me a mid-stage Xian-tier bull demon instead." They felt that searching for demon beasts one by one was too inefficient. So they decided to have Wang Pengzi lure out the late-stage common tier demon beasts nearby while Tao Li ambushed them all at once. But they never expected that Wang Pengzi would attract a mid-stage Xian-tier lion demon. Wang Pengzi was also a loss, not knowing how he had ended up attracting a mid-stage Xian-tier demon. Tao Li was quite troubled. If it was a late-stage Xian-tier beast, he might still try to fight. But this was a mid-stage Xian-tier beast. Trying to fight, it would be tantamount to death. As the two spotted Zhou Chu and Wang Shanshan, Wang Pengzi saw them and felt relieved at first, but then he became angry. "Didn't you say you were going to act alone? Why is there a girl next to you? Isn't that Wang Shanshan, whom you rejected before?" Pretending to refuse on the surface, but secretly you're engaging in this, huh? Zhou Chu immediately drew his Yanhuang blade and charged forward. He had quietly swapped it back when Ping Hong killed the snake demon. With a swift movement, the bull demon's corpse was separated. He skillfully cut off the bull's ears and put them in his backpack. Killed a mid-stage Xian-tier demon beast. Gained 15 points. Wang Pengzi looked at Zhou Chu with a face full of complaints, as if to say, "I thought you were going to stay single for life as a good brother. I met Wang Shanshan on the way. Are you two all right?" Zhou Chu explained helplessly. Wang Pengzi shook his head to indicate he was fine, but Zhou Chu pointed at Tao Li. "Are you sure he's okay?" Wang Pengzi noticed Tao Li standing there in a daze, staring at the corpse of the bull demon. "Wang Pengzi, what are you doing standing there? Weren't you just fine a moment ago?" At this moment, Tao Li was still in shock over what had just happened. Zhou Chu used a single strike. He killed a mid-stage Xian-tier bull demon with just one strike. I struggled to fight a late-stage Xian-tier beast, and Zhou Chu actually. Tao Li's confidence seemed to have taken a huge hit, but not long after, he suddenly regained his confidence and looked at Zhou Chu with a beaming smile. "Only such a strong person deserves to be my opponent, even if I'm not as good as him now. Zhou Chu is merely a person on my path to greatness, someone to temper myself against. Indeed, only you are worthy to be my opponent." Zhou Chu. Is this guy experiencing second wave syndrome again? By the way, Zhou Gu, why are you two in such a hurry to come down the mountain? Didn't you see the message? The group notified all students to come down the mountain. Huh? Wang Pengzi and Tao Li had been so focused on luring and killing demon beasts that they hadn't noticed the messages in the group. The four then descended the mountain together. Soon, a demon beast blocked their way ahead. It was a late-stage Xian-tier tiger demon. Zhou Chu Wen, realizing he had to kill this tiger demon immediately, just as he was about to switch his long knife for the Ping Hong. A massive figure landed in front of the tiger demon and knocked it back with a punch, causing Zhou Chu, who was about to attack, to stop. "Good thing I arrived in time, or you little ones would be in danger." The person who arrived was Team Leader Tang from the Yanhuang group. Wang Shanshan glanced at Zhou Chu upon hearing this, realizing that this tiger demon was indeed dangerous. Chapter 20. The Escaped Wolf Demon Immediately. Team Leader Tang used his bare fist to suppress and beat down the late-stage Xian-level tiger demon. Even though both Team Leader Tang and the tiger demon were of the same level, the tiger demon had no power to fight back at all. Zhou Chu observed Team Leader Tang's battle and noticed that he seemed to be using a particular boxing technique. Is it a technique that involves using fists? Members of the Yanhuang group can obtain techniques by completing missions once they reach the Xian level. They can exchange points for techniques in advance this time. Before long, the tiger demon was covered in bruises from punches and was ultimately beaten to death by Team Leader Tang, who sustained very few injuries. Be smart, you guys. Don't provoke Xian-level demon beasts when you're at the fan level. When they arrived, the four little fellows were still standing dumbly in front of the tiger demon. Were they scared? Team Leader Tang then sized up the group. The little fatty, oh, not bad, almost at late-stage fan level. Tao Li's also not far from the Xian level. Very good. Wang Shanshan, from the Wang family in Modu. Early stage Xian level. Impressive. As for this Zhou Chu, why can't I see this kid's cultivation at late stage Xian level? Do you have a treasure that conceals your cultivation? Forget it, doesn't matter. Suddenly remembering something, he ignored Zhou Chu and said to the four, "You three are quite good. After the rookie camp is over, are you interested in joining the Yinhuang group of the Martial Division?" Zhou Chu. It was obvious that he knew Zhou Chu was already a member of the Martial Division group, just as Tao Li and the others were about to respond. Team leader Tang suddenly frowned and looked toward the depths of the nearby jungle. "Come out, what is the point of hiding?" A figure slowly emerged from the jungle. "I'm curious, how did you discover me?" The figure revealed its true face. It was a wolf demon. Earth-level demon? Team leader Tang couldn't discern the mouse demon's cultivation and even sounded a bit flustered. Beside him, Wang Fatty stammered, "Why can this wolf demon speak?" Wang Shanshan explained, "When the demon tribe reaches the Earth level, their intelligence is almost on par with humans, so it's not surprising that they can speak human languages." Zhou Chu nodded as well. The previous mouse demon seemed to have unlocked the ability to mimic others' speech, which is why it could talk. Delivery target appeared. Mid-stage, Earth-level wolf demon. Known awakened ability. Concealment. Concealment. While hiding cannot be detected, including by those of higher cultivation. Killing the wolf demon will yield rewards. What? Zhou Chu was taken aback. Is this the mission target? An Earth-level mid-stage beast? System, you really overestimate me. Why is the difficulty level increasing? The system's voice echoed in his mind. Hee. Zhou Chu ignored it, curious about how team leader Tang could discover this wolf demon. The wolf demon's awakened ability was like a hide-and-seek expert. Moreover, how could team leader Tang, a late-stage Xian level, detect it? My ability is to sense killing intent. During the fight with the tiger demon, there wasn't any, but just now, a killing intent locked onto me. It should be you, right? Team leader Tang appeared calm, but his inner turmoil was evident. If it weren't for his ability, he wouldn't have been able to discover it. So this is the Earth-level demon beast commanding this forest? Interesting ability. The cat demon watched the five in front of it with amusement. Then it turned its gaze to Zhou Chu. "May I ask? You're not one of those big shots hiding your cultivation, are you? One at late-stage Xian level, one at early-stage Xian level, and two inconsequential fan level humans. But I can't see your cultivation." The wolf demon cautiously decided to test him first. "You still have some manners, huh?" Zhou Chu shook his head, and the wolf demon's eyes lit up. "Then it's fine now. Can we leave?" Wang Fatty interrupted. Zhou Chu and the others. "You still don't see the situation clearly." The wolf demon looked at Wang Fatty with amusement and sneered. "You can indeed leave. I'll personally escort you. By the way, your team leader previously chased me, but I managed to escape. This time, I'll kill you." Team leader Tang's face changed upon hearing this. He clenched his fists and angrily said, "You are the wolf demon that escaped recently?" This wolf demon had killed several ordinary people, as well as brothers from the Yinhuang group, and, in the end, the Martial Division's team leader had personally intervened but still let it escape. Speaking of which, your team leader's sword is really sharp. My injuries haven't healed yet. The wolf demon then displayed a long scar on its body. "If I eat you, plus those who didn't escape in the mountains, I should be able to recover." "Oh, is that so? I'm afraid this scar won't heal." Unbeknownst to them, someone had already appeared above them in midair. Zhou Chu and the others looked up to see that it was Director Wang from the Civil Division. Team leader Tang, on the other hand, was not surprised. It seemed he had known Director Wang would come. "When I sensed the killing intent, I notified Director Wang in advance. Sure enough, we caught a big fish this time." Team leader Tang explained to Zhou Chu and the others. "All right, Lao Tang, you take them down the mountain first. I'll deal with this wolf demon." Team leader Tang nodded and led Zhou Chu and the others away. The wolf demon did not obstruct them, instead watching them leave with cold eyes. Half an hour later, Zhou Chu and the others had already descended the mountain, where a crowd was gathered at the foot of the mountain. 3 people approached them. The leader was another group leader from the Martial Division, Lao Zhang, and the other 2 were late-stage Xian level members from the Civil Division. "Lao Zhang, how's the situation?" The newcomers have mostly come down. There were some scares, but no real danger since they didn't go deep into the forest. Lao Zhang then looked at the 4 behind team leader Tang and joked. "So these are the few brave kids? Quite bold." The others did not dare to delve deep into the forest. They mostly hunted demons around the outskirts. Only these 4 reckless ones ventured deep inside. Team leader Tang had gone specifically to find these 4. The 4 lowered their heads shyly, and Lao Zhang smiled, not continuing to tease them, but instead asked, "By the way, where's Director Wang? Is he still up the mountain?" I ran into the mid-stage, Earth-level demon beast commanding this forest, which turned out to be the wolf demon that escaped from the team leader. That wolf demon? Lao Zhang's expression changed to one of anger. This wolf demon had killed several of his known brothers. No worries, this time, that wolf demon is doomed. Director Wang is still up the mountain, preparing to kill it before coming down. Good. The fallen brothers can finally rest in peace. Zhang's voice even trembled a bit. Is Director Wang very strong? Wang Fatty asked weakly. Little Fatty, it seems you haven't been studying seriously these days. Among the Earth-level cultivators, humans generally can't compete with demon beasts of the same level because demon beasts typically have stronger physiques, while Fan and Xian-level humans have no means. Lao Zhang continued to explain, but once they reach above the Earth level, humans can control flight, and with the qualitative change of spiritual energy in their bodies, along with the ability to learn more techniques, humans can basically crush demon beasts of the same level. Stronger ones can even take on multiple opponents without a problem. This wolf demon has many life-saving methods, which is why our Martial Division's Director Wu, who is also our team leader, let it escape due to a moment of inattention. Is Director Wang of the same level as that wolf demon? Wang Fatty continued to ask. That wolf demon is at early stage, Earth level, and heavily injured. Director Wang is slightly weaker than our Martial Division's Director Wu, but he is also a powerful early-stage, Earth-level cultivator. This time, Team Leader Tang explained to Wang Fatty. Zhou Chu's expression changed. Wasn't that wolf demon in the system's mission at the mid-level of the Earth rank? Chapter 21. I'm truly the child of luck for the demon race. What a big fish. The wolf demon looked at the human in front of him, who was retreating step by step due to his attacks, and sneered. He had deliberately let those few humans go so that this early-stage human would remain. This was much better than those few humans who had provided a significant boost. Director Wang, holding a long knife, stared incredulously at the wolf demon. In just a few days, not only had it healed its injuries, but it had also reached the mid-stage of the Earth realm. What? You say that wolf demon is at the mid-stage of the Earth realm? Team Leader Tang exclaimed in shock upon hearing Zhou Chu's words. Zhou Chu shared a suspicion that the wolf demon had already reached mid-stage Earth realm with everyone. It was indeed possible. It had been so long, and Director Wang had yet to come down, he might really be caught in a tough battle. Team Leader Zhang said with a serious expression. What should we do? Our team leader has gone to Daong City. Who can deal with this wolf demon? The burly Team Leader Tang said helplessly. Have you forgotten about that monk from the Dark Division? That crazy monk? He's in Lushui City? Show some respect. He is at least an Earth Realm cultivator from our Lushui City. I've already informed him to come, Team Leader Zhang said with a wry smile. Who is that crazy monk? Wang Fatty couldn't help but ask. Hearing Wang Fatty's question, Team Leader Tang mysteriously smiled at him. You'll know when he arrives. All right. We are the only 4 here who are late-stage Xian Realm cultivators. We can hold out for a while against the Earth Realm demon, Team Leader Zhang continued. Let's head up the mountain and see if we can help Director Wang. Team Leader Zhang said to Team Leader Tang and the 2 late-stage Xian Realm cultivators. The other 3 nodded. Can I come along? Zhou Chu, who had been silent, spoke up. He wanted to complete the task and provide some assistance. The first time, the rat demon was killed by Zhang Qin, but he also showed that he had completed the task because he had mixed in as support earlier. Team Leader Zhang frowned and said, You are a mortal realm. Huh, why can't I see your cultivation? Zhou Chu helplessly revealed his mid-stage Xian Realm aura. What? Mid-stage Xian Realm? The late-stage Xian Realm cultivators present expressed their shock. They had always thought Zhou Chu's cultivation was at most the same as that of Tao Li, both being late-stage mortal realm. They didn't expect him to be at mid-stage Xian Realm, just one small realm below them. However, Wang Shanshan and the others were not surprised at all. Wang Shanshan had witnessed Zhou Chu erupting with mid-stage Xian Realm cultivation to kill a late-stage Xian Realm beast. Tao Li also felt that the higher Zhou Chu's cultivation, the more qualified he was to be his opponent. Wang Fatty believed that Zhou Ge had always been impressive, So what was there to be surprised about with just mid-stage Xian realm? How the hell did you cultivate so fast? Team leader Tang said with jealousy. But team leader Tang quickly added, even if you are mid-stage Xian realm, we are all late-stage Xian realm cultivators going up the mountain. You a mid-stage Xian realm will just hold us back. Halfway through, team leader Tang saw Zhou Chu pull out some late-stage Xian realm snake fangs from his backpack. My combat power is comparable to late-stage Xian realm. These are the fangs of the late-stage Xian realm snake demon I killed on the mountain. Team leader Tang. I can testify. I saw him kill it with my own eyes, Wang Shanshan quickly added. For in the night, moonlight filtered through the treetops, casting mottled shadows on the ground, and the forest echoed with a tense atmosphere. The battle between the wolf demon and Director Wang had been going on for a long time, but the situation was clearly unfavorable for Director Wang. He had relied on his top-notch swordsmanship to last this long against the mid-stage Earth Realm wolf demon. The wolf demon was several times larger than Director Wang, with muscles as solid as iron. Every leap generated a gust of wind, and its claws were as if forged from fine iron. Each swing produced a piercing howl. Its attacks were deliberate and unhurried, but it kept pressing Director Wang, forcing him to respond with all his strength. The wolf demon's eyes sparkled with cunning, as it was wearing down Director Wang's stamina. In comparison, Director Wang appeared somewhat powerless. His steps began to feel heavy, and every dodge from the wolf demon's attacks became increasingly taxing. Although his swordsmanship was exquisite, he struggled to match the wolf demon's power. With each clash, his blade would leave shallow scratches on the wolf demon's tough skin, but couldn't inflict any substantial damage. After all, the wolf demon was at mid-stage Earth Realm, while he was only at early stage. As time passed, Director Wang's stamina gradually depleted, his movements became sluggish, and his reactions were no longer sharp. The wolf demon's eyes lit up, seemingly waiting for a perfect opportunity to deliver a fatal blow to Director Wang. Finally, in a moment of carelessness, Director Wang revealed an opening. The wolf demon pounced forward in an instant, its claws viciously aimed at the sword cultivator's vital points. Director Wang displayed a look of panic, exerting all his strength to defend. But it was too late. All that could be heard was a howl from the wolf demon as it took a large step back, a long gash appearing on its chest, not far from its neck. Blood stained the ground. The wolf demon warily watched Director Wang, realizing that humans were indeed cunning. It had pretended to expose a flaw to trick him, but fortunately, it reacted in time. Otherwise, it would have been in a dire situation. Meanwhile, Director Wang felt helpless that his lethal strike had not succeeded. So close, he was so close to succeeding. Unfortunately, he could no longer unleash that kind of strike. The wolf demon looked at the human before it, covered in wounds but not taking action, and guessed something. It then endured the pain in its chest and swiftly charged forward. Director Wang, unable to swing his sword in defense, was directly swatted away. Looking at the fallen Director Wang, the wolf demon sneered. Indeed, you are already exhausted. That last strike drained your final bit of energy, right? So close. You almost killed me, but in the end, the victor is still me. The wolf demon stood not far from Director Wang, looking down at the human defeated by it, letting out a triumphant roar. Director Wang lay on the ground, gasping for breath, his eyes revealing unwillingness and regret. This battle seemed to have already declared an end for him. The wolf demon did not approach to deliver a finishing blow. It feared the human's last-ditch effort might worsen its injury. Instead, it took out something resembling a jade pendant from somewhere and placed it on its chest wound. The deep gash on its chest slowly began to heal. What is this? Director Wang, lying on the ground, looked in shock at the scene unfolding. He felt that this jade pendant seemed to be some kind of human treasure. This is your human treasure. The wound from my sword earlier was healed by this treasure. I even gained the opportunity to break through to mid-stage Earth Realm through this treasure, the wolf demon explained to Director Wang. This is what you humans call continuous fortune. I survived a great disaster and obtained such an opportunity. I am truly the child of luck for the demon race. Chapter 22. The genius of the human race is truly extraordinary. Director Wang. Zhou Chu and the five finally arrived at this place, and, at a glance, they saw Director Wang lying on the ground. Seeing Director Wang covered in injuries, the two late-stage Xian-class cultivators from the 1 division instantly had red eyes. Director Wang had always been kind and friendly to people in the 1 division of Lushui City, yet now he was injured like this by that wolf demon. Zhou Chu, go check on Director Wang's injuries. We'll go ahead. After that, Team Leader Tang and the others charged towards the wolf demon. Zhou Chu also went to Director Wang's side to examine his injuries. Seeing the 5 of them, Director Wang sighed helplessly, "Don't worry, I'm not dead yet. Why are you all here? This wolf demon is already mid-Earth stage. Aren't you just sending yourselves to death?" Team Leader Tang and the others were just holding it off. Had they already notified the one from the Dark Division? The one from the Dark Division? Wang Chongyang was taken aback upon hearing this, but he worried that the 4 of them might not be able to hold back the wolf demon. "It's fine. I'll step in at a critical moment." Wang Chongyang. He even thought he heard wrong. "You're a newcomer with only mortal stage cultivation." "Huh? Where's your cultivation? I can't see it." Wang Chongyang had always thought Zhou Chu was a late-stage mortal cultivator. Meanwhile, the 4 were fighting the wolf demon. Although the wound on the wolf demon's chest hadn't fully healed, the 4 could only barely fend off its attacks. "This one do. I have to help." Wang Chongyang tried to rise slowly with his knife. However, he couldn't stand steady and fell back down. Fortunately, Zhou Chu quickly supported him. "Are you sure you can help like this?" "Forget it, Director Wang. You should rest for a bit." Zhou Chu helped Wang Chongyang sit back down. At this moment, during the battle, one of the 4 from the 1 division, a late-stage Xian-class cultivator, was struck down by a heavy claw of the wolf demon. The gap between Earth stage and Xian stage was still too great. Not to mention that the opponent was a mid-Earth stage demon beast. With 1 less person, the pressure on the other 3 increased even more. Zhou Chu summoned Ping Hong and charged at the wolf demon. Director Wang was taken aback at this scene. "You really are going to fight?" "No, controlling objects? A Xian-class cultivator?" Zhou Chu had actually reached the Xian stage, and that long knife didn't seem to be the one we gave him. Zhou Chu chose to use Ping Hong openly in front of everyone, deciding not to hide anymore. If it came down to it, he could just say this knife was a result of his fortuitous encounter. It was as if he obtained it from that museum. Didn't that guy from Yin Huang say it was a gift for him? Then isn't it mine? Wolf demon, don't you think your death is approaching? The verbal exchange began. The mid-Earth stage wolf demon was momentarily stunned, but the moment of confusion passed quickly because Zhou Chu was only mid-Xian stage, which had too little impact on an Earth stage demon beast. But it was enough, taking advantage of the wolf demon's moment of distraction. The attacks from Team Leader Tang and the others landed on the wolf demon. After receiving damage from the 3, the wolf demon howled, directly knocking the 3 back. However, the damage caused by the 3 was merely a light injury. "Interesting, what an interesting ability. It can actually affect my heart," the wolf demon said with a smile. "There are truly countless heroes in this world. The genius of the human race is indeed extraordinary. A Xian-class cultivator actually possesses such ability and is not afraid when facing my Earth stage demon race. What a genius indeed. Unfortunately, the genius of the human race will ultimately fall at my hands. Be careful." The wolf demon ignored the 3 around him and charged directly towards Zhou Chu. Team Leader Tang and the others had no time to stop him and could only shout a warning to Zhou Chu. But the wolf demon was already in front of Zhou Chu, its sharp claws aimed at Zhou Chu's neck. Bang! The Ping Hong in his hand blocked the attack, and Zhou Chu immediately unleashed the Qijian knife technique. He quickly slashed out 9 times, with the final slash sending the wolf demon back several meters. "What?" Everyone looked at Zhou Chu in disbelief. Director Wang was also stunned. Not only did he block the wolf demon's attack, but he also counterattacked swiftly, injuring the wolf demon and pushing it back. "Are you sure this is just a newcomer who just entered the training camp?" On the other hand, the wolf demon looked at the wounds inflicted by Zhou Chu's slashes, which far surpassed the damage caused by those late-stage Xian-class cultivators. It was even comparable to a fatal blow from an Earth-stage cultivator. The injuries caused by the Earth-stage cultivator had not fully healed and were now severely damaged again. "How is this possible? You're just a mid-Xian stage cultivator." After speaking, the wolf demon looked at the long knife in Zhou Chu's hand. This knife made it feel panic, not just because of the damage it had just caused, but from an instinctive fear. How many powerful demons had this knife killed? The wolf demon looked at Zhou Chu with a hint of trepidation. Fortunately, he was only mid-Xian stage. If he reached Earth stage, no, even a late-stage Xian cultivator might not necessarily be able to deal with it. Zhou Chu, however, was now sweating profusely, vigilantly watching the wolf demon. The recent had almost exhausted all of his spiritual energy. The gap between mid-Xian stage and mid-Earth stage was still too great. Although his could heavily injure the wolf demon, it hadn't reached the level where he could kill it. The wolf demon surveyed the people present, constantly pondering. I can't delay any longer. If I do, the powerful humans will likely arrive, and if they come, I won't be able to escape. Finally, making up his mind, he gritted his teeth and unleashed the blood power within him. The wolf demon's body erupted with blood energy. Only demon races above Earth stage could unleash their blood power. After unleashing it, their physical capabilities, attack power, speed, etc., would be enhanced for a short period, but once the time passed, they would become exhausted. The last time the wolf demon erupted with blood was when it encountered the director of the Martial Division in Lushui City, using it to escape. Now, you all must die. The wolf demon looked at everyone with blood-red eyes and sneered. It then charged directly towards Zhou Chu, intending to eliminate this human genius who could injure him first. This time, Team Leader Tang and the others stood in front of Zhou Chu, but they were effortlessly knocked away by the wolf demon, falling to the ground, their lives uncertain. With Zhou Chu's spiritual energy depleted, he could only helplessly accept that he could not withstand this attack. He never expected he was really going to die here. Have you forgotten about me? At this moment, Wang Chongyang appeared in front of Zhou Chu, easily blocking the wolf demon's attack. Zhou Chu, weren't you just unable to stand? How did you become so lively? Didn't I incapacitate you? The wolf demon looked at the recovered Wang Chongyang, puzzled. Do you think only your demon race can unleash blood? Does my human race not have techniques to temporarily boost strength? At this moment, Wang Chongyang was spirited and vigorous, resembling a scholar, which was how Zhou Chu currently felt about him. Wait, Director Wang, aren't you a knife cultivator? Chapter 23, Death and Beyond. Isn't it quite distant? Our geniuses of the 9 provinces cannot die here, especially someone like Zhou Chu. Isn't using this method tantamount to death? So what? I may have mediocre talent, but my teacher has always taught me that even with mediocre talent, one should have grand ambitions. Exchanging my life for the life of a genius from the 9 provinces is quite a bargain. For righteousness, I shall be benevolent. With all the longevity I have, I will exchange it for the righteous energy of heaven and earth. In an instant, Wang Chongyang, who had previously fallen to the ground, was surrounded by spiritual energy, and his aura even reached the mid-stage of the earth level. He then appeared before Zhou Chu, easily repelling the wolf demon's attack. Wang Chongyang's voice, as gentle as a spring breeze, reached Zhou Chu's ears. Step back, I'll handle it. After saying this, he held his long knife, but thought for a moment, and said to Zhou Chu, lend me your long knife to slay the demon. Zhou Chu did not hesitate and directly handed Ping Hong to Wang Chongyang. Wang Chongyang took Ping Hong and, sensing its aura, couldn't help but exclaim, good knife. Does it have a name? Ping Hong. Good name. Then Wang Chongyang swung the knife at the wolf demon, and a streak of blood appeared on the wolf demon's body, making it startled. However, it still gritted its teeth and engaged in battle with Wang Chongyang. In the ensuing confrontation between the wolf and the human, Wang Chongyang, wielding Ping Hong, even gained a slight upper hand. But after all, the wolf demon was a mid-stage monster with explosive blood, and Wang Chongyang could not inflict fatal damage on it. Alas, I want to stay a bit longer. Then Wang Chongyang's aura changed, becoming extremely violent. Seeing this change, the wolf demon's pupils dilated, and its expression changed. This human wanted to self-destruct. Damn it, if you want to die, I don't want to die. A human with strength comparable to the mid-stage of the earth level, self-destructing. I might not be able to withstand it. The wolf demon tried to shake off Wang Chongyang, but Wang Chongyang clung tightly to it. Zhou Chu, the sword is the king of 100 weapons. My teacher always hoped I would learn the sword, but I didn't listen and chose to learn the knife. Because I believe the knife is the king of 100 weapons. I think to slay all the demons in the world, one must learn the knife. Even though I am a Confucian practitioner studying righteous energy, I still prefer the long knife. A gentleman with a knife or a sword is essentially the same. Both aim to protect the people and maintain peace. What a pity. I will never see my teacher again. Although I am just one of his students, he may not even remember me. After all, I have mediocre talent compared to his other students. But there is one thing my teacher said that I have always remembered. A scholar must be broad-minded and persevering. The road is long and arduous. Is it not significant to take benevolence as one's duty? At this moment, Zhou Chu did not know the situation of Director Wang, thinking he just wanted to teach him something. He nodded seriously. Meanwhile, the wolf demon was extremely agitated inside, thinking, can you two just chat somewhere else? Why the hell are you still chasing me? Wang Chongyang seemed to think of something and said seriously to Zhou Chu, I know you haven't been in Yanhuang for long. This is the first lesson I'm giving you. Wang Chongyang sighed inwardly. Actually, it was also the last lesson. Since you chose Yanhuang while protecting others, you must also consider whether you have the strength to protect yourself. At the very least, you must have the strength to protect yourself before you can protect more people. I really hope to see you become a top practitioner of Yanhuang, just like my teacher. What a pity. Wang Chongyang seemed to sense something, and while suppressing the wolf demon, he smiled at Zhou Chu. There's not enough time. I wanted to say a few more words. Zhou Chu understood the earlier words, but was puzzled by the latter ones. He had no time to think more when he saw Wang Chongyang, with immense momentum, laughing as he charged at the wolf demon. Go to your death. You madman, get away. The wolf demon looked fearfully at the person charging at it. How much salary does Yanhuang give you in a month? Why are you risking your life? Zhou Chu witnessed a scene he would never forget. A massive explosion occurred where the wolf and the human were fighting. Zhou Chu's expression changed, as if he understood something. Director Wang. A violent explosion produced a dazzling white light in the pitch-black forest, and Zhou Chu was even knocked to the ground by the shockwave from the explosion. Lying on the ground, Zhou Chu stared at the place where the explosion had just occurred, as the smoke from the explosion slowly dissipated. All that remained was the bloodied wolf demon lying on the ground and a virtual figure. That figure was Wang Chongyang, who looked at Zhou Chu, smiled gently, and said softly, no need to feel guilty. Then the figure began to slowly fade away, and Zhou Chu heard Wang Chongyang's last words, death and beyond. Isn't it quite distant? Zhou Chu finally understood everything. The previous Wang Chongyang had already been at the end of his strength. To save himself, he had used some method to temporarily increase his cultivation and forced himself to fight again. Thinking of this, Zhou Chu's eyes turned red, and his body trembled continuously. This was the first time he had seen a strong practitioner of Yanhuang die, and it was because of him. Was it worth it for me? Even though Wang Chongyang told Zhou Chu not to feel guilty, how could Zhou Chu not feel guilt in his heart? Zhou Chu's eyes widened. The face that had once been full of vitality and strength had vanished at this moment. He wanted to scream, to shout, but his throat felt as if something was blocking it, making it impossible to make any sound. His body stood rigidly there, as if fixed by an invisible force. The air around seemed to solidify, filled with a heavy sense of oppression. A surge of indescribable guilt and pain welled up in his heart. His hands clenched into fists, his nails digging deep in his flesh, yet he felt not a hint of pain. Zhou Chu's face turned pale, his eyes revealing deep despair and helplessness. He wanted to reverse all of this, but found himself powerless. I'm sorry. Zhou Chu mu. At this moment, the wolf demon, which had originally fallen to the ground, slowly stood up. Zhou Chu was shocked. This beast hadn't died. It almost got killed. The wolf demon took out a jade pendant and couldn't help but sigh. But it was already in a weakened state after using its explosive blood. And with all its injuries, a late-stage Earth-level practitioner might have the chance to kill it. It looked around, seeing that the few late-stage Earth-level practitioners lying on the ground were in an unknown state and were not a concern. Looking back at Zhou Chu, it sneered. Didn't he expect it, huh? I'm still alive. A strong practitioner died to protect you. What does that feel? Next time, it'll be your turn to die. It saw that Zhou Chu had lost the ability to act and decided to leave. It sensed that a human strongman was coming and abandoned the thought of killing Zhou Chu. Now, it just needed to escape into the deep mountains. With its abilities, it could hide where others could not find it. The wolf demon looked at the dazed Zhou Chu and laughed. Although I didn't kill you, your will should be shattered, destroying the heart of a genius of a human race. Not a loss at all. See you next time. Ha ha ha. The wolf demon dragged its heavily injured body deeper into the mountains. Did I let you go? A chilling voice came from behind. The wolf demon turned around to see Zhou Chu staring intently at it and couldn't help but smile. Say that if you can move. Wang Lang, kill it. A figure appeared out of thin air. Wang Lang, obey the command. Chapter 24. Director of the Cultural Affairs Office. When Zhou Chu opened his eyes again, he found himself lying on a hospital bed. Looking around, he wondered if he was in the hospital. Brother Zhou, you finally woke up, said Wang Pengzi, who was beside him, visibly excited. How long was I unconscious? Zhou Chu asked. Just one night. But the doctor said you were only overworked and not in any life-threatening danger. So I didn't inform Uncle and Annie, Wang Pengzi replied. Thanks, fatty. Zhou Chu didn't want to worry his parents. What about the others? He inquired. Group leader Tang and a few others were seriously injured and fell into a coma. But they are not in life-threatening danger. What about Director Wang? Zhou Chu started to say, but then remembered that Director Wang had already died. Before he lost consciousness, he had called Wang Lang to kill the dying wolf demon. Wang Lang, at the peak of the late Xian stage, had picked up the fallen Ping Hong and beheaded the wolf demon. Zhou Chu felt relieved when he saw the wolf demon's corpse separate, and then he fell into a coma. Brother Zhou, who killed that wolf demon? Wang Pengzi couldn't help but ask. When the Dark Affairs Director arrived at the scene, he only saw the fallen people and the beheaded wolf demon. Director Wang killed it, Zhou Chu said without hesitation. The wolf demon was already seriously injured by Director Wang. He and Wang Lang just picked up the pieces. The credit for killing the wolf demon should definitely go to Director Wang. Is Director Wang really gone? Wang Pengzi said this with reddened eyes. The Cultural Affairs Director of Lushui City, who had led them for a week, had just died in battle. Zhou Chu nodded silently. The two fell into silence. Knock, knock, knock. A knock on the door broke the stillness. A man and a woman then entered. The woman was Wang Shanshan, and the man was an old monk in a cassock with deep-set eyes and a smile on his face. When Wang Pengzi saw the old monk, his expression changed suddenly, and he instinctively wanted to leave, but was stopped by the old monk. Wang Shanshan, seeing Zhou Chu awake, exclaimed in joy, "You finally woke up." Zhou Chu nodded and then asked, "Who is this? Little fatty, why didn't you introduce me to Zhou Xiaoyu?" The old monk said with a faint smile, "This is the Dark Affairs Director of Lushui City, Master Chan." Wang Pengzi explained, lowering his head. Huh? The Dark Affairs Director is a monk? Seeing Zhou Chu's surprise, Master Chan smiled and explained, "Our sects are inherently complementary to Yan Huang and have a cooperative relationship. I was previously the abbot of Fanjing Temple. Fanjing Temple is the most famous temple in Qian Province. Who would have thought there were cultivators inside?" Master Chan, hello. What brings you here? Zhou Chu said respectfully. "I'm mainly here to see how your injuries are and to ask about the previous battle," Master Chan said with a smile. "Do you remember the battle last night? Who killed that wolf demon in the end?" Director Wang killed it. As expected, Master Chan sighed. Director Wang used the Zhengqi Ju. Otherwise, with his strength, he wouldn't have been able to kill that wolf demon. Zhengqi Ju? The Zhengqi Ju is a Confucian technique that can exchange one's lifespan for the righteous energy of heaven and earth. Director Wang must have exhausted all his lifespan to forcibly elevate himself to the mid-earth stage. Once time passes, it will dissipate back to the world like the righteous energy of heaven and earth. Hearing this, Zhou Chu fell silent, then whispered, "Actually, Director Wang could have run away at that time, right?" Master Chan noticed Zhou Chu's state and sighed. He could have run, but he wouldn't. He was a disciple of Confucianism, sacrificing himself for righteousness. If he could save someone, he wouldn't give up on saving them. You don't need to feel guilty. Master Chan then changed the subject. In a sense, Director Wang is also part of a sect. Although they don't admit to being a sect. And there's only one teacher in the sect, there are many disciples, and Director Wang is one of them. Teacher? Zhou Chu suddenly remembered that Director Wang seemed to have mentioned his teacher before he passed away. That's right. His teacher is not simple. He has countless disciples, many of whom are directors from various places, some even directors of the martial affairs and dark affairs. His teacher has connections with our sections. More than a decade ago, shortly after the recovery of spiritual energy, his teacher went to various sects single-handedly and defeated all the experts in the sections. He made them join Yin Huang and learn new ideas, discarding the old, rigid thoughts, and contributed their techniques. Wow, that's impressive, Wang Pengzi exclaimed. He beat the disobedient ones. So in the end, almost all the sects with techniques in Zhou joined Yin Huang. When Yin Huang is short on manpower, they arrange for experts from the sects to fill certain positions. Is your Fanjing temple one of them? Have you been beaten by that person? Wang Pengzi asked recklessly. The old monk smiled without showing his teeth and said, I haven't been beaten, but you will most likely be beaten by me later. Wang Pengzi. Then who is this person? Zhou Chu couldn't help but ask. The Cultural Affairs Office not only studies techniques, but also cultivates and teaches newcomers. Who do you think has disciples spread throughout Yinhuang? The director of the Cultural Affairs Office, Li Yu, Wang Shanshan answered. Oh, little girl, you know him? But you're from the Wang family in Magic City, so it's normal to know him. Master Chan, he then looked at Zhou Chu's injuries, gave a few instructions for him to rest well, and left. Before leaving, he specifically glanced at Wang Pengzi. Wang Pengzi lowered his head with a dark expression and didn't make eye contact with the old monk. After Master Chani left, Zhou Chu curiously asked Fatty, did you offend this master before? Wang Pengzi didn't answer, but Wang Shanshan couldn't help but laugh and said, as soon as the master met Wang Pengzi last night, he took an interest in him and wanted to take him as a disciple. That's a good thing. Why didn't you agree? Zhou Chu asked curiously. Having a dark affairs director as a master, you wouldn't lose out. Agree to what? That old monk wants me to be a monk. A monk? I've never even done that stuff, and I'm supposed to go crazy and become a monk? Seeing Wang Pengzi's complaining expression, Zhou Chu, who had originally been gloomy, couldn't help but be amused. By the way, is that directorly very strong? Zhou Chu asked Wang Shanshan. Wang Shanshan rolled her eyes and replied, of course. He defeated the hidden old generation of stubborn sects. How could he not be strong? Where does he rank among us in Zhou? Average, generally stable at third, chasing second. Zhou Chu. Is that considered average? Chapter 25, New Character Chronicles. After that, Wang Pengzi and Wang Shanshan left the hospital room, allowing Zhou Chu to rest well. Lying on the hospital bed, Zhou Chu opened the attribute panel. Cultivation, mid-Xian stage. Physical strength, late Xian stage. Skills, body refining technique, beginner stealth, complete Qiqiao knife technique, complete delivery points. 78, unlocked character chronicles. Wang Lang chronicles, awakening abilities, demon slaying. Verbal sparring. Among the 78 points, 40 points were awarded for killing the mid-level Earth stage wolf demon, and the rest were from killing 2 other monsters on the way down the mountain. Zhou Chu was delighted to see the 78 points, but he found that the delivery store was still blank. System, when will the delivery store be updated? Zhou Chu remembered that the delivery store had not been updated since he exchanged the Qiqiao knife technique last time. It will be updated once the host completes the new character chronicles. Zhou Chu recalled that entering the character chronicles required completing a prerequisite task. Where could he find the prerequisite task for the character chronicles? Detected that the wolf demon has been killed. Task completed. Received delivery item. Worn jade pendant. Triggered character chronicles task. Return the jade pendant. Received 1 opportunity to enter the character chronicles. Please enter the character chronicles within 12 hours. Failure to do so will result in mandatory entry into the chronicles. Suddenly, a series of system prompts appeared in Zhou Chu's mind. Was this wolf demon the prerequisite task? And what was this jade pendant? Zhou Chu looked at his backpack and found an extra item. Worn jade pendant. A pendant from the Ming dynasty. Wearing it can heal injuries. The more Zhou Chu looked at it, the more familiar it seemed. This looked like the one from that wolf demon. How did it end up in my backpack? Wang Lang, what's going on with this jade pendant? Zhou Chu decided to summon Wang Lang to ask. A figure appeared out of nowhere in the hospital room, dressed in a blue robe. Wang Lang smiled gently at Zhou Chu and said, this was found after killing that wolf demon. I thought it would be useful for you, so I took it. Useful for me? Zhou Chu took out the jade pendant from his backpack. It could heal injuries, which was indeed quite useful. By the way, can you always appear in the current time and space? Zhou Chu wanted to clarify that Wang Lang would always be present in the character chronicles in the Jade Plate Palace. Wang Lang shook his head and said, "Not really. I can probably only stay in the current time and space for about half an hour. If I exceed that time, I need to return to the Jade Plate Palace to recuperate. You can summon me 3 times a day, and if I suffer heavy damage, I will also be forced to return to the Jade Plate Palace." Zhou Chu couldn't help but sigh. There were indeed limitations. It would be great if he could exist continuously. When Zhou Chu asked about the origins of the Jade Plate Palace and how Wang Lang ended up in the character chronicles, Wang Lang said he didn't know. "By the way, have you seen this jade pendant before? Or do you have any clues about returning it?" Zhou Chu asked, not willing to give up. "I don't know either." Wang Lang shook his head. "Zhou Chu sai help. It was over. He knew nothing about this task, and he wouldn't even know who to return it to when he entered the character chronicles." However, Wang Lang showed Zhou Chu a mysterious smile and said, "Did you forget something?" "Zhou Chu, what did I forget? Why don't you just say it? Why are you playing riddles like the system?" "System? Sorry, you're mistaken. I play at a higher level than him." "Zhou Chu." Seeing Zhou Chu's awkward expression, Wang Lang laughed and explained, "Did you forget your delivery chat group? You can ask about this jade pendant in there." Zhou Chu suddenly remembered. Yes. He had asked about the task from the red-clad figure in the group before. How could he have forgotten about the chat group? It had been a long time since he had chatted in the group. "Handsome Xiao Zhou. Big shots. Big shots. Does anyone recognize the origins of this jade pendant?" Attached a photo of the jade pendant. "My dad is Liu Bei. Just lurking when there's nothing going on and only showing up when there's something. I look out on people like you. Dash. Handsome Xiao Zhou. Winky face. I've been busy lately, so I haven't chatted much with the big shots. God of War in Hefei. Xiao Zhou, you've disappointed me too much. You need to know that even though I'm the God of War and unbeatable, I still chat in the group often. God of War of the Ming Dynasty. The title of God of War is only suitable for me. How do you take that name? God of War in Hefei. You only deserve the name of a Walla exchange student, not God of War. Without Yu Qian, you're just a nobody, and you even killed Yu Qian. God of War of the Ming Dynasty. LOL, Sun Xuan, what are you doing hiding? You poisoned Lu Ming and forced Lu Sun, so why are you pretending to be a good person? My dad is Liu Bei. Stop arguing, stop arguing. Peace is precious. Peace is precious." Seeing the messages in the group, Zhou Chu couldn't help but smile wryly. These big shots seem to be addicted to role-playing. Tomb Guardian of the Ming Dynasty. Handsome Xiao Zhou, I feel like I've seen this jade pendant somewhere. Handsome Xiao Zhou, big shot, do you recognize it? Expectant emoji. Tomb Guardian of the Ming Dynasty. The more I look at it, the more familiar it seems. I feel like I've seen it before. Let me think. My memory isn't great right now, but I'll let you know once I remember. Handsome Xiao Zhou. Okay, thank you, big shot. After closing his phone, Zhou Chu looked at the time. Anyway, there was no rush to enter the character chronicles, so he planned to go to the Jade Plate Palace to cultivate. At this moment, his chief team leader called. "Are you okay? Did you get hurt? Is it serious? Do you have any after effects?" Zhou Chu felt warmth in his heart upon hearing this. Even though his team leader hadn't contacted him for a long time, he knew right away when he was injured. "I'm fine, basically recovered, and didn't get hurt much." "Silly boy, if I hadn't heard them say it, I wouldn't have known you reached the Xian stage. But how could you, as a Xian stage, go deal with a mid-level Earth stage monster? If it weren't for Director Wang." At this point, the voice on the other end of the phone choked up a bit. "Forget it, as long as you're okay. Don't do such things next time. You're my reserve team member, so you have to listen to me. I have to handle some tasks here, so I'll hang up. Take good care of your injuries." After that, Zhang Qin hung up the phone. Zhou Chu couldn't help but smile. His chief team leader was still as busy as ever, with endless tasks to handle. Without thinking too much, he spent delivery points to enter the Jade Plate Palace. With 78 delivery points, he could enter the Jade Plate Palace 15 times and stay there for 45 days. Zhou Chu's eyes lit up. This was basically enough for him to cultivate to the late Xian stage. He decided to enter the character chronicles after reaching the late Xian stage, as it would provide an extra layer of security. Congratulations, host has broken through. Cultivation has reached the late Xian stage. He broke through on the 39th day, but he cultivated for an additional 6 days to stabilize his cultivation. Looking at the remaining 3 points, he sighed. Once again, he was running low on points. He chose to enter the character chronicles. Chapter 26. Huan He. Transitioning through the soul. The host has entered the time and space of the character chronicle. Main quest: return the Jade Pendant. Side quest: gain the recognition of the protagonist of the character chronicle to receive substantial rewards. If the main quest fails, the host will remain in the character chronicle's time and space and will be unable to return to the real-time space. The passage of time in the character chronicle's time and space is different from the real-time space. Note: death in the character chronicle's time and space will prevent return to the real-time space. Still feeling a bit dizzy? System, are you okay? Can you improve your mechanism? Why do I feel dizzy after the transition? System, oh. Zhou Chu. In his life, Zhou Chu hated two types of people the most: those who like to say, oh, and those who wouldn't let him say, oh. Opening his eyes, he wanted to sit up and check his surroundings, but found his whole body wrapped in bandages. Any slight movement caused him pain. Slowly, memories of this body began to surface in his mind. He was the personal attendant of the commander of the Qijia army, named Chu. This time, the Qijia army was heading to Shenyang to support alongside the elite troops of the bygone army, but they were ambushed halfway by the later Jin army. Although the army suffered little loss, the commander was attacked, and he took an arrow for the commander. The original owner of this body was actually already dead, but due to the character chronicle, Zhou Chu had taken his place and survived. Qi Jin had given up his carriage for Zhou Chu to recuperate, and Zhou Chu had been unconscious for several days. The Qijia army, later Jin, supporting Shenyang. Zhou Chu, who usually liked to read history, fell silent. He knew the fate of these two elite Ming armies. In the Battle of Huinhe, the entire army was annihilated. Zhou Chu fell into deep thought, wondering if he might also die here, but there was still hope because he was not from this time and space. He came from the future, so there was still a chance. Someone walked into the carriage. A Chu. Are you feeling better? Zhou Chu looked at the newcomer. It was Qi Jin, the commander of the Qijia army. Qi Jin looked at him with a complex expression. Why are you so foolish? You're a practitioner of the Xian stage. Why would you think of taking an arrow from me, a practitioner of the D stage? Do practitioners exist in the Ming dynasty? In the history Zhou Chu studied, there was no mention of spiritual energy or cultivation throughout thousands of years of Jiuzhou history. Zhou Chu knew he was in the late Ming dynasty, just a few hundred years away from his own era. After the later Jin army entered the pass, their rule was overthrown in less than 100 years, and later, foreign powers invaded Jiuzhou, leading it into a dark age lasting nearly 100 years. However, that era was not without heroes. Under their leadership, they ultimately succeeded in defeating the invading enemies and entered a new era. Zhou Chu realized that this was his first time in a character chronicle, and he seemed not to have asked which dynasty they were in. Zhou Chu did not continue to ponder, but looked at the gray-haired commander in front of him and replied, "It's not foolish. Shiida has treated me well. It is my duty to take this arrow for him." Although the owner of this body was merely a personal attendant, he had another identity. He was an orphan raised by Qi Jin, who had no descendants, so he treated Zhou Chu like his own child, generally calling Qi Jin Shida. It's good to be alive. As long as there's life, there is hope. Take care of your injuries, Qi Jin said as he left the military tent. What Zhou Chu did not notice was that the jade pendant in his backpack had been vibrating continuously. In the following days, Qi Jin often came to visit Zhou Chu, and Zhou Chu's injuries had almost healed. When Zhou Chu first poked his head out to look outside, he saw the vast northern land, the biting cold wind blowing against his face. Looking around, he asked a nearby soldier, "Where are we?" The soldier, who also recognized Zhou Chu, replied, "Chu, do you see that big river ahead? That river is Huinhe." "What? We've reached Huinhe already?" "Yes, General Qi has ordered us to camp here, while the bygone army is preparing to station on the opposite bank of Huinhe." Upon hearing this news, Zhou Chu's heart sank. The bygone army absolutely must not cross the river. The two Ming armies together numbered only about 10,000, while the later Jin had over 30,000 troops. In Zhou Chu's memory, the two Ming armies were separated and defeated by the later Jin across the Huinhe due to a lack of cooperation. Without hesitation, Zhou Chu immediately went to find Qi Jin at the main tent, but was stopped by the soldiers at the entrance. "The gentlemen are discussing military matters. Outsiders are not allowed inside. I have urgent news to report. Please let me in." But the soldiers still refused. As Zhou Chu was trying to think of a way, Qi Jin came out of the tent. What's the commotion outside? He was surprised to see Zhou Chu standing outside and asked, Chu, why are you here? Aren't you supposed to be recuperating? Cheetah, my injuries have mostly healed. I have urgent news to report. Qi Jin looked at Zhou Chu and sensed he wasn't lying. After hesitating for a moment, he allowed Zhou Chu to follow him into the main tent. Upon entering the main tent, Zhou Chu noticed two other people sitting inside. One was seated in the central position, the overall commander of the two Ming armies, Tang Zhonghui. The other person was seated on the right, the commander of the bygone army, Qin Bangping. He had a sister named Qin Liangyu, a famous female general of the late Ming dynasty and the founder of the bygone army. Together with Qi Jin, the three were the highest commanders of the Ming army here, and they were also the only Earth stage practitioners in the army. What urgent matter do you have? Speak. Qi Jin sat back in his left position. Zhou Chu looked at the three and slowly said, The bygone army absolutely cannot cross the river. Qin Bangping laughed upon hearing this, looking at Zhou Chu and saying, This is a decision we three have agreed upon. How can it be changed by just your words? May I ask what the bygone army intends to cross the river for? Of course, to check the situation in Shenyang and to jointly attack those later Jin troops. Then what if I say Shenyang has already fallen? The three were shocked and stood up, especially Qi Jin, who quickly said, Chu, you can't speak carelessly. Do you know that reporting false military information is punishable by death? What I said is the truth. Shenyang has already fallen. If the bygone army crosses the river now, we will only what? Finally, Tang Zhonghui, who sat in the main position, spoke. We will only be separated and defeated by the later Jin, leading to the annihilation of the entire army. Bold. Not only reporting false military information, but also attempting to incite panic. Someone, take him out and behead him. Qin Bangping said, his face turning red. Wait, Chu. Let me ask you. How can you be sure Shenyang has already fallen? Qi Jin wanted to protect Zhou Chu. I can guarantee that Shenyang has fallen. Someone will come to report it shortly. Upon hearing this, Qin Bangping was about to say something, but was interrupted by Tang Zhonghui, who fixed his gaze on Zhou Chu and said, In that case, let's wait a moment. Sure enough, not long after, a soldier entered the main tent and reported, Report, the forward sentries have discovered that Shenyang has already fallen and the later Jin army is advancing towards us. Chapter 27. War what? Tang Zhonghui and the other two were all shocked. Shenyang, a heavily fortified city, had fallen in just one day. How could that be possible? Tang Zhonghui looked at Zhou Chu, curious about how Zhou Chu knew this. Even the reconnaissance soldiers had just reported the news. Yet, Zhou Chu seemed to know in advance. And Qi Jin also looked at Zhou Chu with confusion. How did you know Shenyang fell? Tang Zhonghui slowly asked Zhou Chu. At first, he even suspected Zhou Chu was a person from the later Jin. Otherwise, how could he have known about the fall of Shenyang in advance? But then he thought, if Zhou Chu were a spy, wouldn't it be more beneficial for the later Jin not to inform about Shenyang's fall? So he decided to ask Zhou Chu directly. Zhou Chu was also silent. He didn't know how to explain. Should he say he was a time traveler? They probably wouldn't believe that. I come from Longhu Mountain. Qi Jin, who had been silent until now, said. Zhou Chu was stunned. Huh? I come from Longhu Mountain? From Longhu Mountain? No wonder you could know these things in advance. I didn't expect you to be a Taoist from Longhu Mountain, Tang Zhonghui said. Zhou Chu realized that Qi Jin was giving him cover, providing him with an identity to make everyone believe him. Also, is Longhu Mountain really that impressive? Zhou Chu noticed that Tang Zhonghui and Qin Bangping both looked at him with respect. The two didn't dwell on this identity because they believed no one would dare impersonate someone from Longhu Mountain. What does the young Taoist think we should do now? My suggestion is to fight. The three were shocked to hear this. Qin Bangping looked at Zhou Chu and said with a wry smile, Young master, I was disrespectful to you earlier. I apologize. Now that the later Jin has taken Shenyang, they must be very bold. Facing them here, we may not be able to win. Yes, we have only about 10,000 men, while the later Jin has over 30,000. It will be difficult to defeat them here. Qi Jin, who had always been supporting Zhou Chu, added. The two were seasoned veterans and could see the situation quite clearly. Who said we are the only Ming army here? Zhou Chu said to the three. Are you referring to the 30,000 Liaodong army led by Li Bingsheng? Tong Zhonghui suddenly remembered. He recalled that another Ming army was coming to aid them, but they didn't know where they were now or how far away. They are only 20 miles away, just on the other side of Shenyang. Zhou Chu pointed in a direction on the map. We will hold the later Jin here, while sending someone to notify that Ming army to come to our aid, sandwiching the later Jin. Good. I will send someone to notify that army right away, Tong Zhonghui said excitedly, preparing to send someone to deliver the message. No, you need to go in person. General Tong. Why is that? Tong Zhonghui asked, puzzled. If you don't go in person, they may not come to aid us. Zhou Chu knew that there had been a Ming army 20 kilometers away from Huinhe, but they didn't believe there was a battle happening here and refused to provide support. So he decided to have someone of high status go in person. Qi Jin and Qin Bangping were the commanders of the Qi family army and the Bygone army, respectively, and couldn't leave, while General Tong was just right for the task. Tong Zhonghui also recalled the current atmosphere of war weariness and fear among the Ming army, and agreed to Zhou Chu's request. Then it's settled. I will go in person to seek aid. Without further ado, Tong Zhonghui left the tent and flew into the air. Is General Tong a ground-level cultivator? Qi Jin asked. He is, Tong Zhonghui replied. And finally, Qin Bangping added intentionally, in a 30,000-man army, there are actually 3 ground-level cultivators. In their city of Lushui, which had 2 million people, there are only 3 ground-level cultivators, and now only 2 remained. What should we do now? Qin Bangping asked Zhou Chu. You can just say, we will listen to you. Qi Jin beside him nodded with a smile. Looking at the 2 who believed in him, Zhou Chu took a deep breath and slowly spoke. I asked the 2 commanders to prepare both armies to face the enemy and wait for reinforcements. As for commanding the battle, that is your expertise. I dare not give foolish orders. Qi Jin and the others exchanged smiles, thinking that this young man was quite humble. When the later Jin army appeared on the opposite bank of the Huinhe River, it was already night. The commander of the later Jin looked across the river and said to his army, Brothers, we have just captured a city and gained merit. Now, if we annihilate the more than 10,000 Ming army ahead, it will be another great achievement. Along the way, the Ming army we encountered was all terrified, and they fell apart with a single attack. With over 30,000 of us, killing the more than 10,000 Ming army should be as easy as slaughtering chickens. With a single command, the 30,000 later Jin troops crossed the river and launched an attack on the Ming army. However, they found that the Ming army not only remained calm, but also launched a well-organized crossbow attack against the crossing later Jin troops, with cannons mixed in. Form up. The later Jin commander calmly ordered, and then a shield-like aura enveloped the later Jin troops, isolating the Ming army's crossbow bolts and cannon fire outside the shield. Seeing the later Jin troops form up, Qi Jin calmly said, All cultivators in the army use magic arrows to attack. The cultivators in the army took out arrows with talismans. They pulled out glowing arrows from the arrowheads and loaded them into their crossbows, shooting them at the formed later Jin troops. These arrows actually broke through the shields that even cannons couldn't penetrate. The later Jin troops suffered countless casualties, with nearly 1,000 killed in a short time. Zhou Chu, who had just been surprised by the shields on the later Jin troops, was now amazed by the terror of these magic arrows. Qi Jin, seeing Zhou Chu's expression, smiled and said, These are all made by various sects. We don't have many to distribute. Qi Jin did not continue the conversation with Zhou Chu, but instead looked at the battlefield ahead and said, The later Jin has successfully crossed the river. Although there are magic arrows blocking them, the later Jin troops have still crossed successfully, but they are met with the long spears of the Bygone army, taking advantage of the later Jin army's unsteady footing after crossing. The front line of the Bygone army used long spears to stab the later Jin soldiers who had successfully crossed, causing them to fall off their horses. The soldiers who fell were then hacked to pieces by the Bygone soldiers behind them. The commander of the later Jin watched the battle unfold ahead and sighed. He realized that this Ming army was different from those he had encountered before. They weren't quickly thrown into chaos by his cavalry or fleeing in panic. Is this the elite of the Ming army? They also have a high level of command. The later Jin commander fell into despair and could only look at the 2 men in black robes beside him and respectfully say, I must trouble you 2 again. Please behead the commanding general of the Ming army opposite. Chapter 28. Watch me, a profound stage practitioner. Cut down Earth stage practitioners hearing the words of the later Jin commander. One of the black-robed figures sneered. You guys really are useless. Do you need us to take action to break Shenyang City? This Ming army of over 10,000 also requires our intervention. The later Jin commander, upon hearing this, bent down even more respectfully, like a dog trying to please its master. Eagle Kuan, that's enough. We are allies with the later Jin after all, another black-robed figure said. Let me take action. This Ming army in front really has some skill. The black-robed figure continued. The one called Eagle Kuan snorted coldly and suddenly flew into the air, charging directly at the Ming army's camp, with another black-robed figure closely following. Seeing the two figures flying towards the camp, Qi Jin frowned and said, Are they sending strong practitioners to break through the formation now? General Tong is not here. Should we both go to intercept them? Beside him, Qin Bangping also said with a grim expression, You continue to command the battle here. I will go meet them, Qi Jin said to Qin Bangping. But you're the only one, and there are two of them, Qin Bangping said, feeling anxious. Fighting two with one is quite simple for me, isn't it? Have you forgotten who my lineage is? Qi Jin couldn't help but smile. Hearing this, Qin Bangping recalled the stories he had heard about a legendary figure from his youth, who had fought against the Japanese pirates in the south and resisted the Mongols in the north. Not only was he invincible in battle, but he was also renowned for his military tactics, being the strongest of that era, though he ultimately died in obscurity. And Qi Jin was the descendant of that person. Qi Jin rose into the air to confront the two black-robed figures, hovering in midair. He looked at the two black-robed figures and laughed loudly. Can't the later Jin hold their horses? They dispatch Earth stage practitioners right after the battle starts. Eagle Kuan among the two black-robed figures heard Qi Jin's words and mocked. Is the Ming army sending just you? There's no way to die this easily. Qi Jin smiled but did not respond, and the two figures launched their attacks at him. Qi Jin produced a long knife in his hand, effortlessly blocking the punches of the two black-robed figures and striking them back with a single blow. Then he unleashed his knife techniques. Although all three were late Earth stage practitioners, Qi Jin was able to suppress the two black-robed figures in combat. Below, Zhou Chu was watching the aerial battle closely and recognized that the knife techniques Qi Jin was using were the Qi family knife techniques he had learned. The Qi family knife techniques from the Takeout shop originated from Qi Jin. On the battlefield, the two black-robed figures suddenly created distance between themselves, evidently wary of Qi Jin's knife techniques. Qi Jin observed their movements and couldn't help but laugh. What's the matter? Backing down? Are you scared? The black-robed figure who had been silent suddenly asked. Your knife techniques have some substance. Whose knife techniques are they? Qi Jin replied with a smile. Just a family inheritance. The black-robed figure continued to ask, and the killing intent on your knife is too strong. There must be quite a few Heaven Stage practitioners or Heaven Stage demon emperors who have died under this knife. A long knife with such heavy killing intent must have killed many at the Heaven Stage. Only that knife of Qi Jiguang could do that. Who is that dead old man, Qi Jiguang, to you? Upon hearing this, the originally calm and amiable Qi Jin actually roared in anger. How dare you insult my uncle? At this moment, Qi Jin was filled with rage. The person he respected the most in his life was his uncle Qi Jiguang. Turns out you were Qi Jiguang's nephew. Back then, Qi Jiguang caused us great suffering. While he was alive, we didn't even dare to come to the mortal realm. Unfortunately, he still died in the end. One of them, Eagle Kuan, said. Qi Jin looked at the two black-robed figures in shock. Not daring to come to the mortal realm? What exactly are you? The two black-robed figures removed their cloaks, and Qi Jin finally saw their true forms. One was an eagle-headed humanoid demon, and the other a lion-headed humanoid demon, with the eagle demon provocatively staring at Qi Jin. Kill him quickly, the lion-headed demon, Lion Ridge, said. Uiko Kun nodded. And then the two demons revealed their Heaven Stage cultivation aura, which they had previously concealed. Demon race? Or are you Heaven Stage demon emperors? You even collaborated with the later Jin? Qi Jin was taken aback. Once the demon race reaches the Heaven Stage, they can be called emperors. No. How could you appear in the mortal realm? Qi Jin's expression changed. The barrier between the human realm and the demon realm had been sealed off. Unless they came from a cave heaven. We collaborated with the later Jin. How do you think we got here? Yuko kun sneedeth. Qi Jin fell silent upon hearing this. It was clearly just a battle of national fortune. Yet the later Jin had colluded with the demon race. Didn't they know the consequences of letting the demon race into the mortal realm? No wonder the front lines have been failing continuously. Was it due to the assistance of the demon race? Stop talking nonsense with him. Just kill him, Lion Ridge frowned and said. Then blue flames erupted from Lion Ridge's body, attacking Qi Jin, while Eagle Kun vanished from sight. Seeing this in the Ming army's camp, Zhou Chu was also taken aback. Are there really demons in this era? And they are heaven-stage demons. He began to worry about Qi Jin's safety. After all, they were two heaven-stage demon practitioners, while Qi Jin was merely earth-stage cultivation. Eagle Kun kept appearing around Qi Jin, launching attacks that were elusive, while the blue flames on Lion Ridge made Qi Jin extremely wary. This was the awakened ability of two demon emperors. Soon, the two heaven-stage demon emperors, attacking with full force, began to push Qi Jin back relentlessly. Qi Jin could only barely defend himself with the long knife in his hand. Even though Qi Jin was at the peak of late Earth stage, the gap between Earth stage and Heaven stage was still too great, especially when facing two Heaven stage opponents. Seeing the current situation, Zhou Chu became anxious. If this continued, Qi Jin would surely die. Form the military formation to support General Qi. Qin Bangping, who had been directing the battle, suddenly called out from behind. The Ming army, which was engaged in combat, quickly changed its formation and began to form a military array. Then, a beam of light flew from the formation toward Qi Jin. Subsequently, Qi Jin's cultivation level reached the heaven stage. Although it was only temporary, Zhou Chu below was immediately filled with curiosity. There were indeed many good things in the past. On the battlefield in the sky, Qi Jin, empowered by the military formation's heaven stage cultivation and wielding the long knife in his hand, actually fought evenly against the two great demons. The lion-headed demon, Lion Ridge, looked grim and shouted to the later Jin commander behind him, "Send strong practitioners to disrupt the formation and break the military array." The later Jin commander also realized the situation was amiss and immediately dispatched the only two Earth stage practitioners in the later Jin army to break the formation. Meanwhile, Qin Bangping's expression changed drastically. Currently, there was only himself as a mid-Earth stage practitioner in the Ming army. Even if those two were only early Earth stage, there was likely no one in the army who could resist them. If he were to take action, not to mention whether he would be surrounded by those two later Jin strong practitioners, the key was that he wouldn't be able to direct the army. The Ming army would definitely fall into chaos, and the military array would be even easier to break. "General Qin, let me handle it. I'll take on those two Earth stage practitioners." A voice interrupted Qin Bangping's thoughts. Qin Bangping looked at the speaker, Zhou Chu, and couldn't help but smile wryly. "You're just a late profound stage practitioner. Those two are. Watch me, a profound stage practitioner, cut down Earth stage practitioners." Chapter 29, I Can Kill You. Two figures had already rushed into the Ming army's camp, constantly reaping the lives of the surrounding Ming soldiers. "Be careful. There are Earth-level cultivators." A commander of a nearby Ming squad shouted loudly. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he was killed by a throat slash. "As long as the other Ming commander doesn't intervene, who among the Ming can stop us?" One of the Earth-level strongmen from the later Jin said. "That person is being held back, so we need to break through quickly and disrupt the Ming army's formation," another Earth-level strongman from later Jin added. As they spoke, over a dozen late-stage, Xian-level Ming cultivators appeared around them. These were the elite forces of the Ming army, all sent by Qin Bangping to encircle the two Earth-level cultivators from the later Jin, sending so many late-stage, Xian-level cultivators to their deaths. Do they really not understand the difference between Xian-level and Earth-level? One later, Jin strongman swung his sword carelessly, causing a late-stage, Xian-level Ming cultivator next to him to fall to the ground, lifeless. "Charge!" More than 10 Ming cultivators instantly rushed towards the two later Jin strongmen. 7 or 8 of them formed a group, attempting to separate the two. "Just ants," The later Gene strongman who had just casually struck down the Ming cultivator sneered. A late-stage Xian-level cultivator was easily pierced through the shoulder by him, but that person stubbornly held onto his sword, not letting him pull it out. Why bother? The later Gene strongman shook his head. At that moment, a figure appeared behind him, and he sensed that the person was a late-stage Xian-level cultivator. He couldn't help but sneer, "I'm an Earth-level cultivator. Do you think a mere Xian-level can break through my defense?" Sure enough, the person's blade struck his back and left no wound. He gave up pulling out his sword and instead turned around to punch the ambushing Ming cultivator away. "Who here can kill me?" He laughed loudly. Just then, a voice came from behind, "I can kill you." The later Gene cultivator froze for a moment, and then a powerful blade intent erupted from behind him. Zhou Chu swung out 9 blades in that instant, and the later Gene cultivator fell to the ground. Staring in disbelief at the late-stage Xian-level cultivator he had just stabbed in the shoulder. Before his consciousness faded, he realized how could a mere Earth-level cultivator fail to pull out his sword from a Xian-level cultivator? Apiru, the later Gene cultivator, who was entangled by several other Ming cultivators nearby, couldn't help but shout upon seeing this scene. Panic surged through him. Among these people, there was someone who could kill Apiru. He knew that he and Apiru were of similar strength. "I need to escape. Otherwise, I will be left here as well." He prepared to fly away from here. How could a mere late-stage Xian-level cultivator kill an early-stage Earth-level Apiru? If this spreads, who would believe it? Just then, the Ming cultivators surrounding him desperately blocked his way. The later Gene strongman couldn't help but rage. "You think you can stop me? Then how about me?" A figure had already appeared in front of him. The later Gene strongman was shocked as he looked at the young man before him. It was this young man who had just killed Apiru. Although it was a sneak attack, he had indeed killed Apiru in an instant. To be so young and already at the late-stage Xian level, and able to kill an Earth-level cultivator, this was a genius among the Ming. He wanted to escape. He completely didn't want to stay here any longer. He struck back at the surrounding late-stage Xian cultivators and quickly flew into the sky. He was already 2 to 3 meters off the ground. If he went any higher, these late-stage Xian cultivators wouldn't be able to fly, and he could escape. Did I say you could leave? The later Gene cultivator froze when he heard the voice, only to see the young cultivator leaping in front of him. Slash! Just as he reacted and prepared to defend, the word slash from the young cultivator again stunned him. What the hell is this ability? The later Gene strongman cursed in his heart. Then, he saw a flash of light heading towards his neck. This unnamed later Gene strongman, who had appeared up to this point, died just like that. Zhou Chu landed, and the surrounding Ming cultivators looked at him with admiration. After killing 2 later Gene strongmen in a row, the Ming soldiers had shifted from shock to respect for Zhou Chu. Young as he was, he could fight above his level. This was a true genius among the Ming. Meanwhile, Qin Bangping, who was overseeing the entire situation from behind, also felt relieved upon witnessing this scene. No wonder he was a little Taoist from Longhu Mountain, to be able to fight above his level. He was probably also a top genius from Longhu Mountain. After Zhou Chu killed the 2 cultivators, he did not return. The pressure on the battlefield was still very high, as the later Gene had 30,000 troops while the Ming army only had over 10,000. Moreover, killing those 2 Earth-level cultivators had surprisingly granted him 60 points in external rewards. Killing later Gene cultivators also counted for points? System. Didn't I mention earlier that killing any beings related to the mission would grant points? My dear host, how has your memory become so poor? Zhou Chu. He had always thought that only killing demons and ghosts would grant points. Then, Zhou Chu cast his gaze over the entire battlefield. All of this was his points. Zhou Chu instantly disappeared from his spot. Not long after, the Ming cultivators who were fighting fiercely noticed the pressure had lessened even though their numbers were fewer than the later Gene. Damn, who just killed that mid-stage Xian-level later Gene barbarian with 1 sword? I was just evenly matched with that later Gene barbarian. That's General Qi's personal guard. General Qi has always treated him like a son, so he must be strong. Awesome, 1 sword for a mid-stage Xian level. I see he is only at the late-stage Xian level, right? What does that mean? Just now, I personally saw a mid-stage Xian-level barbarian not withstand even 1 strike from him. What? He's so young, yet at the late-stage Xian level and so strong. How can anyone compare? Is that someone you can compare to? The commander of their squad spoke up. His commander was also a late-stage Xian-level cultivator. Do you know we went to encircle those two later Gene strongmen? Of course, your commander is amazing. You really killed those two. The commander shook his head and smiled bitterly. Actually, we didn't play much of a role. We only managed to hold them back. Hold them back? Then who killed them? This seasoned commander did not immediately answer, but instead looked towards the figure in front that was still killing later Gene cultivators. He had been in the army for so many years and had seen geniuses who could fight above their level. But this was the first time he had seen someone who could fight across such a large gap. He was clearly only a late-stage Xian level, yet could kill Earth-level cultivators. That was a whole level difference. Moreover, he was so young. It's that late-stage Xian-level young man you mentioned. Both Earth-level cultivators were killed by his own hands. What? Damn, a Xian-level killing an Earth-level, awesome. This is the true genius of our Ming, far stronger than those so-called geniuses hiding in the back. This is the new star of our Ming future. Chapter 30. Suppress me with one hand? Kill a mid-level Xian stage cultivator and gain 15 points. Kill a late-level Xian stage cultivator and gain 20 points. Kill a mid-level Xian stage cultivator and gain 15 points. Kill an early-level Xian stage cultivator and gain 10 points. The system's prompts kept ringing, and Zhou Chu didn't know how many Jin soldiers he had killed. He had been searching for the Jin's Xian stage cultivators, who were the main force on the battlefield, and killing them could relieve the pressure on the Ming army. By now, he had no idea how many cultivators he had killed, only that his points were continuously increasing and had already surpassed 4 digits. Zhou Chu couldn't help but feel happy. He had never been so wealthy in points before. This was true freedom of points. Zhou Chu thought about whether to enter the Jade Plate Hall to cultivate to the Earth stage before coming out, but after some consideration, he rejected this idea. The battle in the sky was fundamental to deciding whether this war could be won. Zhou Chu looked up at the sky, where Qi Jin was still evenly matched with the 2 heavenly stage demon emperors using his long knife. Even if he cultivated to the Earth stage, he wouldn't be able to help much. Zhou Chu could only throw himself back into the ground battle, continuously harvesting the lives of Jin cultivators. The commander of the Jin camp saw the situation on the battlefield, and his expression darkened. If this continued, the Jin army on the ground would likely collapse before the aerial battle was over. The Jin commander was in a daze. This was their first encounter with such a difficult war since they moved south. At that moment, a figure flew towards the battlefield. It was Tong Zhonghui, who had gone to seek reinforcements. Zhou Chu couldn't help but feel delighted. Could it be that reinforcements had arrived? But soon, Zhou Chu's expression changed. He noticed that Tong Zhonghui was seriously injured, and not only that, but there was also a figure following him. Run! The Jin and Demon Alliance has already wiped out that Ming army. Tong Zhonghui shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, the figure behind him appeared at his back, and a claw pierced through Tong Zhonghui's chest. This general immediately lost his senses, his breath gone. They could see the owner of that claw was a tiger demon, a heavenly stage demon emperor. General Tong. The Ming soldiers below cried out in despair upon seeing this scene. The Jin commander couldn't help but feel delighted. Reinforcements had arrived, so everything would be fine. However, Zhou Chu felt that he had miscalculated. He didn't expect that the reinforcements would also be wiped out. The current problem was that Qi Jin was already struggling against 2 heavenly stages, and now another heavenly stage had arrived. After killing Tong Zhonghui, the tiger demon couldn't help but mock the other 2 heavenly stage demon emperors. You two are really useless. It took so long to deal with a pseudo-heavenly stage who relied on military formations to boost his cultivation. What a disgrace to our demon race. Hearing this, Ing Kuan sneered. Hu Qiu, stop talking nonsense and come help. This person is a descendant of Qi Jiguang, and he has his treasure knife. Otherwise, do you think it would be so hard to fight him? Upon hearing Ing Kuan's words, the demon emperor named Hu Qiu's expression changed. Thinking, so it's a descendant of Qi Jiguang. No wonder it took so long to deal with those 2 useless ones. Ha ha ha, interesting. Killing Qi Jiguang's descendant wouldn't be a loss. You 2 useless ones get lost, let me kill him. After Hu Qiu said this, the 2 heavenly stage demon emperors' faces darkened, revealing a look of apprehension, But they still listened to Hu Qiu and chose to retreat, no longer entangled with Qi Jin. Qi Jin felt puzzled. How could these two heavenly stage demon emperors listen to another heavenly stage demon emperor like this? Without giving Qi Jin much time to think, Hu Qiu suddenly appeared in front of him, punching towards Qi Jin. Qi Jin hurriedly defended with his knife, but he was still knocked back several meters. Blood spilling from his mouth. Just one punch had injured him. This tiger demon was at the mid-heavenly stage. Qi Jin's face darkened. No wonder the two heavenly stage demon emperors listened to him. The difference between the early and mid-heavenly stages was comparable to that between the earth and heavenly stages. At the heavenly stage, a small level difference was immense. Following that, the tiger demon's attack came again. Qi Jin gritted his teeth and raised his knife to defend once more. This time, he wasn't as lucky as before. He was directly knocked down, crashing heavily to the ground. The Ming army commander, Qin Bangping, saw this scene and had already lost hope. This time, they had lost and they were doomed. Zhou Chu was also in despair. Was there really nothing that could be changed? At this moment, Zhou Chu's phone in his backpack kept ringing. Zhou Chu, is there even a signal here? System. The phone indeed has no signal, but that doesn't mean a certain app has no signal. Hearing the system say this, Zhou Chu thought of a chat group that wouldn't be affected by the network. He quickly took out his phone and found someone had messaged him. Great Ming Gravekeeper, brother, are you there? Great Ming Gravekeeper. I remembered that jade pendant belonged to Qi Jiguang. Qi Jiguang left behind two things. One was his treasured knife, and the other was this jade pendant. Qi Jiguang's? Should I return it to Qi Jiguang? But Qi Jiguang had long been dead. I should only need to return it to someone related to him. Isn't that person Qi Jin? As Zhou Chu thought of this, he was stunned. In fact, when he crossed over, he could have taken out the jade pendant in front of Qi Jin to complete the task. Zhou Chu took the jade pendant out his backpack. He fell into hesitation. If he handed it to Qi Jin now, he would complete the task and could leave here. But what about the Ming army and Qi Jin? Zhou Chu wasn't a wishy-washy person, but having fought alongside these Ming soldiers for so long, it would be a lie to say he had no feelings for them. Moreover, he still had the original owner's memories, and Qi Jin had always treated him well. At that moment, the jade pendant in his hand kept vibrating, and Zhou Chu felt puzzled. What did this jade pendant want? It seemed to want to leave his hand. Zhou Chu hesitated and let go of the jade pendant. He found that once the jade pendant was free from his grasp, it quickly flew away towards the distance, heading for the spot where Qi Jin had just landed. Meanwhile, Qi Jin, who had crawled out of the pit, was breathing heavily, his breath unstable. Hu Qiu's previous attack had severely injured him. Hu Qiu also appeared in the air above Qi Jin, looking down at the severely injured Qi Jin with amusement, mocking. Qi Jiguang was so strong back then. I suffered greatly under him. As his descendant, why are you so weak? Seeing that Qi Jin did not respond, Hu Qiu continued speaking to himself. Back then, I was evenly matched with Qi Jiguang. Stop bragging. My uncle is at the peak of the late heavenly stage. How could he be evenly matched with a beast like you? Qi Jin sneered. What Qi Jin didn't notice was that a jade pendant had appeared beside him, next to his treasured knife. Haha, too bad Qi Jiguang is already dead. Otherwise, if he were still alive, I could suppress him with one hand and let him see what. Suddenly, a steady voice interrupted with a laugh. Is that so? Suppress me with one hand? Chapter 31. I didn't send you to the underworld. Hu Qiu's expression changed as he noticed a figure had appeared next to Qi Jin without him realizing it. Most importantly, he couldn't discern the person's cultivation level. Qi Jin also looked at the person who had suddenly appeared beside him. The man appeared to be in his 30s, with a simple appearance and a calm demeanor. Qi Jin couldn't help but wonder, who is this person? Why do I feel a sense of familiarity? It wasn't until he saw the jade pendant on the man's body that he realized, isn't this my uncle's jade pendant? Didn't it go missing? How could it appear here? At that moment, Qi Jin seemed to guess something, his eyes instantly turning red and tears streaming down his face. Xiaohang, at your age, why are you still so prone to tears? The man looked at Qi Jin and chuckled. Xiaohang is Qi Jin's courtesy name. I'm crying out of joy because I saw my uncle again, Qi Jin said, wiping away his tears. Meanwhile, Hu Qiu in the sky couldn't help but panic, shouting, impossible. Impossible. Qi Jiguang, you are dead. How could you still be alive? There is no resurrection technique in this world. How could you appear here? At this time, two Tianjin demon emperors in the distance also sensed something was off and rushed over, noticing the additional person. Who is this? I've never seen him before. Why is Hu Qiu so flustered? Ing Kuan communicated with the nearby. Shi Ling didn't respond, but stared blankly at the suddenly appeared man. Seeing Shi Ling's expression, Ing Kuan asked again through thought transmission, "Are you an idiot?" This is Qi Jiguang. Qi Jiguang, the one who over 50 years ago made the demon race too afraid to invade the human realm. What? Ing Kuan's expression changed upon hearing this. Although he had never seen Qi Jiguang's appearance, he knew his deeds. It's no wonder you don't know. You achieved Tianjia later. Over 50 years ago, the Tianjia demon emperors in the demon realm, even if they hadn't seen Qi Jiguang, would have remembered his portrait. Shi Ling continued through thought transmission. Didn't he die over 30 years ago? How could he appear here? Who the hell knows? Why don't you ask him yourself? Shi Ling shouted through thought transmission. Ing Kuan shook his head. He didn't dare to. I am indeed dead. This is merely a soul body of mine existing in the world. Qi Jiguang explained at that moment. A soul body? That's good. The three Tianjia demon emperors breathed a sigh of relief. Thanks to a young man, I am able to appear here. Qi Jiguang then waved his left hand gently, and suddenly, Zhou Chu appeared beside him. Meanwhile, Zhou Chu, who was still observing from a distance, looked confused, wondering how he had suddenly appeared here. "Chu, it's you!" Qi Jin exclaimed in surprise. Zhou Chu shyly greeted the two. "Hello, Cheetah, General Qi. You two actually know each other? Interesting. This young man brought my jade pendant and activated the soul body I left in my sword. We'll catch up later. Let me handle the situation here first." Qi Jiguang continued. He then looked at Hu Qiu in the sky and said, "You just said you wanted me to show you something?" Upon hearing this, Hu Qiu felt a wave of panic. This was just a casual boast. Who knew you would actually appear? But he still maintained his composure, saying, "Qi Jiguang, you are merely a soul body. Why should I be afraid of you? Do you really think it's still the same as before? I'm afraid you can't even exert 1/10 of your strength now. I advise you to leave, lest you be beaten to the point of losing your soul." Hearing Hu Qiu's words, Qi Jiguang couldn't help but laugh and said, "You are not wrong. My soul body indeed lacks even 1/10 of my former strength." Hu Qiu felt a surge of joy upon hearing this. He guessed correctly, but why would he tell him this? Who is the demon emperor of your tiger clan to you? The strongest 10 clans in the demon realm are called the 10 holy clans, and the demon emperors of these clans are all at the peak of the late Tianjia stage. The tiger clan, where Hu Qiu belongs, is also one of the 10 strongest clans in the demon realm. Hu Qiu proudly replied, "That's my grandfather." Qi Jin was also taken aback upon hearing this. Hu Qiu was actually the grandson of the tiger clan's demon emperor. No wonder he not only had high cultivation, but also commanded the respect of the two demon emperors due to his high status. "Oh, you are the grandson of Hu Xiaotian? I had a fight with your grandfather back then. If it weren't for someone intervening, your grandfather would have almost been beaten to death by me." Hu Qiu looked doubtful. "How could that be? My grandfather's cultivation is the same as yours. How could he have been beaten to death by you? Don't believe me? Then I'll just use this soul body to beat you to death." Qi Jiguang then vanished from Qi Jin's hand and appeared in his own. Qi Jiguang waved in Hu Qiu's direction, and Hu Qiu's expression changed. He saw a visible red blade aura sweeping toward him. He wanted to shout for the two demon emperors to block it together, but he saw that they had already retreated far away. "Hu Qiu, why the hell are you two running so far when you were just here?" It turned out that when Hu Qiu was talking to Qi Jiguang, Ing Kuan and Shi Ling exchanged a knowing glance and quietly took a step back, then retreated further. Hu Qiu could only brace himself and try to block the blade aura with his body. Bang! A golden light appeared to block the blade aura, consuming his treasured possession. He managed to block this attack, but was severely injured in the process. Hu Qiu, sweating coldly, let out a sigh of relief as he looked at the man in front of him. He then noticed Qi Jiguang smiling at him, seemingly preparing to strike again. "Oh no, if he really attacks, I won't be able to withstand it. Isn't Qi Jiguang just a soul body? Why is it that even as a mid-Tianjia, I can barely withstand a casual attack from him? Is the gap that big?" At that moment, A flash of inspiration crossed Hu Qiu's mind. Who dares to kill my grandson? Hu Qiu gritted his teeth. This was a protective item left by his grandfather, a fragment of divine consciousness. He hadn't expected to use it like this. But if I don't use it, I'll die. The protective item must be used. A terrifying aura then enveloped Hu Qiu, and a massive white tiger appeared above his head. Qiu, didn't I tell you? This time, when going to the human realm, unless you encounter a top-tier late Tianjia cultivator, do not call upon my divine consciousness. The elderly voice of the white tiger echoed. Hu Qiu forced a smile. Grandpa, why don't you take a look at the man in front? The divine consciousness of the Tiger Clan's demon emperor followed Hu Qiu's gaze to Qi Jiguang and asked in confusion, isn't he just a soul body? You're a mid-Tianjia. Why would you be afraid of this soul body? When Hu Qiu broke through to Tianjia, his awakening ability was the Tiger Clan's clan-defining ability, the sacred tiger body. Hu Xiaotian thought, aside from those late Tianjia peak cultivators, who could kill him? Grandpa, don't you think that soul body looks somewhat familiar? Hu Xiaotian took a closer look and, indeed, found it somewhat familiar, becoming increasingly recognizable. Hu Xiaotian seemed to realize who this person was. Isn't this Qi Jiguang? No way. Isn't this person dead? Could it be? Suddenly, a voice echoed across the battlefield. I sent you to the human realm. I certainly didn't send you to the underworld. Chapter 32. The old general still has his charms, the Tiger Clan demon emperor, who once struck fear into the demon realm. Couldn't help but feel a pang of panic at this moment. He certainly knew he was in the human world. There was no underworld in this world. He was just curious. Didn't Qi Jiguang die? How could he appear here? Of all people, his grandson had to encounter Qi Jiguang. Hu Qiu seemed to notice something was off with his grandfather and transmitted a message. Grandpa, this Qi Jiguang is just a soul left in the human world. Soul? Then it's no problem. Huxiaoshan looked at his grandson with a dark expression. Have you forgotten that your grandpa is just a piece of divine consciousness? Qi Jiguang, an old friend, it's been over 30 years. I can see you again. Huxiaoshan spoke first. I didn't expect it either. It's only been over 30 years. And your demon clan has already entered the human realm, Qi Jiguang said, showing his helplessness. When he was alive, he guarded the barrier between the two realms. And back then, let alone the demon clan invading the human realm, did any of the demon emperors dare to step into the human world with him standing there? He never expected that just over 30 years later, the demon clan had already invaded the human realm. Then I won't reminisce. Qi Jiguang, since you're already dead, why appear in the human world? Do you want to dissipate your soul? Hu Qiu felt this sentence sounded familiar. He seemed to have just said something similar to Qi Jiguang. Zhou Chu, you two are indeed grandfather and grandson. You speak alike. Oh, by the way, have your injuries healed? Qi Jiguang looked at Huxiaoshan and said with a smile. Hu Qiu also secretly glanced at Huxiaoshan above. Could it be that Grandpa was really beaten up by Qi Jiguang? I've long since healed. If it weren't for your sneak attack, do you think I would have been injured? Huxiaoshan quickly said. Not wanted to lose face in front of his grandson. Whatever you say, back then, I almost killed you. It's not impossible now, Qi Jiguang said calmly. Over 50 years ago, Qi Jiguang had entered the demon realm alone and almost beat this Tiger Clan demon emperor to death. If it weren't for the arrival of several other top demon emperors, the Tiger Clan might not have remained among the top 10 holy clans. Things are different now. I doubt your soul can even defeat my divine consciousness, Huxiaoshan said disdainfully. Then let us give a try. Qi Jiguang raised the saber in his hand and swung it towards Huxiaoshan. Huxiaoshan's divine consciousness remained calm, transforming into a giant white tiger thousands of feet tall, while the soldiers fighting around them stood frozen, watching the scene. Flashy, Qi Jiguang chuckled. Then, the saber energy was unleashed. This time, it wasn't the red saber energy that had struck Hu Qiu before, but a golden saber energy. The giant white tiger's expression changed, and it quietly transmitted to Hu Qiu. Use the shuttling talisman I gave you and return to the demon realm. Grandpa, why? Hu Qiu was a bit puzzled. His grandfather and Qi Jiguang were of the same cultivation level. Was it really necessary to use this precious shuttling talisman? That talisman was incredibly valuable, and Hu Qiu only had one. Once used, he could traverse between the two realms without needing to go to the barrier. But the prerequisite was that the barrier between the two realms had to be open. Of course, I'm not afraid of Qi Jiguang, but I'm worried you might get hurt from the aftermath of our clash. Just use it without so much talk. After hearing this, Zhou Chu nodded and took out the shuttling talisman from his storage item. He then activated the talisman with his spiritual energy and disappeared. After seeing his precious grandson leave, Xiaoshan let out a sigh of relief. While he wasn't afraid, after all, his main body wasn't here, and at most, he would lose this piece of divine consciousness. His precious grandson had the potential to reach the late stage of the heaven tier and could not die here. Once his grandson returned, he would have him enter seclusion for cultivation. He would let him out until he reached the late stage of the heaven tier. What terrible luck to encounter a human boss on the very first outing. Not wanting to dwell on this further, Xiaoshan used his divine ability. Tiger roars to the sky. Upon reaching the late stage of the heaven tier, one could awaken their innate divine ability, which was more powerful than an awakened ability. The giant white tiger let out a tremendous roar, and a wave of sound-like attacks surged toward the saber energy. But in an instant, that sound wave was directly dissipated by the saber energy. How is that possible? Xiaoshan looked on in disbelief. It dispersed his innate divine ability so easily. Wasn't he just a soul? Soon, the saber energy appeared in front of the giant white tiger. Xiaoshan's heart sank. He had no choice but to forcibly block it with his physical body. Bang! As soon as the giant white tiger came into contact with the saber energy, it began to shatter into pieces and slowly dissipate. Qi Jiguang. Xiaoshan's divine consciousness could hardly believe that he had been killed by a mere soul. Unfortunately, there wasn't much time left. Otherwise, he would have liked to visit the demon realm to see you. Xiaoshan's divine consciousness slowly dissipated but still left behind a sentence. If you have the ability, come at me. Qi Jin couldn't help but smile upon hearing this and swung out another black saber energy, which then vanished. That should satisfy you. In the demon realm, at the Tiger Clan's sacred ground, Xiaoshan let out a muffled groan. Although it was just his divine consciousness that was extinguished, his true body wasn't faring well either. Divine consciousness was equivalent to an external incarnation, and being extinguished meant he would need to recuperate for a while. In an instant, Xiaoshan furrowed his brows. He sensed danger. Not good. Xiaoshan's expression changed as he looked at the black saber energy suddenly appearing in midair. Could a mere saber energy traverse between the two realms? Qi Jiguang, have you already reached that level in your lifetime? Xiaoshan put all his effort into blocking this saber energy, but his body was covered in wounds that couldn't be healed. Xiaoshan was alarmed. Could a mere saber energy inflict such severe injuries on him? Send the order down. The Tiger Clan will enter seclusion starting today. All members of the Tiger Clan must not leave the territory. Any Tiger Clan members traveling in the human realm must return quickly. Xiaoshan decided to be cautious. Who knows whether that Qi Jiguang is truly alive or just a soul? As for whether to inform other demon clans about Qi Jiguang, he had already suffered such a great loss. Why tell them? Let them go meet Qi Jiguang too. Meanwhile, at the Huinhe battlefield in the human realm, as they saw the giant white tiger emperor turn into fragments, the three heaven-tier demon emperors disappeared. The troops of the later Jin began to flee in panic, while the Ming army erupted in cheers. Among the Ming army, those who watched the one who turned the giant white tiger into fragments were filled with admiration. Some old soldiers from the Qi family army recognized the figure and felt a sense of familiarity, their eyes turning red. Old General Qi. It's the old General Qi. The old general is not dead. He has returned. He has returned. Seeing the old general again in this life was worth it. Having enlisted in the Qi family army in the second year of Wanli and served for over 40 years, the first time he met the old general in his youth, he was awestruck. Now, seeing the old general again, he felt old and frail, while the general still had his former charm. Chapter 33: The Origin of Pinghong. Qi Jiguang returned to Qi Jin and Zhou Chu's side, and Zhou Chu also revealed respect towards Qi Jiguang. Qi Jiguang was sizing up Zhou Chu when suddenly, as if he saw something, he murmured, "So that's how it is, no wonder." "Zhou Chu, why are you playing riddles again?" Then Qi Jiguang solemnly said to Zhou Chu, "Thank you for allowing me to see Xiaodang and and the mortal realm once more. He then took off the jade pendant from his clothing and handed it to Zhou Chu, saying, "Now, I am just a soul, close to dispersing, and I have nothing to give you. This jade pendant can help heal your injuries. It should be somewhat useful for you." After hesitating for a moment, he looked at Zhou Chu and said, "You and I are fated. You have actually learned the Qi family sword technique. Let me gift you another technique." He then lightly tapped Zhou Chu's forehead, detected Qi Jiguang's technique, Pinghai Blade Qi. Automatic learning initiated. Zhou Chu was about to say thank you, but found Qi Jiguang shaking his head at him. "There's no need to thank me. Giving you this technique is also a way for my ultimate skill to have a legacy." Zhou Chu couldn't help but feel puzzled. Isn't Qi Jin still around? Wouldn't it be better to pass it on to him? Qi Jiguang saw Zhou Chu's confusion and simply shook his head gently, showing a bitter smile. He was also a pitiful person. Before Zhou Chu could understand what Qi Jiguang meant, he felt dizzy, and the figures of Qi Jiguang and Qi Jin in his vision became blurry. Was the task about to end? But the system hadn't issued a prompt sound. "System, what's going on?" The system remained silent and did not respond. Then, the surrounding scene changed. It was no longer the previous setting, and Qi Jiguang and Qi Jin had vanished. What happened? Zhou Chu was astonished by the sudden change. A blood-red scene appeared in Zhou Chu's vision. He realized he was still in the Han River, but the surroundings had changed. The ground was covered with the corpses of Ming soldiers, their blood staining the Han River red. Zhou Chu walked forward aimlessly across the land filled with corpses. He also saw the bodies of the later Jin soldiers. But compared to the Ming soldiers' corpses, they were merely a minority. Halfway through, Zhou Chu finally saw a familiar figure. Tong Zhongkui lay on the ground, surrounded by the corpses of later Jin soldiers. A huge wound was at the position of his heart, resembling the mark of some claw. His face was filled with rage before death. Zhou Chu continued walking in terror, and then he saw another corpse. It was Qin Bangping. He lay atop a mountain of corpses, his eyes filled with unwillingness, and blue flames flickered around him, continuously burning his body. These were two Earth-level cultivators of the Ming army. Zhou Chu had witnessed Tong Zhongkui being killed by Hu Qiu, but why was Qin Bangping dead too? Wasn't he still alive? How could this be? Hadn't they won this battle? Zhou Chu walked to the end and finally saw Qi Jin. This elderly man with white hair was half kneeling in an open space, holding a dagger in his hand, expressionless, merely gazing into the distance. There was no longer any breath. Seeing Qi Jin's corpse, Zhou Chu felt a wave of dizziness and an indescribable pain stirring in his heart. They were all dead, all dead. Zhou Chu knelt before Qi Jin and wept inconsolably. The once vibrant people were now dead before his eyes. Why had they still lost when he had clearly changed things? A figure suddenly appeared beside Zhou Chu, wearing a mask with glowing patterns continuously emerging on it. Before Zhou Chu could ask, the figure spoke first. "Do you want to see the true ending of this war?" Zhou Chu nodded, and the surrounding scene changed once more. Zhou Chu found himself in the Ming army's camp, which was now in ruins, and Qi Jin, heavily injured, looked at the remaining Ming soldiers. "My Qi family army has been established since the 38th year of the Jiajing era, having slain nearly 200,000 enemies. We have successively eradicated pirates, defeated Mongolian cavalry, fought against Japanese pirates, resisted the later Jin, and roamed East Asia." Zhou Chu seemed to hear Qi Jin's final order in front of him. "Today may be the last battle for my Qi family army. But a man should die without fear. For the country, we kill the enemy, wrapped in the skins of our horses." Zhou Chu stood in the camp, witnessing the soldiers shouting in unison, "Fight to the death, kill, kill, kill." He once again raised his long knife and charged toward three figures in the distance. In the end, the lion demon emitting blue flames broke Qi Jin's legs, forcing him to half-kneel on the ground with his knife for support. Ing Kuan mocked, "The fate of the Ming dynasty is coming to an end. Our demon clan will return to the mortal realm. If you surrender, we can spare your life." The lion ridge beside him nodded. If such a powerful human cultivator could be persuaded to surrender, that would be great. Hu Qiu stood nearby, remaining silent. Qi Jin ignored the words of the two demons, only gazing at the dagger in his hand, bitterly muttering to himself, "I never expected to meet my demise here. I fear that after I die, You will fall into the hands of these demons. Suddenly, the dagger vibrated. It's fine. I won't let you stay here. Qi Jin's dim eyes brightened again. The Lion Ridge and Ing Kuan were startled, prepared to strike, but found that Qi Jin's dagger had vanished without a trace. It's actually a divine weapon. What a pity. The Lion Ridge lamented upon seeing the suddenly vanished dagger. Uncle, I've disappointed you. When Ing Kuan and the Lion Ridge looked back at Qi Jin, his breath had already ceased, but he did not lower his head, still gazing southward. The scene changed again. The surrounding space turned blank, leaving only Zhou Chu kneeling on the ground and the figure that had been standing beside him. Who are you? Zhou Chu could no longer bear it and asked the person beside him. The person slowly took off the mask, revealing a face that Zhou Chu found incredibly familiar. Cheetah? Zhou Chu was shocked. He had clearly seen Qi Jin's corpse, but the Qi Jin in front of him surprised him greatly. Chu, thank you for allowing me to see Uncle again. Qi Jin revealed a complex expression and slowly spoke. What's going on? What actually happened before? Was it real or not? What you experienced earlier was merely my memory. The true ending cannot be changed. Then Cheetah, what is your current state? Aren't you already? Qi Jin smiled and replied, I have indeed died, but my soul has entered the dagger. And I met you in this way. The dagger? Is it the ping hong in your hand? What? Zhou Chu did not expect that ping hong was actually Qi Jiguang's dagger. He had always thought ping hong was just a knife from the Ming dynasty. He had no idea it was the dagger used by Qi Jiguang and Cheetah. He and T observed it closely when Cheetah and the others used it. I have exhausted too much energy and essence to allow you to enter the memory, and now I will fall into slumber. Do you want to ask anything else? Will General Qi appear again? Zhou Chu remembered Qi Jiguang saying that the jade pendant and the dagger together would awaken him. Now that both items were with him, was there still a chance? Zhou Chu looked at Qi Jin with hope. He won T. Uncle has completely dissipated. You will understand in the future. Qi Jin's figure began to slowly fade. Was everything I experienced just a memory? Zhou Chu still couldn't believe it and continued to ask. Upon hearing this, the fading Qi Jin thought of something, smiled mysteriously at Zhou Chu, and left a sentence. Some things may not be. Then he disappeared. Chapter 34. Live well. There's hope in living. I refuse to accept dying like this. Why do we not know at all about the cooperation between the later Gene and the demon race? What are those heavenly level cultivators doing? I don't care about my own death, but what about my brothers who fought alongside me? They Haven T enjoyed riches and glory, yet they died on the front lines at the hands of the later Gene soldiers and under the claws of the great demons. If only I were stronger, if only I could be as powerful as my uncle. How could we possibly lose to these demon races? I let my uncle down, and I let down the brothers of the Qi family army. I don't know how long it has been. I thought I would die directly, but one day, I unexpectedly woke up and became the soul within my uncle's sword. I woke up in a place I didn't recognize. Where is this? When I figured it out, I realized that over 400 years had passed. But it seems that this era lacks spiritual energy. How is that possible? In our time, spiritual energy was always abundant. After a while, I sensed a faint spiritual energy. Was it reviving? No, someone must have sealed the spiritual energy before. What kind of person has such power? I dare not speculate. I also gradually regained some strength. One day, I discovered that in this place called a museum, a red-clad figure seemed to be restoring something due to the revival of spiritual energy. No, this red figure wants to kill. I felt its heavy killing intent. Is it a ghost? I had thwarted its previous attempts, thinking it would learn its lesson. But I didn't expect this place to be an excellent breeding ground for ghosts. It had already reached the late stage of the Xian rank. One night, as the ghost prepared to kill, I tried to stop it, but I was no match for it anymore. I could only struggle desperately. At that moment, a young man walked in. I made the sword vibrate to warn him to run, but the young man stood still, and a familiar aura suddenly appeared. ISNT, this the 5 thunder spell from Longhu Mountain? So orthodox. How could this young man possess it? He looked so young. I felt it was unbelievable. And then with one strike, he eliminated the Xian rank ghost. I couldn't even see through his cultivation. Who exactly is he? Later, he took me away. He put me into a space I didn't know, which seemed similar to a storage space, but this space could actually store souls, which intrigued me. We didn't have such storage treasures in my era. Then, he took me into another time and space, and I learned about the origin of that red-clad figure. Upon returning, I found that he had become stronger. There was something about this boy that even I couldn't comprehend. Later, when I accompanied him to a forest to complete a new task, I seemed to see my younger self. No, he was stronger than I was in my youth. I couldn't deal a heavy blow to a ground-level demon beast with my mid-Xian rank strength, but he did it. He is a true genius. After that, the death of Director Wang seemed to hit him hard, and it appeared that he developed a heart demon. I felt it was unfair to him. He was still young, and shouldn't he have to witness such things early on? In my era, young geniuses were usually well protected by their sects and clans. Finally, when he entered another time and space again, I realized I could come out, even manifest myself. I could lay out the strategies in this time and space. With my memories, I set up these traps. Since that's the case, let me help him eliminate this heart demon. I wanted him to experience my past and understand that life and death are normal, even if I might exhaust my essence and disappear. I transformed into myself, and I actually held a bit of selfishness. I wanted to see what he would do. Sure enough, he didn't disappoint me. He resolved one crisis after another that I had set for him. But what surprised me even more was that he allowed me to see my uncle again. My eyes turned red. After so many years, I could actually see my uncle again. He was real, truly real, even if it was just a fragment of his soul. My uncle sensed that something was off with me, but didn't point it out. It seemed he noticed the differences in this time and space. I told him about this boy Zhou Chu and the purpose of my actions. He fell silent for a moment after hearing this. Then he decided to help me assist Zhou Chu in eliminating the heart demon. As for the jade pendant that could summon my uncle when it met the sword, that was something I transmitted to my uncle to deliberately say, to deceive Zhou Chu. My uncle understood my intentions. It seems he had reached that level, but I was curious about where my uncle's last sword energy was directed. We perfected this trap together and allowed Zhou Chu to see the true history. In the end, I died with my energy severed. I wanted him to understand that death is inevitable. Living is enough. Finally, my uncle suddenly disappeared, not knowing where he went, and after a while, he reappeared beside me. We both watched Zhou Chu experience that true history. Then my uncle's body began to slowly dissipate. As he faded, he gave me the essence of his soul, ensuring I wouldn't dissipate from exhausting my essence, but would instead fall into a deep sleep at most. I looked at my uncle gradually dissipating. Even though I had experienced too much of this life and death separation, I still couldn't help but cry. I asked my uncle if I would have the chance to see him again. My uncle smiled and shook his head, telling me not to cry. He put his hands behind his back and asked me a question. How do you think I died? This question suddenly awakened me. Yes, if my uncle really stepped into that realm, and not to mention that he had a long lifespan, who could kill him? How could my uncle die at just over 60 years old? I shook my head. I didn't know, and I didn't dare to guess. My uncle smiled, said nothing, only stating there will be great calamities in the human world. I sought death willingly. I felt astonished. What great calamity could lead my uncle to seek death? My uncle didn't tell me but smiled, looking at Zhou Chu, who had his eyes closed and sighed. He has a good seed. Perhaps he could become that hope? That hope? After saying this, my uncle smiled and waved goodbye to me, slowly dissipating. I knew my uncle might truly be gone forever, his soul scattered. Then, Zhou Chu opened his eyes, and I saw his anger and pain. So, I took off my mask and revealed part of the truth to him. I was also about to fall into a deep sleep. I looked at this child, regretting that I wouldn't be able to protect him for a while. What a good child. Next, my body also began to slowly dissipate, but unlike my uncle's dissipation, I was about to fall into a deep sleep. I wanted to say something more, but it was too late. I suddenly remembered the words I had said to him the first time I met him in this time and space. Live well, there is hope in living. Chapter 35 System Update. After seeing Qi Jin fall into a deep sleep, Zhou Chu also fainted again. Zhou Chu felt like he had a long, long dream, and he couldn't distinguish whether it was a dream or reality. He found himself in a pitch-black space, wandering aimlessly. Suddenly, a voice echoed, "Zhou Chu, Director Wang died. Because of you." The Zen master appeared before him, shouting with a face full of anger. Next, his convenient team leader, Zhang Qin, also appeared. If it weren't for you, Director Wang could have escaped. He died to save you, this useless person. I even called you Brother Zhou, and you ended up getting Director Wang killed. The figure of Wang Fatty also appeared. Zhou Chu lowered his head, gripping his fists tightly, blood seeping through the gaps of his fingers. I'm sorry. What good is sorry? If it weren't for you, would Director Wang have died? That's right. If it weren't for you, Director Wang would have died at the hands of that wolf demon. People he was familiar with appeared again, mocking him. Zhou Chu's eyes were dim, still looking down. At that moment, the wolf demon that killed Director Wang also appeared. Ha ha. I didn't expect this, did you? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to kill your Director Wang. Zhou Chu began to tremble all over, unsure of what to do. Just then, an elegant voice suddenly resonated through the dark world. Child, there is no need to feel guilty. It was the voice of Director Wang, and a glimmer of light suddenly appeared in the pitch-black world. Zhou Chu ignored the people around him and started walking towards the light. Those people began to block him, but Zhou Chu summoned Ping Hong and swung it at them. They vanished upon contact with Ping Hong. Zhou Chu knew they weren't real, but he had always hesitated to strike. This time, he chose to take action. He continued walking towards the place filled with light, where a figure stood, Director Wang. Zhou Chu looked at this incredibly familiar person, his eyes reddening as tears fell. I once told you, there is no need to feel guilty. Director Wang smiled at Zhou Chu, his voice as elegant as ever. Zhou Chu wanted to step forward to speak with Director Wang, but suddenly found Director Wang's face contorted in rage, shouting at him, If it weren't for you, would I have died? Why didn't you die with me? At that moment, Zhou Chu understood that this version of Director Wang was also an illusion created by his inner demons. He lowered his head, trembling as he drew Ping Hong, striking at Director Wang, who then dissipated. At this moment, a figure appeared behind Zhou Chu. Child, it's not your fault. This isn't your mistake. It was Qi Jin. Zhou Chu turned to see who had come. You've been very tired lately, haven't you? Zhou Chu nodded, looking at Qi Jin in front of him. It's okay. Cheeto is here. Qi Jin reached forward to pat Zhou Chu's head, speaking kindly, Child, if you're tired, sleep a little longer. Cheeto will accompany you. You can rest assured. Ping Hong pierced straight through Qi Jin's body. Qi Jin looked at this scene in disbelief. How is this possible? How could you see through it? Because Cheetah has always called me a Chu. At this moment, Zhou Chu's eyes regained their brightness, no longer dull as before. Everything he had done was just to draw out the true form of his inner demons. He knew he had inner demons. Even if they were well hidden during the day, they would appear in his dreams at night. He also knew these people were illusions created by his inner demons. Before, he hesitated to strike, but this time he wouldn't hold back. Having gone through more life and death separations, what were inner demons? Those who disturb my heart, I will cut down with a single knife. The darkness around him began to slowly dissipate, and Zhou Chu knew this dream was ending. Delivery successful, task completed. Gained recognition from the character's main protagonist. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the following rewards. Obtain character record, Qi Jin's record. Nephew of Qi Jiguang. Last commander of the Qi army during the late Ming dynasty. Died in the Battle of Huinhe. Earth-level late-stage cultivation. Qi Jin has fallen into a deep sleep and cannot be summoned temporarily. Obtain Qi Jin's awakening ability. Break illusion S-level. See through any illusion, magic, inner demon, confusion, etc., and cannot be attacked mentally. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chu felt a surge of joy. S-level ability? This is the first time he obtained an S-level ability, and the description of this skill felt outrageous, a concept of true divinity. Ping Hong has been repaired. Ping Hong, medium-grade artifact from the Ming Dynasty's Qi Jiguang saber, comes with skills, break space, void, sharp edge, break space, can cut through space. Ignoring spatial distance, currently 50 meters. Other functions are for the host to explore, void. Holding the sword allows the body to enter the void, making it unselectable. Current usage duration is 3 seconds. Sharp edge, when using sword techniques, automatically generates sword energy, greatly increasing damage, can be raised up to 500%, based on the grade of sword techniques, and can cut through any defense. Zhou Chu was overjoyed. This repair not only allowed him to use many skills, but also strengthened some skills. The distance of break space increased. It can now use void, and the description of sharp edge even changed. Zhou Chu remembered that when he previously used sword techniques, it only increased by 100%, but now it could increase by 500%. Most importantly, the latter description can cut through any defense. Previously, he found it difficult to break through high defenses due to his low cultivation, but now he could. Detected that the host delivery points have exceeded the estimated value. The system will undergo an update. During this update, most system functions will be disabled. System. When I update, the host shouldn't think of me. Zhou Chu, don't worry. I won't. System. The J-Play Hall will also be closed. Zhou Chu's expression changed upon hearing this. Huh? What about my cultivation? Do I really have to cultivate slowly step by step? Can't I use cheats anymore? I have so many points this time. He thought he could at least cultivate to the earth level before coming out. Zhou Chu lamented, System bro, how can I live without you? System. The functions that will not be disabled during this update include the attribute panel, backpack, character record summoning, and delivery chat group. The system is about to update. This update will last for 1 month. That's too long. Zhou Chu thought it was strange that the update would take so long. This update is to better assist the host in completing deliveries, hence the longer update time. 3, 2, 1, starting update. Zhou Chu tentatively called out in his heart. System bro, are you still there? No response. System, say something. Still no response. Zhou Chu thought for a moment and nodded. It seemed the system really was updating, not even responding to messages. Zhou Chu sighed in relief and smugly said, You dumb system, talk. If you can talk, you're something. Trash is just trash. At that moment, a faint voice echoed. Host, if you keep whining, your system brother will turn off all functions. Zhou Chu. Are you fishing? Chapter 36. The gift from Director Wu. After a while, Zhou Chu was discharged from the hospital. During this time, the new recruits continued their routine of meditating in the morning and training in the afternoon with a new instructor, a late-stage Xian class cultivator. Fat Wang was at the late stage of the Fan class. Tao Li had entered the early stage of the Xian class, and Wang Shanshan was at the mid-stage of the Xian class. After several weeks of training, it was soon a month since Zhou Chu and the others had joined the new recruits camp. That morning, all the new recruits gathered at the factory, and a man Zhou Chu had never seen before appeared before everyone. The man had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, appearing to be in his 30s, and stood on the podium, surveying the new recruits. After a month of training, to Zhou Chu's surprise, only a little over 200 people remained. He said in a deep voice, Indeed, many people couldn't endure it and dropped out midway. Let me introduce myself. My name is Wu Yi, the director of the Martial Division in Lushui City, and I'm also the overall head of Yin Wang in Lushui City. The crowd below erupted in chatter. After a month, they finally got to see this elusive director of the Martial Division. I am here today to tell you that after a month of training, you are about to graduate. After graduation, you can choose to join one of the 3 divisions of Yin Wang. Now, I am here to take you to complete the final graduation task. Final graduation task? Zhou Chu looked up at the sharp-eyed, middle-aged man on the stage, puzzled about what kind of final task this overall head of Lushui City would take them to do. The final task is to take you into a secret realm, Wu Yi said slowly. A secret realm? What is that? The crowd below murmured in confusion. A secret realm is a small space opened up by ancient powerful beings, filled with dangers, but also opportunities. A secret realm has appeared near the provincial capital of Qian Province, Danyang. You will enter the secret realm along with new recruits from other cities in Qian Province, and you will earn points based on what you do and acquire inside. There are many ways to earn points, and you will know them when the time comes. Now, I will announce the ranking of the points you earned from the last task, and then you can exchange your point for techniques, weapons, and elixirs. Since the last task ended, it was said that the point exchange would open before graduation. I hope you exchange for something useful to help you earn more points in the secret realm. Now, I will announce the rankings from the last points, so you can see your differences. First place, Zhou Chu assisted Director Wang in killing 1 Earth-class beast, killed 1 late-stage Xian-class beast, 3 mid-stage Xian-class beasts, and 8 early-stage Xian-class beasts. As for the fan class, I want to read them all. There are too many. The audience below erupted in shock. What cultivation level is this Zhou Chu? Not only did he kill so many Xin-class beasts, but he also participated in killing an Earth-class beast? Is he the Zhou Chu with S-class aptitude? I only killed a few Fan-class rabbit monsters this time. This guy kills Xin-class beasts like they're nothing. Maybe he would kill you like that too. Is this really the strongest newcomer in Lushui City? What cultivation level is he at now? It's not even comparable. It really can't be compared. It's one thing to have good aptitude, but his combat power is so high. Zhou Chu's previous deeds had not been made public, so everyone was unaware of how many beasts Zhou Chu had killed, including the incident of killing the Earth-class wolf beast, which was also kept hidden. Second place, Wang Shanshan, killed one mid-stage Xin-class beast, one early-stage Xin-class beast, and the crowd began to buzz again. ISNT that the other S-class aptitude, Tao Li? Who is this Wang Shanshan? You don't know her? She is the big beauty in our new recruits camp, my goddess. ISNT, she the one we talked about in the group? She was already a cultivator before entering the new recruits camp. Huh? I don't really chat in the group. That's impressive. Wu Yi ignored the discussions and continued. Third place, Tao Li killed two early-stage Xin-class beasts and Fan-class. Another round of chatter erupted. Is this the other S-class aptitude, Tao Li? Although she can't compare to the first two, she is still quite strong. Why can they all kill Xin-class beasts while I can only kill Fan-class ones? Wu. +1. Then, Wu Yi looked at the name of the fourth place, and his face twitched. The information said this little fatty was only at the mid-stage of the Fan-class before. How did he also kill a Xin-class beast? Could he also be a genius who fights above his level? Fourth place, Wang Tongtian, killed one early-stage Xin-class beast, 10 late-stage Fan-class beasts, 20 mid-stage Fan-class beasts. An early-stage Fan-class. Once again, the audience was shocked. What? Who is this Wang Tongtian? Is killing early-stage Xin-class beasts that easy? Why was I scared stiff and couldn't move when I encountered an early-stage Xin-class beast? You're just that capable. I couldn't move when I encountered a mid-stage Xin-class beast. Our Lushui city really has a lot of talented people. Meanwhile, the fatty below blushed shyly. The early-stage Xin-class beast was given to him by Tao Li. But to be fair, this guy was indeed generous, truly sharing, including several late-stage Fan-class ones that were also given to him. Fat Wang knew he didn't have the ability to kill Xin-class beasts. Next, Wu Yi announced the rankings of 6 more people. Only Zhou Chu and his 3 friends in the top 10 had killed Xin-class beasts, while the other 6 only killed late-stage Fan-class beasts. Alright, the others can go to the staff of the Martial Division to check their points. The rewards for this point exchange include cultivation techniques, combat techniques, weapons, elixirs, and so on. It mainly depends on how many points you have to exchange for how many rewards. After that, he began to organize everyone to go to the staff of the Martial Division for exchanges. Wu Yi walked up to Zhou Chu and smiled. Come with me for a moment. So Zhou Chu followed Wu Yi into an office. I know everything about you. You don't need to feel guilty about Director Wang's matter. Also, it's strange. The old monk from Chani told me that you looked gloomy in the hospital, but I just observed you for a while and found that it's gone. Did you overcome it? Zhou Chu not that. He had indeed severed the inner demons in his heart. Very good. You're indeed a genius. I was worried you wouldn't come out, and then the things I prepared for you wouldn't be of use. Wu Yi took out a small bottle from his pocket and casually tossed it to Zhou Chu. What is this? Zhou Chu asked as he caught the small bottle. Qing Xin Dan, obtained from an old Taoist priest on Wudong Mountain. It can calm the mind, nurture energy, and prevent inner demons, among other effects. Thank you, Director Wu. Zhou Chu knew the value of this item without needing to think, even though Director Wu spoke so casually. It's nothing. I heard from that little Brad Zhongqin that you entered the Martial Division early. Besides, you're a genius of our Yanwang. I can't just watch you fall into the abyss. Chapter 37 Phone Call Home. Alright, since you're fine now, let's talk about what reward you want for this mission. Do I not need to exchange points for it? Zhou Chu asked in confusion. Those probably don't have what you need anymore. So I've decided to be an angel investor and give you some useful things, free of charge, without needing points. Zhou Chu was surprised to hear this. Why was Director Wu being so nice to him? After speaking, Wu Yi took out 3 items from the drawer. A small bottle, similar to the one containing the clear heart pill, likely another type of elixir. A long knife. Zhou Chu glanced at it and felt it was very sharp, but it definitely couldn't compare to his ping hong. Lastly, there was a manual. Wu Yi began to introduce these three items. The small bottle contains Xianhua pill. The name is quite ordinary, but its effects are remarkable. It can increase the probability of awakening an S-class ability when you break through from Xian to D level, which is what I promised you. Zhou Chu was stunned to hear this. This pill was indeed a good item. He had only awakened an A-class ability when breaking through from Fan to Xian level. Although the Xianhua pill only increases the probability, it must be very precious. As for this long knife, it's called Mo Dao, a high-quality weapon of Xian level. Zhou Chu had learned about weapon grades through the system before, like cultivation levels. They are divided into 4 ranks: Tian, D, Xian, and Fan, each with upper, middle, and lower grades. As for his ping hong, that was a divine weapon, above the Tian level. I know you have a powerful knife. Don't worry, I won't take that away from you. Everyone has their own opportunities. Your knife is not simple, and you probably don't want to expose it casually. So, I found you this high-quality knife of Xian level, which you can use regularly. It should be enough for you. Zhou Chu looked gratefully at Director Wu. He indeed didn't want to use ping hong casually, and this high-quality knife of Xian level was genuinely useful to him. Regarding the last manual, I heard from Old Tang and the others that your swordsmanship is quite good, so I think you don't lack attack-type manuals. Therefore, I found you a manual focused on body techniques, Qinyan Ju, a D-level manual specifically for you. Once mastered, your speed will increase significantly, and your dodging ability will also improve greatly. After Wu Yi finished introducing, Zhou Chu deliberately bowed to him. This Director Wu was giving him exactly what he needed right now, and Zhou Chu knew that his points couldn't exchange for these items at all. Previously, Zhou Chu had looked at the list of exchangeable rewards. The highest grade weapon was merely a low-grade, Xian level 1, and the elixirs were just for healing and restoring spiritual energy. Director Wu smiled and said, "Didn't I say earlier? I want to be an angel investor. With your abilities, I think these items will not be a loss when used on you. Lastly, do you want anything else?" Zhou Chu hesitated for a moment and decided to ask Wu Yi for a D-level cultivation manual. D-level cultivation manual? Wu Yi frowned upon hearing this. He remembered the information stated that Zhou Chu was only at the mid-Xian level, so why would he want a D-level cultivation manual? Sigh, young people, why are you in such a hurry? It seems you need to temper your temperament. How can someone at mid-Xian level think about wanting a D-level cultivation manual? Sigh, it's not that I don't want to give it to you, but if I give it to you now, you'll take a long time to use it anyway. You're still at mid-Xian level before Wu Yi could finish. Zhou Chu revealed an aura of late Xian level. Wu Yi felt a shock inside, despite no outward change. And he couldn't help but think, has this kid broken through again? How long has it been? With the same S-class aptitude, it took me 2 to 3 months to go from mid-Xian to late Xian level, and it's only been a few weeks. And he has already broken through again. This is true talent. All right, I can give it to you, but you must promise me not to spread it around. Zhou Chu was overjoyed to hear he would be given the manual and nodded solemnly. He knew that cultivation manuals cannot be shared. The manuals given at the fan level were free. But to obtain Xian and D-level cultivation manuals, one needed to complete tasks. This time, Wu Yi decided to give it to him because of Zhou Chu's outstanding performance and that he was close to the D level. Subsequently, Zhou Chu took the Mo Dao, the elixir, and the 2 manuals, following Wu Yi out of the office. Outside, everyone had finished exchanging. Zhou Chu walked over to Wang Pengzi. Wang Pengzi, with an excited look, said to Zhou Chu, "Brother Zhou, I exchanged for a Xian-level cultivation manual and a low-grade Xian-level axe." Zhou Chu nodded. Wang Pengzi was also close to Xian level. Exchanging for the Xian-level manual early was fine, and the low-grade Xian-level axe was also decent. What about Tao Li? He also exchanged for a Xian-level cultivation manual, an attack manual, and then traded for a long sword. A long sword? He said he has a connection with swords. Wu Yi walked back to the podium, signaling everyone to quiet down, and then said, "Now, you all go home and prepare. We will gather at the factory in the afternoon to head to Daeong City." Everyone nodded and went home to pack their things. After Zhou Chu and Wang Pengzi returned, Wang Pengzi started to eat a lot. "Zhou Chu, why are you showing off so much?" Seeing Zhou Chu's confusion, Wang Pengzi said, "Brother Zhou, Did you forget my ability? After eating, I won't get hungry, so I don't need to bring food. Zhou Chu listened with a black line on his face. What a great ability. Then he returned to his room and made a phone call home. Hello, is it Zhou Chu? Have you eaten? How have you been lately? Is the living allowance enough? The person on the other end was his mother. Although she still liked to nag, she was very concerned about him, which warmed Zhou Chu's heart. I've eaten. Things are going quite well, and the living allowance is enough. How could it not be enough? Every month, Yan Huang deposits money into my bank account. If it's not enough, remember to tell me, so I can send it to you. Okay. By the way, where's my dad? He went to help with some renovations in the town. Zhou Chu's father was a renovation worker, usually helping people in the town with renovations or repairs. Zhou Chu hesitated for a moment and said, Mom, have you seen the news lately? What news? About how mutated creatures are appearing. You, Dad, and my sister should be careful in the town. Oh, that? It's quite scary, but it hasn't appeared here. I often see it when browsing videos. I heard the country has an organization handling these mutated creatures. Maybe we haven't encountered such mutated creatures since we are in a rural area. Zhou Chu shook his head. With the revival of spiritual energy, these creatures could appear anywhere. He still advised his mother to be more cautious and keep it in mind. All right, don't worry about us. You should also be careful. Haven't you been running deliveries lately? Be careful in the city. I haven't run deliveries. I'll be careful. Zhou Chu decided not to tell his mother that he had joined the Yan Huang organization to avoid worrying them. By the way, your cousin is getting married next month. Remember to come back if you have time. Chapter 38 Ascension Sect next month. My cousin is getting married? Zhou Chu frowned, unsure if he could make it back after completing his graduation task in Daong City. All right, Mom. I'll come back when I have time. Okay. You used to love playing with your cousin when you were little. After chatting with his mother for a while, Zhou Chu hung up the phone. He took out the 2 cultivation techniques given by Director Wu. Identified Earth-level cultivation technique. Automatic learning initiated. Identified technique light cloud decision. Automatic learning initiated. Hearing the system's prompt, Zhou Chu breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the system's basic functions were still operational. Soon, the content regarding light cloud decision appeared in his mind, with a figure continuously demonstrating the technique. After successfully learning it, Zhou Chu felt a rush of joy. His speed would significantly increase, likely matching that of Earth-level cultivators. Next, Zhou Chu summoned his attribute panel in his mind. Cultivation level, late Xian stage. Physical strength, late Xian stage. Techniques, body refining decision, initial concealment, complete Qijia, sword technique, complete pin high blade, Qi complete light cloud decision complete, delivery points, 2081, unlock character records, Wang Lang record, Qi Jin record, inactive, awakening abilities, demon slaying, sharp tongue, illusion breaking. Looking at the more than 2,000 delivery points, Zhou Chu couldn't help but sigh. If only the delivery store updated or if the Jade Plate Hall could be used. He couldn't imagine how great it would be if he had known he could break through to Earth level in the character records. Zhou Chu sighed helplessly again, then turned his attention to Pin High Blade Qi. This was given to him by Qi Jiguang, and he hadn't looked at it much before. Zhou Chu then checked the detailed introduction of Pin High Blade Qi. Pin High Blade Qi, a unique skill created by Ming Dynasty cultivator Qi Jiguang, a heavenly level technique. Seeing the first page of the introduction, Zhou Chu was stunned. It was actually a heavenly level technique. To think his only heavenly level technique was body refining decision, which had already brought him many benefits. And it was only in the initial stage. Now, this was a complete heavenly level technique. Zhou Chu's heart soared with joy as he continued reading. Pin High Blade Qi. I do not desire to be a marquis, but wish for calm seas. Once this technique is learned, 3 types of blade Qi will be comprehended. The first type, the slash of the Woku. Blade Qi comprehended by Qi Jiguang when he defeated the Woku, which unleashes a red blade Qi different from ordinary blade Qi, capable of inflicting damage no less than that of the Qijia sword technique, usable at late Xian stage. Upon reading this first line, Zhou Chu was shocked. The Qijia sword technique's 9 flashes of rift had already given him the ability to fight above his level. If this slash of the Woku is described as stronger than the Qijia sword technique, It means his strength could reach new heights. Zhou Chu continued to read. The second type, the demon-slaying blade. Comprehended by Qi Jiguang during his demon-slaying endeavors, it unleashes a golden blade Qi, more powerful against demons, dealing 3 times the damage of the slash of the Woku. Usable at early Earth stage. The third type, the Pinhai blade, also the name of this technique. Comprehended by Qi Jiguang after entering that realm, it unleashes a black blade Qi, and its specific effects can only be viewed at heavenly stage. Usable at early heavenly stage. After reading through everything, Zhou Chu was left speechless. He had seen Qi Jiguang use all 3 types of blade Qi in the character records. The red blade Qi of the slash of the Woku easily severely injured a mid-heavenly level demon emperor. The golden blade Qi of the demon-slaying blade caused the Tiger Clan demon emperor's consciousness to shatter. As for the last Pinhai blade, Zhou Chu had seen Qi Jiguang use it, but didn't know its effects. The description couldn't be viewed at the moment either. But Zhou Chu was already very pleased. At least he could now use the demon-slaying blade. Meanwhile, in an office at the Wushi in Lushui City, Wu Yi was on the phone, but his expression darkened. Are you sure you want to use us as bait? With so many cities in Qian province, why use Lushui City to lure them? They know you've lost a director of culture, and they'll definitely ambush you. Using you as bait is better. Besides, there are still people in the province supporting you. The person on the other end explained slowly. I hope your support arrives quickly. If they really ambush us, and something happens to the newcomers, I don't care about being the Lushui City Wushi director anymore. I'll report you to headquarters. After speaking, Wu Yi hung up the phone with a grim face. He had rushed back from Daeon City because Director Wang had died in battle, and no one was available to lead this group of kids to Daeon City. The old monk Chan, he wanted him to stay in Lushui City, so he had to personally lead this batch of newcomers to Daeon City. Not because he was afraid of encountering any demon beasts on the way. Currently, the awakening demon beasts, due to the recovery of spiritual energy in Jiuzhou, were few, and disturbances were rare. Once they appeared, people from Yanhuang would handle them. Rather, he was worried about the group Wu he had just mentioned on the phone. That was a group of lunatics. They came from an organization and were madmen who would stop at nothing for their disgusting ideals. Over the years, Yanhuang had been dealing with demon beasts while also handling this organization. Thinking of this, Wu Yi lit a cigarette, pondering slowly in the smoke. With so many good seedlings emerging from Lushui City, he absolutely wouldn't let these kids kind of harm on the road. By afternoon, more than 200 people had gathered at the factory, precisely 221 individuals. More than 10 military trucks were parked outside the factory, the same as the ones that picked them up for the last mission. Wu Yi stood on the platform, looking at the hopeful crowd, and decided to inform the newcomers about some things in advance. On our way to Daeon City this time, we might encounter some dangers, so I want to tell everyone in advance. Upon hearing this, the crowd below fell silent. In this world, there will always be some madmen and perverts who enjoy killing and have no regard for the law. They aim to murder ordinary people and cultivators, even though they themselves are cultivators. These madmen and perverts come from an organization called the Ascension Sect. Their doctrine seems to be about opening the barriers between the 2 realms to welcome the arrival of demons and achieving physical ascension. Hearing this, Zhou Chu's expression changed. He seemed to recall hearing Qi Jin and others mention this barrier in the character records, the connection point between the human world and the demon realm. That's why they often kill ordinary people and cultivators, claiming that more deaths will better open this so-called barrier. It's utter nonsense. What they do is no different from beasts. For years, we in Yanhuang have been suppressing this organization. This organization exists globally, and even official foreign organizations are suppressing it. Yet they continue to kill without end, popping up constantly because their leader has yet to be found. And the danger I just mentioned that we might encounter on a road comes from them. I just received news from above that, because your director Wang has died in battle, the Ascension Sect may think our Lushui City has weakened and will ambush us on the way to Daeon City. After all, you are newcomers who have yet to grow. They prefer killing newcomers like you. Chapter 39. The convoy under attack, but there is no need for everyone to panic. This time, I will personally lead the team. And to ensure your safety, we will divide everyone into 10 teams, with more than 20 people in each team. Each team will have 1 vehicle. Additionally, this time, The Yinhuang Martial Division in Lushui City will dispatch 6 groups. And with the 4 groups from the 1 division and the Yin division, there will be exactly 10 groups. Each group will protect a small team, so everyone's safety is guaranteed. Hearing this, the students below felt relieved. In their minds, the members of Yinhuang were very strong, and with a leader from the Earth stage, there shouldn't be any problems. Only Zhou Chu felt something was off. He knew that the Martial Division in Lushui City only had 12 groups in total, and they were sending out 6 this time. It should be noted that last time, they only dispatched 2 groups. The 1 division and the Yin division had even fewer groups, yet they dispatched 4. It seemed that this journey was indeed a bit dangerous. Next, the teams were assigned. Zhou Chu and Wang Pengzi ended up in the same team, while Tao Li and Wang Shanshan were assigned to different teams. The 10 or so people in Zhou Chu's team started to board the vehicle, which already had 6 members from a group of the Martial Division responsible for protecting their vehicle as safety. Once on the vehicle, Zhou Chu noticed that one of the members looked a bit familiar. Isn't this the girl from the museum? What a coincidence. She is actually a member of the Martial Division, escorting me. The pure-looking girl also recognized Zhou Chu and excitedly shouted, "Team leader. This is the senior I told you about before." At this moment, everyone in the vehicle looked at Zhou Chu with puzzled expressions. Even Wang Pengzi was shocked and looked at Zhou Chu, inwardly lamenting, "Bro Zhou, what is going on with this beautiful girl? Didn't you say you don't like to communicate with girls? She even calls you senior. What kind of player are you behind the scenes?" Zhou Chu, with a black line on his face, explained, "Friend, are you misunderstanding something?" At this moment, the old Taoist group leader spoke up. "Yes, sir, are you misunderstanding something? This young friend is still a newcomer in the training camp, right?" The pure-looking Yuer kept staring at Zhou Chu, scratching her head in confusion, and said, "It's him. I didn't remember incorrectly." The old Taoist stroked his beard and smiled. "Could it be that it was too dark that night, and you recognized the wrong person? That ghost was a Xian stage ghost, and this young friend is probably only at the mortal stage in the newcomer camp. Yeah, Yuer, this kid probably doesn't have a higher cultivation than you. You're close to the Xian stage." At this moment, one of their group members also spoke up. Yuer then realized that she might have indeed recognized the wrong person and shyly smiled at Zhou Chu, saying, "Classmate, I'm sorry, I just recognized the wrong person." Zhou Chu shook his head and said it was fine, feeling relieved in his heart. Seeing this blunder, the others didn't continue to say anything. After that, the convoy set off towards Dayang City. On the way, Wang Pengzi, sitting next to Zhou Chu, took out his phone to message him. "Wang Pengzi, you really don't know this girl?" Zhou Chu, "I don't know her." Wang Pengzi, "I don't believe it." Zhou Chu, Wang Pengzi, "Really don't know?" With Wang Pengzi's relentless questioning, Zhou Chu eventually revealed how he had met Yuer before. Wang Pengzi, "So you've killed a Xian stage ghost before?" Zhou Chu, "Although it wasn't entirely my kill, I did kill it." Zhou Chu, nods with a meme expression. Wang Pengzi, "Awesome. My admiration for Bro Zhou is like the water of the Yangtze River." Zhou Chu ignored Wang Pengzi's flattery and closed his eyes to meditate and cultivate. The drive from Lushui City to Dayang City would take about 5 to 6 hours by road. The high-speed train will be much faster. But since they had too many people this time, they decided to take trucks. After 2 or 3 hours, the convoy was driving on a mountain road. Zhou Chu, who was meditating, suddenly opened his eyes and looked out the window. Here they come. 3 people suddenly appeared in front of the convoy, blocking their way, while dozens of people emerged from the surrounding mountains. At the same time, the vehicle at the front shouted, "Everyone get out of the car, take defensive positions, and protect the newcomers." Following that, this Wu Division leader charged towards the 3 people at the front of the convoy. These 3 were Earth Stage cultivators, and he needed to stop them. The 3 also charged towards Wu Division leader, one of them laughing and saying, "Sure enough, there's only one Earth Stage cultivator in Lushui City this time. Looks like the intel was correct." Another person said passionately, "Stop talking, quickly kill this person, and then kill those newcomers to welcome the Master's arrival." Wu looked worriedly at the 3 people in front of him. Although he was a mid-Earth Stage cultivator, the aura emanating from the 3 ahead, 2 in the early Earth Stage and 1 in the mid-Earth Stage, made him doubt how long he could hold them off. Wu couldn't help but curse inwardly. Where is the support? As Wu held them off, the newcomers also got out of the vehicle and took defensive positions, while the members of the Yin Wang group stood on the periphery. One newcomer looked at only 60 or so opponents and couldn't help but mock. What are you afraid of? This so-called ascension cult has only sent this many people. We have nearly 300 here, one person. Watch out. Just as a member of Yin Wang was about to remind him, this late mortal stage newcomer was killed by a cultivator from the ascension cult. At this moment, everyone realized the gap. Those more than 60 members of the ascension cult were basically all Xian stage cultivators. Among the newcomers, only a few were Xian stage. And among the 10 groups of Yin Wang, with 6 members each, only a few strong groups had all 6 members of the Xian stage. Most groups only had 3 or 4 Xian stage cultivators. This meant that the Yin Wang group had only over 40 Xian stage cultivators, while the opponents had more than 60. Meanwhile, Wu Yi saw this scene and couldn't help but worry. Damn it, did the Ascension cult send all the Xian stage cultivators from Xian province? Normally, members of the Ascension cult rarely appeared, and when they did, they were usually eliminated by Yin Wang forces. Who would have thought so many would appear at once? As Wu Yi hesitated, another wound appeared on his body. While we're fighting, you're still thinking about those newcomers, aren't you? Don't worry, Wu Division Leader. You will die in front of them. Also, you must still be wondering why your Yin Wang reinforcement haven't arrived yet. Huh, they won't come before you all die. What? Wu Yi was shocked. When those Ascension cult members appeared, he had already notified the higher-ups for support. Why did these people know reinforcements would come? And what about the intel they mentioned? Damn it, they're SA traitor. I know that your reinforcements are the governor of Qian province. I heard he is a celestial stage cultivator, and we panicked when we got wind of his arrival for support. But don't worry, he won't be able to come. This time, our divine cult has mobilized all the Xian stage and above cultivators from Qian province and the surrounding provinces. And even a cardinal has come. The cardinal should be holding off your governor right now, ha ha ha. After all, the cardinal is also a celestial stage cultivator. Chapter 40. Slaying the Ascension Sect's Earth Realm. In the Ascension Sect, besides the elusive Pope, there are also 8 cardinals. These 8 cardinals all possess celestial realm cultivation and traverse various countries. Wu Yi's face darkened. He didn't expect the Ascension Sect to send a cardinal to kill them. Over the years, there have been very few sightings of cardinals throughout the 9 provinces, and now for the graduation task of the newcomers. So many have been dispatched just to ambush them. Meanwhile, over 60 Ascension Sect members of the Profound Realm were continuously attacking the members of the Yin Wang group on the periphery. The members of the Yin Wang group were retreating steadily, continuously shrinking their defenses, as a numerical advantage of those at the Profound Realm was still too great. At that moment, a bolt of lightning struck a member of the Ascension Sect attempting to breach the defense line. Bang! The Profound Realm cultivator was directly pierced through the chest by the lightning. It was Tao Li. He was so powerful that he killed a Profound Realm cultivator with a single strike. He was already at the mid-Profound Realm. The newcomers around couldn't help but exclaim in admiration at this scene. Tao Li then took the initiative to join the defensive line of the Yin Wang group, helping to alleviate the pressure on the defense. Meanwhile, on the other side, a huge figure appeared behind Wang Shanshan, wielding a spear and continuously attacking the Ascension Sect members. Wang Shanshan, my goddess, she is so strong too. Is that giant shadow her ability? With the addition of these 2 talented cultivators of the Profound Realm, the pressure on the Yin Wang side was significantly reduced. Yu, who was working with her teammates to fend off the Ascension Sect members, was nervously attacking. She was only at the late mortal realm, so she could only assist her teammates in defense. At that moment, a long knife slashed to her neck. Be careful. Her nearby teammate couldn't help her in time and could only watch as the blade approached her neck. Suddenly, a long knife blocked the attack. Zhou Chu appeared in front of Yu and then killed the Ascension Sect cultivator with a single strike. Yu looked at this incredibly familiar scene and couldn't help but murmur, "It's him, it's him." Zhou Chu ignored her and took the initiative to wield his weapon against the attacking Ascension Sect members. With his current strength, he could basically kill one with each strike. Look, who is that? Why is he so fierce? It's that Zhou Chu. Don't you remember? The top newcomer, Zhou Chu. The newcomers discussed in astonishment. The old Taoist group leader escorting Zhou Chu was also taken aback by this scene. He had forgotten to check this young man's cultivation level, and unexpectedly, he was at the mid-profound realm. Perhaps the person you mentioned was indeed him, the old Taoist reflected. With Zhou Chu's addition, the clashes between the two sides were actually leveled out, and the Yin Huang side even gained the upper hand. Meanwhile, on the front lines of the battlefield, three Earth Realm cultivators besieging Wu Yi exchanged glances, their expressions changing. Blade, you go kill those Yin Huang geniuses. The mid-Earth Realm cultivator of the Ascension sect said to one of the early Earth Realm cultivators. The Blade nodded, a fervent look on his face. He loved killing geniuses the most. In contrast, Director Wu did not stop the Blade from leaving, but calmly continued to fight with the remaining two. It was just an early Earth Realm cultivator. He wasn't worried. There was still Zhou Chu on their side. Others didn't he know? But the first thing he did upon returning was to personally ask Old Tang and the others about the battle in the mountains with the wolf demon. Old Tang and the others had told him that Zhou Chu, with his mid-profound realm cultivation, severely injured a mid-earth realm wolf demon. Now that Zhou Chu was at the late profound realm, letting an early earth realm cultivator go past him should not be a problem. Meanwhile, the Blade had already appeared in front of Zhou Chu, choosing to attack the most ordinary of the three geniuses first. The remaining two geniuses, one surrounded by lightning and the other with a gigantic avatar behind him, would likely be harder to handle quickly. It would be better to deal with this ordinary one first before tackling the two tougher opponents. There are plenty of geniuses in Yanhuang, and many have fallen at my hands. You will soon join them. The Blade taunted with a fervent expression. He loved killing geniuses, especially those who hadn't fully grown yet. Seeing Zhou Chu's expressionless face, the Blade continued. Those geniuses were just like you, pretending to be indifferent. But in the end, they all died painfully. At this moment, the old Taoist group leader came to Zhou Chu's side and said solemnly, "He is an early Earth Realm cultivator. Let us deal with him together." "No need, group leader, go help the others." Zhou Chu politely declined the old Taoist leader's offer. The old Taoist was taken aback upon hearing this. How could a late profound realm cultivator deal with an early Earth Realm cultivator? What happened next was something he would never forget. Zhou Chu directly charged at the early Earth Realm Blade. Even if you're a genius, you shouldn't be so reckless. The Blade was overjoyed to see this. He had just worried about whether he could kill the two in a short time. After all, one was a genius, and the other was an established late profound realm cultivator. But Zhou Chu's next actions relieved him. He charged in alone. Another self-righteous genius. The Blade thought with delight. The Blade swung his knife at the charging Zhou Chu, envisioning Zhou Chu's corpse being cleaved apart. The Blade shouted fervently. Zhou Chu calmly blocked the attack from the Earth Realm cultivator in the astonished gaze of the old Taoist leader. "The one who should die is you." The Blade was suddenly taken aback. Verbal sparring. Then, with a flash of movement, blood flowers erupted from the Blade's chest. Before the Blade's consciousness faded, he looked at the young man with disbelief. "How is this possible? You are just a profound realm cultivator. Even if you were a genius, how could you break my Earth Realm defense and kill me with one strike?" Soon, the Blade's breath ceased, and he fell to the ground. The old Taoist leader, who was ready to help, was left dumbfounded in place. After learning the Tao for so many years and leaving that small temple to join Yanhuang, he had seen some geniuses. It was not uncommon for lower realm cultivators to fight, but it was rare to see a higher realm battle like this. It was the first time he had witnessed such a thing. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Wu Yi and the others noticed the fallen Blade on the other side. The two remaining Ascension sect cultivators also displayed the same incredulous expressions as the Blade. That useless Blade. He was careless against a late profound realm cultivator and got ambushed and killed. The leading mid-earth realm cultivator cursed. The other one nodded in agreement. They prefer to believe that the Blade had been ambushed and killed rather than that Zhou Chu had killed him openly. Seeing this scene, Wu Yi nodded in satisfaction. He had killed so quickly. This kid as strength seems to have improved. My investment as an angel investor is paying off well. Chapter 41, The Appearance of the Cardinal Chanto. Go deal with that kid. He's a bit strange. Be careful. Don't end up like that useless Daobian, getting ambushed and killed by a late-stage Shin level. The leader of the mid-stage Earth level said again. "All right, do you still not trust me?" Qiantou nodded and rushed towards the location where Zhou Chu was in the convoy, while Wu Yi did not stop him. Instead, he focused on dealing with the lone leader. This made the leader from the Feishing sect a bit puzzled. I sent someone to kill your genius, and you don't even try to stop it? Have you given up? Wu Yi ignored the leader's expression and couldn't help but feel pleased in his heart. Another one going to his death. I must hurry to deal with this leader, otherwise. If that kid kills too, while I haven't even taken care of this one, won't I be laughed at by him? Thinking of this, Wu Yi's gaze changed. He was going to get serious. At the same time, Qiantou had arrived at Zhou Chu's side, and Zhou Chu looked at him in confusion. What's going on? Are they all sending themselves to die? Seeing Zhou Chu's expression, Qiantou mocked. Kid, you seem quite pleased with yourself. You merely took advantage of the situation to ambush and kill a useless one who just broke through to the Earth level. Now let me show you what a true seasoned Earth level powerhouse is and what the real difference between Xian level and Earth level is. Hearing this, Zhou Chu was even more confused. Ambush? Didn't I just take him down with one strike? What do you mean by ambush? Who do you look down on? Qiantou didn't give Zhou Chu a chance to speak and chose to attack directly. He summoned a long spear, which was also the origin of his name. The spear shot out like a dragon coiling around his spear. This was his ability. Then he thrust it directly at Zhou Chu. Kid, dying under my spear will be your honor. The long spear aimed for Zhou Chu's throat, but Zhou Chu quickly reacted and drew his own knife to block the attack. Zhou Chu looked at the man in front of him with vigilance. He had been careless and almost had his throat pierced. Oh, you actually blocked it. You do have some skill. No wonder you could kill that useless Daobian. Qiantou muttered to himself, but the spear in his hand did not stop, continuously thrusting at Zhou Chu's vital points. Zhou Chu was also cautious, constantly dodging the attacks because his physical strength was only at the late stage of the Xian level. If you're to be hit by this person's spear, given his current physical strength, he would probably end up dead or crippled. Zhou Chu couldn't help but think, indeed, Earth-level cultivators are not simple. I've only killed 3 early-stage Earth-level cultivators. 2 were in the character records, 1 was an ambush, and the other was someone who had no fighting spirit. The last one was the one I just killed due to carelessness. The Earth-level cultivator in front of me is indeed teaching me a lesson. When fighting Earth-level cultivators, even if the opponent is just at the early stage, I cannot be careless. Not every Earth-level cultivator is like the ones I've encountered before. Some are very strong. Then, as Zhou Chu dodged another thrust, he involuntarily took a few steps back. The old Taoist leader who had been watching from the side also changed his expression. He noticed Zhou Chu's predicament against the Earth-level cultivator from the Feishing sect. He was just about to step in to help when Zhou Chu shook his head at him, then held his knife with both hands. A red knife aura appeared around the MO knife, and Zhou Chu swung it towards Qiantou. This was Zhou Chu's first time using the Pinhai knife aura. Seeing this scene, Qiantou actually nodded in appreciation and said, to comprehend knife aura at such a young age, Daobian. That useless one hadn't comprehended it even after reaching the Earth level. You are so young, yet have already comprehended it. Truly a genius of Yen Wang. Let my spear aura test your knife aura. Then, Qiantou also swung his long spear, sending a phantom dragon-shaped spear aura towards Zhou Chu's red knife aura. Next, the dragon-shaped spear aura shattered upon contact with the red knife aura, which continued to surge towards Qiantou's chest. How is this possible? My Earth-level spear aura cannot be broken by the knife aura of a mere Xian-level cultivator, Qiantou said in disbelief, unable to accept the reality before him. As he was about to use his long spear to block the knife aura, he found that the red knife aura simply swept past his spear and pierced into his chest. Finally, he used his last bit of strength to glance at the corpse of Daobian beside him. He seemed to understand how Daobian had died. Before dying, he couldn't help but smile in relief. The old Taoist leader, witnessing this reversal, was also taken aback. If Zhou Chu's earlier kill of the early-stage Earth-level cultist was due to coincidence and luck, then the one who just died was purely due to Zhou Chu's strength. Everything that had just happened, including the death of Qiantou, was only seen by the old Taoist. The others were too busy defending to notice this side. Therefore, only the old Taoist knew that Zhou Chu had killed 2 Earth-level cultivators. The old Taoist smiled wryly. This kid, clearly so young and still in the new camp, seems to be a true genius rather than an old senior returning to youth. At this moment, Wu Yi flew over, glanced at Zhou Chu, and the old Taoist nodded, and then saw the two corpses on the ground. As expected, my guess was right. Director, did you take care of that mid-stage, Earth-level cultivator? The old Taoist asked. Of course, he was just a mid-stage Earth-level. Wu Yi clasped his hands behind his back, nodding like a master. However, in his heart, he thought, when I fought with those three, they were only on par with me. Two of them were eliminated, and even the last one, despite having the same cultivation level as me, I had confidence I could kill him. After all, I am the director of the Wuxi in Lushui City. Turning back, he found Zhou Chu looking at him with a resentful expression, causing Wu Yi to cough awkwardly. Director Wu, why did you let two Earth-level cultivators escape? Zhou Chu Gomlai. Wasn't to test you? As expected, you didn't disappoint me. Wu Yi said with a forced smile, feeling guilty. The old Taoist beside them, seeing this scene, was a bit surprised. This young man seems to have a good relationship with our director. The old Taoist couldn't help but smile, thinking it was normal for Yin Huang's genius to have a good relationship with the director. What a pity, he thought, being of such an age and still at the late stage of the Xian level. While this young man not only had the same cultivation level as him, but was also powerful enough to kill Earth-level cultivators, even if they were just at the early stage. The old Taoist shook his head, preparing to say goodbye to the two. Then, I will go help the others. Director, I will take my leave. Before the old Taoist could finish his sentence, a flying knife suddenly pierced through his body. Wu Yi and Zhou Chu had not yet reacted when the previously fine old Taoist collapsed in a pool of blood. Oldly, Director Wu shouted, his face filled with anger as he scanned the surroundings. Where are you going? After all, you all have to stay here. An enchanting voice appeared out of nowhere. Then, a charming man dressed in red appeared in the air. He was extraordinarily beautiful, possessing an indescribable allure, almost wickedly so. Wu Yi looked at this suddenly appearing person in panic, realizing he had not noticed him at all. Fortunately, I didn't act with that idiot blood eye. Otherwise, I would have been entangled by your governor. I've been lurking here for so long, and it was indeed useful. I thought it was just some newcomers. But I didn't expect there to be a Xian-level genius who could kill Earth levels. The enchanting man looked at Zhou Chu excitedly. By the way, I haven't introduced myself. I'm a shadow of my dear Pope. My name is Xiang, one of the 8 red robes of the Holy Sect. Chapter 42. Why do you have this illusion? The Ascension sect has 8 red-cloaked cardinals, divided into 3 at the top and 5 at the bottom. The top 3 have mid-tier celestial stage strength, while the bottom 5 are at the early celestial stage. The sinister shadow before them is one of the top 3, a mid-tier celestial stage cultivator. Director Wu looked up at the sinister shadow in despair. He never expected that the Ascension sect would deploy 2 cardinals to eliminate this group of newcomers. One of the cardinals was stopped by the governor of Qian province, as each province in the 9 provinces is governed by a governor. They are all celestial stage cultivators, overseeing the 3 departments of their respective provinces, with the 8 guardians above them, and above them are the 3 chief directors. To be on the safe side, Wu Yi had informed the governor of Qian province in advance, but unexpectedly, he was intercepted by a cardinal. Moreover, the Ascension sect had also dispatched a cardinal. Kid, I'm curious, what was that knife aura you just used? The sinister shadow said with a wicked smile. Your knife aura is different from the ordinary knife aura cultivated by regular cultivators. Tell me the technique now, and I can leave your corpse intact. The sinister shadow was very interested in this kind of technique that transcended levels, convinced that the technique this young man used was at least above the celestial stage. Thinking of this, the sinister shadow felt excited. A celestial stage technique is something rare and hard to come by. It is rumored that even the Pope only has one, and he hasn't passed it on to anyone. Who would have thought he would encounter it on this trip? It seems like his luck is quite good. Zhou Chu looked at the sinister shadow in helplessness and slowly said, I can give you the technique, but you need to let all of us go. Hearing this, the sinister shadow burst into laughter. Kid, are you negotiating with me? You should know that even if you don't say it, I can kill you and extract it from your memory. Zhou Chu felt a storm of emotions inside him, shocked to learn that such a soul-searching ability existed. Meanwhile, Wu Yi felt even more helpless. He shouldn't have agreed to the governor's plan to use the convoy as bait. He had expected to encounter some Earth-stage cultivators, but never imagined the Ascension sect would send out cardinals, and 2 of them at that. At this moment, seeing Zhou Chu's reluctance to reveal the technique, the sinister shadow grew impatient. Since I've given you a chance, and you refuse to speak, then I will make you suffer painfully until you die, the sinister shadow sneered. A number of flying knives circled around the sinister shadow and then flew toward Zhou Chu, who was watching with interest. These flying knives would not kill Zhou Chu, but would continuously carve wounds into his body, causing him to bleed to death. Wu Yi was about to help, but with a wave of the sinister shadow's hand, a flying knife pinned Wu Yi to a nearby tree. While it was not fatal, it rendered Wu Yi unable to move. What kind of skill is it to bully the young? Come at me if you have the guts. Wu Yi shouted angrily. But there was nothing he could do. He could only watch as dozens of flying knives rushed toward Zhou Chu. The sinister shadow was also enjoying the scene. Fortunately, I arrived just in time. It was almost a disaster. Another voice appeared out of nowhere. A long sword shattered the flying knives that were about to reach Zhou Chu. The person had not yet arrived, but the sword had already made its way. The sinister shadow's expression changed. A figure in white appeared opposite the sinister shadow. The long sword was returned to his hand, and without acknowledging the sinister shadow, he waved his hand casually. The flying knives that had pinned Wu Yi were pulled away in midair. Sorry, I'm late, the man in white said apologetically to Zhou Chu and Wu Yi. Zhou Chu stared blankly at the man in white in midair, as if he were a celestial being from above. Who is this person? Zhou Chu thought. Wu Yi excitedly said, Governor Li, we're fine. The man in white nodded, and then turned his gaze toward the sinister shadow, who had been ignored until now, and smiled. After all these years, there has been no trace of the red-cloaked cardinals from the Ascension sect in the 9 provinces. I didn't expect that during a newcomer-esque trial. 2 cardinals will be drawn out. The sinister shadow looked at the man in white with a face full of caution and slowly said, I didn't expect a guardian to come in person. So, Blood Eye's already dead? The man in white nodded. The reason he was late was that he had gone to kill the other cardinal. The sinister shadow muttered in disbelief. How is that possible? It hasn't been long. Blood Eye is at least a mid-tier celestial stage cultivator. A mid-tier celestial stage cultivator dares to act recklessly in the 9 provinces? Even a late-stage celestial stage cultivator would be executed without question if they caused trouble here, the man in white said slowly. The sinister shadow felt a sense of retreat. He was not prepared to tangle with this guardian any longer. But a long sword appeared beside him. It was too late to think of escaping now. The sinister shadow repelled the long sword, his face twisted in rage. You and I are both mid-tier, celestial stage cultivators. Even if I can't defeat you, do you think I can't escape? Then, the sinister shadow transformed into a shadow on the ground, flashing out at high speed. In the blink of an eye, the shadow was already 100 meters away. This was one of his awakened abilities, and he wanted to leave. The man in white stood still, shaking his head, and slowly said, Even if we are both mid-tier celestial stage cultivators, you must understand that our mid-tier levels are not the same. He then waved his hand and softly chanted, Seal the Immortals. The long sword that had been chasing the sinister shadow suddenly emitted a sword cry and shot out at high speed. It quickly caught up with the shadow and pierced toward it. In an instant, the sword light flashed. The shadow screamed, transforming back into its original form. And the sinister shadow barely managed to pull the sword out with all his strength. After the long sword was pulled out, the man in white instantly appeared beside it. The sinister shadow looked at the man in white in panic. His ability to transform into a shadow not only increased his speed, but also greatly enhanced his defense. He never expected it would be broken by a single sword. Are we both mid-tier? How is that possible? Have you already stepped into the late stage? The sinister shadow said unwillingly. The difference between mid-tier and late-stage celestial stage cultivators is like the difference between celestial and earth stage cultivators. Only the Pope has stepped into the late stage in the entire divine sect. The man in white shook his head upon hearing this and softly said, I already told you before, our mid-tier levels are not the same. Without further ado, he waved again, and the long sword appeared before the sinister shadow once more. The sword moved as the heart commanded. The sinister shadow grimaced and used all his strength to block. "Slay the immortals," the man in white chanted again. The long sword seemed to transform into thousands of swords, stabbing toward the sinister shadow. Slash! The sinister shadow looked in agony at the countless swords piercing toward him, penetrating his body. With a twisted face, the sinister shadow shouted, "Even if I die, you won't have it easy." His body transformed into a massive shadow, about 5 or 6 meters tall, continuously erupting with a terrifying aura. He was preparing to self-destruct. The man in white remained calm, merely shaking his head. "Exterminate the immortals." Just before the shadow could self-destruct, the long sword swiftly pierced through it, causing the shadow to fall and revert to its original form. The sinister shadow lay dead on the ground. The man in white looked at the corpse and slowly said, "Even when facing death, you still didn't understand my words. The mid-tier celestial stage of one person is not the same as that of another. Why do you have this illusion?" Chapter 43. Their names are unknown after the shadow of death faded. The figure in white returned to Zhou Chu and Wu Yi's side. Wu Yi quickly asked Li Guardian, "Is that person dead?" The figure in white nodded, then turned to Zhou Chu and smiled. "You did well. What's your name?" At that moment, Zhou Chu could see the face of the figure in white clearly. He was handsome and looked only slightly older than Zhou Chu. Wu Yi quickly introduced Li Guardian. "This is Zhou Chu, our newcomer from Yanhuang in Lushui City. Zhou Chu, this is Li Jianhen, one of the 8 guardians of Yanhuang. He is a mid-stage heaven-tier expert, and he just saved us." Zhou Chu expressed his gratitude to Li Jianhen, but Li Jianhen shook his head with a smile and said, "I should apologize to you. I arrived late and almost got a director of our Yanhuang's martial division and a genius killed by the Ascension cult." He then looked towards the convoy that was still fighting. With the addition of Wang Shanshan and Tao Li, along with Zhou Chu having already killed some Shantir cultivators, Yanhuang had gained a firm advantage, but there were still some Ascension cult members alive. "It should be over soon," Li Jianhen said softly. His long sword transformed into several small swords, piercing the remaining Ascension cult members. After the Ascension cult members were eliminated, Li Jianhen looked at Wu Yi and said, "I need to leave first. You should take these newcomers to Dayong City quickly. That secret realm is about to open." Then, after hesitating for a moment, he continued, "The personnel who died this time must be compensated well. We can't let them feel disheartened." Wu Yi nodded solemnly. Li Jianhen sighed and then vanished. Wu Yi came back to his senses and noticed Zhou Chu squatting beside him. Wu Yi felt a pang of sorrow in his heart and went over to pat Zhou Chu's shoulder. Zhou Chu was squatting next to the dead old Taoist, slowly speaking. "Does the old Taoist leader have any relatives?" Wu Yi gently shook his head. The old Taoist had always been alone. No one knew his name, only that his surname was Li. He had spent most of his life in a small Taoist temple. When spiritual energy revived, he accidentally stepped into cultivation and then joined Yanhuang, becoming a group leader in the martial division of Yanhuang in Lushui City. Over the years, he had been slaying demons and monsters everywhere. Unexpectedly, he did not die at the hands of demons, but at the hands of the Ascension cult. Zhou Chu slowly stood up. At that moment, others arrived, and when Yuer saw the old Taoist corpse, her eyes turned red and tears streamed down her face. "Leader." Yuer choked out. Since entering Yanhuang, the old Taoist had treated her like his own granddaughter, caring for her very well. Last time at the museum, when there was news that Yuer was in danger, the old Taoist rushed to the scene immediately. One of the people reported the casualty situation to Wu Yi, who remained silent, lost in thought. After a while, reinforcements began to arrive. "Old Wu, how's the situation?" The leader was a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, looking cultured and refined. When Wu Yi saw the newcomer, he angrily rushed forward and grabbed the middle-aged man's collar. Wu Yi's repressed emotions finally exploded. "Why did you come now? If it weren't for Li Guardian arriving in time, we would all be dead." The middle-aged man remained silent, quietly looking at Wu Yi. Someone beside him spoke up to advise, "Director Wu, please don't get agitated. Governor Qi has his own difficulties." We were stopped by another group, led by a cardinal in red. The man with the gold glasses was Qi Siming, the governor of Qian province. the highest ranking and most powerful figure in Yanhuang in Qian province, at the early stage of Heaven Tier. Do you know how many people we lost? Because of your erroneous intel. All those Ascension cult members were above Qian Tier. In that battle, just now, more than 10 members of our 3 divisions in Yanhuang in Lushui City died. And with the protection of those members, dozens of newcomers also perished. Now there are less than 200 left. As he spoke, Wu Yi's voice became hoarse, and his eyes turned bloodshot. The people around quietly watched Wu Yi. They had never seen him so angry. This director Wu had always been very composed. Qi Siming finally spoke slowly. I'm sorry, old Wu, I arrived late. This time, I will personally oversee the funeral of our fallen comrades, and their compensation will be 3 times the standard. If the children of a deceased are of an age to cultivate, we will provide them with techniques and find someone to guide them in their training. As for whether they want to join Yanhuang, that will be their decision. Others were slightly taken aback upon hearing Qi Siming's words. The treatment for the fallen this time was already quite generous, especially regarding the techniques. It was generally not allowed to be shared, not even among Yanhuang's own members, let alone with their relatives. This decision not only allowed sharing with relatives, but also did not force them to join Yanhuang. Special training could strengthen the body and prolong life, offering many benefits. Wu Yi also released Qi Siming's collar, remaining silent, tacitly accepting his decision. Qi Siming continued, Now the convoy must immediately head to Daong City. I have brought a medical team. The injured can go for treatment. Then Qi Siming flew into the sky and shouted loudly, Send my order. All Yanhuang members in Qian province, from now on, kill without mercy when encountering Ascension cult members. He then disappeared without telling anyone where he was going, and few knew his whereabouts. About 10 minutes later, Qi Siming appeared in an abandoned building on the outskirts of Daong City, where people inside seemed to be organizing and packing up. Qi Siming lit a cigarette, reflecting on being stopped by that red cardinal. Then Halley Guardian had come and killed that person. He felt an intense anger inside, though he did not show it. Qi Siming wanted to tell Wu Yi that he wasn't the only one angry about this matter. These beasts deserve to die. Just then, he learned from the dead how the Ascension cult had established a base in Qian province. Qi Siming's eyes burned with fury. So, the Ascension cult has extended its claws into Qian province, targeting our Yanhuang newcomers? At that moment, someone in the building noticed him in the sky, their expression changing drastically as if they recognized Qi Siming. Run! The governor of Qian province is here. Everyone, quick! Before he could finish his sentence, he was pierced through the body by an axe. This cultured-looking Governor Qi wielded a giant axe that was at odds with his temperament. Run? Not a single one of you will escape. Qi Siming extinguished his cigarette and charged into the building. Meanwhile, on the other side, the convoy was heading towards Daong City, mourning the fallen comrades from the earlier battle. Everyone was silent. At this moment, Zhou Chu, who had been silent until now, turned to Wu Yi and asked, What about those who died without any relatives? Wu Yi was taken aback by this question. Yes, what about those who were alone, without family or kin? Zhou Chu's mind seemed to conjure up images of those individuals. The solitary old Taoist, the Yanhuang members who had just died protecting newcomers, even the nameless soldiers who had perished in the battle at He, those who had sacrificed themselves for their country, those who had risked everything for their ideals. Zhou Chu murmured to himself, Their names are unknown, but their merits will last forever. Chapter 44. Entering the secret realm when the convoy arrived at the outskirts of Daong City. It was already night, and they reached a military base where the secret realm was located. To be precise, the secret realm appeared here, and Yanhuang built a military base to prevent its exposure. People were constantly patrolling the surroundings. Wu Yi showed his pass to the soldiers at the checkpoint, and then the people from Lushui City got off and entered the base. Inside, there were military tents in the outer area, and they found a section designated for Lushui City to arrange for everyone to rest. After a while, Wu Yi found a member of the civil service responsible for the newcomers and asked, How many of the new students can participate in the special training in the secret realm this time? More than 10 people are seriously injured, and some others probably won't be able to participate either. About only 150 people can join this special training in the secret realm, the member replied. Hearing this, Wu Yi nodded. He smiled bitterly. It seemed that the newcomers from Daong City would be the least this time. He inquired further, and it turned out that the other 3 prefecture-level cities had over 300 participants, while Daong City, as the provincial capital, had nearly 500. But thinking about it, they still had Zhou Chu, who probably had no one in the other cities that could surpass him. Director Wu. Here is the list of the strongest newcomers from other cities. You should pay special attention to the first few names. The civil service member handed Wu Yi a list. Wu Yi took the list and looked at it carefully. Then his expression froze, thinking to himself, other cities have quite a few geniuses too. I wonder if Zhou Chu can compare to them. The list featured individuals such as Yu Qian, peak late stage of the Xian rank, a genius from Daong City, with a strong physique, who once killed an early-stage Earth-level monster with sheer strength. Su Wu, peak late stage of the Xian rank, a genius from Daong City, hailing from Fanjing Temple, who once killed an early-stage Ascension sect practitioner using Buddhist techniques. Qin Yuhan, peak late stage of the Xian rank, a genius from Renhe City, with extraordinary awakened abilities, who escaped from an early-stage Earth-level opponent. The top 3 on the list all had the strength to kill early-stage Earth-level monsters, and besides them, several others also had the capability to fight against early-stage Earth-level monsters. Wu Yi couldn't help but wonder, what was Zhou Chu's current strength? It seemed that Zhou Chu could definitely kill early-stage Earth-level monsters with ease, but he was unsure how he would compare to the top 3 on the list. Before long, it was the next morning. Wu Yi led over 100 participants from Lushui City into the innermost area of the military base on foot, which was already crowded with people. The other 4 cities had arrived, forming a circle around a giant gate in the center. Hey, is that Lushui City? Why are there so few people? Yeah, why do they have so few? Can't they even gather 200? Compared to our 4 cities, their city really seems weaker. Seeing the small number of people from Lushui City, the newcomers from the other cities couldn't help but mock. Shut up. The person who just spoke was interrupted by a group leader from their city, and the newcomer could only obediently close his mouth. The convoy from Lushui City had been ambushed by the Ascension sect on the way to Daong City yesterday, resulting in many casualties. The group leader then slowly explained the situation. Upon hearing the reason, everyone looked at the newcomers from Lushui City with sympathy. Sigh, no wonder they have so few people. The beasts of the Ascension sect deserve to die. Wouldn't it be very unfair for them to participate in this special training? The attitude of the newcomers from the other 4 cities towards Lushui City changed. Zhou Chu ignored the gazes and words from the newcomers of other cities and instead focused on the giant gate standing in the center of the venue. Blue ripples floated around the gate, making it unclear what was inside. Is the secret realm inside this gate? At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky. It's Governor Qi. Governor Qi is so handsome and powerful. I heard he single-handedly destroyed the largest base of the Ascension sect in Qian province yesterday. He is simply amazing. Silence. Qi Siming's voice rang out in the air, and the venue fell silent. Since the newcomers from the 5 cities are all here, I will now discuss the content of this special training. The gate in front of you leads to the secret realm. The so-called secret realm is a space created by ancient powers. It is different from our world, where spiritual energy has just begun to recover. The spiritual energy inside has always existed, so it is very abundant. In the secret realm, even if you are not looking for treasures and just practicing, your cultivation speed will be several times faster than outside. You are very fortunate. This is a previously undiscovered secret realm, which means there are many opportunities and benefits inside, such as various techniques and elixirs, countless in number. Of course, there are also many dangers inside, such as monsters. However, I have already explored it before. The highest strength of the monsters inside is only at the Earth level. They generally stay in their territories, and as long as you don't provoke them, they won't come out on their own. This time, only newcomers can enter the secret realm. Originally, we planned to send people in to explore directly, but I think leaving the benefits for you newcomers will help you grow better. As for whether there are any rules, of course there are. I will provide you with a guide to the treasures. The treasures you find inside can be exchanged for points based on their rarity. Killing monsters can also earn points. 1, 3, and 5 points for the 3 stages of it, 10, 15, and 20 points for the Xian rank, and 30, 40. and 50 points for the Earth rank. Hearing this, Zhou Chu felt a bit familiar. The point exchange ratio was strangely similar to the system.S setup. Unfortunately, the system was still being updated. Otherwise, Zhou Chu would have asked about it. You will stay inside for half a month. At this point, Qi Siming suddenly smiled mysteriously and added, you can bring a backpack inside, but you can only carry food and drinking water for 1 day at most. As soon as these words were spoken, the venue erupted in noise. Zhou Chu couldn't help but glance at Wang Pengzi and whispered, this rule doesn't affect you at all. Wang Pengzi. Zhou Chu continued, did you forget what your ability is? You want to get hungry from eating. Who would dare to mock your ability now? Wang Pengzi. Zhou Chu didn't mind. He had no idea how much food and drink he had packed in his system backpack when he came. However, some people in the crowd began to complain, only allowing us to bring 1 day's worth of food. How can we stay in there for half a month? Yeah, if we don't get killed by the monsters, we might starve to death. Qi Siming listened to these complaints and said sternly, what? Is monster meat inedible? Or are you afraid to kill monsters? There is also plenty of water sources inside. This rule is aimed at those who think they can slack off and don't care about earning points. If you have that mindset, you can withdraw. Everyone fell silent. But no one withdrew. After all, they had gone through a month of training, so they wouldn't easily back down. All right, now go to the staff to receive a backpack with 1 day's worth of food. Inside, there is a wristband and a map of the secret realm that I drew during my previous exploration. It's very detailed. Soon, everyone received their backpacks and began to line up to prepare to enter. By the way, you will be randomly teleported to different locations upon entering. Don't get unlucky and end up in the mouth of an Earth-level monster. That would be quite a situation. Chapter 45, The Discovered House. The giant door could accommodate about 10 people at a time, and over 500 people were queuing to enter from the 5 cities of Qian province. As everyone lined up, after a while, it was finally Zhou Chu's turn. Due to the random teleportation, Zhou Chu greeted Wang Fatty a few times. Zhou Chu touched the blue ripples and crossed over with the others. Soon, Zhou Chu found himself in a desert, with yellow sand swirling in the air and not a single figure in sight. How vast is this secret realm? With over 1,000 newcomers entering, why was there no one else teleporting here? Zhou Chu opened his phone and, as expected, there was no signal. But the delivery group could still chat. Handsome Xiao Zhou. Family, I'm here for a vacation. Attached with a desert scenery photo. Then Zhou Chu put his phone away and took out the map he received. Looking at the map, Zhou Chu was rendered speechless. Is this what you call detailed? The paper was divided into 4 areas, layered around each other. The outermost was a snow mountain, then the desert, the forest, and finally the palace at the center. There was nothing else marked on the map. Zhou Chu sai helpa. He then took out the wristband from his backpack and began to study it, wondering what it was. He then found a note in his backpack explaining the wristband. By wearing it, one could accumulate points by killing demon beasts. So, this wristband is for calculating points. It makes sense, otherwise it would be hard to keep track of how many demon beasts each person killed in the secret realm. Zhou Chu put on the wristband. Assessing his surroundings, he figured he should be in the desert area now, so he decided to head towards the palace, as it should have many treasures. Zhou Chu made his decision but quickly froze. He didn't know which direction the palace was in. This desert stretched endlessly with no reference points. How could he find the way to the forest? Forget it. Zhou Chu decided to just walk and see. If he reached the snow mountain, he could just change direction towards the forest. If he reached the forest, it would mean he was going the right way. Zhou Chu looked up at the sky, wondering why there was light in this space without a sun. Were ancient powers really that amazing? Zhou Chu then randomly chose a direction and began to move forward. After walking for a while, he noticed some movement behind him. Turning around, he saw the sand shifting. A giant scorpion the size of an adult slowly crawled out of the sand about 4 or 5 meters away from Zhou Chu. The giant scorpion exuded a late-stage mortal realm aura and quickly crawled towards Zhou Chu, its tail stinger aimed at him. Running into a late-stage mortal realm demon beast right away, Zhou Chu rubbed his chin, unsure if scorpion meat was edible. He quickly took out his strange knife and slashed. In an instant, the adult-sized giant scorpion was cut in half. Then the wristband showed 5 points. This thing was quite useful, Zhou Chu thought to himself. Zhou Chu moved forward to check, looking at the green blood flowing from the scorpion and its murky green flesh. Forget it, even if it were edible. I wouldn't dare eat it, Zhou Chu complained inwardly. At that moment, another movement came from the nearby sand pile. Zhou Chu frowned. Another one? He gripped his strange knife, ready to strike at any moment. Soon, a massive figure flipped out of the sand. Bro, don't hit me. I'm a living person, a newcomer from Nanjian City. Nanjian City was one of the 5 cities in Qian province. Living person? Hearing this, Zhou Chu was a bit confused. How could a living person hide in the desert? The figure, as large as Wang Fatty, stood up and saw the corpse of the giant scorpion beside him. He exclaimed, "Wow, bro, you're amazing. You killed a late-stage mortal realm demon beast just like that?" He dusted off the sand from his body and continued, "My name is Li DeBayo, late-stage mortal realm cultivation." Zhou Chu couldn't help but ask DeBayo, "How did you hide in the sand? Do you have some special hobby?" Li DeBayo smiled bitterly, "Bro. You must have just teleported here, right? I've been here for a while." Indeed, it had been half an hour since Zhou Chu entered after the first batch. I found an old house up ahead, like an ancient one. The first thing I saw was a map on the table. That map is much more detailed than the one from Governor Qi, marking not only the location of that house in this small world, but also the locations of some heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Hearing this, Zhou Chu was shocked. How lucky was this Li DeBayo? But just as I wanted to continue searching for good stuff in that house, a breath from a beginner-level mysterious realm demon beast suddenly appeared behind me, scaring me into running out immediately. Then I found a place to bury myself. As soon as I heard noise, I quietly dug a small hole to look out. Then I saw you. By the way, your knife just now was really cool. After figuring things out, Zhou Chu nodded and introduced himself. My name is Zhou Chu, a newcomer from Lushui City, with beginner-level mysterious realm strength. Zhou Chu decided to conceal his cultivation level. Great, Brother Zhou. I'll take you to that house. You handle the demon beast, and we'll split the loot 70-30. And I'll share the map with you too. Upon hearing Li DeBayo's words, Zhou Chu was about to suggest a 50-50 split when he realized this brother was quite generous. So he nodded in agreement. Soon, Zhou Chu followed Li DeBayo to find that house. After a few minutes, they arrived near a house that was about 5 or 6 square meters large. Zhou Chu and Li DeBayo decided to go in directly. As soon as they entered, Zhou Chu spotted a rat monster clinging to the ceiling, exuding beginner-level mysterious realm strength. The rat monster glared fiercely at both Zhou Chu and Li DeBayo before launching an attack. Seeing this scene, Zhou Chu couldn't help but marvel at Li DeBayo's luck. He found a map inside, and that rat monster must have just discovered it, allowing Li DeBayo to escape. After some effort, Zhou Chu finally killed the rat monster. Brother Zhou is strong. Hearing the praise, Zhou Chu remained unfazed and simply nodded slightly, as he had developed resistance to flattery because of Wang Fatty. The two then began to loot the house. After searching for a long time, Zhou Chu found nothing but some broken furniture. Brother Zhou, look what I found. Li DeBayo shouted loudly beside him. Zhou Chu, is your luck too good? Li DeBayo held a small bottle in his left hand and a book in his right. He handed the small bottle to Zhou Chu, who opened it to find 5 pills inside. Zhou Chu sniffed the aroma and felt it was somewhat familiar, resembling the flavor of the foundation-building fruit he had eaten before. Brother Zhou, this seems to be a foundation-building pill. It's on the illustrated guide and suitable for mortal realm practitioners. Zhou Chu nodded. Indeed, it should be a pill made from the foundation-building fruit. He divided 3 pills for Li DeBayo and kept 2 for himself, as Wang Fatty was about to advance to the mysterious realm and he wanted to save them for him. Upon seeing Zhou Chu give him 3 pills, Li DeBayo felt a bit touched. Brother Zhou, isn't this unfair to you? Zhou Chu shook his head and smiled. It's fine. I'm already in the mysterious realm, so these pills don't do much for me. Li DeBayo nodded but still remembered Zhou Chu's kindness. Then Li DeBayo took out a small knife and went to the dead rat monster. Zhou Chu asked curiously, "What are you doing?" Li DeBayo excitedly replied, "This is food. Not only can it fill our stomachs, but eating the flesh of these demon beasts with cultivation can also help us improve our strength. Brother Zhou, do you want me to help you cut some?" Thinking of the stench of the rat demon just now, Zhou Chu shook his head with a dark face. Forget it. You eat it. There's no need for this rat meats cultivation. Chapter 46, after all, there's still Li Daba swallowed all 3 foundation establishment pills, successfully reaching the Xian stage, but unfortunately did not awaken any abilities. Then, the 2 of them studied the book they had just found. After reading it, they gained a general understanding of this small world. This small world is called the Fanjing Secret Realm, a subsidiary secret realm of the Fan In Pure Domain, one of the 12 Caves of Heaven. Zhou Chu did not know much about the 12 Caves of Heaven, but he felt that the name of this secret realm might be related to the Fanjing Temple in Xian Province. He remembered that Master Chan, he came from the Fanjing Temple. The book did not provide much other information, only stating that this small house was a lookout point, and that there were many such small houses in the desert. Lookout point? What is it guarding against? The book did not elaborate further. After resting for a while, Zhou Chu and Li Daba prepared to leave the house and go find the location of the heavenly materials and earthly treasures marked on the map. There was a place in the desert where yin-yang grass grew. The illustrated guide indicated that yin-yang grass was a raw material for making Xian transformation pills. Yin-yang grass is generally very rare in reality, so the map marked its location. Zhou Chu and Li Daba decided to check it out first. As they walked and chatted, they soon arrived at their destination, which was a small courtyard surrounded by more than 10 people. 2 more people arrived, clearly having also found the map to this Fanjing secret realm at the lookout point. Brothers, you came just in time. This gives us more confidence. Confidence? Zhou Chu was puzzled by their words. He noticed that the more than 10 people were not entering, but were standing outside the courtyard. One of the kind-looking brothers gestured for Zhou Chu and Li Daba to look inside. When they did, they saw that the courtyard was a medicinal garden. There were about 100 yin-yang grass plants inside, which was quite a lot, as one plant could be used to refine 3 Xian transformation pills. Zhou Chu and Li Daba exchanged glances, their faces showing joy. The person who had gestured earlier saw the happy expressions of Zhou Chu and Li Daba and said with a smile, "Brothers, take a look at the entrance." Zhou Chu then focused his gaze on the entrance of the courtyard, only to find more than 20 ant demons. They wouldn't come out, but once we entered, they would attack us. The leading ant queen was a mid-Xian stage beast, and there were 6 initial Xian stage ones, while the others were mostly ordinary stage. Just right that you're here. It seems our numbers are about right. How about we try to kill these beasts, and then split the yin-yang grass inside? Zhou Chu and the others nodded in agreement with this person's plan. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Han Zhao, mid-Xian stage strength, from Beiqian City, said the kind-looking man. Li Xiaoyu, initial Xian stage. Wang Yu, initial Xian stage. Zhou Chu, initial Xian stage. Li Daba, initial Xian stage. Among the more than 10 people, there were actually 5 Xian stage cultivators, while the others were at the late ordinary stage. When the others heard Zhou Chu and Li Daba's strength, they were taken aback, initially thinking these 2 were just late ordinary stage cultivators. They didn't expect them to be 2 initial Xian stage cultivators. In that case, I'll deal with the mid-Xian stage ant queen, and you 4 can handle the 6 initial Xian stage ant demons, while the rest deal with the ordinary stage ant demons. But I just broke through not long ago, and dealing with 1 initial Xian stage ant demon is fine, but there are 6 initial Xian stage ant demons. And we only have 4 people, Li Daba said weakly. I can handle 2, said the only girl in the group, Li Xiaoyu. I also just broke through not long ago. I'm afraid I can only handle 1, said Wang Yu, a strong-looking man, scratching his head awkwardly. The others then looked towards Zhou Chu. Zhou Chu fell helpless and slowly said, I can also handle 2. Hearing this, everyone else was delighted. Han Zhao exclaimed, Brother, it's good to have you. Don't worry. The yin-yang grass inside will be distributed according to contributions. After everyone nodded and arranged their tactics, Han Zhao stood at the front, with Zhou Chu and the other 3 behind him, while the remaining late ordinary stage cultivators stood at the back. Next, Han Zhao pushed open the courtyard gate, directly summoned a long spear, and charged towards the ant queen. Zhou Chu and the other 4 immediately rushed towards the 6 initial Xian stage ant demons to prevent Han Zhao from being surrounded. The others also took out their weapons from their backpacks and rushed towards the various ordinary stage ant demons, as only Xian stage cultivators could store weapons within their bodies. Zhou Chu proactively attracted the attention of two ant demons and led them to the edge of the courtyard. He took out his blade and slashed at the two ant demons, but then thought of something and reined in his strength, afraid of killing them with one blow. So, he could only feign a fight with the two ant demons while quietly observing the battles of the others. The long spear wielded by Han Zhao was indeed fierce, as he was able to firmly suppress one of the ant queens of the same cultivation level. The girl, named Li Xiaoyu, used a pair of dual daggers and seemed to have employed some kind of technique, as she was fighting evenly against two initial Xian stage ant demons. In contrast, the other two were faring differently. Wang Yu, the muscular man, was doing relatively well, using a set of boxing techniques to trade blows with the ant demon he was facing. However, Li Daba was not doing so well. He was full of flesh and was wielding a long sword, performing flashy moves, but was being pressed by the ant demon he was facing. Zhou Chu wondered whether he should help this fat guy. Fortunately, although Li Daba was a bit flustered, he managed to stabilize the situation. As long as they waited for Han Zhao to kill the ant queen, they could help the others. And Zhou Chu could also kill the two ant demons without drawing attention. Just then, a disturbance came from the ground, and Zhou Chu sensed that something was wrong. He quickly warned Han Zhao, "Be careful." Upon hearing Zhou Chu's warning, Han Zhao's expression changed, and he also noticed the problem beneath him. A mid-Xian stage ant demon suddenly jumped out from the ground and charged towards Han Zhao's chest at high speed. Although Han Zhao was already on guard, he was still pierced in the left shoulder by the suddenly lunging ant demon. The ant queen seized the opportunity and struck at Han Zhao's right shoulder. Despite the excruciating pain, Han Zhao swung his spear in a sweeping motion, forcing the two mid-Xian stage ant demons back, then cautiously watched these two mid-Xian stage beasts. There were actually two mid-Xian stage beasts here, one ant queen and one ant king. Han Zhao couldn't help but feel helpless. If he had been injured, he wouldn't have been afraid of these two beasts. But now that both of his shoulders were pierced, it was already difficult for him to hold the spear. Han Zhao shouted, "Everyone leave immediately." He had to let the others escape and decided to stay behind to give them a chance. Otherwise, if he was killed, the others present would also be killed one after another by these two mid-Xian stage beasts. The others, who were in the midst of fighting, turned pale upon witnessing this scene. The strongest Han Zhao had actually been ambushed and severely injured. The problem was that there was still a mid-Xian stage ant king here. "You all hurry and go. I will self-destruct to hold these beasts back." Han Zhao tightened his grip on the spear, already resolved to die. Hearing his words, the others couldn't help but have tears in their eyes. Han Zhao was now still thinking of them, preparing to self-destruct to cover their retreat. "Brother Zhou, should we retreat first?" Li Daba said with red eyes, struggling to swallow his words. But Zhou Chu did not speak. Li Daba noticed that Zhou Chu was silent and looked towards where Zhou Chu was fighting. He found that Zhou Chu was actually not there. Only the corpses of the two initial Xian stage ant demons remained. At that moment, a figure appeared beside Han Zhao and lightly laughed. "What nonsense are you talking? It's not time for you to sacrifice yourself yet." Zhou Chu's voice echoed throughout the courtyard. "After all, there's still me." Chapter 47. Are there any Earth-level monsters nearby? Han Zhao looked at Zhou Chu beside him and couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Brother, this is not the time to show off. You guys should escape quickly." Although Zhou Chu's actions moved him, he felt that Zhou Chu was joking with his own life. A practitioner at the initial stage of the Xian level facing two mid-stage Xian level ant monsters was simply courting death, wasn't it? Seeing Han Zhao's disbelief, Zhou Chu also smiled. After all, in their eyes, he was just a slightly stronger initial stage Xian level practitioner. "Sorry, I just broke through," Zhou Chu said nonchalantly, then emitted the aura of a mid-stage Xian level practitioner. What? Mid-stage Xian level? Everyone was shocked. Zhou Chu was actually also a mid-stage Xian level practitioner. Li Daba, witnessing this scene, was also taken aback. He had always thought Zhou Chu was just an initial stage Xian level practitioner. But being mid-stage Xian level was not much use against two mid-stage Xian level monsters. He couldn't possibly win. Yeah, and he just said he just broke through. Doubtful voices arose from behind. Zhou Chu smiled, then brandished his unfamiliar knife and charged forward to battle the two monster ants. Han Zhao was just about to help, but found that his hands were completely powerless, so he could only helplessly stay in place. On the contrary, Zhou Chu, with his superb acting skills, managed to fight back against the two ant monsters. Meanwhile, the others took the opportunity to kill other ant monsters around. However, Zhou Chu fought hard for more than 10 minutes, and by the time he was panting heavily, he had killed the two mid-stage Xian-level ant monsters. His score on the wristband had reached 65 points. Damn, he actually won. Is this Zhou Chu really that amazing? Which city is this newcomer from? I don't know. He never said. With the help of Li Daba, who had killed the ant monsters he faced, he gasped and thought, sure enough. I really found a big shot this time. After that, everyone picked nearly 100 yin-yang herbs, and after counting, there were actually 120 plants. Han Zhao smiled and suggested, this time, Brother Zhou deserves the most credit. He should take 30 for himself. The other 3 initial stage Xian-level practitioners can each take 10, and the 10 brothers dealing with the common-level ant monsters can each take 5. Everyone nodded in agreement with this distribution. Zhou Chu smiled a bit awkwardly. Isn't this a bit too much for me? He realized that he was assigned a quarter of these yin-yang herbs. Wang Yu beside him laughed. Brother Zhou, you deserve it. You earned it. The others echoed, agreeing that Zhou Chu should take the lion's share. They all knew that if it weren't for Zhou Chu, they might not have even managed to obtain the yin-yang herbs, and some of them might have lost their lives to the two mid-stage Xian-level monsters. Zhou Chu could only accept the 30 yin-yang herbs with embarrassment. After the distribution, Han Zhao asked everyone, where do you plan to go next? How about we head into the forest? If there are treasures, even in the outer desert, there must be even more good things deeper inside. The others also agreed with Han Zhao's statement. Han Zhao then looked at Zhou Chu and said, Brother Zhou, what about you? Where do you plan to go next? Han Zhao decided to ask Zhou Chu's opinion. Zhou Chu thought for a moment and replied, I can go with you. Li Daba nodded beside him. I'll stick with everyone too. Zhou Chu didn't mind. If he hadn't run into Li Daba midway, his original goal was to head toward the forest. Li Daba decided to cling tightly to Zhou Chu and follow him. Thus, the 16 of them formed a temporary team. Zhou Chu then looked at Han Zhao's injury with concern and asked, is your shoulder injury okay? Will it affect your future cultivation? It's fine. I brought healing medicine. This little injury is not a problem. By the way, I noticed Brother Zhou's spiritual energy has just run out. Do you want some spirit gathering pills? Zhou Chu's spiritual energy being exhausted was, of course, an act because the system update and the closure of the Yupon Palace meant he couldn't replenish his energy anytime he wanted. So Zhou Chu always controlled his spiritual energy consumption. When he heard Han Zhao mention the spirit gathering pills, Zhou Chu's eyes lit up. Previously, Wang Shanshan had also given him this item, which could speed up the recovery of spiritual energy in the body. Zhou Chu didn't hesitate to take the bottle Han Zhao handed over. Then Han Zhao took out something like an ointment and applied it to both shoulders. And the wounds on his shoulders healed at a visibly fast rate. Zhou Chu's eyes brightened again. This was also a good item. Could it be that Han Zhao had a background as well? Otherwise, where did he get these things? Han Zhao noticed Zhou Chu's confusion and explained with a smile. Brother Zhou, didn't you participate in the first month's tasks of a newcomer camp? You could exchange these items with task points back then. Hearing this, Zhou Chu's face darkened. If he had known, he would have exchanged for some items when he came out of Director Wu's office. He didn't know how many points he could have exchanged. But soon, the sky darkened. Wang Yu suggested, how about we rest in this courtyard tonight? It's risky to travel at night in case we encounter monsters. We wouldn't have the advantage in the dark. The others nodded in agreement, and Zhou Chu observed the sky, feeling curious. This secret realm actually had day and night, but there was obviously no sun. How was the day and night controlled? Then, to be cautious, everyone arranged for night watchmen. There were exactly 15 people, divided into 3 groups of 5, each responsible for 2.5 hours. They would rotate, allowing everyone ample time to rest. Although sleep was not very important after becoming practitioners, they could still gather their spirits with some rest. Zhou Chu was in the first group of night watchmen. He glanced at his phone. It was 11 o'clock at night. After 1.5 hours, it was time for the next group to take over. Zhou Chu then sat down to rest, as he had indeed had a tiring day. When Zhou Chu woke up, it was already bright outside. He took out his phone to check the time. It was already 7 o'clock the next day. Could it be that the time flow in this secret realm was the same as outside? Not thinking too much, everyone ate a bit. And then more than 10 people moved towards a forest. Meanwhile, deep within the forest, two figures were rushing through the woods. Wang Fatty, you are really impressive. When I was at the late stage of the common level, you brought in mid-stage Xian level monsters. Now that I'm at the mid-stage Xian level, you bring me to the territory of an Earth level monster. Do you think we haven't died fast enough? The two running were Tao Li and Wang Tongtian, whose teleportation locations were very close, so they chose to travel together. Early in the morning, Wang Fatty and Tao Li decided to look for rare herbs and treasures. At a fork in the road, Tao Li decided to listen to Wang Fatty. However, after walking a short distance, they reached a lake. A roar from a tiger echoed from the lake, and both of their expressions changed, realizing they had entered the territory of an Earth-level tiger monster. They then ran for their lives. Not knowing how long they had run, they found that the tiger monster did not chase after them and stopped to rest. At this moment, a small monk dressed in coarse cloth appeared before them, looking around 11 or 12 years old. Although his clothes were old, the little monk had a good temperament and a delicate face. Two benefactors? No, two friends. Do you know where there are Earth-level monsters nearby? Chapter 48. Edge of the forest, the two looked at the little monk in front of them and wondered why he was so small. Didn't they say that this batch of newcomers were all university students? When they heard the little monk's words, Tao Li and Wang Pongzi couldn't help but glance at each other, both thinking they must have heard wrong. Was this little monk going to seek death? The little monk seemed to see through their thoughts, clasped his hands together, and said, "Ba, my name is Su Wu, and I come from Fanjing Temple." Fanjing Temple? Tao Li and Wang Pongzi had been paying attention in class for a while, unlike some people who only knew how to slack off. They knew that Fanjing Temple was the largest sect in Qian province and had a very good relationship with Yan Huang, even sending Master Jian Xizhan to Lu Shui City as the director of the Dark Division. Moreover, their old abbot was said to be at the heavenly stage level. Yan Huang had once considered appointing him as the governor of Qian province, but he declined, which is why the governor is now Qi Ximing. At this moment, Wang Pongzi spoke up. "So you're a little master from Fanjing Temple. However, I don't mean to doubt you, but I want to ask, have you reached the Earth stage?" Su Wu shook his head. Seeing Su Wu shake his head, Wang Pongzi breathed a sigh of relief and continued to ask, "Then you should be at the profound stage, right? Isn't it a bit risky for a profound stage cultivator like you to hunt Earth stage monsters?" Su Wu smiled and explained, "I am indeed a profound stage cultivator, but I'm already at the late profound stage, just one step away from the Earth stage." What? Tao Li and Wang Pongzi were stunned. This little monk looked about 11 or 12 years old and should still be in elementary school, yet he was already at the late profound stage. Moreover, he hadn't participated in the newcomer camp training before. He only came because the secret realm was about to open as he had been carrying out missions. "What kind of missions were you carrying out before?" Wang Pongzi asked again. Just hunting chaotic monsters, rogue people, all kinds of strange creatures, a mess of things." Su Wu replied, "But my most recent mission was to kill an initial Earth stage ascendant cultist. It took me a lot of effort to kill him because he had a lot of protective treasures." Hearing this, Tao Li and Wang Pongzi were directly shocked. "What the hell? You, a late profound stage cultivator, killed an initial Earth stage cultivator and succeeded? Can you be any more abnormal? Especially considering your young age." Wang Pongzi kept comforting himself to stay calm. "It's fine. My brother Zhou is also impressive. He has killed initial Earth stage cultivators before. I know that he killed those two Earth stage cultivators from the Ascendant cult, but why can't I do that? I am still at the late mortal stage. And this kid is already at the late profound stage. Little brother, no, little master, you want to hunt Earth stage monsters, right? Su Wu note that? Initial Earth stage?" Su Wu nodded again. Wang Pongzi and Tao Li exchanged glances and decided to tell Su Wu about the initial Earth stage tiger monster they had just encountered. The aura of that tiger monster was indeed at the initial Earth stage. "Little master, not far ahead, there is an initial Earth stage monster. We'll take you there," they said as they led Su Wu. Meanwhile, Zhou Chu and over 10 others had already arrived at the edge of the forest. Suddenly, there was commotion at the forest's edge, accompanied by human screams. It seemed like the brothers from a newcomer camp were encountering some difficulties. Should we go help? Han Shu suggested. Let's check the situation first. If we can help, we will. If it's too dangerous, we can retreat, Zhou Chu replied. Everyone agreed. So Zhou Chu and Han Zhao, the two strongest cultivators in the group, headed towards the forest's edge while the others stayed behind to defend. With Zhou Chu and Han Zhao's speed, they quickly reached the edge of the forest and looked towards where the commotion had occurred. 6 people were entangled with a wolf monster, and there were several heavily injured individuals lying on the ground around them. Han Zhao's expression changed. It was actually a late profound stage wolf monster, and among the 6 attacking it, only one was at the mid-profound stage, while the other 5 were at the initial profound stage. Zhou Chu and Han Zhao exchanged glances and decided to help. Not to mention that Zhou Chu had concealed his cultivation level. Han Zhao was not an ordinary mid-profound stage cultivator. Below the Earth stage, human cultivators were generally not as strong as monsters, but Han Zhao could crush a same-level ant queen. If he hadn't been ambushed, he could probably handle 2 opponents alone. Seeing the 2 rushing over, the leader among the 6 mid-profound stage cultivators changed his expression and said, "Brothers, if you're not at the profound stage, you should just help take care of the injured. Joining the fight will only complicate things." The heavily injured individuals were at the late mortal stage and had underestimated the late profound stage wolf monster, resulting in their heavy injuries. In the end, only the 6 at the profound stage were struggling against the wolf monster, but the gap was still too large, as the wolf monster was at the late profound stage, while their strongest member was only at the mid-profound stage. Zhou Chu and Han Zhao exuded their mid-profound stage aura and attacked from both sides, slowing down the wolf monster's assault. These 2 are actually profound stage cultivators, and they are at the mid-profound stage, just like Brother Zhao. The onlookers exclaimed in surprise. At first, they thought the 2 newcomers were just at the late mortal stage, as most newcomers were at that level. They didn't expect these 2 to be not only at the profound stage, but also at the mid-profound stage. With Zhou Chu and Han Zhao's help, the pressure on the others in the battle was greatly reduced. After about 10 minutes of fighting, Zhou Chu inadvertently beheaded the wolf monster, ending the battle. "Thank you, brothers," the man who had been called Brother Zhao said gratefully to Zhou Chu and Han Zhao. "It was nothing, just a small effort. Moreover, we are all from Yanhuang. It's only right to help each other," Han Zhao said. Zhou Chu nodded in agreement. Seeing their amiability, Zhang Tianyu felt that these brothers were good to get along with, and he introduced himself. "My name is Zhang Tianyu, and I am at the mid-profound stage." He then pointed to the others behind him and added, "We are all from Nanqian City." Nanqian City? Zhou Chu remembered that Li Daba was also from Nanqian City. Zhou Chu couldn't help but ask, "Do you know Li Daba? You know Li Daba? That fat guy is in the same dormitory as me." Zhang Tianyu exclaimed excitedly upon hearing that Zhou Chu knew Li Daba. "Where's Li Daba now? Didn't he come with you guys?" "We came together with about 10 people. They are behind us. When we heard the commotion, we came up to check it out," Han Zhao explained. "I'll go get them. By the way, brother, I don't know your name yet," Zhang Tianyu said to Zhou Chu, who was standing to the side. "My name is Zhou Chu, from Lushui City. I'm at the mid-profound stage," Zhou Chu replied. Zhang Tianyu nodded and was about to check on his team's injured members when he inadvertently noticed the number on Zhou Chu's wristband. 85? What the hell? Zhang Tianyu thought he was seeing things. The points from a wolf monster were counted under Zhou Chu's score, but after deducting the 20 points, there were still 65 points left. Damn, everyone has just entered for less than a day, and you've already killed so many monsters? Chapter 419, Zhou Chu, you're here too? Soon after, Han Zhao arrived with Li Debao and others. As soon as Li Debao saw Zhang Tianyu, his face lit up with joy. "Old Zhang, you're actually here. Fatty, I was worried that you, a late-stage mortal, would run into trouble in this secret realm." Li Debao then revealed his cultivation aura to Zhang Tianyu. "Initial stage of Xian level? Fatty, you actually broke through?" Zhang Tianyu exclaimed in surprise. He remembered that Li Debao had just reached the late stage of mortal level not long ago, and he didn't expect him to break through in less than a day after entering the secret realm. "It's all thanks to Brother Zhou. If it weren't for him, I don't know how long it would have taken me to break through." Li Debao then recounted the events that had occurred since entering the secret realm. After listening, Zhang Tianyu was somewhat shocked. First of all, It was undeniable that Li Debao had good luck, and this Zhou Chu was not an ordinary person. The two groups then gathered together and decided to act together. Zhou Chu had 15 people on his side, while Zhang Tianyu had 13, forming a small team of 28. Could it be that you are the newcomer ranked 43rd on the list, the Northern Qian's little gun king, Han Zhao? Zhang Tianyu asked in astonishment. While chatting, Zhang Tianyu learned Han Zhao's name and his flowing gun techniques. He recognized Han Zhao's identity. It's just a false name, Han Zhao said with a shy smile. Newcomer list? Northern Qian's little gun king? Zhou Chu, hearing their conversation, couldn't help but feel puzzled. What is the newcomer list? And isn't that title a bit strange? Brother Zhou is from Lushui City, so you probably don't know. Because you guys arrived in the evening, Zhang Tianyu began to explain to Zhou Chu. During the day, a list was released showing the 50 strongest newcomers from our 4 cities. Brother Han is ranked 43rd. I'm also at the mid-stage of Xian level. But I couldn't even make the list because my combat power isn't as strong as theirs at the same level. It's a pity that Lushui City wasn't included in the statistics. Otherwise, Brother Zhou should be ranked above me, possibly in the 20s or 30s. Zhang Tianyu nodded in agreement, acknowledging that Zhou Chu's displayed strength was indeed stronger than the average mid-stage Xian-level cultivator. Han Zhao also wondered if Zhou Chu could make into the top 20. But after thinking it over, he felt that it was too optimistic to place Zhou Chu there. The top 20 were all at the late stage of Xian level. Each of them was a genius capable of crushing beasts of the same level. They not only reached the late stage of Xian level the fastest, but their strength was also top-notch. Just thinking about how the top 10 on that list could contend with Earth-level beasts, and the top 3 could even slay early-stage Earth-level beasts. It wasn't that Han Zhao thought Zhou Chu was weak, but compared to the top 20, he wasn't that strong. By the way, Brother Zhou, are there any late-stage Xian-level cultivators in your Lushui city? Zhou Chu thought for a moment. Besides himself, Tao Li was at mid-stage Xian level, Wang Shanshan was also at mid-stage Xian level, and some had reached early-stage Xian level. But it seemed there were indeed no late-stage Xian level cultivators. Zhou Chu shook his head, about to say no. At that moment, they heard a commotion ahead, with the voices of a man and a woman coming through. Can you stop following me? I just want to act alone, a crisp female voice said impatiently. Shanshan. It's safer for us to act together. We can find more treasures, the man quickly explained. I've told you many times, don't call me Shanshan. We've only met once. Just as Han Zhao and the others were curious about the situation, Zhou Chu suddenly felt that the woman's voice sounded familiar. Isn't that Wang Shanshan's voice? At that moment, the two appeared in Zhou Chu and the other's line of sight, with Wang Shanshan leading the way and a good-looking man following 2 meters behind her. Who is this guy? Could he be Wang Shanshan's suitor? From their earlier conversation, Zhou Chu roughly guessed what role the man was playing. A simp. Holy crap, isn't that Tianyang? Someone from Nanjian City said. It really is him. How'd he end up here? I don't understand. Who is Tianyang? He asked the 12th on the newcomer list from our Nanjian City. Oh, so it's him? Then who is this girl? She's so beautiful. I don't know, but I can see that this big shot seems to want to pursue her. Zhou Chu's group whispered amongst themselves. The two sides weren't very far apart, and it seemed Tianyang heard their discussion. He calmly said, I am Shanshan. Before he could finish, Wang Shanshan shot him a glance, and he quickly changed his words. I used to know Wang Shanshan. I'm afraid she might be in danger. After all, she's a girl, alone in this secret realm filled with beasts, so I decided to follow her to help. Tianyang explained in a gentlemanly manner. Meanwhile, Zhou Chu couldn't help but feel speechless internally, thinking he had never seen someone present the identity of a simp so refreshingly. Do I need your help? How about we have a match? Wang Shanshan then exuded an aura of late-stage Xian level. Holy crap, this girl is actually late-stage Xian level. Wang Shanshan, who is she? She's not on the list? At this moment, Han Zhao suddenly looked at Zhou Chu. Although he didn't speak, it seemed he was questioning Zhou Chu. Didn't you say there were no late-stage Xian-level cultivators in your Lushui city? Han Zhao guessed that it was impossible for a late-stage Xian-level cultivator to suddenly appear in the secret realm. She could only be someone from Lushui city who wasn't on the list. But didn't Zhou Chu just say that there were no late-stage Xian-level cultivators in Lushui city? However, After thinking about it, Han Zhao also considered that Zhou Chu might not know this girl, so it was normal for him not to know her cultivation level. Zhou Chu, on the other hand, was secretly observing Wang Shanshan, feeling bewildered. Had this girl broken through in less than a day? He clearly remembered that when they entered the secret realm yesterday, this girl was at mid-stage Xian level. What kind of opportunity or treasure had she encountered? What the hell? Why haven't I encountered anything? Tian Yang seemed hesitant when he heard Wang Shanshan's words and didn't immediately agree. The others were even more incredulous at this scene. As the 12th ranked Tian Yang was actually hesitating. Could it be that this late-stage Xian level girl was very strong? Feeling the gaze of the crowd, Tian Yang's expression changed, and he explained, "I'm just afraid that I might accidentally hurt Wang Shanshan in a match." Can you all guess what I mean? He disdainfully looked at everyone, glancing around and seeing that the highest cultivation among them was only mid-stage Xian level. Wang Shanshan, this place is filled with all kinds of people. We should leave here first, Tian Yang suggested, not want to be laughed at by others anymore. After all, he was ranked 12th among geniuses. And if any bad news about him spread among these people, it would have a worse impact. Just then, Wang Shanshan spotted Zhou Chu in the group. Her expression brightened, and she shouted, "Zhou Chu, you're here too?" Chapter 50, accidentally breaking through again. Zhou Chu, who had long been hiding in the crowd, heard Wang Shanshan call out his name. "Did I hide that well? How could you see me? Just because you glanced at me in the crowd, you noticed me, right?" Next to him, Han Zhao was confused. "This girl just called out Zhou Chu's name, right? You actually know him? I was just overthinking things. And it turns out you two know each other." Ignoring Han Zhao's bewildered expression, Zhou Chu first greeted Wang Shanshan and then looked apologetically at Han Zhao. Han Zhao raised his eyebrows and smiled at Zhou Chu, asking, "Brother Zhou, who is this beauty? Do you two know each other? What's your relationship?" Wang Shanshan was very beautiful, especially with her great figure, full of youthful vitality. Zhou Chu was about to explain to Han Zhao that he and Wang Shanshan were just classmates, both newcomers to Lushui City. However, upon hearing Han Zhao's question, Wang Shanshan lightly walked over to Zhou Chu's side and made a surprising move that left everyone astonished. This pure beauty took the initiative to link her arm with Zhou Chu's and cheerfully responded, "Of course we know each other. I'm Zhou Chu's girlfriend." After she said this, the crowd fell into a brief, non-static silence. What the hell? Such a beautiful girl is actually this brother's girlfriend? What's more, this beauty is at the late stage of the Xian level, a genius who could at least make it into the top 20 on the list. This brother is really impressive. Meanwhile, Han Zhao couldn't help but marvel in his heart. Brother Zhou is amazing. A mid-Xian level has a late Xian level girlfriend. Could this be the legendary soft rice eating? Zhang Tianyu and Li Daba, who were a bit farther away from Zhou Chu, couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. This is the model of our generation. Brother Zhou is awesome. Zhou Chu was completely frozen in place. Damn it. Wang Shanshan, are you doing this on purpose? Are you setting me up? Zhou Chu looked at Wang Shanshan, who was close to him, and whispered, "What are you doing?" Wang Shanshan quietly replied, "Help me this time." Zhou Chu, "Okay, but I need gathering spirit pills." Wang Shanshan, "How many?" Zhou Chu, 10, 20? Wang Shanshan, "Deal." Zhou Chu, "Am I going to lose out?" It feels like Wang Shanshan agreed too quickly. Thus, the two completed a certain transaction. Meanwhile, Tian Yang, who heard Wang Shanshan say Zhou Chu was her boyfriend, darkened his expression. However, he quickly regained his composure and forced a smile, saying, "Shanshan, don't joke around. I've never heard of you having a boyfriend." Wang Shanshan frowned. "Why would I need to report to you about my boyfriend? Are we that close?" Upon hearing Wang Shanshan's words, Tian Yang, with a false smile, said to Zhou Chu, "Brother, what is your background? Do you deserve Shanshan?" Zhou Chu hesitated for a moment before replying, "I was a delivery guy before. Does that count as a background?" Tian Yang couldn't help but laugh at Zhou Chu's response. "Where did this silly guy come from?" Tian Yang said nonchalantly, "I advise you to stay away from Shanshan. She is from the Wang family in Magic City." "What status do you have to be with her?" "The Wang family in Magic City? Is that Wang Shanshan's background?" It sounded impressive, Zhou Chu thought. Tian Yang, "Where I come from is none of your business. Weren't you just about to leave? Why are you still hanging around here?" Wang Shanshan said irritably. Tian Yang's expression darkened at Wang Shanshan's words. He thought to himself, "You little bitch, how dare you insult me like this? If it weren't for trying to curry favor with your family, do you think I would keep bothering you?" But he still smiled and said, "What are you talking about? Shanshan, I'm just following everyone. This way, if there's danger, I can help." Then he looked at the crowd and said, "I should be fine following everyone, right?" The others nodded in agreement. Seeing everyone agree, Tianying couldn't help but smile and then looked at Zhou Chu mockingly, raising his eyebrows at him. Zhou Chu ignored him and said softly to Wang Shanshan, "What's up with this guy?" Wang Shanshan replied quietly, "He's one of my pursuers. I ran into him in the secret realm, and he has been following me ever since. I can't shake him off." Zhou Chu thought to himself, as expected, "Even if nothing happens when I'm next to Wang Shanshan, trouble will still come knocking. If I take people's money and do their bidding, I can only reveal part of my strength." "Oh, I see. So I just need to make him go away?" Wang Shanshan nodded. "Plus 20 more gathering spirit pills. Deal." "Damn, I'm going to lose out again. I underestimated Wang Shanshan's financial power." Then Zhou Chu shook off Wang Shanshan, who was still linking her arm with him, and gently placed his hand on her slim waist. Wang Shanshan looked a bit shocked at Zhou Chu, but didn't refuse. Seeing this scene, Tian Yang's face darkened as if it were about to drip water. Zhou Chu placed his hand on Wang Shanshan's waist, feeling her softness, and smiled inwardly. "Serving you right for setting me up earlier." Then he looked up at Tian Yang, mocking, "What are you? You think you can follow us? If you have the guts, come fight me. Let me see what qualifications you have to follow us." Wang Shanshan was initially stunned by Zhou Chu's words. Can a mid-Xian level defeat a late Xian level like Tian Yang? No. Wang Shanshan suddenly realized that Zhou Chu had displayed mid-Xian level strength back in the forest, and she had only been at the early Xian level then. Nearly a month had passed. How could Zhou Chu still be at mid-Xian level? Moreover, she had seen him kill those Xian level ascension cultists with a single strike. He had hidden his cultivation. Hearing Zhou Chu's words, everyone was shocked. A mid-Xian level wants to fight a late Xian level? Those who reach the late Xian level are all geniuses, able to crush beasts of the same level. No matter how strong you are at mid-Xian level, you can't defeat a late Xian level genius. Among those familiar with Zhou Chu, Han Zhao felt worried. Tian Yang is ranked 12th on the list. Does Zhou Chu not know this? Should I remind him? Li Daba was even more shocked, his fat face trembling with disbelief. "Brother Zhou, you just broke through to mid-Xian level, and you're provoking a late Xian level? Do you have to be so bold? Is this the legendary rage for a beauty?" Tian Yang laughed upon hearing Zhou Chu's words. "I was just worried about how to deal with you. But since you've come to me, I won't hold back." "All right, I was just thinking of testing the strength of the delivery guy." Tian Yang smiled at Zhou Chu. "How about we find a spacious spot for a fight?" Zhou Chu suggested. So the two moved to an open space in the forest, while the others stood by to watch. They stood facing each other 10 meters apart. "Let me say this first, during the fight, you will definitely get a few small injuries, so don't mind it," Tian Yang said slowly. "No problem, I won't mind." Zhou Chu then took a step forward, suddenly revealing the aura of late Xian level. The spectators were all shocked. Zhou Chu scratched his head awkwardly and said, "Sorry, I accidentally broke through again." Chapter 51, Haizi Speaks. What the hell? How did this brother break through? Yeah, it's ridiculous, right? The onlookers discussed. Ubabe, Fanzhou, Li Debo, and others who encountered Zhou Chu in the desert frowned. They remembered Zhou Chu had just broken through to the mid-Xian stage in the courtyard of the Yin-Yang grass. So how could he break through again now? Zhou Chu actually didn't want to break through, but he felt that if word got out that he, at the mid-Xian stage, could defeat a genius at the late Xian stage, he would no longer be able to keep a low profile. It would be better to fight him at the late Xian stage. Winning would only show that he was stronger within the same rank. However, while Zhou Chu thought this way, others were more curious about how Zhou Chu had broken through so quickly. Tian Yang's expression changed when he saw Zhou Chu break through to the late Xian stage, but he quickly returned to normal. So what if he had broken through? He was also a genius at the late Xian stage, and besides, he had just broken through. How could he defeat him? "Since you've just broken through, do you want me to let you have the first move?" Tian Yang said politely. Zhou Chu looked at this flattering guy with confusion, incredulously asking, "Are you sure you want me to go first?" Tian Yang nodded lightly. All right, you said it. Don't blame me if I take you down in one move. Zhou Chu muttered to himself. Sigh. Even letting this brother have a move is risky. After all, Zhou brother just broke through to the late Qian stage. Yeah, Tian Yang is a genius among the late Qian stage. I wonder how long this brother can hold up. The people around whispered, but soon they were stunned into silence. They had initially wanted to see how long Zhou Chu could last against the genius ranked 12th on the list. However, Zhou Chu made the first move, and with a flash of blade light, Tian Yang's expression changed drastically. He quickly summoned a long sword to defend, but was still knocked back dozens of meters, falling to the ground. What the hell am I seeing things? This brother with one move? He only used one move. One move was all it took to bring down Tian Yang, who was ranked 12th. Those who had not thought highly of Zhou Chu couldn't help but exclaim. Wang Shanshan stood nearby, watching with a smile. She knew Zhou Chu would definitely win. Damn, Heisey speaks. Who were the ones looking down on my Zhou brother just now? The people who had just listened to Li Dababao's words lowered their heads and fell silent. My Zhou brother is the real genius. What is Tian Yang worth? Li Dababao felt he had truly latched onto a strong ally. Meanwhile, Han Zhao was left speechless for a long time. He had always thought his strength was comparable to Zhou Chu's, believing Zhou Chu was just a bit stronger than him. But now, seeing Zhou Chu's displayed strength, taking down the 12th ranked Tian Yang in one move, he realized that Zhou Chu could at least make it into the top 10. No, it should be the top 5. The ones ranked in the last few of the top 10 might be able to beat Tian Yang, but they would never take him down in one move. Only the top 5 could have that kind of strength. He never expected Zhou Chu to be so strong. It seemed he had been hiding it all along. Han Zhao couldn't help but smile wryly. At that moment, Zhou Chu felt a bit flustered. Was that last move too heavy? He had clearly held back. Why was Tian Yang so fragile? If he had known, he would have just pretended to spar for 300 rounds. Tian Yang slowly got up from the ground, staring at Zhou Chu in shock. Just now, his protective talisman had shattered. It was given to him by his family for self-defense and could withstand an attack from someone at the early Earth stage. However, that blade just now had already inflicted damage equivalent to the early Earth stage. How is that possible? Wasn't he just at the late Qian stage? Could it be that he was pretending to be weak? Who exactly are you? You're not on the list. I'm from Lushui City, so of course I'm not on the list. All right, I'll remember you. Tian Yang slowly left the scene. Didn't he want to stay in this damn place for another minute? He had lost face and got injured. At this moment, Wang Shanshan walked over to Zhou Chu, a bit worried, and whispered, "Will this cause you trouble?" Haven't you caused me enough trouble already? Zhou Chu thought silently, then asked, "What is wrong?" He is from the Tian family in Qian province, which is quite a powerful family there. I'm afraid they will target you in the future, but I will definitely help you. Your family compared to his, who is stronger? Do you know why he is pursuing me? It's because my family is stronger than his. His family only has one late Earth stage person, and that person is his grandfather, Wang Shanshan explained. Then it's fine, Zhou Chu said with relief upon hearing this. Huh, it's fine? You're only at the late Qian stage? Wang Shanshan couldn't help but ask in confusion. His grandfather wouldn't actively seek trouble with me, would he? Zhou Chu Lauget. Wang Shanshan shook her head. Indeed. How could an old master at the late Earth stage seek trouble with a newcomer? Meanwhile, Zhou Chu thought to himself, late Earth stage? I'm not far from breaking through. When I reach the Earth stage, I won't be afraid of a late Earth stage person. At this time, Li Dababo rushed over, looking excitedly at Zhou Chu, and said, Brother Zhou, no, Zhouge from now on, you're my Zhouge. That move of yours was really cool. Indeed, Zhouge, you're the real deal. What kind of bullshit list? Zhouge isn't even on it. Yet he can still beat a 12th ranked genius? Li Dababao flattered him with a big grin. Beside him, Han Zhao looked at Zhou Chu again with a solemn expression. Zhou Chu felt a bit scared seeing Han Zhao's gaze. Han Zhao spoke, Brother Zhou, you didn't hide your cultivation level, did you? Don't accidentally break through to the Earth stage later. After knowing you for a day, you've gone from the early Qian stage to the mid-Qian stage, and now to the late Qian stage. If Zhou Chu were to break through to the Earth stage now, Han Zhao could actually accept it, at most being a bit incredulous. After all, No newcomers from their Qian province had broken through to the Earth stage yet. If Zhou Chu truly broke through, he would indeed be the #1 newcomer from Qian province. Zhou Chu smiled and shook his head. Actually, I'm just at the late Qian stage. Hiding my cultivation was just to be cautious. I'm still far from the Earth stage. Han Zhao, you think I believe that? Haha, Alright, Shu Yi. Where do you think we should go now? Li Dababeo pulled out the map he had found earlier. We should be at this position now. Li Dababeo pointed to a certain edge of the forest on the map. How about we check this out? It doesn't specify what it is, but there is a golden flower marked, so it's probably some kind of treasure. Zhou Chu pointed to a location in the forest leaning toward the palace. Han Zhao leaned over to take a look. I think it's good. Zhang Tianyu, I have no objections. Wang Shanshan nodded. The others, upon learning that Zhou Chu agreed, also supported the idea. Now, this small team of over 30 people had unknowingly begun to follow Zhou Chu as their leader. Chapter 52. Are there no talents in our demon clan? A figure appeared above the palace at the center of the Fanjing secret realm, standing in midair, stroking his chin in thought. Where exactly is the treasure that stabilizes this small world? I've searched the central palace thoroughly, yet I haven't found a single clue. This person is Qi Siming, who entered the secret realm along with the newcomers. Besides observing the actions of these newcomers, his main purpose is to find the treasure that stabilizes this secret realm. That old bald donkey didn't explain things clearly. If he had known, he would have come to find it himself. After all, isn't this secret realm owned by their Fanjing temple? Qi Siming complained. He has some knowledge about this secret realm, including its history and origin. Could it be that the treasure is actually on the outskirts? Or perhaps it is being guarded by demon beasts? Qi Siming continued to ponder. The strongest demon beasts here are only at the earth level. Isn't it absurd for them to guard a treasure of the heaven level? Forget it. Let's go look around the outskirts first, and then check out the demon beasts in this area. Qi Siming resolved internally. Then he vanished from the spot. Over the next few days, Zhou Chu and the others were also approaching the location marked on the map with a golden flower. It was a small lake. At that moment, 3 figures were running in a disheveled manner from the direction of the lake toward Zhou Chu and the others. Zhou Chu and the others were stunned. What was going on? At the same time, a roar from a tiger echoed from the lake, followed by a somewhat non-standard dialect of the 9 provinces. Have a human race outside become so bold after all these years? Daring to provoke an Earth-level authority. Then you all can stay here. A massive figure leaped out of the lake, rapidly pursuing the 3 individuals. Zhou Chu and the others, standing at a distance, were shocked. It was actually an Earth-level demon beast. Those 3 were really bold. They provoked an Earth-level demon beast to this extent. Just as Zhou Chu was about to take a closer look at which 3 unfortunate souls were involved, he suddenly realized that he was familiar with 2 of the figures. ISNT, the Wang Pengzi, and Tao Li, the 2 of them, one at the heaven level and one at the mortal level, went to provoke an earth-level demon beast. But then he thought about it. It was normal. After all, the last time they were both at the mortal level, they also provoked a heaven-level demon beast. But who was the other one? Meanwhile, the 3 people fleeing in panic saw the tiger demon chasing after them, and their faces turned even paler. One of the smaller figures shouted, "Damn, you 2 are really impressive. Didn't you say it was just an early Earth-level tiger demon?" The little monk, who usually kept silent to reduce his karmic burden and practice silent meditation, was so angry that he cursed, breaking his vows. Tao Li and the other 2 were also confused. They had sensed the aura of an Earth-level demon beast earlier. It was indeed at the early Earth level. However, as soon as they reached the lake, the little monk noticed something was off and pulled the other 2 to run. Just a few seconds later, the mid-Earth level tiger demon leaped out of the lake. "You 2 have truly ruined me," the little monk said with a long face. If it had only been an early Earth-level demon beast, Su Wu wouldn't have been afraid. He even felt confident he could kill it. But this was a mid-Earth level demon beast. He was only at the late heaven level, which was 2 realms apart, and there was a significant gap in levels. Even if he was a genius, he wouldn't go to his death like this. At that moment, the 3 of them spotted more than 30 people ahead. And Wang Pengzi thought they were saved, excitedly shouting. But Su Wu's expression changed. Why are there so many people here? Damn it, behind them is a mid-Earth level tiger demon. By the time it catches up, this group won't be able to escape. He knew the strength of this batch of newcomers. Most were at the late mortal level. Some had reached the heaven level, and only 20 had made it to the late heaven level. Among those 20, most could easily defeat late heaven-level demon beasts. And only a few of the top-ranked individuals could confidently fight against early Earth-level demon beasts. To confront this mid-Earth-level demon beast, at least he, the first-ranked mute, and the third-ranked young lady would need to cooperate to have a chance. But they weren't in the forest right now, Zhou Chu thought helplessly. When he was in the forest, he had encountered the two of them, but they had both gone to the innermost palace, leaving him to seek out early Earth-level demon beasts for a fight. No, he needed to get these people to run quickly. Otherwise, once the tiger demon caught up, none of them would escape. Then the little monks shouted, "Run! Everyone quickly run!" The people in the distance heard the little monk's voice and were all frozen in place, unsure of what was happening. In everyone's mind, it was just an Earth-level demon beast. With so many people here, plus Zhou Chu, a powerful ally, why run? Only Zhou Chu, Wang Shanshan, Han Zhao, and others with stronger abilities changed their expressions. They too sensed that something was off, even though they were quite far away. They felt that the aura emitted by the tiger demon did not seem like an early Earth-level beast. It was a mid-Earth-level tiger demon. Zhou Chu and the others exclaimed in unison. Han Zhao, you take everyone and run first. Wang Shanshan, you go with him. Zhou Chu thought for a moment and said, Okay, but what about you? Han Zhao initially agreed, but soon realized that Zhou Chu didn't seem to be planning to run with them. I need to go take a look. My friends are among those being chased, Zhou Chu said helplessly. He couldn't abandon Wang Pengzi and Tao Li, who were in danger, and run away. What? Han Zhao was taken aback. He expected that Zhou Chu's friends were among those being chased by the Earth-level demon beast. I'm going with you, Wang Shanshan hurriedly said. No, that's a mid-Earth level demon beast. You wouldn't be able to help much. You should retreat with everyone first. After a moment's hesitation, Wang Shanshan finally nodded in agreement. She decided to trust Zhou Chu's strength. Han Zhao also began to gather everyone to retreat. And soon over 30 people started running back in the direction they had come from. The little monks saw this scene and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, but suddenly noticed that one person did not retreat. Instead, he was running towards them. What was this person thinking? Could he not see the situation clearly? The little monk decided to ignore it for now and confront the tiger demon to buy time for everyone to escape. He felt he could hold out for a while against this mid-Earth level tiger demon. He then told Tao Li and the others to keep running while he stayed behind to buy time. Hearing the little monk's words, the two were somewhat moved. This little monk could have escaped, but chose to stand up for everyone. I'll stay with you. After all, I'm also a mid-heaven level cultivator, Tao Li said solemnly. Forget it. Wait until you reach the late heaven level before saying that. Don't worry, even if I can't win, I can still escape. I'm ranked second among this batch of newcomers, the little monk smiled. Tao Li could only nod and quickly lead Wang Pengzi away. Meanwhile, Zhou Chu stood his ground, adjusting his breath. The approaching tiger demon looked at Zhou Chu, who was standing still, and couldn't help but laugh. I'm curious. Why did you choose to stay here? Do you think you can delay time for your companions? You humans are all like this, including the human race that guarded this place hundreds of years ago, the original owners of this secret realm. Hearing the tiger demon's words, Zhou Chu's expression changed. This tiger demon knew the history of this secret realm, and it said that the original owner of this secret realm was the human race. Could it be that this tiger demon had been here for hundreds of years? Right, some geniuses among your human race always think they are invincible at the same level, but they can fight above their rank. You must be one of those, right? The tiger demon squinted at Zhou Chu, and cold sweat began to trickle down Zhou Chu's back. The tiger demon suddenly burst into laughter. Why do you humans think that only you have this? Is there really no genius in our demon clan who can fight above their level? Chapter 53. Then you can go die after listening to the words of the tiger demon. Zhou Chu's expression changed. This mid-level Earth realm tiger demon seemed to be quite formidable. By the way, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Zhou Chu, and I come from the Tian-Pi Sacred Tiger Clan, one of the top 10 sacred clans of the demon race. What? This tiger demon actually has its own name? The most important thing is, what does it mean by the top 10 sacred clans of the demon race? Seeing Zhou Chu's puzzled expression, Zhou Chu frowned. You don't know about our demon race's top 10 sacred clans? Did the spiritual energy isolation cause a gap in your human world back then? You don't even know this? Zhou Chu shook his head. He really didn't know, as spiritual energy had only recently begun to recover in recent years. A few hundred years ago, this Fanjing secret realm was one of the human race's sub-secret realms, but we broke through and killed all the people here from the human race. The cultivation technique you practice feels very familiar to me. It seems that the place you inherited it from is related to this secret realm. Hearing who use words, Zhou Chu's expression darkened. This tiger demon was right. This secret realm indeed had intricate connections with the Fanjing temple he was in. From the information he had previously researched, it seemed that the Fanjing temple was a branch of this Fanjing secret realm in the human world. So this time, when he entered the secret realm, he was hoping to find some long-lost techniques from the Fanjing temple. It seems my guess was correct. After all, the ones guarding this secret realm before were all monks like you. I previously killed a mid-level Earth realm monk, who you continued. However, at that time, I was only at the early Earth realm. At this point, who you mockingly smiled at Zhou Chu. Now I've broken through to the mid-level Earth realm. Are you still planning to challenge me? When Wang Pongzi and the others first arrived at the lake, who you was indeed still at the early Earth realm. The breakthroughs in cultivation for the human race and demon race are different. Humans can break through at any time without any restrictions. In contrast, when demons break through, there's a phase where all their focus must be on the breakthrough, and if disturbed, they risk failure. This is why the cultivation for demons is difficult, and their speed is far inferior to that of humans. At that time, Hu Yu discovered Wang Pongzi and the others and feared they would affect his breakthrough. So he revealed his aura and roared to scare them away. But unexpectedly, after completing his breakthrough, these two humans dared to come back. Just after breaking through, they delivered themselves right to him. He hadn't fed on blood for hundreds of years, so why not seize the opportunity? Zhou Chu's heart sank, feeling that he was about to fall into a trap. Now, let you experience the power of one of the top 10 sacred clans of the demon race. The Takeout sacred tiger lineage. Demons can only transform into human form at the celestial realm, and Hu Yu is still in beast form. He quickly appeared in front of Zhou Chu and swiped a claw. Zhou Chu shouted internally that it was not good and hurriedly summoned his weapon, a Zen staff. Then, a Buddhist light appeared around him, protecting him as he tried his best to block Hu Yu's claw. The surrounding Buddhist light shattered, and he was knocked back more than 10 steps by the powerful force, but he managed to barely block the attack. Although he wasn't injured, his hands holding the Zen staff trembled uncontrollably. Just a casual strike almost overwhelmed me. Zhou Chu forced a bitter smile. The top 10 sacred clans of the demon race? Qianpo sacred tiger. At this moment, a voice came from behind. Zhou Chu had arrived on the scene and heard Hu Yu's previous remark. Oh, you know about my sacred clan? Hu Yu looked at Zhou Chu, who had just arrived, with some delight, surprised that someone knew of his sacred clan. Zhou Chu examined Zhou Chu, noticing that he had never seen this person before. But since he dared to come forward, he must have some strength, right? He didn't look down on Zhou Chu. Instead, he thought Zhou Chu must have some ability otherwise. Why would he come here when everyone else was fleeing in the opposite direction? After considering it further, Zhou Chu thought that even if Zhou Chu had some strength, he probably couldn't match this tiger demon in an unequal battle. Zhou Chu ignored Hu Yu's words and continued to inquire. Do you know Hu Qiu? You actually know Lord Hu Qiu? Hu Yu's expression changed to one of shock upon hearing Zhou Chu's words. Hadn't the spiritual energy been isolated for hundreds of years in the human world? Hadn't a gap emerged? How could this young human know Lord Hu Qiu? Lord Hu Qiu is our clan's youngest genius. He reached the mid-level celestial realm before 100 years old and is invincible among his peers. How do you know his name? Zhou Chu secretly thought to himself, as expected, and continued to ask, Do you know Hu Xiaotian? As soon as the name was mentioned, Hu Yu was first taken aback. Then his face filled with anger as he shouted, You dare to directly call out the name of my sacred clan's leader? Are you seeking death? Hu Yu was furious. If it weren't for wanting to know how Zhou Chu knew all this, he would have already torn him to shreds. Meanwhile, Zhou Chu had confirmed a certain guess in his heart. He didn't answer, but instead began to laugh to himself. Ha ha! His laughter was wild, revealing a kind of incomprehensible madness. Seeing Zhou Chu's appearance, Su Wu was completely dumbfounded. What's wrong with this person? Has he gone mad? How could he turn into this after just a few questions? Hu Yu also looked at Zhou Chu with some confusion. Could this human be a madman? After a while, Zhou Chu finally stopped laughing. Last question. Do you also come from that so-called sacred clan? Zhou Chu looked at Hu Yu, speaking normally. Hu Yu first nodded, then snapped back to reality and shouted, "You haven't answered how you know all this." Hu Yu had not made a move yet. He was very curious about how this young human knew so much, while the bald man beside him seemed to know nothing. This human not only knew about his sacred clan's genius, Hu Qiu, but also the leader's name. How could someone so young know these things? In fact, there were some things Hu Yu didn't know either. He had been in the secret realm for hundreds of years. After breaking through this secret realm, he stayed for a while, and then the sacred clan suddenly sent out a message for all members outside to return. By the time he learned of this news, it was already too late, so he prepared to return to the demon realm. However, the spiritual energy in the outside world had disappeared. This secret realm was sealed, and the passage to the human world was closed due to the disappearance of spiritual energy. In the secret realm, the only mid-level Earth realm demon was him. In recent years, some demon beasts had broken through to the Earth realm, but it was useless. They simply couldn't get out. So he had always been thinking about going out to see what had happened in the outside world. Finally, through some information from lower-level demon beasts, he learned that humans had entered, which meant the passage had been opened. Moreover, these humans were only at the mortal or mysterious levels, so he would be an invincible existence. He finally had a chance to go out. At this moment, Zhou Chu saw Hu Yu's acknowledgement and nodded. Then you can go die. Chapter 54. One must never lose their fighting spirit. Since the last character profile ended, Zhou Chu's heart had been heavy. Especially when he learned that Qi Jin was truly dead. He felt an indescribable pain. Not long ago, he began searching for the Battle of Huanhe on his phone. After typing these 4 characters, he paused for a long time before pressing the search button. With the help of modern technology, a large amount of information was retrieved, laid out before him, most of which was about the battles between the Ming army and the later Jin. There was little about the Huanhe part, just a few lines stating that over 10,000 Ming soldiers perished and that Qi Jin, Qin Bangping, and others refused to surrender, leading to the last stand of the Qi family army. In history, it was merely a line of cold text, but to him, they were real people who had lived. Zhou Chu managed to suppress his emotions, but when he looked down and saw the line that read, "After the Battle of Huanhe, Qi Jin's body was never found." A wave of sorrow that did not belong to this era washed over him. When Zhou Chu read the last sentence of the information, 100 battles with no defeat. But after one defeat, there was no more Qi family army. His nose tinged with bitterness. And a voice seemed to echo in his ears what Cheetah had said when they first met. Living is enough, surviving brings hope. But you couldn't help but laugh at Zhou Chu's words, thinking that this young man was just joking with him. Want me to die? With your late-stage Xian rank strength? The genius of the human race was still so arrogant. Hu Yu disdainfully sized up Zhou Chu. He had seen many confident human geniuses, and they often ended up as his prey, a fitting end to their arrogance. Since you are unwilling to answer, then you can die. Hu Yu had no time to waste with Zhou Chu and decided to kill him directly. Hu Yu's massive figure appeared before Zhou Chu at an incredible speed, his sharp claws slashing toward Zhou Chu's body. Bang! Suddenly, Ping Hong appeared and blocked the attack. This was the first time Zhou Chu had used Ping Hong during this period. He had been using a superior-grade, unknown blade all this time. Hu Yu frowned. This human had actually blocked his attack and seemed unharmed. The little monk from earlier had been knocked back several steps by the same strike. Meanwhile, Su Wu, who was ready to help, was also stunned by the scene. This person is stronger than me, Su Wu thought to himself. Even the one-ranked first would find it hard to block this attack so easily. Zhou Chu's gaze shifted, not giving Hu Yu a chance to react. He combined it with the light cloud technique and unleashed the 9 shatters of the void. Hu Yu sensed something was wrong and quickly extended his arms to block the 9 strikes that were invisible to the naked eye. Hu Yu's expression changed slightly as he stepped back a few paces, realizing he had been injured by a late-stage human. Looking at the moderately deep wound on his arm, he stared at Zhou Chu in disbelief. "You actually managed to hurt me?" Meanwhile, Su Wu was even more shocked. This person could actually force Hu Yu back? Whose genius is this? Before Hu Yu could respond, Zhou Chu charged forward with his blade, using the light cloud technique to evade Hu Yu's attack while continuously swinging Ping Hong to target Hu Yu's weaknesses. Hu Yu was thoroughly enraged. He let out a long howl, shaking the surrounding trees with a powerful sound wave. Zhou Chu, who was near him, was also knocked back several steps. Looking at his wound, Hu Yu slowly said, "A late-stage Xian rank cannot break my defense. This blade of yours seems extraordinary. When I gaze at this blade, I even feel a primal fear." Zhou Chu did not answer. Instead, he gripped the blade tightly and stared intently at Hu Yu. Slash the Woku. Upon hearing Zhou Chu say these two words, Hu Yu felt his emotions influenced, but he quickly regained his composure. A capability that can affect emotions? Hu Yu thought to himself. But at that moment, a red blade aura appeared before Hu Yu, causing his expression to change. He even sensed danger from this red light. Gritting his teeth, Hu Yu exerted all his strength to defend. When the red blade aura struck him, a powerful shockwave erupted, filling the air with dust around Hu Yu's position. Zhou Chu watched cautiously ahead, unsure if this strike would incapacitate the tiger demon. As the dust settled, Hu Yu stood in place, a deep wound appearing on his chest, but it was not fatal. Hu Yu quietly looked at Zhou Chu, no longer underestimating this young human. Facing a late-stage Xian rank with his mid-stage Earth rank was already quite strong, and he had been injured like this. He was a genius of the Holy Clan. This is a true genius of the human race. This blade aura is quite interesting, but unfortunately, it's still lacking a bit. Seeing that Hu Yu was still fine, Zhou Chu felt a sense of helplessness. Could he really not kill him even after using his strongest attack? If it were an average mid-stage Earth rank, they might not have been able to withstand this strike. Hu Yu couldn't help but reflect on this. This young human had surprised him too many times. Meanwhile, Su Wu was even more astonished. This person could unleash such a terrifying strike. The problem was that such a terrifying strike had not killed the tiger demon. Su Wu looked at Zhou Chu and noticed his expression of helplessness, as if he had guessed that this was Zhou Chu's strongest move. Zhou Chu gadi ping hong dai li. Thinking to himself, if I can't even kill this tiger demon, how can I take revenge for Cheetah in the future? How can I kill that tiger clan's holy son, Hu Qiu? How can I kill the tiger clan's patriarch, Hu Xiaodian? Those two demons were already on his must-kill list. But was this where it ended? Thinking of this, Zhou Chu felt a sense of unwillingness. Why? Why is my strength improving so slowly? I'm still one step away from the Earth rank. If the system were here, I would have entered the Jade Plate Hall and advanced to the Earth rank, and I wouldn't have to fear this tiger demon anymore. Yes, the system. Zhou Chu seemed to have thought of a solution, continuously calling out to the system in his heart, but there was no response. The system was still updating. Is it still not updated? The last straw in Zhou Chu's heart snapped. He felt he had let Cheetah down, let down the Ping Hong in his hand. Zhou Chu's eyes grew vacant as he stared at the Ping Hong, devoid of fighting spirit, clearly having given up. Seeing this scene, Hu Yu couldn't help but smile. Even a genius of the human race, when faced with someone stronger, realizing this was a battle they could not win, would still choose to give up. Meanwhile, the little monk beside them watched this unfold, constantly lamenting, I'm doomed. I'm only in my teens. How can I be finished? If I had known, I wouldn't have agreed to my master's words and entered this damn secret realm. I haven't found the techniques I was looking for, and now I have to leave my life here. Why is it so hard for me? Just then, a serious voice that only Zhou Chu could hear echoed. It was a voice he was incredibly familiar with. Ah Chu, how can you lose your fighting spirit like this? Is it because you feel you cannot defeat the tiger demon before you? You must remember, even when facing stronger opponents, you cannot lose your fighting spirit. Cannot lose your will to fight. You saw my ending back then. Did you see me give up? Did you see me yield? Did you see me despondent? Hata di. I fought until the last moment with all my fighting spirit. My body may die, my breath may cease, but my fighting spirit must never dissipate. Qi Jin's words echoed in Zhou Chu's ears, his eyes reddening as tears flowed. But his body was filled with fighting spirit, completely different from the despondent aura before. Hu Yu couldn't help but feel curious. The human who had just lost all fighting spirit had actually regained his will to fight? Su Wu beside him also had an incredulous expression. He felt that this person seemed to have changed, but he couldn't pinpoint how. It seems that the aura around him has changed. Zhou Chu wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, stroked the ping hong in his hand, and said in a deep voice, "Follow me. Let's eliminate the demons." Chapter 55. It turns out he encountered the Master Shiwu then. Zhou Chu's aura changed, clearly indicating that he had stepped into the earth stage. A golden blade of energy emerged from Ping Hong, slicing towards Hu Yue. Upon seeing Zhou Chu's breakthrough, Hu Yue's expression changed dramatically. Has he already broken through? The breakthroughs of the human race are truly enviable. The golden blade of energy was already in front of Hu Yue. What? Do you think just because you broke through you can kill me? Hu Yue couldn't help but smile, but he remained vigilant, preparing to block the attack. However, he quickly realized something was off. This seemingly ordinary golden blade of energy made him feel more terrified than the previous red blade of energy. If the previous red blade only made him feel that he could be hurt, this golden blade made him feel the danger of death. How could there be such a terrifying blade of energy? What kind of technique is this from the human race? The golden blade of energy suddenly appeared in front of Hu Yue. How could this be? It was clearly far away just a moment ago. How could it disregard space and appear right in front of him? Zhou Chu simply watched quietly. He had used Ping Hong's first skill, Void Break. Among the 3 skills that Ping Hong possessed, except for the passive skill Sharpness, the others consumed a lot of spiritual energy. Using Void Break once would basically deplete his inner spiritual energy, and Zhou Chu had hardly used it before because it was too costly. As for the Void skill, Zhou Chu had been unable to use it before. Although the system indicated it could be used, at that time, he was only at the profound stage, and his inner spiritual energy was simply insufficient to use that skill. But now that Zhou Chu had reached the earth stage, he felt the abundance of spiritual energy in his body, at least 10 times that of when he was at the profound stage. And his recovery speed was also extremely fast. He could use these 2 skills now. The golden blade of energy touched Hu Yue, and this time, there was no huge impact. It was very quiet. Meanwhile, Shiwu, who was watching from the side, looked dumbfounded. Was this attack not powerful? But soon, he dismissed this thought, widening his eyes in disbelief. The mid-earth stage tiger demon was continuously covered in deep wounds, deeper than the scar left by the previous red blade of energy on the tiger demon's chest. And wounds were spread all over its body. A single strike had severely injured the tiger demon, causing blood to flow from it as it half knelt on the ground. At that moment, Zhou Chu suddenly appeared in front of Hu Yue. Hu Yue, unable to believe what was happening, wanted to say something, but the wound on its throat prevented it from speaking. How could he, at the earth stage, disregard space and teleport? Zhou Chu was actually relying on Ping Hong's skill, Void Break, to teleport. Only by holding Ping Hong could Zhou Chu teleport with it. This was a new application of the Void Break skill that Zhou Chu had just discovered. Zhou Chu couldn't help but nod inwardly, realizing that in addition to teleporting the blade of energy, he could also teleport himself along with it. Truly a divine artifact. Then, Zhou Chu quietly whispered in Hu Yue's ear, "Rest assured, your race's holy son and clan leader will come to see you in the future." Then, under Hu Yue's shocked expression, the Ping Hong in Zhou Chu's hand pierced through Hu Yue's heart, ending its life. Meanwhile, Shiwu was still in a daze, watching this scene, unable to react. Did this reversal happen too quickly? This mid-earth stage genius of the demon race just died like this? Zhou Chu smiled at Shiwu. "Shiwu, are you alright?" "I'm fine." "Wait, how do you know my name?" Zhou Chu chuckled and told Shiwu about his encounter with Wang Fatty and the others on the way. When they mentioned the little monk's name. "Oh, so that's how it is. You actually know them," Shiwu said, touching his bald head. "You're so strong. Did you just break through to the earth stage?" Shiwu couldn't help but ask, still a bit uncertain. Zhou Chu nodded, confirming that just a moment ago, he had stepped into the earth stage and could now use the second sword of the Ping Hai sword technique, the demon exorcising blade, to defeat that tiger demon. Seeing Zhou Chu nod, Shiwu couldn't help but smile wryly. "It seems the strongest newcomer this time is you. Even Yu Qian probably can't beat you." "Yu Qian? You're from Lushui City, right? No wonder you're not on the list and don't know about Yu Qian. He's the one ranked first on this list." He is probably just a bit stronger than me. Why is he ranked first and I'm second? Zhou Chu knew there was a ranking list, but no one had mentioned the specific names on the list. He only knew that Tianyang was ranked 12th and Han Zhao was around 40. Now it's fine. Because of you, I'm third, Shu said with a bitter face. Haha, where are you planning to go next? Zhou Chu asked. I plan to go to the palace. There should be a technique I need there. Do you want to come with me? Sure, but I need to find my friends first. Those two. Shu thought of the plump and thin duo with a headache. If it weren't for them, he wouldn't have faced that mid-earth stage tiger demon. All right, then let us go find them first. Shu nodded in agreement. Soon, Zhou Chu and Shu headed back and quickly found Tao Li and Wang Fatty. And even the 30 or so people from before, with Wang Fatty and the others among them. When Tao Li, Wang Fatty, and Wang Shanshan saw Zhou Chu and Shu return safely, they didn't react much, thinking it was normal, as if they had gotten used to it. But the others thought differently. Wow, Brother Zhou, are you all right? I didn't expect you to escape from the mid-earth stage beast. Han Xiu exclaimed happily. Brother Zhou, let me see. Are you hurt anywhere? Li Debeos rushed over, eager to check on the leg he had just hugged. Wang Fatty frowned. Who is this fat guy? How dare he flatter my Brother Zhou? Is he trying to steal my position? Despicable. I've only been away from Brother Zhou for a few days, and he is trying to hug my thigh. So he looked at Li Debeos with hostility. Shu couldn't help but smile upon hearing Han Zhao's words. Escape? You underestimate him too much. He killed that mid-earth stage tiger demon. Shu was about to explain, but Zhou Chu subtly gestured to him. All right, I won't say anything. Shu understood Zhou Chu's intention and decided not to disclose the matter. At this time, Han Zhao and the others noticed Shu, the little monk who had been standing silently beside them. Brother Zhou, who is this little monk? Han Zhao couldn't help but ask. He is Shu, the one ranked second on the list you mentioned, Zhou Chu explained. Ah, well, this little monk is Shu, the one ranked second on the list? They exclaimed in surprise, noticing how young he was yet so strong. Everyone couldn't help but marvel, while the little monk smiled with pride, finally getting recognized. Children love to be praised. Previously, when he was with Wang Fatty and the others, they didn't know who he was, and when he told them his name, they had no reaction at all. But soon, someone said something that darkened the little monk's face. No wonder Brother Zhou could escape. It turns out he encountered Master Shu and was saved by him. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chu smiled and nodded, indicating it was true. Shu? Huh? What the hell? Ahmad sorry. I broke my vow again and increased my karmic debt. I saved him? How the hell did I save him? Did I say it wrong? What merit do I have? Chapter 56. Do you still want to dismantle my home? Cheetah, have you awakened? Zhou Chu asked excitedly in the character record. I just woke up not long ago. And sure enough, you didn't disappoint me. Qi Jin replied in the character record. He had originally planned to take action, but he didn't expect Zhou Chu to break through at the last moment and slay that tiger demon. Thanks to Cheetah, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to break through at that time, Zhou Chu said. If it weren't for Qi Jin's few reminders that rekindled Zhou Chu's fighting spirit, he wouldn't have been able to break through in the heat of battle. After chatting with Qi Jin for a bit, Zhou Chu looked at his attribute panel. It seemed that he had awakened a new ability when he just broke through. While others needed to explore and comprehend their awakened abilities, he could check it directly on the panel. Level, Early Earth Stage, Physical Strength, Early Earth Stage, Skills, Body Refinement Technique, Initial, Stealth Complete, Qi Family Sword Technique Complete, Calm Sea Sword, Qi Complete, Light Cloud Technique Complete, Takeout Points, 2081. Unlocked Character Records, Wang Lang Record. Qi Jin Record, cannot be used while in slumber. Awakened Abilities, Demon Slaying, Tongue and Pen, Illusion Breaking, Words Become Law. Words Become Law. S-Rank Ability. What is said can change or influence the target to a certain extent. Note, does not have the ability to create things. Affected by cultivation level. Zhou Chu. Isn't this the kind of ability that only exists in novels? I actually have it? Zhou Chu was overjoyed. He never expected to awaken such an ability. However, the targets that could be influenced should be affected by his cultivation level, and he couldn't influence those stronger than him. Then Zhou Chu decided to test this new ability. Wang Pengzi, come here, I have a good thing for you. Wang Pengzi, who was walking ahead, heard Zhou Chu calling him and ran over with a cheerful smile. "Brother Zhou, what good thing is it?" he asked, extending his hand. "Stop. Zhou Chu sopti goman wan Pengzi." Immediately, Wang Pengzi seemed to be frozen in place, standing still with his eyes fixed on Zhou Chu, his hand reaching halfway. It really works. After about 4 to 5 seconds, Zhou Chu noticed someone was paying attention and softly said, "Release." Then Wang Pengzi moved again, looking around in panic before speaking to Zhou Chu. "Brother Zhou, something's wrong. Suddenly I couldn't move, and I couldn't control my body. Is there some kind of demon around here?" Zhou Chu reassured him that it was nothing and explained that it was his ability. "What? Your ability?" Wang Pengzi looked at Zhou Chu in shock. What kind of ability can control people? That's so outrageous. Seeing Wang Pengzi's shock, Zhou Chu chuckled and took out the foundation-building pill he had from before, handing it to Wang Pengzi. "Here, this is the good thing I want to give you." "What is this?" "A foundation-building pill. It can enhance your cultivation." Wang Pengzi was overjoyed upon hearing this. Now that Tao Li was already in the mid-Xian stage, and Brother Zhou was even more impressive. He didn't even know what cultivation level Brother Zhou was at, while he himself was only at the late mortal stage. Wang Pengzi was quite disappointed with his own strength. Then Wang Pengzi swallowed the 2 pills. He was already close to the Xian stage, and after taking these 2 foundation-building pills, he broke through directly. A flash of light appeared on him. Is this the awakened ability? Zhou Chu couldn't help but feel happy for Wang Pengzi. Wang Pengzi looked joyfully at Zhou Chu and then went off to comprehend his new ability. At this moment, Tao Li walked over and, seeing Wang Pengzi so happy, couldn't help but ask in surprise, "He broke through?" "Yes, and he also awakened a new ability." "What cultivation level are you at now?" Tao Li noticed that he was increasingly unable to understand Zhou Chu. "Late Xian stage. Don't lie to me." Tao Li smiled at Zhou Chu. "Huh?" Zhou Chu was a bit surprised that Tao Li could tell he was lying to him. "When I met you halfway with Wang Pengzi, I noticed the number on your wristband was 85. After returning, it was already 125. You didn't escape from that Earth stage tiger demon. You killed it and gained 40 points. Tao Li said slowly. "You're actually already at the Earth stage, right?" Hearing Tao Li's analysis, Zhou Chu looked at this somewhat naive but quite good person and nodded in acknowledgement. "Sure enough, our gap is getting bigger and bigger." Seeing Zhou Chu's acknowledgement, Tao Li confirmed his inner thoughts and couldn't help but smile bitterly. "It's just luck. As long as you work hard. You can also be like me. Do you believe that when you say it?" Tao Li rolled his eyes skeptically. Then, Tao Li turned to leave, leaving behind a sentence. "Don't worry, if you can't now, I'll catch up to you later. Since you want to hide your cultivation, I will keep it a secret for you." At this moment, Tao Li was full of vigor, and Zhou Chu couldn't help but admire him. People like Tao Li are true geniuses. Then Zhou Chu took off his wristband, deciding to wear it only when slaying demons, as the numbers were too high and too easy to guess his strength. Soon, Zhou Chu and the others finally walked out of the forest and arrived at the central palace. Although it was called a palace, it was actually a hall of an ancient temple that seemed endless. Even standing outside the hall, one could still hear the sound of temple bells, which brought a sense of relaxation and peace. "Isn't there anyone inside? Why can we still hear the bell?" Wang Pengzi curiously asked. "Even if there is no one, everything inside can operate relying on spiritual energy," the little monk Su Wu explained. "Little master, is there a big one from your Fanjing temple here?" Wang Pengzi asked again. "Are you kidding? If our temple had even a bit of that, it would be great." The little monk couldn't help but feel speechless. But he looked at the gigantic temple in front of him, which resembled a palace. Perhaps they could really find some lost techniques inside, and the little monk felt delighted. Then everyone entered through the large door in the center. The door was not closed, and 4 large characters were written above, "Fanjing Cave Heaven." Just looking at these 4 characters gave a refreshing feeling. One couldn't imagine who wrote them. They were probably written by some ancient powerful beings. Everyone slowly walked in, while Zhou Chu stood still, pondering over this plaque that could make one feel refreshed. "Brother Zhou, what are you thinking about?" Wang Pengzi, who was beside him, asked when he saw Zhou Chu in a daze. "What do you think would happen if I took this plaque back?" Hearing this, Wang Pengzi stood there in a daze. The little monk Su Wu also heard it and looked at Zhou Chu speechlessly. "Wow, You even plan to take the plaque back. Why don't you just take the whole palace with you? No, this is the inheritance of my Fan Jing temple. You can't dismantle it. Seeing the little monk's angry expression, Zhou Chu couldn't help but laugh. Don't worry, I won't dismantle it. I was just joking, Zhou Chu reassured the little monk. By the way, is your Fan Jing temple fun? Are there many treasures inside? Su Wu, relieved that Zhou Chu had no intention of dismantling the plaque, was just about to answer when he suddenly felt something was off. What? Not only do you want to take the plaque, but you also want to dismantle my home? Chapter 57. A choice for you. Seeing the little monk's expression, Zhou Chu decided not to tease him anymore and followed everyone inside. The little monk looked speechless at Zhou Chu and followed him in as well. If it weren't for the fact that I couldn't beat you, I would have dealt with you. Upon entering the main door, they found themselves in a spacious open area, which seemed to be a place where people usually practiced in the secret realm. It was very large, about the size of 3 football fields. Many people were already present, approximately 200 to 300. It appeared that not only Zhou Chu and his group, but many newcomers from the 5 cities had arrived at the palace. However, everyone was standing outside and did not enter. Bro, what's going on? Why is everyone standing outside and not going in? Wang Fatty asked a nearby brother. The man looked them over and then explained, It seems you just arrived. The door ahead won't open. It won't open? Wang Fatty couldn't help but say. Then why do you think so many of us are standing here? Because we can't get in. But there are people ahead trying to find a way to open the door, the man replied. Zhou Chu scanned the area and noticed 2 walls on either side, a tightly closed gate at the front, and the entrance they had just come through at the back. Why don't we go take a look? We might be able to open it, especially since the little master is here, Wang Fatty suggested to Zhou Chu and the others. The little monk, Su Wu, being from the Fan Jing temple, had a connection with this Fan Jing cave heaven, so perhaps he really could open it. Before Zhou Chu and the others could respond, a newcomer who had been inside for a while overheard Wang Fatty's words and sneered. The top 10 geniuses on the list have been researching how to open the door for a while now. You just got here, and you think you can open it? Wang Fatty was about to retort, but Zhou Chu held him back and shook his head. There was no need to get into a conflict with such people. Seeing that Zhou Chu and the others remained silent, the man snorted and added, So it turns out you're just a bunch of cowards. Just as he finished speaking, the little monk kicked him, sending him crashing to the ground. What are you barking about? If you keep barking, I'll break your legs. The man was at the mid-level of the Xian stage, yet he was knocked down by a little monk. His friends were about to explode in anger. But the little monk shot them a glance, releasing his mid-level Xian stage aura. The group immediately froze, silently helping their fallen friend out. One must know when to yield and when to stand firm to be a true man. Seeing this scene, others couldn't help but exclaim, Wow, this little monk looks so small, yet he is actually at the mid-level of the Xian stage. Who is he? Why haven't we seen him before? You definitely haven't seen him before. He is Su Wu, the genius of our Danyang City's Fan Jing temple. The one ranked second on the list? So strong. Wang Fatty gave the little monk a thumbs up, saying, Little master, you're amazing. Su Wu nodded in satisfaction, pleased by Wang Fatty's praise. At that moment, a cold voice came from the front. Su Wu, since you're here, let us see if you can open this sealed door. After all, I remember that your Fan Jing temple's inheritance is this Fan Jing cave heaven. Upon hearing this voice, the crowd parted, revealing 5 or 6 people standing at the center of the main gate, all of whom were among the top 10 on the list. The speaker, a man dressed in a black trench coat with a cold demeanor, looked at Su Wu with disdain. This man was Yu Qi, the genius ranked first on the list from Danyang City. Don't look at me with that gaze. It gives me the chills when you stare. The little monk complained as he stepped forward. As Zhou Chu and the others prepared to follow, another voice came from beside the man, beside Su Wu. I didn't say you could follow. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted. Who are you? What do you mean by that? Hearing this, the man snorted, Can't you see everyone else is standing back? Only the top 10 on the list can approach the gate. Just as someone was about to argue with him, they were stopped by those around them. Forget it. That guy is Xie Tian, the genius from Beiqian City, ranked 8th on the list. Wow, he is that impressive. Then forget it. But who does he think he is, looking down on others just because he is strong? At this moment, Xie Tian noticed someone was unconvinced and chuckled. If anyone is unconvinced, you can come up and fight me. The entire place fell silent. I'll have a go at you. Wang Shanshan stepped forward. Oh really? I want to go easy on you, Xie Tian said as he leered at the beautiful woman who stepped forward. Wow, who is this beauty? She's actually at the mid-level of the Xian stage. How come I've never seen her before? It seems she's that brother Zhou's girlfriend. Zhou Chu, who was calm, couldn't he help but feel his face darken upon hearing this. It seems someone still remembered that matter. The surrounding crowd made way for the two to fight. Have you thought it through, beauty? If you get hurt, it'll be too late, Xie Tian leered. You talk too much. Then, a shadow appeared behind Wang Shanshan, striking towards Xie Tian with a sword. Xie Tian's expression changed as he prepared to defend, but it was too late. He was directly struck down by the sword. What? She defeated Xie Tian, ranked 8th, with just one strike? What kind of ability is this? So strong. Who is this beauty? Meanwhile, Yu Qi at the center of the gate murmured, the Wang family's inheritance ability from Modu, divine descent? Interesting. Why would someone from the Wang family be here in Qian province? Beside the door, a man resembling Xie Tian saw his brother severely injured and angrily rushed forward to block Wang Shanshan, who was about to leave. What? You hurt someone and now want to leave? Are you implying I can't leave? Wang Shanshan frowned at the man. Who is this guy? Even after Xie Tian was knocked down, he still dares to step forward? Don't you think he looks a lot like the Xie Tian on the ground? He asked Xie Zheng, Xie Tian's older brother, a genius from Beiqin province as well, but with even better talent. He is ranked 4th on the list and has a history of killing low-tier demon beasts. Wow, so this beauty might not win? Wang Shanshan heard the discussions around her and felt a bit anxious. After all, she had just entered the mid-level of the Xian stage. Generally, she could defeat other mid-level Xian stage opponents, but this person could kill low-tier demon beasts, so winning against him was impossible unless she had more time to cultivate. My brother lost to you due to his lack of skill, but isn't it a bit too much to injure him so severely? Xie Zheng said. Isn't he asking for it? Wang Shanshan replied coldly. If she couldn't defeat Xie Tian, she would have been the one on the ground. And Xie Tian had said he wouldn't hold back. Xie Zheng snorted and said, you only have one choice now. Fight me. If you win, this matter will be over. If you lose, you'll have to apologize to my brother. Chapter 58. Be my companion, just when the situation became tense. A voice came from behind. How about I have a go at you? Zhou Chu stepped forward, unable to bear it any longer. Were these two brothers idiots? They had been so aggressive earlier, and now, with one down, another stood up to bully a young girl. Wang Shanshan felt a sense of gratitude when she saw Zhou Chu standing up. She knew Zhou Chu's character. He wasn't one to meddle in others' affairs, and was usually very steady. She didn't expect him to help her at this moment. Who are you? Xie Zheng looked at Zhou Chu with impatience. My name is Zhou Chu, from Lushui City, just like this beautiful lady. He then exuded the aura of a late-stage Xian rank practitioner. Damn, he is actually a late-stage Xian rank. The crowd began to discuss among themselves. Lushui City? I didn't expect the newcomers from there weren't on the list, but there are quite a few strong ones. Zhou Chu smiled at Wang Shanshan and said, no need to thank me, I just can't stand him. Are you and Wang Shanshan not a couple? Why does it seem like you're just ordinary friends now? Lita Bayo asked, puzzled. Are you really that clueless? Those two were acting before. Can't you tell? Do you think any couple would be that stiff? Have you heard them say anything to each other this whole time? Han Zhao replied, speechless. Indeed, ever since the little incident with Tian Yang. Zhou Chu hadn't spoken much with Wang Shanshan. Han Zhao, who had been observing closely, noticed this. Then why did Zhou Chu step up to help? Lita Bayo asked again, confused. Han Zhao sighed and slowly spoke. Didn't you hear Zhou Chu? They're from the same city, and those two brothers are such idiots. If it weren't for my lack of strength, I would have rushed in too. Can Zhou Chu win? Xie Zheng seems to be ranked 4th. Who knows? Han Zhao looked at Zhou Chu's back, increasingly unable to see through this person. I'll fight you. If I win, you and your idiot brother get out of here. Zhou Chu said. Xie Zheng's face was filled with anger, but he gritted his teeth and replied, what if you lose? Sorry, that's not going to happen. Can we fight now? Zhou Chu said cheekily. Xie Zheng sized up Zhou Chu, thinking to himself that he would cripple this arrogant person later. Then, armor appeared around him. This was Xie Zheng's ability. This armor could even withstand attacks from early-stage Earth-rank beasts. Zhou Chu probably wouldn't be able to break through Xie Zheng's defense. Sigh. Young people just want to be heroes and save the damsel, without considering their own strength. Zhou Chu stood still, observing, "Look, you're frozen there, are you scared?" Sigh. Didn't he know the gap would make your legs go weak? Is Zhou brother too impulsive? Zhou Chu ignored the comments around him and smiled at Xie Zheng. I'm about to make my move. The crowd was speechless at Zhou Chu's words. This guy is surprisingly polite, reminding his opponent before attacking. But do you really think you can win against this opponent? At this moment, Zhou Chu looked a bit like a clown in front of everyone. Then, Zhou Chu took out a mysterious blade and unleashed a red blade aura. Why not use Ping Hong? Afraid of accidentally killing Xie Zheng. Damn, this person actually cultivated blade aura. I've only seen some group leaders from the martial arts department use it. Anyone who can use blade aura must have a deep understanding of their blade path. I can't believe he comprehended blade aura at such a young age. However, someone still worriedly said, but even if he comprehended blade aura, it won't matter. His opponent has killed early-stage Earth-rank beasts. Yeah, just because he comprehended blade aura doesn't mean he can win against Xie Zheng. What a pity, the opponent is also a genius. Seeing the blade aura, Xie Zheng was first taken aback. Then he looked down on it, thinking that this blade aura might not be able to pierce his armor. The armor conjured by his ability had been broken by attacks from early-stage Earth-rank beasts. Do you really think a late-stage Xian ranks blade aura can break my armor? Ridiculous. As Xie Zheng prepared to block the red blade aura with his armor, his expression suddenly changed. He realized that as soon as the armor came into contact with the red blade aura, it began to dissipate. Oh no, Xie Zheng thought, but was already too late. The red blade aura shattered his armor and pierced through his body. Xie Zheng was sent flying by the blade aura. Damn, just one strike. Why do I say just one? Is the genius from Lushui City that powerful? He actually sent the 4th-ranked Xie Zheng flying with a single strike. His strength must be at least in the top 3. The only girl by the entrance, Qin Yuhan, who was ranked 3rd, changed her expression. She was also shocked by this strike. She could defeat Xie Zheng, but it was absolutely impossible to end the battle with a single strike like this Zhou Chu did. She looked at Yu Qian beside her, thinking that perhaps only Yu Qian could fight him. The little monk was about as strong as her. Seeing the scene, Yu Qian's icy expression finally revealed a smile. Interesting, he actually used just one strike. Among this batch of newcomers, he seems to be the only one qualified to be my opponent. Yu Qian was not overly surprised that Zhou Chu defeated Xie Zheng with one strike, as he had the confidence that he only needed one move to defeat Xie Zheng as well. To be precise, with the exception of himself, he only needed one move against anyone on the list, including the 2nd-ranked Su Wu and the 3rd-ranked Qin Yuhan. After all, he had already stepped into the Earth rank. This Zhou Chu had probably also stepped into the Earth rank, Yu Qian thought with a smile, but he didn't reveal it. However, the others on the scene were unaware. Could Zhou Chu actually be ranked 1st? Ha ha ha, I told you we have a lot of talent in Lushui City. You don't know, Zhou Chu took down a late-stage Xian rank ascendant with one strike on the way here, a newcomer from Lushui City said proudly. Damn, he is already that impressive before entering the secret realm? Why wasn't Lushui City included in the rankings? Lushui City came late and was not counted during the statistics. Xie Zheng, who had been knocked away, slowly stood up, with blood at the corner of his mouth. He supported his younger brother and left the area. He didn't want to continue embarrassing himself. How could he be so arrogant and then be defeated like this by a sudden appearance? At this moment, Yu Qian also stretched lazily, as if he had just watched a good show, and said to Su Wu beside him, "Study well, and hurry up to open the main gate." Then he left the entrance while the little monk looked angry. He walked up to Zhou Chu in the crowd. Isn't this Yu Qian? What is he coming over for? Is he going to challenge Zhou Chu? Awesome. Seeing so many strong clashes today is quite rewarding. Yu Qian looked at the puzzled Zhou Chu and smiled. Don't worry, I'm not here to challenge you. I just simply want to befriend you. My name is Yu Qian, and you're qualified to be my companion. Chapter 59, The Barrier Between the Demon Realm and the Human World. Hearing this, Zhou Chu was momentarily stunned. What this person said was somewhat similar to what Tao Li had said when they first met. However, while Tally claimed to be qualified to be his opponent. This person claimed to be qualified to travel with him. You must have reached the Earth stage by now, right? Suddenly, a voice echoed in Zhou Chu's ear. It was Yu Qian's voice, but Yu Qian did not speak aloud. Don't be surprised. Once you reach the Earth stage, you could transmit thoughts. Then Yu Qian explained to Zhou Chu how to send thoughts. How did you figure out? Zhou Chu transmit? No matter how well you hide it, I can't discern your cultivation level, but your attack just now revealed a hint of Earth stage aura. Zhou Chu was astonished to hear this. This person was surprisingly strong and had keen observation skills. He didn't even realize when he leaked that information. It seems he still didn't have enough control over his power at the Earth stage. So why did you suddenly transmit your thoughts to me? Zhou Chu asked. Didn't I just say that we could be companions? Yu Qian smiled. Companions? Yes, true companions, meaning partners. I'll ask someone to fight alongside me. I can share some secrets with you, but you must not tell anyone else, Yu Qian continued to transmit. Zhou Chu agreed. I wonder if the place you crossed over to is a desert? Zhou Chu nodded. He had arrived in a desert upon crossing over. Did you notice that there are many sentry posts in the desert? What do you think these sentry posts are for? To guard against the demon race? You actually know? Yu Qian was a bit surprised that Zhou Chu knew some things. Well then, the secret realm we are in has been overrun for hundreds of years. Overrun? That's right, about 400 years ago, during the late Ming dynasty, the demon realm launched a massive attack on the human world, and with internal and external troubles. Many secret realms and even cave heavens fell. A powerful human cultivator at that time used a technique called absolute earth, heavenly communication. Absolute earth, heavenly communication? The legendary technique of Zhuang Zhou Chu, who often enjoyed ancient legends, had indeed heard of Zhuang Su's absolute earth, heavenly communication, which was said to sever the connection between heaven and earth. Not exactly. The technique used then sealed the spiritual energy of the human world, sealing the barrier between the human world and the demon realm, and the cave heavens connecting the two would close due to the disappearance of spiritual energy. Barrier and cave heavens? The barrier is the boundary between the human world and the demon realm. If the barrier seal is lifted, then the demon realm can freely enter the human world. The cave heavens are places that connect the 9 provinces to the demon realm, known as the 12 cave heavens. The secret realm we are in, Fanjing's secret realm, used to belong to one of those cave heavens. The demon race can also enter the human world through the cave heavens, but cannot invade them on a large scale. Even late-stage heavenly realm beings cannot enter cave heavens, or else they would be overwhelmed. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chu realized the seriousness of the situation. So now that spiritual energy is beginning to revive, doesn't that mean the barrier between the human world and the demon realm is about to be opened? That's right. The seal is slowly being lifted, and perhaps before long, the demon realm will launch a large-scale invasion of the human world. Yu Qian said with a bitter smile. In fact, 2 years ago, a cave heaven in the 9 provinces was just discovered. We sent some sects and troops to garrison there, and not long after, the demon realm sent demons to invade that cave heaven, which fell immediately. The demon realm almost used that cave heaven to invade the human world. What happened later? Do you know about the 8 great guardians? Zhou Chu nodded. He had met one of the guardians, the guardian, who was very powerful. Zhou Chu felt he was like an immortal. One of the 8 great guardians, the head of the Confucian family, went to the fallen cave heaven and reclaimed it. What kind of strength does this Confucian family head have? So powerful? Yu Qian chuckled lightly. That person was only at the mid-stage of the heavenly realm at that time, and the fallen cave heaven had more than one mid-stage heavenly realm demon emperor. Is there really such a strong person in the 9 provinces? Zhou Chu couldn't help but be surprised. If that's the case, shouldn't we not be afraid of the demon realm's invasion? Zhou Chu felt there were quite a few strong people in the 9 provinces. You have to understand that the spiritual energy in the demon realm has not disappeared for over 400 years, while the human world has only recently begun to recover its spiritual energy and is just starting to cultivate. In terms of strength, we are certainly not as good as the demon realm. At that time, our martial division's commander entered the demon realm alone through a cave heaven and returned heavily injured. He was the strongest person in the 9 provinces. In the years since the revival of spiritual energy, There have been only a few hundred people in the entire human world, including overseas cultivators, who have reached the heavenly realm. Our Martial Division commander personally reported that there are thousands in the demon realm who claim to be clans, and each of these clans has a heavenly realm demon emperor. The 10 great holy clans even have late-stage heavenly realm demon emperors. Then doesn't that mean we have no hope? Zhou Chu felt a sense of despair. The gap was just too large. Not necessarily. Our human race has far superior cultivation talent compared to the demon race. In the past 3 years, the human race has produced dozens of heavenly realm cultivators. And now that the revival of spiritual energy is accelerating and cultivation methods are becoming widespread, the number of strong humans will continue to increase. But this also depends on how long the barrier seal can hold. After listening to Yu Qian, Zhou Chu nodded. So why did you seek me out? After hearing this, Yu Qian smiled, and his tone became serious as he transmitted to Zhou Chu. I am preparing to establish an organization, and I hope you could be my comrade, fighting side by side in the future war. Besides you, I will recruit other young talents to train together, share resources, and reach the Earth stage faster. At this moment, Zhou Chu understood that Yu Qian's purpose in seeking him out was to recruit him and establish a mutual assistance organization for young talents. This organization won't consist of just you, right? Hearing Zhou Chu's transmission, Yu Qian awkwardly nodded. Then I will take my leave. Wait, after the secret realm ends, we will select the most outstanding individuals to go to the capital for training. At that time, we can recruit talents from all over the 9 provinces there. Training in the capital? That's right. We will select people based on cultivation level and points from this event. We are the only ones at the Earth stage, so we should both be selected. I will think it over. If you agree to join, I will share all the information I know with you, and any benefits will also consider you. If I become the leader of the organization, you will be the vice leader. We will have the same benefits. And I won't force you to complete any tasks, just a title. Yu Qian quickly transmitted, clearly eager for Zhou Chu to join his organization. All right then, I will join. Zhou Chu was somewhat tempted by the benefits Yu Qian mentioned. With so many advantages, it would be foolish not to join, especially with no tasks involved. It truly felt like a blessing for the lazy. Upon hearing Zhou Chu's words, Yu Qian let out a sigh of relief. Then it settled. Zhou Chu nodded and continued. By the way, does our organization have a name? Yu Qian, Zhou Chu. You can't be serious. You haven't even thought of a name for the organization? Chapter 60 Crisis in the Great Hall. After the two finished their conversation, there was a commotion from Su Wu, who was studying how to open the big door, and they immediately returned to the door. They saw the little monk, Su Wu, with his eyes closed, trembling and sweating. What's wrong with the little monk? Zhou Chu couldn't help but ask with concern. It's nothing. He should have received the inheritance of the Fanjing secret realm. It's normal to feel discomfort when accepting the inheritance. A lot of knowledge is being crammed into his brain. Hearing Yu Qian's words, Zhou Chu nodded in relief, but couldn't help but ask, have you received the inheritance? Yu Qian smiled but didn't answer. Zhou Chu had guessed some things. Yu Qian knew so much, and his identity must be extraordinary. Plus, he had reached the Earth stage at such a young age. Zhou Chu didn't believe he had no background. After a while, the little monk opened his pale eyes, and Wang Pengzi quickly asked, Little monk, are you all right? What happened just now? I'm Fina. I just touched the big door, and a light suddenly entered my mind, granting me the inheritance of this place. I can open the door now. Hearing this, the others nodded. It was expected that Su Wu would receive the inheritance of the Fanjing secret realm. After all, he was from the Fanjing temple. As for the rest, the little monk didn't elaborate, and no one asked further, as it was his opportunity. In fact, the little monk hadn't finished speaking. Not only had he received the inheritance of the Fanjing secret realm, but he also learned many long-lost techniques. Most importantly, his understanding of the Earth stage had deepened, and perhaps before leaving the secret realm, he would be able to break through to the Earth stage. The little monk concealed his inner excitement and opened the big door. In an instant, the entire palace trembled. The great hall's door was opened. Before the crowd could take a look, they heard a clamorous voice coming from inside the palace. Ha ha ha, after so long. The inheritor of the Fanjing secret realm has appeared, and I can finally get out. 400 years. Do you know how I've spent these 400 years? That bunch of old bald donkeys actually locked me in the Great Hall before dying. But now, I'm going out because the inheritor of your Fanjing secret realm opened the door for me. The voice continued to echo from within the Great Hall, accompanied by laughter. The crowd outside was startled. What was locked up inside? Suwu was also sweating profusely. The inheritance didn't mention what was locked inside. At that moment, the crowd saw the inside of the Great Hall. The walls had crumbled, broken Buddha statues were scattered everywhere, and there were corpses on the ground, along with a wolf demon radiating Buddha light. But it's okay. After staying inside for so long, I chose to comprehend your Fanjing secret realm's Buddhist teachings, and unexpectedly, my cultivation has surged, the wolf demon said, looking benevolently at the crowd. There are so many of you, so let me eat you and help me become a Buddha. If you don't enter hell, who will? The wolf demon laughed maniacally, completely shedding its previous dignified demeanor. The crowd was shocked to realize that it was a demon beast that had comprehended Buddhist teachings. But it's just an Earth stage wolf demon. We have so many people. Are we afraid of it? Someone in the crowd said. Yeah, and there are so many geniuses on the list here. The top 3 are also present. What are we afraid of? Others chimed in, noting that the wolf demon could speak, indicating it had Earth stage strength. With hundreds of people standing outside the door, were they still afraid of a single wolf demon? Oh, you're not afraid of me? The wolf demon then revealed its late Earth stage aura. The crowd was taken aback, their expressions changing. It turned out to be a late Earth stage demon beast. While they had many people, none of them had reached the Earth stage. The ones ranked high on the list also looked grim. If it were just a mid-Earth stage beast, they might not need to worry, given the many strong individuals present. But this was a late Earth stage beast. They were a whole realm apart. How could they fight it? Wasn't Governor Qi here to investigate before? How could he have overlooked a late Earth stage demon beast? What they didn't know was that Qi Siming had come before them, but didn't enter. After sensing that there was nothing he was looking for inside, he left. Therefore, he didn't discover that a late Earth stage demon beast was hidden within. The crowd had no time to complain and were anxious about the wolf demon in front of them. Then I'll start the slaughter. No, I'll start sending you all to the Buddha. Umipa. The wolf demon then charged out of the Great Hall. As everyone prepared to flee, Zhou Chu and Yu Qian exchanged glances. They could not let this wolf demon go unchecked. The two stood at the entrance and stepped into the Great Hall, unleashing their early Earth stage auras simultaneously. Wow, Zhou brother is actually Earth stage? Someone exclaimed. No wonder he dealt with the one ranked 4th on the list so easily. It turns out he has already reached the Earth stage. Did you not notice the other one? The one ranked 1st on the list, Yu Qian, has also reached the Earth stage. The crowd marveled at the auras emanating from Zhou Chu and Yu Qian. Meanwhile, Han Zhao was taken aback by this scene. Zhou brother is really hiding deep. I was just wondering if he would suddenly break through to the Earth stage. I didn't expect he really did. The wolf demon looked at the two standing before the crowd and couldn't help but sneer. Just 2 early Earth stage cultivators. And you dare to block me? A flash of Buddha light swept over it, forming a protective armor around it. This was something it had developed over many years, and it was its first time using it. Its claws began to enlarge, almost the length of half its arm, and they looked incredibly sharp. This was its ability. Today, I will let you know the difference between late Earth stage and early Earth stage. Zhou Chu summoned Ping Hong, while Yu Qian didn't summon his weapon. As the wolf demon charged forward, Zhou Chu shouted, "Freeze!" Immediately, an invisible binding slowed the wolf demon's movement, and it felt a moment of confusion and disorientation. Words become laws and verbal sparring. Double damage from physical and magical attacks. Seeing this scene, Yu Qian was taken aback. Is this Zhou Chu's ability? It seems not simple. Yu Qian didn't idle either. He quietly chanted seal. Suddenly, Zhou Chu felt the air around him turn cold, and snowflakes appeared out of nowhere, sealing the wolf demon entirely in frost. At this moment, the wolf demon, who had just regained its senses, was startled to find itself controlled by the means of 2 early Earth stage cultivators. Break from me. The invisible binding was instantaneously shattered, and the ice around its body began to crack. Zhou Chu didn't even have time to draw his weapon, as he had originally planned to attack the wolf demon while it was trapped. The wolf demon looked at the two before it and chuckled lightly. Your abilities are quite interesting. You managed to control me. But if that's all you can do, then you can go die. Chapter 61. Didn't I mention it before? Inside the Great Hall, the wolf demon appeared in front of Zhou Chu at an extremely fast speed, intending to take him down before he could react. However, it underestimated Zhou Chu's strength. Just as the wolf demon thought its sharp claws would pierce Zhou Chu's throat, Ping Hong blocked its attack. Huh? The wolf demon was taken aback. This person in the early stage of the earth level actually managed to block its attack. Yu Qian, who was nearby, also breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Zhou Chu unharmed. He didn't expect Zhou Chu to block the attack so easily. The others around them were astonished. A person in the early stage of the earth level was actually able to withstand an attack from a late-stage earth level demon beast. The surprising part was that he actually blocked it. They thought he wouldn't last long, but unexpectedly, he was able to fight back against the wolf demon. Seeing the astonished wolf demon in front of him, Zhou Chu couldn't help but chuckle. How dare you come so close to me? Then, a red light appeared as Zhou Chu unleashed a wave of red blade energy directly at the wolf demon. The wolf demon's expression changed, and it immediately retreated a few steps, but it was already too late. The red blade energy struck the wolf demon, shattering its protective golden light. The wolf demon wore an incredulous expression. After years of research, its protective barrier was shattered just like that. Yu Qian was also somewhat surprised. It seemed he had underestimated Zhou Chu's strength. Zhou Chu, seeing the wolf demon's surprise, remained unfazed. After all, it was just an ordinary late-stage Earth-level demon beast. He had previously killed a mid-stage Earth-level genius tiger demon. Blazing Flame, Yu Qian said softly. Since Zhou Chu was going all out, he couldn't fall behind. Then, the Great Hall became scorching hot as a massive dragon made of flames appeared out of nowhere. Zhou Chu looked at Yu Qian and transmitted. You have quite a few abilities, with ice and fire both. Yu Qian smiled at him and replied, These are just one of my abilities. Huh. This ability can be called Elemental Source, an S-class ability. Its function is to control any natural element in the world. S-class only? I didn't see you being so flashy before, Zhou Chu exclaimed, looking at Yu Qian with surprise, feeling that this ability was not simple at all. One ability could rival so many others, especially those who awakened elemental abilities. You use your metal system ability, and then Yu Qian not only uses metal, but also brings in other natural systems, occasionally adding something special, like wind or thunder. On the other side, the fire dragon was continuously attacking the wolf demon, but the wolf demon was swiftly evading, making it difficult for the fire dragon to land a hit. Suddenly, huge vines wrapped around the wolf demon, and mounds of earth appeared on the ground, trapping the wolf demon's feet and preventing it from moving. Then, a giant dragon made of lightning appeared and joined the fire dragon in attacking the immobilized wolf demon. However, the wolf demon was still a late-stage Earth-level creature, so the attacks from the lightning dragon and fire dragon did not inflict too much damage. Zhou Chu did not intervene. He was preparing to observe Yu Qian's strength. Next, Yu Qian softly chanted, Merge. The lightning dragon and fire dragon instantly fused into a giant dragon of fire and lightning. Then Yu Qian pointed with one hand, and a beam of light shot from his hand toward the giant dragon. Upon contact, the giant dragon seemed to gain more spirit, even emanating the aura of an early-stage Earth-level being, letting out a roar as it charged towards the still-trapped wolf demon. With a bang, the wolf demon, covered in blood, stood in the center of the Great Hall. It never expected to encounter two human geniuses right after it emerged. Zhou Chu looked at Yu Qian, astonished. This guy's moves were not only flashy but also highly damaging. Especially that last beam of light. Was that Yu Qian's second ability? It seemed even more impressive than Elemental Source. This ability is called Heavenly Tao Blessing. It's also an S-class ability. It allows the elements I summon to possess spirit and have the same cultivation level as me. Yu Qian transmitted. Impressive. Yu Qian's two abilities were truly remarkable. Moreover, their combination was invincible. While others randomly awaken abilities, Yu Qian seemed to have chosen his abilities himself. You should tell me this too? Do you transmit? feeling that Yu Qian really didn't treat him as an outsider. You are my comrade, my deputy leader. Isn't it normal to tell you about my abilities? Yu Qian transmitted with a smile. This guy really knows how to make friends. Zhou Chu decided he would definitely befriend him. Zhou Chu gave Yu Qian a thumbs up. Yu Qian smiled, then spoke, A golden longsword appeared out of thin air, striking the severely injured wolf demon. With the wolf demon's unwilling roar, it was killed. The others watched this scene and cheered. Brother Yu Qian is amazing. Brother Zhou Chu is also amazing. These are the two great geniuses of our Qian province. In a short time, they had killed a late-stage Earth-level wolf demon with their early-stage Earth-level strength. If it were them, no one felt they could accomplish such a feat, yet Zhou Chu and Yu Qian did it. What a worthless wolf demon. How could it withstand a single blow from Brother Zhou? Li Shota. Wang Pengzi also chimed in. Cheers for Yu Qian, cheers for Zhou Chu, cheers for Qian province. Soon, everyone started repeating this phrase, which echoed throughout the palace. After a while, they searched the palace but found no treasures left. Most had been destroyed by the wolf demon. At that moment, a figure appeared at the entrance of the Great Hall. Why is the palace inside destroyed? Qi Siming looked puzzled at the ruined palace, realizing it had been left in shambles. Previously, he had come but couldn't enter, and the item he was looking for was not there. So he left, but after searching the other 3 areas with no luck, he returned to the central palace. Only to find the door open, but everything inside was wrecked. At this moment, he saw Zhou Chu and the others, who were about to leave empty-handed. You are here too? Had you both broken through? Qi Siming looked at Zhou Chu and Yu Qian in surprise. He didn't expect that so soon after entering the secret realm, 2 newcomers had already broken through. He recognized Yu Qian, the genius from Danyang, ranked first on the list. But who was this other person? He had an impression of the list since it was organized by his group. Is he from Lushui City? Qi Siming waved to Zhou Chu, adjusted his golden-rimmed glasses, and smiled gently. You are from Lushui City, right? What's your name? Yes, Governor Qi. My name is Zhou Chu. We met before when our convoy from Lushui City was in the forest, Zhou Chu replied. After speaking, Qi Siming walked up to Zhou Chu, placing a hand on his shoulder, and said happily, Oh, I see. Zhou Chu. Nice name. That guy Wu, he finally cultivated a talent for me. Then, he earnestly told Zhou Chu and Yu Qian, You are both geniuses of our Qian province. Afterward, Qi Siming chatted casually with Zhou Chu, while Yu Qian helplessly followed behind. Noting that his family's Governor Qi had this habit, he seemed like a very calm person, but he was actually quite down to earth and had a very different aura from his demeanor. At this time, Zhou Chu remembered something and asked Governor Qi, How do we get out later? Qi Siming paused upon hearing this. Didn't I mention it before? Zhou Chu and the others. Chapter 62. The familiar's jade pendant. Then, Qi Siming explained to everyone that the wristbands they carried could not only track points, but also take them out. Once the half-month period was over, they would automatically transport them out, alleviating everyone's anxiety. After that, everyone left the palace, preparing to search for treasures elsewhere. Qi Siming approached Zhou Chu and Yu Qian alone and said mysteriously, Now that you two have reached the Earth stage, you should be able to fly, right? Zhou Chu and Yu Qian nodded. Once they reached the Earth stage, they could control the spiritual energy around them, allowing them to fly. Let us go. The 3 of us will take a look in the sky. The 3 then flew into the air, hovering above the palace and looking down at the entire structure. The reason I came here this time is to find something. Yu Qian, you should know what I'm looking for. Yu Qian smiled upon hearing this. You must be looking for the treasure of the Fanjing secret realm, right? Qi Siming nodded. After I entered the secret realm, I've been searching for it, but I couldn't find it after looking through all 4 areas. So I wanted to ask if you had any ideas. Yu Qian lowered his head in thought, while Zhou Chu looked up at the sky, puzzled. Qi Siming, is it possible that the item is in the sky? Zhou Chu always felt something was off about the bright object in the sky. There was clearly no sun, yet it radiated light. Moreover, it alternated between day and night. He didn't believe it was just any ordinary treasure. Upon hearing Zhou Chu's words, Qi Siming's eyes lit up. Right? I've searched through all the areas and almost dug 3 feet into the ground, yet I forgot about what's above us. Yu Qian beside him nodded in agreement. The three then continued to fly higher, eventually reaching a small platform at the end of the upper part of the small world. On this small platform, there was a small pedestal holding an item, but it was surrounded by a halo, obscuring its appearance. This should be the treasure of this secret realm, capable of causing day and night changes. It seems to be no ordinary Earth stage treasure, but rather the pinnacle of Earth stage items. Chi Siming couldn't help but look curiously at the object on the pedestal. As soon as the three landed on the small platform, the most alert among them, Chi Siming, suddenly shouted, "Not good." Immediately, the three stood on the small platform with their eyes tightly shut, seemingly trapped in an illusion. As Zhou Chu stepped onto the platform, he suddenly felt dizzy, reminiscent of the sensation he had when crossing into another character's story. At the same time, images began to emerge, as if trying to pull Zhou Chu into some sort of illusion, but the images were not fully formed. Just then, a beam of light shattered the illusion. Break the illusion. Zhou Chu opened his eyes, drenched in cold sweat. However, Chi Siming and Yu Qian beside him still had their eyes tightly shut, trapped in the illusion. Chi Siming, Yu Qian. Zhou Chu pushed them to awaken them, but they showed no signs of waking up. What's going on? Zhou Chu pondered. He hadn't expected to fall into an illusion just by stepping onto the platform. Even Chi Siming, who was at the early Earth stage, couldn't wake up. If it weren't for his ability to break illusions, he probably wouldn't have been able to wake up either. Chi Jin, what should we do now? Suddenly, Chi Jin appeared on the small platform. Zhou Chu noticed that Chi Jin wasn't affected by the illusion and felt puzzled. Chi Jin smiled and said, "Your ability to break illusions comes from me." Zhou Chu nodded, realizing why Chi Jin was trapped in the illusion, especially since even Chi Siming was stuck. How can I save them? Chi Jin observed for a moment and said solemnly, "There are two ways. Either wait for them to break the illusion themselves and wake up, but it seems they have no chance of doing so. What is the other way? Remove the eye of the formation." The eye of the formation? Chi Jin nodded, looking seriously at the object surrounded by light on the small pedestal. There is a formation on this platform, a well-known illusion formation, the Nine Curves Chaotic Formation. Anyone who enters this formation and falls into an illusion must either actively break the illusion or remove the eye of the formation. Otherwise, they cannot escape. Is that object on the pedestal the eye of the formation? Zhou Chu asked. Chi Jin nodded, and Zhou Chu prepared to go for it. Wait. Chi Jin stopped him. What is wrong, Chi Jin? Zhou Chu looked at Chi Jin, feeling a bit confused. The eye of the formation is likely the treasure of this secret realm. If you take it out, your consciousness will be trapped in a certain place. At that time, you will have to rely on yourself to see through that place. Even if you break the illusion, it won't save you, and I certainly can't help you. If you can't get out, your consciousness will be trapped inside. Are you sure you still want to take it? Chi Jin stared quietly at Zhou Chu. Zhou Chu looked at Chi Siming and Yu Qian smiled. I can't just abandon them, right? Upon hearing Zhou Chu's answer, Chi Jin smiled and nodded. Then I won't dissuade you. Just reach in and take it out. Zhou Chu nodded and stepped forward to the small pedestal, looking at the object surrounded by light. He slowly extended his right hand, touching the object. It seemed to be a jade pendant. He then took it out directly. Just as he was about to examine it carefully, Zhou Chu felt dizzy and fainted. In reality, Zhou Chu held a jade pendant in his right hand, just like Chi Siming and Yu Qian, with their eyes tightly shut. Chi Jin looked at the motionless Zhou Chu and murmured, I wonder if you can seize this opportunity. Chi Jin watched the jade pendant in Zhou Chu's hand. Deep in thought, why did this jade pendant give him a sense of familiarity? He had never been to this Fanjing secret realm, but the treasure of this realm felt very familiar to him. To be precise, it felt like the aura of an acquaintance, someone from his era. After his uncle passed away in the 16th year of Wanli, with the death of the top experts in the Ming dynasty, various factions began to stir. Even the demon clan started to make small moves. At this time, someone stood up to stabilize the situation. He personally quelled 2 of the 3 major battles of that time. Some said he was arrogant, while others called him a wastrel. But he didn't pay any attention to it, because he would use his actions to show everyone that he didn't care about their evaluations. In the 4th year after his uncle's death, in the 20th year of Wanli, in February, the Ningxiao rebellion occurred. In April, he was ordered to lead troops to quell it. By September, the Ningxia rebellion was over. This grand rebellion was thus quelled by him. Just after finishing the Ningxia campaign, he was sent to the next location without having the chance to rest. That would be his peak battle. In April of the same year, the Japanese pirates attacked Korea, which had seen war for over 200 years. In a short period, all 3 capitals and 18 provinces of Korea fell, and the Japanese army advanced all the way to the southern bank of the Yalu River. Upon hearing the news, the Ming dynasty was furious and dispatched 3,000 troops in July to suppress them, but they suffered a disastrous defeat. In December, the emperor of the Ming dynasty ordered him, who had just finished the Ningxia campaign, to be the commander for the Eastern Expedition. The Eastern Expedition aimed to resist the Japanese and assist Korea. In the first month of the following year, which was the first month of the 21st year of Wanli, the Eastern Expedition Army arrived at Pyongyang. Under his command, they defeated the Japanese pirates and recaptured Pyongyang. With this battle, his reputation spread far and wide across the Ming, Japanese, and Korean territories. He led his troops to participate in the Korean battle, and in just over a month, he reclaimed more than 500 miles of lost territory. The 3 capitals and 8 provinces that had fallen in Korea were recaptured, including Pyongyang and Kaesong, along with 2 capitals and 5 provinces. The army continued to advance south, with their sights set on the last capital, Hanjing. Then came the bloody battle at Bethiguan, where 3,000 Ming troops were besieged by 36,000 Japanese soldiers, and he personally led 2,000 men to rescue them. Later, the Japanese army suffered a great defeat at their granary. The Japanese forces requested a ceasefire and subsequently withdrew from Hanseong. By this point, except for some coastal areas in Jiala and Gyeongsang provinces occupied by the Japanese, over 1,000 miles south of the Han River had been restored to Korean territory. In this battle, the Expeditionary Army, within just 4 months of entering Korea, swept across the peninsula, recovering Pyongyang, Kaesong, and Hanseong. His name became renowned throughout the world, becoming the new military god of the Ming dynasty after Qi Jiguang. As his thoughts returned, he seemed to confirm the identity of the owner of this jade pendant. This person seemed to have some connection with his uncle. After all, his uncle's former superior's aide was the man known as one of the 3 great talents of the Ming dynasty, Su Wenchang. Through his uncle's introduction, he had found his father in Liaodong and taught him military strategy. Qi Jin looked at the jade pendant, lamenting the fate of such a talented individual. 6 years later, he died surrounded by tens of thousands of Mongolian soldiers with only 3,000 men. At first, Qi Jin thought he was overconfident, but now it felt much more complicated, especially after witnessing the collaboration between the later Jin and the demon race. How could this strongest figure of the Ming dynasty, a late-stage heavenly realm expert who followed his uncle, have died so carelessly? Who among the Mongolian tribes could have killed him? Thinking of this, Qi Jin couldn't help but ponder. The demon world had seemingly been preparing for this probe into the human realm for a long time. The deaths of his uncle and this man, especially the latter's death, marked the beginning of the decline of the entire Ming dynasty. After the Battle of Suru, the situation on the Liaodong battlefield changed, and the Ming army shifted from offense to defense. A few years later, the last remaining Qi family army he led was completely annihilated at the Han River. This made Qi Jin curious. How was it that the human realm still existed and had not been invaded by the demon race, especially since spiritual energy had only recently begun to recover? What had happened in the 400 years since his death? Qi Jin sighed deeply, his gaze fixed intently on the jade pendant in Zhou Chu's hand. He murmured, "Generally, I hope your legacy can be inherited by a Chu." Li Rusong, that name shone brilliantly in that era. Some had commented that if he had not died and remained stationed in the north, the later Jin would never have been able to stir chaos, for he was there. After all, Nurhasai was deliberately raised by his father. It was a pity that this renowned general, the strongest figure of the Ming dynasty at the time, the military god who quelled 2 of the 3 major campaigns during the Wanli era, died in a very ordinary battle. After his death, the Ming Empire faced an impending storm. Chapter 63. Li Rusong. When Zhou Chu woke up again, he found himself in the body of another person, someone he was completely unfamiliar with. Zhou Chu couldn't control this person's body, as if his soul had entered this body. This body was very young, probably around 16 or 17 years old, but it had the cultivation of the late Earth stage. Damn, he had possessed the body of a genius. To be at the late Earth stage at such a young age? What could compare to that? No, this person must have started cultivating at a young age. Similar to Su Wu, while he himself had only been cultivating for less than 2 months. So, saying that he reached the Earth stage in less than 2 months was also impressive. No need to belittle oneself. At the same time, Zhou Chu observed his surroundings. This person seemed to be in an ancient room, and the decor was very luxurious, indicating wealth. At that moment, an elderly man in a long robe walked in, looked at the young man, and said sternly, "Zimao, how are you progressing with Qi Nan Tang Jishianu book? Qi Nantang, Jishianu book, Qi Leigun's military book?" Zhou Chu knew that Nantang was the courtesy name of Qi Jiguang, and this Jishianu book was also quite famous, authored by Qi Jiguang. The student is dull and has only understood a little. Besides military strategies, I've also gained much from it, such as the importance of a general sharing hardships with soldiers in times of war, and also sharing joys and sorrows with soldiers during peacetime. It particularly emphasizes the role of rewards and punishments in military management, advocating for fairness in rewards and punishments, rewarding without avoiding enemies, and punishing without avoiding relatives. Upon hearing the young man's words, a hint of a smile appeared on the elderly man's serious face, and he nodded. "Not bad. Although your military training is not as good as mine, it is still top-notch. However, the 2 points you mentioned are also extremely important. This is why the Qi army can dominate the world and maintain strict military discipline." The young man was about to show a proud smile upon hearing the elder's praise, but a glance from the elder made him retract his smile. In his heart, he held a great respect for this elder. "All right, during this time, you study his military strategies, and don't forget to cultivate. Soon I will impart all my knowledge to you." The young man nodded solemnly. This elder had once served as a strategist under the current General Qi's former superior, helping that superior defeat the Japanese pirates along the southeastern coast. However, due to factional struggles, that former anti-Japanese general was framed and killed, and he was also implicated and imprisoned. Later, he wandered without a home, experiencing many twists of fate, and was invited by friends to the north. Through Qi Jiguang's introduction, he began to teach himself military strategy. He also became a closed-door disciple of this Mr. Su, receiving his military teachings. Zhou Chu was confused, still not clear about the identities of these two, when his vision darkened and the surroundings changed again. Upon opening his eyes, he was still the same person, but the young man seemed to have grown considerably. His gaze had lost some of the youthful naivety and gained a bit of determination. He was in a military tent, with a map laid out on the table, depicting the city defenses and surrounding terrain, labeled Ningxia City. This is ancient Ningxia? Zhou Chu couldn't help but wonder. At that moment, a deputy general entered the tent. "Commander Li, the leader of the rebel army, By, requests to speak with you." Upon hearing this, Li Rusong frowned and said, "The army is pressing on the city. Only now do they think of surrendering?" The subordinate does not know. He then stood up and went outside the tent, followed by his attendants to the front of the military camp. Opposite the military camp was a city, about 500 meters away. The people on the city wall saw a person of extraordinary demeanor appear at the front, and they seemed to guess his identity. Quickly shouting for their general, By, with a full beard, appeared on the city wall and shouted, "May I ask if you are Commander Li Rusong?" Zhou Chu finally learned this person's name, feeling it was quite familiar. Had he heard it somewhere? "It is I. Quickly open the city and surrender," Li Rusong said in a deep voice. "Surrender is possible, but I have some conditions." Li Rusong frowned upon hearing this, interrupting By. "What qualifications do you have to propose conditions to me?" "With my heavenly stage cultivation." By sneered, then flew into the air to look at Li Rusong. "Is that so? Then let me have a go at you." Subsequently, Li Rusong also flew into the air, revealing the aura of the late heavenly stage. "What? How could you possibly be at the late heavenly stage?" By looked at this commander, who was only about 40 years old, with astonishment. Only around 40 years old, and he has already stepped into the late heavenly stage? Even Qi Jiguang didn't reach the late heavenly stage until he was over 60. By looked at Li Rusong across from him with a serious expression. Li Rusong ignored him and issued orders to the Ming army below. Open the Yellow River. Flood Ningxia City. The Ming army below responded in unison. Bai's expression changed. Ningxia City was a stronghold. Li Rusong, if you do this, won't you be harming the military and civilians within Ningxia City? What you are doing is no different from the demon tribe. Facing Bai's accusation, Li Rusong chuckled. As a general of our Ming dynasty, you collude with the Mongolian tribes to instigate rebellion. I think you are the one who is no different from the demon tribe. Without waiting for Bai to respond, Li Rusong appeared in front of him and punched toward his face. Bai raised both hands to block, but was already too late. As Li Rusong's punch knocked him from the sky, he fell heavily back to Ningxia City, severely injured. The Ming army below witnessed this scene, their morale soaring, continuously shouting, "Commander is mighty." Li Rusong looked towards Ningxia City, as if seeing through the entire city. In his eyes, he saw a black figure suddenly disappear. Is there really a demon tribe behind? Li Rusong pondered but still smiled. So what? He then ordered all Ming troops to attack the city. Zhou Chu, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but marvel at Li Rusong's incredible strength. He easily conquered this massive city. Before Zhou Chu could react, his vision darkened again, and the scene shifted once more. Deputy General Cha, led by Zhu Qingshuan, was trapped with 3,000 Liaodong iron cavalry by 30,000 Japanese troops at Baitiguan, still in a military tent. But at this moment, Li Rusong's face showed signs of fatigue. He stared at the map, frowning deeply. Brother, with the main force still in the rear. What should we do? A younger person who resembled him, but was younger, asked. Li Ruimei, I plan to lead the 4,000 men here to provide support. Hearing Li Rusong's words, Li Ruimei's expression tightened. This is absolutely not acceptable, brother. As a military commander and the backbone of this expedition, how can you put yourself in danger? Li Rusong shook his head upon hearing this. We are closest to Chada Shou's troops. If we wait for reinforcements to arrive, they may not last until then. Then I will lead the troops. You absolutely cannot go, Li Ruimei said, staring at Li Rusong seriously. If I go, it can stabilize the morale of the army. Moreover, I am at the late heavenly stage. It won't be so easy for me to die. Li Rusong chuckled lightly. My mind is made up. You need not say more. Quickly gather the troops, and we will go together. Li Ruimei sighed, but still obeyed his brother's command. Zhou Chu, witnessing this scene, thought, Japanese troops? Reinforcements? Zhou Chu had a good grasp of history, and with some prior information, he remembered Li Rusong, the famous general of the late Ming dynasty. So, the previous battle was one of the 3 major expeditions of the Wanli era, the Battle of Ningxia. Now, it should be the battle in Korea during the anti-Japanese campaign. Unexpectedly, I have possessed the body of this great Ming military god. And this military god is actually at the late stage of the heavenly realm. The perspective then shifts again. Li Rusong is fighting fiercely on the battlefield, killing one enemy with each thrust of his spear, his body covered in blood. Brother, should we prepare to break through? The Japanese reinforcements are coming, Li Ruimei said nervously. They only have about 6,000 or 7,000 Ming soldiers, while the Japanese army has over 40,000 and reinforcements on the way. In contrast, there has been no news of reinforcements for the Ming army. Li Rusong sighed and shouted, all troops prepare for a surprise attack. Although the Ming army is vastly outnumbered by the Japanese pirates, they do not show signs of collapse. At this moment, a general in golden armor among the Japanese pirates fixed his gaze on Li Rusong and laughed. So that's the Ming commander Li Rusong? Let's see if I can take his head. The golden-armored Japanese general laughed heartily. Then, this golden-armored general's aura changed, revealing a presence at the mid-stage of the heavenly realm. And a ghostly figure appeared behind him. Koyama Yoshiyuki, be careful. Li Rusong is one of the strong ones in the Ming. And although I don't know his cultivation level, it shouldn't be low, said Koyama Takakage beside him. Koyama Takakage is a famous general in the Japanese army. Don't worry, if I can't win, can I not escape? The golden-armored Koyama Yoshiyuki then charged into the Ming army, heading straight for Li Rusong. Meanwhile, Koyama Takakage took out a longbow emitting a demonic aura and readied a crimson arrow, aiming at Li Rusong. Li Rusong also proactively met the enemy, looking at the approaching golden-armored Japanese general with a cold smile. Just a mid-stage heavenly realm, and you think you can take my head? Then, the aura of the late stage of the heavenly realm erupted from Li Rusong, causing Koyama Yoshiyuki's expression to change, but it was too late. Li Rusong's spear pointed directly at Koyama Yoshiyuki's chest. At the same time, from a distance, Koyama Takakage emanated the aura of the late stage of the heavenly realm and shot the crimson arrow, dying under the arrow blessed by the demon lord. You Li Rusong are quite lucky. Brother, be careful, Li Rumei shouted as she saw this scene. Li Rusong also noticed the suddenly incoming arrow and pushed Koyama Yoshiyuki away to prepare for the mysterious arrow. Despite being on guard, he was still struck in the arm by the strange arrow. Brother, Li Rumei was furious, her cultivation erupting to the mid-stage of the heavenly realm, and with one slash, she killed the golden-armored Japanese General Koyama Yoshiyuki. Li Rusong's brother actually reached the mid-stage of the heavenly realm too. She then rushed to check on Li Rusong's injury, and he shook his head weakly, saying he was fine. Li Rusong looked towards the person who shot the arrow in the distance, and Koyama Takakage smiled at him. Li Rusong averted his gaze, remembering this Japanese man. Seeing Li Rusong's gaze no longer directed at him, Koyama Takakage's earlier smile instantly vanished, his expression darkening as he said coldly, using a mid-stage heavenly realm as bait, if that couldn't kill you, Li Rusong, your life is truly fortunate. He did not plan to strike again, and not to mention that Li Rusong was already on guard. This arrow was also incredibly precious, and he only had one. He originally thought one arrow could kill Li Rusong, but unexpectedly, Li Rusong survived, and he lost a mid-stage heavenly realm cultivator. This useless one, if he could just hold Li Rusong back for a moment, he would surely die. But Koyama Takakage could only complain inwardly as Li Rusong and the Ming army successfully broke through and retreated. Watching Li Rusong's departing figure, Koyama Takakage said with a light laugh, "We will meet again, Li Rusong." Chapter 64, Mid-Stage of Body Refinement Technique. Zhou Chu had been nervously watching the situation, especially when Li Rusong was injured, and couldn't help but feel worried. Luckily, it was just a shoulder injury, and he managed to retreat successfully. Then, the scene changed again. Li Rusong was on a small platform, which was exactly the same small platform where Zhou Chu and the others were currently located. This meant Li Rusong was now in the Fanjing secret realm. He stood on the highest platform of this small world, with an old monk beside him. "Thank you for taking care of me during this time, Abbot. If it weren't for your healing, my injury wouldn't have healed so quickly." The old monk was indeed the abbot of the Fanjing secret realm. "Ba, generally, your injury has not fully recovered yet. Why must you go out now? The situation outside is turbulent, with the Mongols, the later Jin, the Japanese were driven back a few years ago, and the demon clan that has been causing trouble. The Ming dynasty needs me to hold the fort." Upon hearing this, the old monk couldn't help but sigh. Generally truly cares for the country and the people. Disregarding personal safety, Li Rusong chuckled lightly, but said nothing. He then looked around the entire secret realm, wondering if there was a treasure to stabilize the realm. The so-called treasure to stabilize the realm can stabilize a small world and increase the spiritual energy content within the secret realm. Not all secret realms have such treasures. This jade pendant has been with me for many years. Although it doesn't have any special abilities, it is at least a heavenly grade treasure. Li Rusong's heavenly grade jade pendant may not have other functions, but it can stabilize the small world, serving the purpose of a treasure to stabilize the realm. Li Rusong then took off the jade pendant from his waist and handed it to the old monk. The old monk accepted it calmly. "This jade pendant is actually a legacy. Let us just leave it here. If someone obtains it, it could be considered their opportunity." Li Rusong then arranged a formation and placed the jade pendant on a small stand. "I need to go out as well. After all, I have been recuperating here for so long, so I will leave first." Since returning from Korea last time, Li Rusong had entered the Fanjing secret realm to heal and recuperate. The abbot of the Fanjing secret realm is a well-known cultivator, and his healing techniques are top tier in the Ming dynasty. After that, Li Rusong disappeared, and the old monk looked at the spot where Li Rusong had stood and couldn't help but sigh. "Generally, why must you? Why seek death?" He then also disappeared from the platform. At this moment, Zhou Chu opened his eyes and saw Cheetah with a worried expression. How is it? Are you okay? Chu? I'm fine. Zhou Chu shook his head and said, still wondering what the old monk's last words meant, unconsciously looking at the jade pendant in his hand. At that moment, the jade pendant suddenly transformed into a cloud of white smoke and flew into Zhou Chu's mind, causing Zhou Chu to close his eyes again. Qi Jin nodded. Indeed, Chu has received his legacy, which seems to indicate his recognition. Afterward, Qi Jin disappeared back into the character archive. At this point, Qi Siming and Yu Qian opened their eyes. Once the jade pendant was taken out, the illusion array ended. The two immediately saw Zhou Chu standing still in front of them. Governor Qi, is Zhou Chu still trapped in the illusion? Yu Qian asked worriedly. Qi Siming did not respond immediately, but observed for a while before making a guess, saying calmly, no, the two of us were able to leave the illusion. So he must have extracted the treasure to stabilize the realm. What? Zhou Chu didn't fall into the illusion? Qi Siming shook his head, unsure. Then what is Zhou Chu's situation now? It seems he is receiving some kind of legacy. Receiving a legacy? Yu Qian was stunned upon hearing this. Who receives a legacy so easily? When I received a legacy before, it was very painful. What should we do now? We'll wait until he finishes receiving the legacy, and then we can ask him. Yu Qian nodded, and together with Qi Siming, they waited for Zhou Chu to complete his legacy. After a while, Zhou Chu opened his eyes. Detected Li Rusong's technique body refinement technique. Automatically learning. Body refinement technique has reached mid-stage. Physical strength has reached late earth grade. What? Zhou Chu was stunned upon hearing the system's prompt. Body refinement technique is actually Li Rusong's technique? Zhou Chu remembered that he had first obtained this technique from a red envelope from a big shot in the group. It seemed to be from the Ming Dynasty's tomb keeper. Moreover, while other techniques were obtained in full, this body refinement technique was only reached mid-stage after being obtained twice. Zhou Chu didn't have time to think further. You awake? Qi Siming's calm voice came over. Governor Qi, you are awake? Zhou Chu was pleasantly surprised to find Qi Siming and Yu Qian awake. I must thank you, otherwise. Yu Qian and I wouldn't know how much longer we would be trapped in the illusion, Qi Siming said with a smile. So, did you obtain a legacy? Qi Siming continued to ask. It seems Governor Qi knows that I have obtained the treasure and the legacy. Zhou Chu nodded. Qi Siming smiled, but did not press further. Everyone has their own opportunities, including Zhou Chu's ability to break the illusion. Since Zhou Chu was unwilling to speak, there was no need for him to ask. He himself, with no heavenly-grade treasure, could not see through the illusion, while Zhou Chu, with earth-grade strength, could do so, indicating it must be Zhou Chu's awakening ability. The three then left the heavenly platform. Are you two planning to stay in this secret realm until it closes, or will you come back with me now? Zhou Chu and Yu Qian chose to stay, preparing to hunt some demon beasts and collect treasures to earn points before leaving. Qi Siming nodded and then disappeared, leaving the Fanjing secret realm. Since the legacy of the treasure to stabilize the realm has been obtained by Zhou Chu, there was no need for him to stay here any longer. There are still many things waiting for him outside. Zhou Chu and the others watched Qi Siming disappear, then bid farewell and went to seek their own opportunities. Zhou Chu found a quiet place and opened his attribute panel. Cultivation, early earth grade. Physical strength, late earth grade. Techniques, body refinement technique mid-stage. Semi-divine grade technique, concealment complete. No grade technique, Qi family, sword technique complete. Earth grade technique, pin high sword Qi complete. Heavenly grade technique light, cloud technique complete. Earth grade technique, delivery points. 2081, unlock character archives. Wang Lang's archive, Qi Jin's archive. Awakening ability, demon slaying, sharp tongue. Words become law, breaking illusions. His physical strength had reached late earth grade due to the enhancement from body refinement technique. It would probably be much easier to deal with late earth grade demon beasts in the future. Zhou Chu was overjoyed. The most important thing was that the body refinement technique, which was originally only a heavenly grade technique, had now reached mid-stage and even changed its classification. Semi-divine grade technique. From the name, it seems to be above heavenly grade techniques. Zhou Chu couldn't help but wonder if the classification would change again once the technique is complete. While Zhou Chu was lost in thought, a mechanical bubbly female voice appeared in his mind. Zhou Chu's face darkened. It was that annoying voice again. My dear host, have you missed Daddy after such a long time? Chapter 65. The Secret Realm Training is over. Volume 1 complete. Have you finished the update? Zhou Chu asked joyfully, even though the voice of his system was quite annoying. After a month, the system finally completed its update. Let me into the J-Plate Hall. I want to use all my points for cultivation. Zhou Chu was ecstatic, as he constantly missed the time he spent cultivating in the J-Plate Hall. What a happy time that was. Sorry, but the cultivation feature in the J-Plate Hall has been removed in this update. Zhou Chu was struck dumb by this news, standing frozen in place. Then how am I supposed to speed up my cultivation in the future? Do I really have to cultivate honestly? Don't panic, host. This update has added a new feature for cultivation enlightenment, which will replace the J-Plate Hall cultivation. Zhou Chu, who was initially saddened by the removal of the J-Plate Hall's cultivation feature, suddenly felt a rush of joy upon hearing this. Why didn't you say that all at once? Hee hee. All right, it's still that familiar system. I thought it would change after the update. Are there any other new features? Please watch the VCR. Then a panel appeared in his mind, and the original Takeout shop finally had new items. Takeout shop, Lotus Blossom, 2,000 points, celestial level skill. Rumored to be a technique created by a great Buddhist master. Your words can summon powerful lotus flowers. Light wind control technique, 2,000 points. An advanced technique of a light cloud technique. Moves like a shadow, speed like the wind. Great Tao true words, 2,000 points, celestial level skill. A peak Taoist master's ultimate skill. Words spoken can resonate with people's hearts. Zhou Chu's eyes widened as he saw the updated items in the Takeout shop. What happened to those low-priced items that only cost a few hundred points? Why did they become so expensive after the update? He only had a little over 2,000 points in total, and if he exchanged for a skill, he would be broke again. System, isn't this price too outrageous? Zhou Chu asked with a dark expression. What are you talking about? These celestial level skills are priced fairly. Where's the outrageous part? It's been this price for years. Don't make baseless accusations. We who manage the system are very tired. Sometimes, look for the reason within yourself. After a round of complaints, Zhou Chu was completely stunned. This system could actually reason like this now. He then noticed there was a section for cultivation enlightenment next to it. He quickly saw the words on it. Spend 2,000 points for one cultivation enlightenment. 2,000 for one? Zhou Chu instantly got angry. Why was this system also so expensive? He missed the days when he could enter the J-Plate Hall for 5 points and stay for 3 days. This system update was a giant pitfall. One use of cultivation enlightenment could raise him a small rank. In other words, spending 2,000 points could elevate him to the mid-stage of Earth level. It would indeed save a lot of time, but it was too expensive, and those skills were all very suitable for him. They corresponded perfectly with his abilities, but they were just too pricey. Zhou Chu closed the interface, sighed, and decided not to spend all his points just yet. Who knows when the next system task would come? Zhou Chu felt that the system seemed more active than before after the update. Soon, the half-month in the Secret Realm came to an end. Everyone was teleported out by their wristbands. Finally out, there were so many monsters inside, but I found some opportunities to reach the Xian level. You're so lucky. I was chased by Xian-level monsters the whole time and didn't have time to find opportunities. Sigh, I wonder if any unlucky ones ran into Earth-level monsters. Unlucky? The top-ranked Yu-Qian on the list actually killed an Earth-level late-stage monster. Huh? What? An Earth-level late-stage monster? I'm scared just encountering a mid-stage Xian-level one. And he killed a late-stage Earth-level monster? You think so? I was also in the palace at that time. He and someone named Zhou Chu killed an Earth-level late-stage monster together. Who is that Zhou Chu? Why isn't he on the list? He is from Lushui City. Don't look at him not being on the list. His strength is not weak. It seems Yu Qian has reached the Earth level. Holy crap. I just barely reached the Xian level. And there are already people at the Earth level? The second-ranked Su Wu broke through to the Earth level in the last few days in the Secret Realm. Sigh, is this the gap? Surrounding the entrance. The newly teleported individuals were discussing. Silence. A voice came over, instantly silencing the previously noisy crowd. Qi Siming's figure appeared again above everyone. Congratulations, everyone. You're no longer newcomers starting today. Qi Siming looked at the crowd with a smile. The crowd below began to cheer. Now you'll be assigned to various small groups in each city. It depends on how your city is organized. I will first talk about the points exchange rewards this time. These are your point rankings. The points here are only from killing monsters. The points from obtaining treasures will be exchanged later. I'll read out the top 10 so you can understand the gap between peers. First place, Yuqian, Dayong City. Points 586. As soon as this was said, the crowd became restless. What? I only have 2 digits, and this big shot has so many points? How many monsters did he kill? Even Zhou Chu was taken aback. Could this guy have killed all the Earth-level monsters in the secret realm? He had the strength to do so. Zhou Chu himself only had a little over 200 points because he didn't spend time looking for monsters. Instead, he cultivated while searching. The spiritual energy in the secret realm was so rich that it would be a shame not to use the time for cultivation. During this time, he had only killed a few Xian-level monsters, so it was normal that his points couldn't compare with Yuqian's. He didn't expect this guy to be so fierce. Given a little more time, he might clear out all the monsters in the secret realm. Second place, Wang Shanshan. Lushui City, points 326. As soon as this was said, the crowd erupted again. From Lushui City? Impressive. There are so many talents. Next, the third place, Suwu. Zhou Chu was directly placed in 10th place because his points were only a little over 200. The competition was too fierce, and Zhou Chu smiled wryly. Zhou Chu, the one who fought the Earth-level late-stage monster with Yuqian? Why is he ranked so low? Even if he is ranked lower, he is still stronger than you. At least he is a late-stage Xian-level cultivator. Zhou Chu listened to the discussions around him. They didn't know he was standing right beside them. It seemed that aside from Yuqian, his Earth-level cultivation didn't spread, as he had only assisted in killing the Earth-level wolf demon. It was easy to overlook him. But that was fine. Being low-key was never a bad thing. Zhou Chu Sai Inwali. Now, start exchanging your points for the things you need. Those with treasures can exchange for points first. After the exchange, we will organize to return to each city. Zhou Chu smiled and stretched lazily. After half a month, he was finally going home. Chapter 66. Going home, the overgrown weeds of youth have passed in peace. Instead of you accompanying me, it's the rings of time. Around 9 in the morning, Zhou Chu groggily got out of bed and answered the phone. Hello? Who is it? Xiao Chu, just getting up? No classes today. Zhou Ma's voice came from the other end of the line. It was the second day since Zhou Chu returned from Dayong City, and he had slept until noon. Hearing his mother's voice made Zhou Chu's sleepiness disappear. No classes today. What is up, Mom? Why don't you take a leave and come back for a visit? Your cousin's wedding is still a while away, right? Zhou Ma had previously mentioned that his cousin's wedding was a month away, but only half a month had passed since then. Your uncle is visiting us these days, and it's been a long time since you've seen them. Why don't you take a leave and come back? Uncle? Zhou Chu was taken aback. He vaguely remembered having such an uncle, his mother's only brother, but they rarely kept in touch as he lived in another province. Your aunt passed away early, and your uncle raised your cousin alone. It's not easy for them to come back. Okay, Mom, I'll take a leave and come back. It just so happened that he had nothing urgent to do here. He had called Zhang Qin last night, and Zhang Qin said there was no rush and told Zhou Chu to take a break. Take a leave? Where to? Wang Pengzi pushed open Zhou Chu's door and happened to hear Zhou Chu's last sentence. My cousin is getting married, planning to take a leave to go back. Do you want to come? A wedding feast? I want to go. Take me along. Wang Pengzi said excitedly. He loved to join in on the fun. Is Tong Tian coming too? Just come back with Zhou Chu. The more, the merrier, Zhou Ma said on the phone. Zhou Chu's parents knew Wang Pengzi. Okay, Aunt. I'll drag Zhou Chu back. I promise he'll be at the door by afternoon. Wang Pengzi snatched Zhou Chu's phone and said with a smile, making Zhou Ma laugh on the other end. Zhou Chu then chatted with Zhou Ma for a bit before hanging up. Pengzi, have you been notified where you've been assigned? Zhou Chu, who had already been recruited by Zhang Qin, asked Wang Pengzi where he was assigned. Not yet, but it should be the Martial Division. I secretly asked Director Wu yesterday, and he said those with Xian-level aptitude are prioritized for arrangements in the Martial Division S team. Why don't you join my team? I'll mention it to my team leader. It's just a matter of Zhang Qin S word, and besides, your talent is not bad. Is it that team leader Zhang? Wang Pengzi knew Zhou Chu had been recruited. Zhou Chu not dead? Great, I actually want to follow you. Shu Yi, Wang Pengzi flatteriert. Everyone likes to cling to the powerful. Wang Pengzi then went to pack his things while Zhou Chu called Zhang Qin to inform him. Zhang Qin, upon hearing it was an A-grade talent, agreed immediately. A genius delivered to your door should not be refused. After packing, the two drove to Wantong Town. Wang Pengzi's family was quite wealthy. They originally lived in Wantong Town, but later moved to the city. When Wang Pengzi started college, his family bought him a car. Even though his family lived in the city, they agreed for him to rent a place near school with Zhou Chu. In less than an hour, Zhou Chu and Wang Pengzi arrived at the door of his home. Zhou Chu's family had a small courtyard built by his father. "Mom, I'm back." Zhou Chu and Wang Pengzi knocked on the door. After a short while, Zhou opened the door and was surprised to see the two. "Oh, you're back so soon?" Zhou exclaimed, not expecting them to return that quickly. "Have you two eaten?" Zhou asked. Zhou Chu and Wang Pengzi exchanged smiles. They had just woken up and received the call, so they rushed over. "Looking at you too. You haven't eaten. You should eat on time usually," Zhou said with a smile. "What does Tong Tian want to eat? Aunt will make it for you." "Hee, I love what Aunt makes." Wang Pengzi's eyes lit up at Zhou words. Zhou's cooking was delicious, and Wang Pengzi had often come over to eat. Then Zhou cheerfully led the two into the living room of the courtyard while she went to prepare food. At that moment, there were 3 people sitting in the living room. One was Zhou Dad, another was a middle-aged man who looked a bit like Zhou, and the last was a young man who seemed only a few years older than Zhou Chu. "Xiao Chu is back. Tong Tian came along too?" Zhou Dad said happily upon seeing Zhou Chu and Wang Pengzi behind Zhou. "Xiao Chu, this is your uncle, and this is your cousin. He is just a few years older than you and just graduated. Xiao Qin, this is your cousin Zhou Chu, and this is his good friend." Zhou Dad introduced them, and Zhou Chu smiled and greeted his uncle and cousin. "Xiao Chu has grown so much," his uncle said with a smile. "I remember when I first held you. You were just a little guy." "Cousin, hello. I'm your cousin. My name is Qin Yufan." Qin Yufan also smiled and greeted Wang Pengzi. Zhou Chu looked at his cousin. He seemed very gentle and friendly. At this time, everyone began to chat about family matters. They talked about how Qin Yufan found a job right after graduation and that his salary was quite high. "By the way, where's my sister?" Zhou Chu remembered his younger sister, who was still in high school. "Do you think your sister is like you?" "She has school today," Zhou said as she brought out some dishes. Zhou Chu realized it wasn't the weekend, and high school students still had to attend classes. Wang Pengzi, seeing that Zhou had finished cooking, was just about to start eating, but felt a bit shy with so many people around, so he held back. Zhou Dad saw Wang Pengzi's comical expression and laughed. "Tong Tian, if you're hungry, just eat. We've already eaten." Wang Pengzi's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and he wasted no time digging in. "Aunt's cooking is really getting better and better, especially this sweet and sour ribs. It's even better than what those chefs make," Wang Pengzi said while eating. Zhou, hearing this, smiled and said, "How can my cooking compare to a chef's? If it's good, eat more, Tong Tian." "Who is really your son?" Zhou Chu also started eating, and to be honest, his mom's cooking had really improved. Perhaps it was because he had been eating instant noodles and fast food in the secret realm for half a month. Eating his mom's cooking at home was truly delightful. Before long, the two had finished all the dishes Zhou made. "Look at you two. Eat slower. It's like you haven't eaten in ages," Zhou Dad laughed. Zhou Chu was fine. He had instant noodles and canned food, but Wang Pengzi genuinely hadn't eaten for half a month. He had relied on his abilities to consume food in advance and didn't dare eat the meat of those monster beasts in the secret realm. Just then, the door opened, and a lively girl with 2 ponytails walked in. "Brother, you're back?" Chapter 67. Cousin who went out at midnight returning home was Zhou Yuji, Zhou Chu's younger sister, who had just finished school. The little girl glanced around as she entered and said, "Brother, why didn't you bring sister-in-law back for me?" Hearing Zhou Yuji's words, Zhou Chu's originally smiling face darkened immediately. This was not the first time his sister had asked him about a girlfriend. Almost every time he returned home, his sister would ask. After that, his quirky sister greeted everyone and went back to her room to do her homework. "By the way, cousin, does your school organize training camp for cultivation?" The cousin, Qin Yufan, who had been silent, smiled and looked at Zhou Chu. Wang Pengzi was about to speak, but Zhou Chu shot him a glance, signaling him to stay quiet. They organized it, but Wang Pengzi and I were not selected due to our poor qualifications. Zhou Chu said regretfully. Wang Pengzi, who was beside him, looked completely confused. Poor qualifications? If you're not considered qualified, who would dare to claim they are? Qin Yufan didn't notice the small interaction between Zhou Chu and Wang Pengzi, just nodded and remained silent. Zhou Dad, who was listening and also confused, asked, "What is a cultivation training camp? Is it a training organization?" Zhou Dad and the others had always stayed in a small town and were not familiar with such things. They didn't believe in the monsters mentioned online. How could there be monsters in this world? They had never seen any and thought it was all just marketing hype. Brother-in-law, you don't understand. Isn't there a revival of spiritual energy now? Every university has organized cultivation training camps, organized by the government. I've heard that the participants have abilities over 1,000 pounds and can walk on walls. Zhou Chu's uncle explained cheerfully. Zhou Chu's uncle lived in the coastal province of Su, which was more developed than Xian province, and there were more monster incidents there. So ordinary people, they were generally aware of some cultivation matters. In contrast, the monster-related incidents in Xian province were far fewer and were usually dealt with by the Yanhuang organization. Therefore, Zhou Dad and the others' understanding of these matters came only from the internet, and they did not believe it. Are the monsters mentioned online really true? Zhou Dad said, incredulous. That's right. I've encountered them myself, Zhou Chu's uncle said proudly. One day, while I was playing by the sea, I encountered a fish demon that charged into the crowd. I was so scared. It was the first time in my life I saw a fish come ashore. Suddenly, a long knife fell from the sky and killed that fish demon right away. I was stunned, and then someone took the knife and carried away the fish demon's body. Zhou Dad listened to his brother-in-law's words in shock. Who was that person? He was from the organization Yanhuang, established by our country, specifically dealing with these kinds of incidents to protect our safety. The cultivation training camps organized by universities are the reserves for Yanhuang. Zhou Dad finally understood some things and then looked at his son, comforting him. It's okay. It doesn't matter that we weren't selected. It's not safe to be fighting monsters all the time. Being an ordinary person is also good. Zhou Dad's first reaction after understanding was to worry that his son would be upset about not being selected. Zhou Chu smiled, indicating he was fine. Wang Pengzi looked at Zhou Chu with a speechless expression. Brother Zhou, you're really keeping things too dark under the lamp, not telling Uncle Zhou. After chatting for a while and having dinner, everyone returned to their rooms to rest. Zhou Chu's uncle and cousin slept in the guest room. Wang Pengzi followed Zhou Chu to sleep in his room, and Zhou Yuji slept in the room next to Zhou Chu. Brother, why didn't you tell Uncle about this? Wang Pengzi said, while eating the fried meatballs made by Zhou Mom. I don't want them to worry, Zhou Chu replied quietly. If his parents would find out that he would be fighting those monsters in the future, they would definitely be worried. He decided to tell them later. The two chatted a bit and then fell asleep. Zhou Chu's room had bunk beds, and he slept on the top bunk. In the early morning, Zhou Chu suddenly woke up from his drowsiness, quickly got out of bed, and alertly looked out the window. Did he hear something in the yard just now? With his current earth-level cultivation, he was sensitive to such things. Zhou Chu stood by the window, observing the yard outside. His home was a typical farmhouse with 8 rooms. His parents' master bedroom, his room, his sister's room, a guest room, a living room, a kitchen, a bathroom, and his dad's tool shed. The noise had come from the outer wall of the yard, but it was empty there. After observing for a while, he found nothing unusual. Perhaps it was just a wild cat jumping over the wall. He was being too sensitive. There were many wild cats in the town, and it was normal for them to jump into other people's yard at night. Zhou Chu smiled helplessly and was about to return to bed when there was another noise outside. This time, he wasn't mistaken. He hid by the window and quietly observed the situation outside. Before long, a figure climbed over the wall of the yard and gracefully landed in the courtyard. Zhou Chu examined the person, and even in the dark of night, being an earth-level cultivator, he could still see the person's face clearly. It was actually his cousin, Qin Yufan. What was he doing out at night? Moreover, his earlier movements were not only skilled but also effortless. It seemed that his seemingly quiet cousin was not simple at all. After entering the courtyard, Qin Yufan found nothing unusual and quietly returned to the guest room. Wang Pengzi, who had also gotten out of bed, was snoring loudly. Zhou Chu didn't think much of it and went back to sleep. The next day, Zhou Chu pretended not to know anything, deciding not to alarm the snake and not asking Qin Yufan where he had gone in the middle of the night. That night, Zhou Chu stayed awake, sensing the situation outside. Sure enough, around 2 in the morning, his cousin climbed out again. Zhou Chu hesitated for a moment, then decided to see what his cousin was up to. Not wanting to wake Wang Pengzi, Zhou Chu flew out of the yard without making any noise. This was the reason he didn't bring Wang Pengzi along. He could fly, and he didn't want to expose himself. Wang Pengzi's figure would have made it obvious. Once he was outside the yard, he spotted Qin Yufan's figure. He seemed to be running toward the edge of the town and into the woods. Seeing his running speed, Zhou Chu furrowed his brow. It turned out his cousin was a cultivator and a mid-stage Xian level 1 at that. He was using his own spiritual energy while running, which allowed Zhou Chu to sense his cultivation level. What did his cousin want to do? From what Zhou Chu had learned in the past 2 days, his cousin had previously studied at university in Sioux City and was now working in the neighboring Rinna City. Zhou Chu's uncle had just learned this news and was very upset, as he had always thought Qin Yufan had found a good job in Sioux Province. However, Zhou Chu's mom was happy because it was close and they could keep in touch frequently, as she had thought it would be difficult to see him again in the future. Not thinking too much, Zhou Chu followed Qin Yufan into the woods under the cover of night. Inside the woods, 7 figures stood waiting for Qin Yufan. Chapter 68. There's also someone named Zhou Chu. What are these people doing here in the middle of the night? Zhou Chu hid on a branch, quietly observing Qin Yufan and the 7 people with him. How is it? No one has discovered your whereabouts, right? The leader among the 7 spoke up. Qin Yufan shook his head, indicating no. Captain, did you find any trace of that monster today? Qin Yufan asked. The captain, who was the leader, looked somber. No, that monster is hiding too well. We've searched for so many days and still haven't found it. We must hurry to find it, according to the monster-seeking device. It's nearby. We can't let it harm anyone anymore. Qin Yufan and the 7 nodded. As usual, they formed groups of 4 to search the forest. The 8 then split into 2 groups and began searching the woods. Zhou Chu, hiding in the shadows, heard everything and looked at Qin Yufan's back with a strange expression. Captain? Monster? Could it be that my cousin is also part of Yin Huang? So he is my colleague? No wonder he asked me if I had joined the training camp. It turns out he is already a member of Yin Huang. The question is, ISNTA group in Yin Huang usually 6 people? Why are they in groups of 8? Zhou Chu didn't think much and decided to continue following his cousin S group. If anything happened, he could help out. He then concealed himself and followed Qin Yufan and the other 3 in the forest. Along the way, a somewhat immature boy spoke up. Qin Go, do you think we can find that ghost? Isn't this monster-seeking device inaccurate? We've been searching for so many days. Hearing the young man's words, Qin Yufan, who was holding a device, couldn't help but smile. The monster-seeking device is definitely accurate. After all, we've used it for so long. You just joined our Yin Huang group and don't know the origins of this device. It was created by our general director of the 1 division, and its accuracy is beyond doubt. As for why we haven't found that monster yet, it can only be said that it's hiding too well. Qin Yufan slowly explained to the young man, as this young man and another were the newcomers who had just joined their group. Therefore, their group had increased from 6 to 8 people. These 2 were new recruits who had gone through the training in the secret realm. And Rinna City had already arranged for new members to join the various groups in the 3rd division of Rinna City, forming 8-person groups. Lushui City and Rinna City are very close, with Wanong Town located at the border of the 2 cities. That monster escaped from Rinna City to here, and their group was responsible for handling it. They had just informed Yin Huang in Lushui City and were executing their mission in Wanong Town. Qin Yufan looked at the young man in front of him. He had B-level qualifications, just like the captain, while his own qualification was only C-level. And this young man was at the initial stage of the Xian level. This time, the martial division of Rinha City only accepted those above the Xian level, and top-tier late-stage mortal level could also be considered. Others were recruited by the 1 division and the Yin division. Thinking of this, Qin Yufan couldn't help but smile wryly. He had joined Yin Huang by chance and took a long time to reach the mid-stage of the Xian level. While this young man had reached the initial stage of the Xian level in less than 2 months, just lacking a bit of combat experience. It seemed that the benefits in this secret realm were considerable. Unfortunately, his cousin had poor qualifications and wasn't selected for the training camp. Otherwise, he could have enjoyed the benefits of this new batch. After a while, one of the older group members, feeling bored, asked Xiao Zhang, "Are there any particularly strong newcomers in this secret realm training?" The newcomer who had joined their group was called Xiao Zhang. "Yes, Li Gu, let me tell you. Don't look at how we are all newcomers in this secret realm, but a few are particularly strong." "Oh, how strong?" Qin Yufan also became interested. He had heard that this batch of newcomers was very strong. "There is someone named Yu Qian from Dayang City, same age as us. Guess what level he is? He can't be at the Earth level, right?" Li Gu, the older member, laughed upon hearing Xiao Zhang's words. "You're right. That person is indeed at the Earth level." Xiao Zhang replied excitedly. Li Gu was also taken aback. "What? A newcomer at the Earth level? Are you serious?" Li Gu asked in disbelief. "That's the Earth level. You practiced for so long and are still at the Xian level, while a newcomer is already at the Earth level. It's known that someone at the Earth level in Qian province can serve as the head of the 3rd division in any of the 5 cities under Qian province. Qian province itself is relatively remote in the 9 provinces, so its overall strength is not strong. The heads of the 3rd division in some strong provinces' subordinate cities are even at the heaven level, but a newcomer at the Earth level, their future is immeasurable. There is also someone named Zhou Chu, who is not simple either. Although he ranked 10th in this round of points, I remember him. In the central palace of the secret realm, I saw him assist Yu Qian, who is at the initial stage of the Earth level, to kill a late-stage Earth level monster." Xiao Zhang said proudly. "Now that is a genius. An initial stage Earth level killing a late-stage Earth level monster. At the mid-stage of the Xian level, struggle against monsters of the same level." Li Gu smiled wryly. Qin Yufan listened attentively, still amazed at the strength of this batch of newcomers, but suddenly heard a familiar name and was instantly stunned. "Zhou Chu, isn't that my cousin? How did he end up in the secret realm? Didn't he say he didn't join the training camp? Which city is the Zhou Chu you're talking about from?" Qin Yufan couldn't help but asked curiously. "I'm not sure. I haven't heard them say." Xiao Zhang scratched his head in recollection. "What's wrong, Qin Gu? Do you know this Zhou Chu?" Qin Yufan shook his head and smiled. "I probably don't know. How could I know a genius?" But he was secretly thinking, maybe it's just a coincidence of the same name. He hadn't noticed anything unusual about his cousin these past few days at home. Just then, the monster-seeking device in Qin Yufan's hand reacted, and his expression changed instantly. "Be careful. That monster should be just ahead." Xiao Zhang sent a message to the captain, telling him we've found traces of the monster here. "Now, let's go check it out first." The others nodded and cautiously moved forward, trying to avoid making any noise. Zhou Chu, who had been following them from the tree, saw this scene. Had they found a trace of the monster? Zhou Chu had heard everything Qin Yufan and the others said along the way. He didn't expect his cousin to come to work in the neighboring Rinna City, because he had joined Yin Huang in Rinna City. Moreover, they had even allowed newcomers to join various groups. Lu Shui City hadn't notified anything yet, and this newcomer actually knew about him. Was his reputation that great? Even newcomers from the neighboring city knew about him. In that battle, Yu Qian could solo that wolf monster. He should have joined in. Alas, he could only say he hadn't been low-key enough. He needed to change next time. He couldn't act impulsively anymore. Chapter 69. The uncomplicated cousin in the woods ahead of the 4. A figure was devouring its food. This figure was about half a meter tall, but its food was a water buffalo much larger than itself. It was the target cat demon. Little Zhang exclaimed in surprise. They found it without much effort. However, Qin Yufan's expression changed. His ability allowed him to sense the cultivation aura of demons, serving as a support skill. He sensed that the water buffalo, which had already become food, was actually at the initial stage of the Xian rank. The cat demon has broken through to the initial stage of the Xian rank, Qin Yufan said solemnly. The other 3 were taken aback. They did not expect that the target at the initial stage of the Xian rank had actually broken through to the mid-stage of the Xian rank. It's fine. The 4 of us should be able to entangle it. Among the 4, 2 were at the mid-stage of the Xian rank and 2 at the initial stage. Even though humans cannot compete with demons below the Earth rank, they had the advantage in numbers this time. Zhou Chu, who was in the tree, also felt relieved. It was just a mid-stage Xian rank cat demon. Even if they couldn't kill it, they wouldn't be in much danger. Soon, the four decided on a strategy. Qin Yufan and Li Ge, both at the mid-stage of the Xian rank, would be the main force, while Little Zhang and another member at the initial stage of the Xian rank would assist. At that moment, the cat demon also noticed the four. Instead of fleeing due to their numbers, it actively launched an attack on them. Qin Yufan and Li Ge exchanged glances. Then together they blocked the cat demon's attack, summoned their weapons, and entangled the cat demon. Since both of them were of the same cultivation level as the cat demon, it wasn't too difficult. Little Zhang and the other initial stage members supported Qin Yufan and Li Ge, seizing the opportunity to attack the cat demon. Zhou Chu observed the battle. It was quite standard, but the four coordinated well, not only entangling the cat demon, but also having the chance to wear it down. They might be able to exhaust the cat demon before the other team arrives. Zhou Chu decided not to intervene. After a while, Qin Yufan's side had already gained the upper hand. The cat demon had shifted from offense to defense, and its injuries were increasing, becoming more and more disheveled. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared from the nearby jungle, directly attacking Li Ge, who was entangled with the cat demon. The faces of the four in battle changed. The figure revealed its true form, which was also a cat demon, and it looked very similar to the one under attack. However, its erupting cultivation was at the late stage of the Xian rank. Li Ge, be careful, Little Zhang shouted beside him. The sudden appearance of this late-stage Xian rank cat demon left Li Ge with no time to react. With Li Ji's strength, he couldn't possibly defend against the surprise attack from the late-stage Xian rank cat demon. Li Ge could only helplessly try to block it. But the cat demon did not give him that chance. Its claws reached for Li Ji's neck. Just as the late-stage Xian rank cat demon was about to pierce Li Ji's neck with its claws, a long knife flew in and interrupted the cat demon's attack. Li Ge, who had thought he was doomed, was momentarily stunned. I'm not dead. The other three were also surprised. Could be the team leader? Are they here? Little Zhang said excitedly. Who else could block a full-force attack from a late-stage Xian rank cat demon? However, Qin Yufan showed a puzzled expression, thinking that his team leader didn't seem to use a knife. At that moment, they saw a figure jump down from a nearby tree. It turned out not to be the team leader. Everyone was taken aback. There were actually other people here. The long knife returned to the figure's hand. The late-stage Xian rank cat demon, realizing its attack had failed, immediately became furious and charged at the newcomer. Under the moonlight, everyone could see the newcomer's face. Qin Yufan was instantly stunned. Isn't this my cousin? At the same time, Lil Zhang also recognized Zhou Chu's face and excitedly shouted, "Wow, it's Zhou Chu." Yes, the Zhou Chu I told you about among the newcomers in the secret realm. Zhou Chu, holding a strange knife, was fighting the late-stage Xian rank cat demon. The cat demon looked disdainfully at the human before it. Zhou Chu decided to end the fight quickly and didn't drag it out like before in the secret realm. Sky-splitting 9 flashes. Blade light appeared on the cat demon's body. Soon, the late-stage Xian rank cat demon fell down just like that. Wow, this guy only used 1 strike. Li Ge exclaimed in surprise. Is this the strength of the strongest batch of newcomers? He is simply my idol. Little Zhang looked at Zhou Chu with admiration. Meanwhile, Qin Yufan, while dealing with the remaining mid-stage Xian rank cat demon, was sizing up Zhou Chu. It seems my cousin is not simple at all. Zhou Chu did not continue to attack, but quietly watched the battle of Qin Yufan and the others. Before long, the mid-stage Xian rank cat demon was slowly worn down by the four. After resolving the demon, the group approached Zhou Chu. Li Ge first expressed his gratitude to Zhou Chu. Thanks to the little brother's help just now, I almost got caught here. No problem, it was just a small effort. Zhou Chu said with a smile. Brother Zhou, do you remember me? We met in the secret realm, at the palace, Little Zhang said excitedly. Zhou Chu smiled and nodded, still having some impression. At this moment, Qin Yufan finally spoke. Cousin, you hit it well, even I was deceived. He looked at Zhou Chu with a complex expression. He had never expected that his cousin not only joined Yin Huang, but was also quite powerful, killing a late-stage Xian-ranked demon with 1 strike. At first, when Little Zhang mentioned Zhou Chu in the secret realm, he was skeptical. But his cousin had been behaving so ordinarily these past few days that he had to think it was just a coincidence. Who would have thought that the one shining brightly in the secret realm would actually be his cousin? The other three were also stunned to hear Qin Yufan's words. The Zhou Chu who helped them turn out to be Qin Yufan's cousin. Zhou Chu Gu Xin. You didn't mention that you joined Yin Huang and are also a mid-stage Xian rank expert. Hearing Zhou Chu's teasing, Qin Yufan couldn't help but smile. You little rascal. Are you teasing me? Then everyone burst into laughter and began a chat. During the conversation, Qin Yufan learned that the newcomers in Lushui City had not yet been divided into teams and even thought about recruiting Zhou Chu to join his group. However, Zhou Chu said he had already been reserved. Qin Yufan gave up this idea. After all, his cousin had such good talent, he must have been snatched up early. Even if Zhou Chu really agreed to go to Yin Huang and run a city with him, Lushui City's Yin Huang would probably hold a grudge against him. After chatting with everyone for a while, Qin Yufan suddenly frowned. Wait, by the time, the team leader should have arrived by now. The two teams were not far apart, and logically, the other team should have arrived long ago. After discovering the mid-stage Xian rank cat demon, they notified the team leader to come. Yet now, both demons have been dealt with, and the team leader still hadn't arrived. Something might have happened to the team leader's side, Li Ge said worriedly. Little Zhang, call and ask the team leader's side what is going on. Little Zhang nodded, took out his phone, and dialed the team leader's number. However, there was no answer. Little Zhang couldn't help but feel anxious. He then switched to the other three's numbers and called them one by one. All were unanswered. The faces of Qin Yufan and the others changed instantly. It seemed that something really had happened to the team leader. Chapter 70, Second Awakening. Heaven and earth seeing the expressions of the four gradually change, Zhou Chu seemed to realize something. Another team from their group seemed to have encountered trouble. Do you have their location? We need to go find them now, Zhou Chu suggested. Qin Yufan nodded upon hearing Zhou Chu's words. They could check their location based on the positioning. Thank you, Xiao Chu, Qin Yufan said earnestly. Zhou Chu had already helped them once, not only saving Brother Li, but also killing that late-stage Xian-level cat demon. If Zhou Chu hadn't been there just now, none of the four of them would have survived. Now, facing unknown dangers, Zhou Chu chose to accompany them. The others looked at Zhou Chu with gratitude as well. At this moment, Zhou Chu was frozen in place. It seemed he had become a bit too warm-hearted. Although Qin Yufan was his cousin, he didn't know the others and didn't have to help them. However, they were from Yin Huang, and so was he. They fought to protect others. It seemed he had developed a sense of identity and belonging to Yin Huang unconsciously. Zhou Chu couldn't help but be taken aback. When had he been influenced? Was it because of the shared battles in the secret realm? Or was it because of that old Taoist who fell despite having only Xian-level cultivation? Or was it the news he had heard about Yin Huang members who had died at the hands of monsters over the years while protecting ordinary people? At this moment, Zhou Chu seemed to see the back of a person, a figure he was incredibly familiar with. He had a scholarly demeanor, yet his voice was filled with passion. That voice echoed in his ears. A gentleman, whether with a knife or a sword, it is the same. The aim is to protect the people and maintain peace. I have mediocre talent, not comparable to the other students of my teacher, but there is one thing my teacher said that I have always remembered. A scholar must be broad-minded. The responsibilities are heavy and the road is long. Is it not heavy to take benevolence as one's duty? This was the first lesson he had given Zhou Chu when he had just joined Yin Huang. But Zhou Chu didn't like sacrificing himself for others. Yet, he didn't want his family, friends, or acquaintances to die in front of him. So let him protect everything. Protect what Director Wang wanted to safeguard. Zhou Chu seemed to have an epiphany, closing his eyes and standing still. Qin Yufan and the others were shocked at this scene. How had Zhou Chu, who had been fine just a moment ago, suddenly changed like this? Brother Qin, what's wrong with Zhou Chu? Xiao Zhang asked worriedly, as this scene had appeared too suddenly. Qin Yufan stroked his chin, looking at the closed-eyed Zhou Chu, lost in thought. This seems like the legendary Second Awakening, Xiao Zhang suddenly said, as if he had thought of something. Qin Yufan and the others looked at him, and Xiao Zhang excitedly continued. I read about this in a book. Besides awakening abilities when breaking through to a higher level, individuals with extremely high talent have a chance to undergo a second awakening even without breaking through. The book said that our martial arts director also underwent a second awakening as a genius. So, does that mean Zhou Chu is not only okay, but this is his opportunity? Qin Yufan couldn't help but say. Xiao Zhang nodded. Qin Yufan sighed, feeling that his cousin was truly lucky. He looked at his cousin, wondering when he would awaken properly. Xiao Zhang, you stay here to guard him. We'll go check on the situation with the team leader and come back after Zhou Chu's awakening is complete, Qin Yufan said after thinking for a moment. Xiao Zhang hesitated at first, but thinking that Zhou Chu was alone in the forest and needed someone to take care of him, he nodded. Without saying much, Qin Yufan led Brother Li and the others towards their team leader's location. Meanwhile, on the other side of the forest, Lu Song, the team leader of Qin Yufan's group, was doing his utmost to deal with a late-stage, Xian-level wolf demon in front of him. His 3 team members were in dire straits. The new recruit at the early Xian level lay on the ground, life and death unknown. The other 2 mid-stage, Xian-level veteran members were struggling to hold on. Their opponent was also a late-stage, Xian-level wolf demon. Lu Song felt helpless. Damn it, Lao Qin said they found the target, and I was just about to go look for them. I didn't expect 2 wolf demons to appear suddenly in the forest. How could there be so many monsters here? These 2 wolf demons were both late-stage Xian level. As the only late-stage Xian level cultivator, he had no choice but to block one alone, while the other 3 could only barely hold off the other one. The wolf demon in front of him was not simple, although he was stronger. He couldn't defeat it in a short time. The situation for the 3 on his side was extremely grim. The early-stage recruit lacked combat experience and was heavily injured due to carelessness. The other 2 members, being mid-stage Xian level, could only barely defend themselves. Judging by their current condition, they probably wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Fortunately, his phone had been ringing continuously just now. A glance revealed it was Xiao Zhang calling from the other side. It was just a cat demon that had recently broken through to mid-stage Xian level. They should have dealt with it. Since no one was answering the call on his side, they probably sensed something was wrong and were likely on their way. He hoped they would arrive soon. In contrast, on Zhou Chu's side, Xiao Zhang looked anxiously at Zhou Chu, who remained motionless. He didn't know how long it would take for Zhou Chu to awaken and could only stand by and wait. Wait, I read in a book that the director had an instant awakening. Why is Zhou Chu taking so long? Xiao Zhang sighed. At this moment, Zhou Chu felt as if he was in a dream. He dreamt of many people. There was Zhang Qin, whom he had met for the first time, in his eyes. Zhang Qin seemed to be a true strongman. There was Governor Qi from Qian province, who, beneath his gentle appearance, liked to wield a large axe. There was Li Jianhen, dressed in white, like an immortal, easily killing heavenly-level opponents. However, there was also a very ordinary old Taoist, who, despite his age, chose to protect ordinary people and served as a guard for the new recruits. And there was Director Wang, who could have escaped but chose to stand in front of Zhou Chu, willingly sacrificing himself. There were many such people in the world who chose to fight recklessly for their ideals, to move forward bravely, and to risk their lives. They fought for a group of strangers, people they might never meet in their lives, perhaps making them seem foolish. Wasn't this foolishness? Fighting for others to live better, even to the point of death. A voice appeared in Zhou Chu's heart. You can save one person, but can you save thousands and thousands of people? This familiar voice was that of Li Rusong, who had previously bestowed his legacy upon Zhou Chu. Li Rusong stood in Zhou Chu's heart. I can't save thousands and thousands of people, Zhou Chu said, and Li Rusong sighed. Has this child chosen to give up? On the road ahead, there are still thousands and thousands of me. Originally, Li Rusong felt some helplessness upon hearing Zhou Chu's first half of the sentence, but Zhou Chu's latter half brought him joy. As expected of Qi Jiguang's chosen heir, he has not let me down. Li Rusor lauga heartily. Finally, let me bestow upon you one more opportunity. Then, Li Rusong's figure slowly dissipated in Zhou Chu's heart, transforming into particles of light that merged into Zhou Chu's body. At this moment, the outside world, Zhou Chu opened his eyes, revealing a faint glow. Congratulations to the host for awakening the ability Qian Kundi. Qian represents heaven, and Kun represents earth. The movement of heaven is vigorous, and a gentleman should constantly strive for self-improvement. The nature of the earth is receptive, and a gentleman should carry things with great virtue. Chapter 71. Is this a beast party? Brother Zhou, have you successfully awakened your ability? Seeing Zhou Chu suddenly open his eyes, Xiao Zhang said with delight. The brilliance in Zhou Chu's eyes dissipated. It's done. Where are the others? Zhou Chu scanned the surroundings and found that only Xiao Zhang was standing nearby. When they saw you temporarily awaken, Brother Qin and the others went over there to avoid wasting time, leaving me to wait for you. How long have they been gone? About half an hour. Zhou Chu nodded and then asked Xiao Zhang for the location over there. Should we run over now? Xiao Zhang asked in confusion. Run? Du just my mitstioli. Then he grabbed Xiao Zhang and flew into the air. Let you feel the Earth stage's ability to fly in advance. Zhou Chu decided to stop hiding. Xiao Zhang looked at Zhou Chu in disbelief. He didn't expect Zhou Chu to have also broken through to the Earth stage. Is this what true genius looks like? On the other side, Qin Yufan and the others had already arrived at the scene. Captain, are you okay? Lu Song shook his head, signaling the three of them to help the two team members who were still struggling. Qin Yufan and the others didn't say much and rushed to assist the two team members. With the help of the three, the pressure on the two was instantly relieved a lot. With the cooperation of 5 people, they were not at a disadvantage against a late-stage, Xian-level wolf demon at all. Lu Song breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this scene. Fortunately, the 3 of them arrived in time. Otherwise, it would have been dangerous. Wait, why are there only 3 people? Where's Xiao Zhang? Lao Qin, where's Xiao Zhang? He'll be here soon. Qin Yufan said while fighting the wolf demon. Lu Song felt relieved upon hearing this and focused on fighting the wolf demon in front of him. This wolf demon was not his opponent. He wanted to finish it quickly and use the technique he had learned earlier. He usually didn't use this technique because it consumed most of his spiritual energy. Then, Lu Song gritted his teeth and unleashed a massive blade aura, directly killing the wolf demon in front of him. He quickly went to help Lao Qin deal with the other wolf demon. In the end, under the siege of 6 people, the wolf demon ultimately fell. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and Lu Song first went to check on the previously down team member. He let out a breath. Thankfully, he just fainted. Lao Qin, what is the situation on your side? At this moment, Lu Song finally remembered the mission target that Lao Qin and the others had discovered. We found that cat demon, but it has broken through to the mid-stage of the Xian level. Qin Yufan slowly explained to Lu Song. That's fine. With our 4-person siege, killing it is just a matter of time. But then an unexpected event occurred. A late-stage, Xian-level cat demon suddenly appeared and ambushed Lao Li. Lu Song's face changed slightly upon hearing this and asked, what happened next? He was curious. If a late-stage, Xian-level cat demon really appeared, Lao Qin and the others would probably be stuck there and wouldn't be able to come for support. Lao Qin's cousin suddenly appeared and dealt with that late-stage, Xian-level cat demon, which is why we could come to support. Brotherly said with a bitter smile. Lao Qin's cousin? Yes. Brotherly nodded. Lu Song looked at Qin Yufan in confusion and said, your cousin didn't follow you out when you went out at night. Did he? Qin Yufan smiled and nodded, realizing that his cousin must have noticed his movements and followed him out. Captain, Lao Qin's cousin is amazing. He's among the strongest of the newcomers in this secret realm, and he just took down that late-stage Xian-level cat demon with 1 strike. Brotherly continued. Lu Song nodded. So your cousin and Xiao Zhang are still behind? Yes, he just awakened for the 2nd time. I had Xiao Zhang guard him. 2nd awakening? Lu Song couldn't help but be shocked upon hearing this. He knew about the 2nd awakening. Many people dream of achieving it. He didn't expect Lao Qin's cousin to have such good talent and undergo a 2nd awakening. Then Lu Song looked at the corpses of the 2 wolf demons and fell into deep thought. There seem to be a bit too many demon beasts in this place. You have to know that this is not a deep mountain or forest. Demon beasts are generally rare. After all, there's a town nearby, and members of Yin Huang often handle such matters. Besides the one they were looking for on this mission, Lao Qin and his group encountered one, and they encountered 2 here. Moreover, they were all late-stage, Xian-level demon beasts. Something's not right. It must be organized by some powerful demon beast. Lu Song's expression suddenly changed, preparing to notify the higher-ups. Just as he took out his phone, a feather shot through his phone. Who do you think you were trying to notify, human? A voice came from the sky. Everyone was shocked. Then what came into view was a 2-meter-tall eagle, an Earth stage eagle demon. Lu Song took out his long knife and stared intently at the eagle demon in midair. His phone had most likely been shattered by the feather of this eagle demon. "Prepare to run. Split up and run," Lu Song shouted. With their strength, they couldn't possibly withstand this Earth stage eagle demon, even though it only emitted the aura of an early Earth stage. Now, the only chance of survival was to let everyone run separately. "Can you escape?" The eagle demon's eyes revealed mockery. Then, demon beasts began to appear from the surrounding woods, mostly Xin-level ones. Lu Song and the others' expressions changed. These demon beasts slowly surrounded Lu Song and his group, numbering about 20. At this point, Lu Song finally understood. This eagle demon was leading the gathering of these demons. But what was their goal? There was only a small town nearby. Were they targeting that town? However, they had stumbled upon it early. "You killed several of my late-stage Xin-level subordinates and still want to escape? Do you know how much effort I put into raising and gathering them? But it doesn't matter. You damn human cultivators will be our appetizers. The main course will be those humans in the nearby town. Haha." The eagle demon looked at everyone with amusement, as if they were about to become its food. During this time, others attempted to take out their phones to notify someone, but they were all shattered by the feathers the eagle demon swung. The eagle demon did not attack. After all, these were just some Xin-level human cultivators, and it wasn't time for it to act yet. It was just right to train its subordinates. "I am truly a top-notch leader," the eagle demon thought to itself, delighted. Meanwhile, everyone fell silent, their faces revealing expressions of despair. Lu Song sighed. It seemed that their group would likely die here. Moreover, with no way to send out news. Once they died, the nearby town would be in danger. Just thinking about this made Lu Song feel immense pain. He was too weak. Qin Yufan also felt helpless. It would have been great if his cousin were here. But thinking of this, Qin Yufan couldn't help but smile. He was being too naive, unable to distinguish the situation. With so many demon beasts and an Earth stage eagle demon overseeing them, even if his cousin were here, he would probably be trapped as well. Hopefully, he would wake up a bit later. If so, he and Xiao Zhang would still have a chance to survive. While Qin Yufan's thoughts were in disarray, Lu Song beside him shouted, "Fight! Even if we die in battle, we must take a few with us or leave some wounds on these beasts. That way, the folks in a nearby town might have a chance to survive." After he said this, the others also regained their momentum from despair. Since they were destined to die, they might as well die fighting. The eagle demon couldn't help but look at these humans. It was somewhat impressed. If all its subordinates were like them, it would have already become a great demon feared by all. Just then, a young voice came from afar. "Yo, so many people, and is this a beast party? Looks like a lot of fun." Chapter 72, Boldly Poaching Talent Group Leader. "Are you all right?" Little Zhang, lifted by Zhou Chu, exclaimed joyfully in the air. Everyone else also saw the two in the sky. "Earth-level cultivator? We're saved," one member of the group said. "Old Qin, could this person be your cousin?" Lu Song looked a bit shocked. An Earth-level cultivator at such a young age. Old Qin nodded, his expression complex as he looked at Zhou Chu. He had always thought Zhou Chu was just a late-stage mystic cultivator. Not only was his talent impressive, with his second awakening, but he was also an Earth-level cultivator. He hadn't expected to underestimate his cousin this much. Soon, Zhou Chu landed with Little Zhang and set him down. He looked at the eagle demon in the air and smiled. "What are you doing gathering so many demon beasts here?" Beside him, Qin Yufan said, "Their target is the ordinary people in the nearby town." Upon hearing this, Zhou Chu's face instantly turned cold. After all, his family also lived in the nearby Wanong town. The target of these demon beasts was actually the ordinary people of Wanong town. If he hadn't been there, he couldn't imagine what would have happened. A killing intent flashed in Zhou Chu's eyes. The eagle demon was already on his death list. "So what? You're just an early-stage Earth-level cultivator. I'm also an early-stage Earth-level. Besides, I have so many demon beasts on my side," the eagle demon sneered at Zhou Chu. It wasn't he afraid of any human cultivator of the same level. "Have you finished talking?" Zhou Chu looked expressionlessly at the eagle demon. He then took the initiative to fly into the air. "Be careful, that's an eagle demon. It has the advantage in the air," Lu Song below said anxiously upon seeing this scene. This young man was being too reckless. As a newcomer to the Earth level, he surely was too familiar with flying. How could he actively engage in battle with an eagle demon that was born to fly, even if both were early stage, Earth level? The eagle demon had the advantage in the air. He looked worriedly at Zhou Chu in the sky. However, Zhou Chu was focused on the wolf demon in the air. Contemplating. Then let you try my new ability. Heaven and Earth, undefined level, active ability. Heaven technique. Mobilizes the spiritual energy within to resonate with the power of heaven. Can condense powerful heavenly punishment lightning, striking enemies with tremendous force, instantly unleashing astonishing destructive power. As it comes from the heavens, all beings fear it. Earth technique. Guides spiritual energy underground, merging with the power of Earth. Can summon the abyss of the underworld, forming a black hole that devours everything. Once enemies fall into it, they will be consumed by endless darkness and cold, losing their combat ability. Passive ability. Due to enhanced mastery over all things between heaven and earth, everything about oneself, skills, abilities, body, is enhanced by 100, and cultivation speed is increased by 100. When Zhou Chu first obtained this ability, he was stunned. Undefined level? Does that mean it exceeds S-level abilities? After seeing the description provided by the system, he was overjoyed. This ability was simply too abnormal. Not only was the ability he had previously strengthened, but this ability itself was also a powerful offensive capability. It had both control and damage. He just didn't know how powerful it would be. The eagle demon continued to mock Zhou Chu, eager to see what tricks this human could pull. Earth technique, Zhou Chu murmured softly. At that moment, a dark aura appeared in Zhou Chu's pupils. The eagle demon was initially confused upon hearing this, but then its expression changed. It realized that a dark aura was surrounding it. Just as it wanted to escape, it found itself unable to move. The eagle demon looked incredulously at the darkness surrounding it, which felt like shackles locking it in the air. It tried to break free, but found it completely impossible. Before it could think further, Zhou Chu made a new move. Zhou Chu's pupils shifted from dark to radiant. Event technique. A golden lightning bolt appeared beside Zhou Chu. At the same moment, the eagle demon felt an overwhelming fear from the power of heaven and earth. The demon beast below instantly knelt and trembled. This power from heaven and earth was something they had always feared. Even Qin Yufan and the others felt a sense of dread upon witnessing this scene. Humans were also beings of heaven and earth. Then, the golden lightning next to Zhou Chu flew toward the eagle demon, trapped by the abyss of the underworld. The eagle demon's fear intensified upon seeing this. It struggled to escape the shackles of darkness, but it was futile. The moment the golden heavenly punishment lightning touched the eagle demon, it didn't even have time to scream before it vanished in the air, its body turning to dust. Just like that, an early-stage, Earth-level demon beast was gone. The people below looked on in disbelief at this scene. Zhou Chu did not hesitate to wield the heavenly punishment lightning, killing the remaining trembling demon beasts below one by one. He then returned his pupils to normal and looked down at the others. Qin Yufan and the others were still in shock, standing there foolishly. Still immersed in the moment, Zhou Chu had just killed the eagle demon. They couldn't imagine that the impending disaster had been resolved just like that. "Are you all okay?" Zhou Chu asked with concern, stopping the use of his ability, worried that the heavenly punishment lightning might have affected them. He had already understood the power of this ability. The heavenly punishment lightning of heaven technique was a powerful offensive ability, comparable to the damage of the red blade energy from the PC blade technique. Meanwhile, the abyss of the underworld from earth technique was a control ability. While there was a chance for enemies to escape when he spoke the words, once the abyss formed, enemies of the same level could not break free at all. Moreover, this ability would strengthen with his cultivation level, but it consumed too much of his internal spiritual energy. At this point, Qin Yufan and the others had also come back to their senses. Even though the golden lightning had disappeared, they still felt a lingering fear of it in their hearts. "I'm Lu Song, a group leader from the Rinha City Martial Division." Lu Song stepped forward to say to Zhou Chu. "Zhou Chu, from the Lu Shui City Martial Division." Lu Song nodded with a smile, feeling emotional inside. Lu Shui City really produced an extraordinary genius. It's a pity he isn't from Rinha City. By the way, isn't old Qin his cousin? Should we have old Qin recruit Zhou Chu? Lu Song had no idea that Qin Yufan had previously thought the same thing. He had considered bringing Zhou Chu over, but ultimately gave up the idea, thinking that Lushui City wouldn't let him go. Brother Zhou, was that your awakened ability just now? Why was it so amazing? Little Zhang said enviously from the side. Yes, it was the ability I just awakened, Zhou Chu replied. Upon hearing Zhou Chu's words, everyone nodded. It turned out to be a second awakening ability. No wonder it was so extraordinary. After thinking for a moment, Lu Song said to Zhou Chu seriously, Brother Zhou, why don't you join our Inner City Yanhuang? Chapter 73, 2 S-Class Abilities. Hearing Lu Song's words, Zhou Chu was taken aback. Team leader Lu, this isn't good, right? Zhou Chu said helplessly. He had basically already joined the Yanhuang of Lushui City and had also promised Zhang Qin to become his team member. What's wrong? You guys in Lushui City probably haven't assigned these newcomers yet, right? Zhou Chu smiled and shook his head. Then there's still a chance, Lu Song said happily. Don't be in a hurry to refuse. Think about it. I'll talk to my superior right now and have him dig you out from the head of your Lushui City Martial Affairs. Lu Song said with a grin, making it clear in front of Zhou Chu that he wanted to recruit him. Don't worry, we will prioritize giving you the best resources in Rena City. Just as Lu Song was about to take out his phone to call his superior, he suddenly froze, looking at his broken phone. He remembered that his phone had been destroyed by that eagle demon just now. Most of the phones of those present had been ruined as well. At this moment, Lu Song thought of Xiao Zhang and glanced at him. Xiao Zhang understood Lu Song's meaning immediately and quickly took out his own phone to hand it over to Lu Song. Lu Song took the phone and dialed the number of his superior, the head of the Martial Affairs in Rena City. Director, call the head of the Martial Affairs in Lushui City, Director Wu, and recruit a newcomer over. Recruit who? Aren't you all executing a mission in Lushui City right now? What's up, solved it. The voice of the head of the Martial Affairs in Renha City came slowly. Resolved. Go dig someone over there, a newcomer named Zhou Chu. A newcomer? What's so special about him? He's a newcomer at the Earth stage. Lu Song hurriedly replied. What? The voice on the other end of the phone shook, seemingly in disbelief. Are you sure? A newcomer at the initial Earth stage? Absolutely. I encountered him personally. He's a genius with a second awakening, and he killed an initial Earth stage demon beast. Lu Song continued excitedly. Damn it. How could such an amazing newcomer be with old Wu? Hang up. I'm going to dig him out right now. The person on the other end hung up the phone. Lu Song smiled at Zhou Chu. Little brother, I didn't lie to you. Our Yanhuang in Renha City will definitely cultivate you well. Look, even our head of martial affairs values you. Zhou Chu nodded dumbfounded. He didn't expect Lu Song to be so decisive. He didn't know if Director Wu would agree. All right, since the target has been resolved, everyone go back and rest, Lu Song continued. The team member who fell earlier was just unconscious. He should be fine. Zhou Chu and Qin Yufan returned together. On the way, Qin Yufan couldn't help but ask, Cousin, how long have you been cultivating? There were so many people just now that he couldn't find an opportunity to ask. He couldn't believe that a newcomer who had only undergone special training for less than 2 months could reach the Earth stage. 2 months. Seeing Zhou Chu's serious expression, Qin Yufan sighed. His cousin was indeed a true genius. By the way, why didn't you tell Aunt and the others about your cultivation? Zhou Chu was already so strong. Why hide it? Qin Yufan found it hard to understand. Didn't you also not tell Uncle? Zhou Chu replied with a smile. Hearing Zhou Chu's answer, Qin Yufan was momentarily stunned. Indeed, no matter how strong he became, he was still just their child in his parents' eyes. What parent wouldn't worry about their child? Children also didn't want to make their parents overly concerned. He hadn't told his father that he was one of those cultivators on the internet, and that he was working for Yanhuang, which his father knew about. Wasn't it just to avoid worrying him? Qin Yufan smiled faintly. Apart from having high cultivation and good talent, it seemed his cousin possessed qualities that were difficult for ordinary people to have. The two continued chatting until they returned home. Upon reaching the courtyard entrance, Qin Yufan was about to climb over the wall when Zhou Chu picked him up and flew in. Qin Yufan felt a sense of amazement. Being at the Earth stage was indeed great, as flying made everything very convenient. Once inside the courtyard, they prepared to return to their respective rooms. At that moment, the door to the bathroom opened. Bro, cousin, what are you two doing standing in the yard in the middle of the night? Zhou Yuji, who had come out to use the toilet, looked at the two with sleepy eyes. Zhou Chu and Qin Yufan were instantly flustered. What a coincidence. They had just returned and encountered his sister. Cousin and I were hungry and we're going to find something to eat in the kitchen, Zhou Chu explained nervously. But your direction isn't towards the kitchen, Zhou Yuji said, looking at them skeptically. Hey, aren't you going to sleep? You still have school in the morning. Have you forgotten? Zhou Chu pretended to be angry. Cut it out. You can't even act properly. Zhou Yuji rolled her eyes and returned to her room, leaving Zhou Chu and Qin Yufan feeling somewhat awkward. Ha ha ha. Cousin, I'm going to sleep now. Will I disturb uncle? Qin Yufan laughed. Don't worry, your uncle sleeps very soundly. Zhou Chu not that. The two then returned to their respective rooms. As soon as Zhou Chu entered, he heard Wang Pengzi snoring. Sure enough, the fat guy was also sleeping soundly. Just as he was about to lie down to rest, he noticed that Wang Pengzi's breathing sounded off. Zhou Chu frowned and began to observe. He discovered that every time Wang Pengzi breathed, it drew in the surrounding spiritual energy. Is he cultivating? Zhou Chu was taken aback, feeling curious. Can one cultivate while sleeping? What kind of ability does Wang Pengzi have? Could it be the ability he awakened when he broke through to the Xian stage? System, is there a function to see other people's abilities? It costs 5 points. The system's voice appeared in his mind. There really is? Zhou Chu nodded. He just wanted to give it a try. There's nothing you can't think of. There's nothing the system brother doesn't have. The system's cheeky voice echoed in his mind. Zhou Chu had no reaction internally. He was already used to it and didn't even ask the system why it didn't inform him of this function. Because he knew that if he asked, the system would definitely respond with those 2 words. Hee hee. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Damn it. I only thought about it, and you responded without me even asking. Zhou Chu looked at Wang Pengzi with a helpless expression. Spend 5 points to check his ability. Detecting target. Wang Tantian. Mid-Xian stage, awakened abilities. Devouring Heaven and Earth, S-Class ability. Dream Universe, S-Class ability. Devouring Heaven and Earth. An ancient fierce beast supernatural skill. The owner can improve their cultivation and body by devouring spiritual beings. The higher the cultivation of the spiritual being, the greater the improvement. Dream Universe. Who awakens first in the great dream? During sleep, the owner automatically cultivates at a speed 300 faster than usual, while continuously enhancing their body during sleep. Chapter 74. Can this thing really be eaten? Seeing Wang Pengzi's abilities, Zhou Chu was directly stunned. Not to mention that the system could actually detect the target's cultivation level. But it was Wang Pengzi's 2 abilities that shocked Zhou Chu. They were both double S. Although Wang Pengzi's aptitude was a rank, his awakened abilities were not bad at all. The first awakened ability, Devouring Heaven and Earth, was something Wang Pengzi himself had not researched before, and he could eat food without feeling hungry. This was the divine power of the ancient ferocious beast Tao Tai. Although it was uncertain whether this legendary beast existed, the description of this ability was terrifying. Eating beings with cultivation would actually enhance his own cultivation and physique. It was said that consuming those demon beasts would also provide some boost to one's cultivation, but Wang Pengzi's S-level ability was unknown in how much it could enhance him. During his time in the secret realm, there were so many demon beasts, yet he didn't eat any of them because he was full and didn't like eating demon beasts. No wonder this dead fat man couldn't figure out his own abilities. And his second ability was even more against the heavens. He could cultivate while sleeping at 3 times the normal cultivation speed. Wang Pengzi's rapid breakthrough to the mid-level of the Xian stage was most likely due to this ability. It would also enhance his own physique. Zhou Chu stroked his chin in contemplation. Both of Wang Pengzi's abilities had the effect of enhancing his physique. The legendary phrase "the flesh becomes sacred" suddenly flashed in Zhou Chu's mind. Wang Pengzi's 2 abilities were indeed making his physique sacred. Zhou Chu slowly formulated a plan in his mind. In the morning, Wang Pengzi woke up from his drowsiness and stretched lazily. So refreshing, Wang Pengzi couldn't help but say. He noticed that since he left the secret realm, every time he woke up, his body felt particularly good. Brother Zhou, you're up so early? Wang Pengzi saw Zhou Chu sitting in the chair beside him. Zhou Chu stared at Wang Pengzi and slowly said, Fatty, have you figured out your second ability yet? Wang Pengzi shook his head upon hearing Zhou Chu's words. He hadn't figured out his second ability for a long time. Zhou Chu nodded at Wang Pengzi's response. Indeed, since Wang Pengzi broke through to the Xian stage, he hadn't figured out his second awakened ability. Forget it. He didn't even know what happened after he slept. Do you know what your current cultivation level is? Zhou Chu asked again. Wang Pengzi looked at Zhou Chu in a daze. How could I not know my own cultivation level? Wang Pengzi remembered that he was still at the early Xian stage yesterday. Zhou Chu's question seemed strange. I'm at the early Xian stage. As he spoke, Wang Pengzi's expression suddenly changed. He just sensed himself and found that he had actually broken through. I haven't cultivated. How did I break through? Wang Pengzi was even more confused. Zhou Chu then smiled and explained to Wang Pengzi about his awakened abilities. Wang Pengzi was directly shocked upon hearing it. He always thought he was very ordinary, including his awakened abilities. He felt he could not compare to Zhou Chu. And even with Tao Li, he was inferior. But hearing Zhou Chu describe his two abilities, he understood why every time he woke up, he felt so good. It was because of this second ability that allowed him to break through unconsciously. Wang Pengzi was frozen in place. I'm actually a genius? Brother Zhou, how did you know? Wang Pengzi looked at Zhou Chu in disbelief. After researching for so long without any results, Zhou Chu could see his abilities and even analyze the functions of these two abilities in detail. I have an ability that can see through others' abilities, Zhou Chu said, pretending to be profound. Wang Pengzi then looked at Zhou Chu with even more gratitude. If it weren't for Zhou Chu's ability, he might still be unaware of what his abilities were. Zhou Chu then shared a plan with Wang Pengzi. Upon hearing the plan, Wang Pengzi was shocked again, standing frozen in place. Brother Zhou, are you crazy? Zhou Chu's plan was to take advantage of their time at home to deal with the surrounding demon beasts and help Wang Pengzi enhance his abilities. Brother Zhou, isn't that a bit too much? Isn't it a bit too brutal? Wang Pengzi asked weakly. Zhou Chu gently shook his head and told Wang Pengzi about what happened last night. After listening, Wang Pengzi realized the seriousness of the situation. Zhou Chu's family was here, and if the nearby demon beasts caused trouble, it would be his family that was in danger. Zhou Chu was not a saint. These potential hazards could not be ignored. Wang Pengzi then nodded in agreement with Zhou Chu. You kill, I eat. This would also relieve some pressure on the Yan Huang of Lushui City. He was already working before officially joining. Where could one find such a good employee? After a while, Qin Yufan walked in. Wang Pengzi looked at Qin Yufan, feeling emotional. Zhou Chu's cousin was not an ordinary person. He was actually a mid-level practitioner of the Xian stage. Qin Yufan smiled at Wang Pengzi, guessing that Zhou Chu must have told this little fatty about last night's events. It seemed this little fatty was also a cultivator. Qin Yufan was there to say goodbye to Zhou Chu. They had been in Wanong town for many days. He was preparing to return to Rinha City, and his uncle did not return to Su province, but decided to go with Qin Yufan to live in Rinha City. The Yan Huang side of Rinha City even provided Qin Yufan with a set of housing, and his uncle thought their company's benefits were good. It was convenient for his uncle to come to Zhou Chu's home since Wanong town was close to Rinha City. As for why they didn't wait until that cousin's wedding was over, that cousin was not a blood relative, but a cousin within the clan. His uncle's family wasn't very familiar with Zhou Chu's family, and since Qin Yufan was busy with affairs, he asked Zhou Chu's family to help deliver gifts. So the father and son returned to Rinha City first. Zhou Chu and Wang Pengzi walked out of the room, where Zhou Dad and Zhou Mom were saying goodbye to their uncle. Zhou Mom was a bit reluctant. After all, they had only stayed a few days. Zhou Dad nodded in agreement, smiling. Seeing this warm scene, Zhou Chu couldn't help but smile. This warm moment was missing his younger sister. She had gone to school. Zhou Chu and Wang Pengzi then went up to say goodbye to their uncle, who also nodded with a smile. He was quite satisfied with his nephew. The little fatty beside him was also not bad, just needed to lose some weight. Finally, Zhou Chu looked at his cousin, who smiled and said goodbye. Zhou Chu returned the smile. He had a very good impression of his cousin. Then cousin Qin Yufan drove away with his uncle from Wanong town. In the following time, Zhou Chu took Wang Pengzi to start searching for demon beasts near Wanong town. Qin Yufan left the demon beast finder with Zhou Chu. This thing was mass-produced, and knowing that Zhou Chu needed it, he left it for him. The demon beast finder could not only track demon beasts, but also detect surrounding demon beasts. Soon, Zhou Chu and Wang Pengzi found a Xian stage cow demon on a nearby mountain. Before Wang Pengzi could react, Zhou Chu directly killed it with one strike. They lit a bonfire and roasted the cow demon while using the spell to cook the beef faster, sprinkling on delicious spices and soul chili. The roasted beef began to emit a fragrant aroma. Zhou Chu used a knife to cut off a thick and long part from the cow demon and handed it to Wang Pengzi. Eat quickly, and we can continue looking for the next one after you finish. Wang Pengzi looked at the thick and long part in Zhou Chu's hand with trepidation. Brother Zhou, can this thing really be eaten? Chapter 75. My child has just grown up. What are you thinking? That's a cow's tail, Zhou Chu said speechlessly. This is a cow. Where would that thing come from? Besides, if there were such a thing, would I let you eat it? I would eat it quietly by myself. Then Wang Fatty started to eat. As soon as he took the first bite, his eyes lit up, and he quickly devoured it, finishing the cow's tail in just a few bites. He then turned his gaze towards the whole roasted cow. Zhou Chu let Wang Fatty eat as he wished, since it was prepared for him anyway. Wang Fatty was quite unrestrained and soon finished the entire cow. Wang Fatty wiped the grease from his mouth and laughed. I didn't expect the meat of this demon beast to be so delicious. Zhou Chu also ate a few pieces and noticed that his cultivation level had indeed increased a bit. In contrast, due to the nature of his cultivation technique, Wang Fatty's improvement was much greater. If the distance from mid to late Xian stage was a long river, then eating a mid-Xian stage cow demon had allowed Wang Fatty to at least cross 1/5 of that river. If he ate 5 more, he could probably break through to late Xian stage. Zhou Chu even envied his speed of cultivation. Are you full? Zhou Chu couldn't help but ask. This is just the beginning. I feel like I can eat 10 more, Wang Fatty replied. All right, let us keep looking. The two of them took out their demon hunting devices and continued to search around Wantong town. During this time, Zhou Chu and Wang Fatty searched everywhere for demon beasts, sweeping through the vicinity. However, there weren't many demon beasts at all, only a dozen of the common stage and 5 or 6 of Xian stage. The previous abundance of demon beasts in the forest was due to the gathering of a ground stage eagle demon. Now that the spiritual energy had just revived, there weren't that many demon beasts yet. Thinking of this, Zhou Chu recalled the demon beasts they had killed before, where there was a ground stage 1 and dozens of Xian stage 1s. It was possible that Wang Fatty could be fed to the ground stage. Unfortunately, when they arrived at the original location, they found it empty. Zhou Chu wondered where the corpses of the demon beasts had gone. He then called Qin Yufan, who said their team had sent someone to collect them. After all, those corpses were beneficial for both consumption and alchemy. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chu sighed in frustration. They had arrived too late. He should have taken those demon beast corpses with him at the time. Who knew they would be so beneficial for Wang Fatty? After all, he had a system backpack, so there was enough space. With no other options, they could only continue searching. It wasn't until Zhou Chu's cousin got married that Wang Fatty was finally fed to late Xian stage. The day after Zhou Chu's cousin's wedding, Zhang Qin called. Team leader, what is up? Have you finished your family matters? Your batch of newcomers has been allocated. Do you and Wang Tongtian want to come meet the team members tomorrow? Zhou Chu agreed, as he and Wang Fatty had been staying back home for over 10 days since his cousin's wedding. Zhang Qin also mentioned that besides him and Wang Fatty, 2 more newcomers had joined, making the group 10 people. Over 150 newcomers from Lushui City had passed through the secret realm, and more than 60 had broken through to Xian stage, which was a high percentage compared to other cities. Moreover, Lushui City's martial administration had 12 groups, so 4 newcomers were added to each group. The remaining newcomers joined the literary and dark departments. In the afternoon, Zhou Chu said goodbye to Wang Fatty and his parents and returned to the city. Before leaving, Zhou Chu took his father to a nearby room and handed him a bank card. Dad, this card has 300,000 in it. You don't need to worry about renovations for now. His father looked at him in disbelief. Then his expression turned serious. Son, where did this money come from? He didn't think Zhou Chu could earn 300,000 just from delivering takeout. He couldn't help but worry that his son might have gone down the wrong path. Dad, actually I joined that cultivation training camp. This money was given upon joining. Zhou Chu decided to tell his father first. His father was taken aback. Didn't you say you weren't selected before? Zhou Chu explained everything to his father, omitting the dangers he had encountered, only mentioning that he was talented and was selected by his team leader, Zhang Qin, while delivering takeout. He also hoped that his father wouldn't tell his mother or sister about this. His father was quite open-minded. If his mother knew, she would probably worry to death. After listening, his father sighed and nodded, promising, "I won't tell your mother and sister for now. But you have to promise me that when you fight those monsters, you must prioritize your safety," his father said solemnly. Recently, there had been more and more discussions online about the revival of spiritual energy, and his father had learned a bit about it. Since his son had joined that organization, he would have to face those monsters in the future. Soon, his father's expression relaxed. He didn't want to appear too upset in front of his son. "You're my son, good job." He patted Zhou Chu on the shoulder. "I saw online that those selected are all geniuses. It seems my son is also a genius. Remember, when you're on missions, be sure to protect yourself well and don't rush him blindly. Also, about that Zhang Qin, why didn't you bring him with you this time? Make sure to bring him home next time. I need to thank him. If it weren't for him, how would your talent have been discovered?" his father said cheerfully. Then accepted the bank card Zhou Chu handed over. "I'll keep this card for you, as money for when you get married. It's getting late. Aren't you heading back to the city?" "Hurry back with Tian," his father said with a smile. Zhou Chu glanced at his father, who seemed very happy. Then he and Wang Fatty drove back. As Zhou Chu's father stood outside the courtyard watching the gradually departing vehicle, his expression was complex, and he sighed. Although his son kept emphasizing that there was no danger, he wasn't foolish. In recent days, he had seen quite a few videos online of demon beasts and monsters harming people. His son just didn't want to worry him. It seemed that Xiao Chu had really grown up. Zhou Chu's father couldn't help but smile with relief. "Old Zhou, what did Xiao Chu say when he pulled you into the room? Why were you in there for so long?" Zhou Chu's mother asked. "Nothing much. Just that he is preparing to date a girlfriend and hopes to bring her home for us to meet next time," his father replied with a chuckle. "Really? This kid? He didn't even tell me," Zhou Chu's mother said, first overjoyed, then complaining. "You can't think like that. The kid just said he might bring a girlfriend home. If he had told you in advance, and then didn't bring anyone, wouldn't you be disappointed for nothing?" Zhou Chu's mother nodded in agreement with her husband's reasoning. Later, she went into the kitchen to cook, leaving Zhou Chu's father standing alone in the courtyard. He rummaged through his pockets and finally found a cigarette. It had been a long time since he had smoked. Zhou Chu's mother was strict about it. He lit the cigarette, and as he watched the already disappearing vehicle through the swirling smoke, he couldn't help but murmur, "My child has just grown up." Chapter 76, Third Group. Early the next morning, Zhou Chu and Wang Pengzi left the rental house. Following the address from Zhang Qin's phone, they arrived at an apartment. This apartment had a vintage feel, being a 3-story building. Zhang Qin was downstairs smoking and saw the two of them. "You're here? My strongest new team members?" Zhang Qin joked. "Let us go up. The others are waiting upstairs." The layout of the apartment was quite strange. The first floor was a garage, while the second and third floors housed the rooms. Zhou Chu and Wang Pengzi followed Zhang Qin upstairs. "The second floor is our office area, and the third floor is for resting," Zhang Qin continued. He pushed open the door to the second floor, revealing 5 people inside. "Oh, newcomers have arrived?" A slender, curvy beauty lazily sat sideways on the sofa, looking to be in her 20s. "Welcome, welcome," said a girl with a cute, naive appearance, wearing oversized glasses and sitting by the computer. At that moment, a young man about the same age as Zhou Chu and Wang Pengzi walked over. "You two came quite early. The other 2 haven't arrived yet." This young man casually handed Zhou Chu and Wang Pengzi 2 cups of coffee, then drank his own. A sturdy man was reading a book against the wall. Upon seeing Zhou Chu and Wang Pengzi enter, he smiled warmly at them. By the window, a middle-aged man, around Zhang Qin's age, turned around. Zhou Chu and Wang Pengzi noticed a long scar on his face, as if he had been injured by a sharp object. He glanced at Zhou Chu and Wang Pengzi coldly, nodded slightly, then turned back to look out the window. "Don't mind him, that's just how Lao Gao is," the young man next to him explained with a smile. Just then, there was another knock on the door, and 2 more people entered, 1 male and 1 female. The male wore glasses and appeared quite bookish, while the female looked innocent, curiously surveying the people in the room. "Since everyone is here, let us introduce ourselves," Zhang Qin said with a smile, standing in the middle of the room. He then looked at the bookish young man, who seemed a bit nervous, and said, "I'm Ingwen Zhang, a newcomer at the initial stage of the Xian rank." Next, The girl beside him spoke. I'm Huang Yuer, also a practitioner at the initial stage of the Xian rank. Nice to meet everyone. It was Wang Pengzi's turn next, and he was a bit shy. Hello, everyone. I'm Wang Tontian. You can also call me Wang Pengzi at the late stage of the Xian rank. After he finished, the room fell silent. The two newcomers who had introduced themselves earlier stood frozen. The naive girl, typing on her keyboard, stopped. And even the scarred man who had been looking out the window turned to stare at Wang Pengzi. Everyone looked at Wang Pengzi in surprise. A newcomer? And at the late stage of the Xian rank? Even Zhang Qin found it hard to believe. Previously, when Zhou Chu contacted him, he said this fat guy was only at the initial stage of the Xian rank. How could he have progressed to the late stage in just over 10 days? Could it be that his cultivation was even higher than Zhou Chu's? Looks like we VE recruited a genius, said the young man, sipping coffee. The others nodded in agreement. Finally, it was Zhou Chu's turn to introduce himself. However, he hesitated internally. Should he really say it? Just now, the reaction to Wang Pengzi being at the late stage of the Xian rank was so great. If he said he was already at the Earth rank, wouldn't they be even more shocked? Zhang Qin seemed to sense Zhou Chu's dilemma and took the initiative to introduce him. This is Zhou Chu. At the mid-stage of the Xian rank, he knew Zhou Chu's true cultivation level and decided to help him conceal it. Some time ago, after a lot of effort, Zhou Chu revealed his true cultivation level. At that time, Zhang Qin still found it hard to believe, after all. Who could reach the Earth rank in less than 2 months? Later, their department director called, saying that the martial arts department in the neighboring Rinhe city wanted to poach Zhou Chu, and urged Zhang Qin to do some persuasion work to prevent him from being taken away. Zhang Qin was dumbfounded, although Zhou Chu was a genius. Why were so many people after him? Later, Wu Yi explained that Zhou Chu had showcased his cultivation level in front of a martial arts group in Rinhe city and easily killed an Earth rank initial stage beast. After hanging up the call from his director, Zhang Qin lit a cigarette with trembling hands. What the hell kind of monster did I recruit ahead of time? He could practically be a department head. Haha. Luckily, Zhou Chu is a member of my group now. I don't know how long he'll stay. But at least for now, he will be a hidden ace in my group. Zhou Chu was unaware of Zhang Qin's thoughts and instead looked at him gratefully, thinking that the group leader was quite nice, knowing to help him hide his true level. The others were also surprised to learn that there was even a mid-stage Xian rank genius among them. Although not as astonishing as Wang Pengzi at the late stage of the Xian rank, it was still impressive. As for Wang Pengzi, he pretended not to hear Zhang Qin's words and thought, with the fat on his body. It was clear that Zhang Qin was deliberately helping Zhou Chu hide his level. Mid-stage Xian rank? Wang Pengzi, who knew Zhou Chu's cultivation level, couldn't he help but think. After all, Zhou Chu had flown him around. Wang Pengzi quietly observed the surrounding people. Hee. Just wait for my brother Zhou to shock you all one day. Zhou Chu, could it be that Zhou Chu, the newcomer genius from our team in Lushui City? Ing Wenzhang, the bespectacled young man, exclaimed in surprise. The one who ranked 10th in the points during that secret realm? Huang Yuer next to him also reacted, incredulously speaking. Zhou Chu sighed helplessly, not expecting these two newcomers to know about him, but it seemed they only had heard of him. Zhou Chu nodded with a smile at the two of them. They smiled back at Zhou Chu, but couldn't he help but lament that it was a pity. The former newcomer king was now only at the mid-stage of the Xian rank, even less than the fat guy beside him. Then it was time for the original 6 old group members to introduce themselves. The young man sipping coffee smiled and said, I'm Dong Wan, at the mid-stage of the Xian rank. You newcomers are really impressive. I didn't have as many opportunities back then and joined the group at the mid-stage of the mortal rank. Dongwon smiled wryly. Like the previous encounter with Yuer, he entered the martial arts department at the mid-stage of the mortal rank. The charming woman on the sofa looked at everyone and said alluringly, I'm Lu Ruyan, at the mid-stage of the Xian rank. The strong, honest man next to her put down his book and smiled. I'm Zhang Zhuang, at the mid-stage of the Xian rank. The naive girl sitting at the computer chair said, while typing, I'm Gong Sun Xen, also at the mid-stage of the Xian rank. The middle-aged man by the window turned around, showing a smile that didn't quite look like one. Gao Jia, late stage of the Xian rank. Zhou Chu glanced at this person, realizing he had the same strength as the group leader, Zhang Qin. Even the old members of this group were all at the Xian rank. It seemed like a strong team. Many old members in the martial arts department were still at the late stage of the mortal rank. Haha, I'll briefly introduce myself too. I'm your group leader, Zhang Qin. He then looked at the four newcomers, saying solemnly, "Welcome to the third group of the Lushui City Martial Arts Department." Chapter 77, the first task of joining the team, calling Wuxi's 6th group. This is the Dark Division of Lushui City. There has been a detection of a late-stage Xian-level beast in your jurisdiction. The specific location is within the wetland park in the eastern suburbs of Lushui City. Please handle it immediately. The voice echoed from the loudspeaker in the room. It seems that as soon as you arrived, there was a task to execute. Zhang Qin said with a smile. No need to waste time. There are 2 vehicles in the garage downstairs. Dongwon and the 4 newcomers will take one. As you're all young people, the other one is for the rest of us. Let's set off now. Then everyone went downstairs to get in the cars and headed to the wetland park in the eastern suburbs. During the journey, everyone introduced their awakened abilities to better cooperate with each other. Wang Fatty mentioned that his ability was physical enhancement. Zhou Chu said his ability could slow down the enemy's movements. Dongwen's ability was controlling sand. Huang Yuer could make her weapon sharper. And Ingwen Zhang could control plants to entangle enemies. Except for Zhou Chu and Wang Fatty, the others seemed to have only awakened one ability after reaching the Xian level. Zhou Chu and Wang Fatty even exaggerated their skills. For example, Zhou Chu's ability to slow others down was actually a power that came with his words, while Wang Fatty's physical enhancement had additional effect from his 2 abilities. The destination was quite close, and they arrived in about 10 minutes. Upon arriving at the wetland park, the vehicle Zhang Qin was in did not go directly in, but took a detour. At this moment, in Zhou Chu's vehicle, Huang Yuer asked, "This wetland park is so big. How are we going to find that beast?" "There is a beast detection device in the car that can locate the..." Dongwen replied with a smile. "Aren't we going to act together with the team leader?" Ingwen Zhang said, while adjusting his glasses. "They're searching from the other side of the wetland park, and we're searching from this side. This way, we can improve efficiency," Dongwen explained seriously. "All right, let's get out. Driving in some areas of this wetland park is not convenient." Then, the 5 of them got out of the car, with Dongwen holding a beast detection device. After walking for a while, Dongwen remarked, "Looks like we're lucky. The beast is quite close to us." He began leading the group toward the location of the beast. At that moment, Huang Yuer said uneasily, "Aren't we going to wait for the team leader? Isn't it too dangerous?" Her concern was understandable, as there was only one veteran member in their group, and the other 4 were newcomers. "Don't worry, we have a late-stage Xian-level brother here." Dongwen pointed at Wang Fatty, "And I've also informed the team leader. They should arrive in about 10 minutes. Soon, they arrived at a small lake within the wetland park. The group examined the small lake, which was about 12 square meters, but they didn't know how deep it was. "The beast is probably at the bottom of this lake," Dongwen said, stroking his chin. "Let me force it out first." Dongwen then stretched out his hands and waved them upward. Countless fragments of stone at the edge of the lake flew into the air. Next, he waved his hands toward the lake, and the rising fragments instantly fell into the water, creating waves. Zhou Chu nodded upon seeing this. This was Dongwen's awakened ability. Suddenly, a scream emerged from the lake, and it began to shake. A frog demon over 2 meters tall jumped out, its eyes red as it stared at the group. It had some wounds from the fragmented stones, but they were not deep. Dongwen frowned, realizing the frog demon's blood scent was too strong. There had been reports of people going missing in the wetland park, and it seemed this frog demon was the cause. "Zhou Chu, you first slow down this frog demon's movements," Dongwen instructed. Zhou Chu nodded and then made a hand sign that he couldn't even name. Slow. Indeed. The frog demon's movements became incredibly slow. Ingwen Zhang, entangle it, Dongwen continued. "Okay," Ingwen Zhang said nervously. However, his movements were quite nimble, and soon, vines emerged from the ground, wrapping around the frog demon and immobilizing it. "Huang Yuer, enhance your weapon and go strike this beast. Wang Fatty, cover her attack." Huang Yuer and Wang Fatty nodded. Huang Yuer summoned a long sword, while Wang Fatty wielded a large axe. Huang Yuer touched her long sword with both hands, and it seemed to be imbued with a faint glow. This was her ability, Then Wang Fatty charged forward, swinging his massive axe toward the frog demon bound by the vines, while Huang Yuer attacked from the side. Not far from there, 5 figures quietly observed the scene. Interesting. These 4 newcomers have good cooperation skills, Lu Rian said with a charming smile. I was worried when the team leader told us not to intervene. But it seems these newcomers are much stronger than we were when we first joined. The muscular Zhang Zhuang remarked. Zhang Qin maintained his usual demeanor, smoking a cigarette as he said, they have all undergone training in secret realms where they killed beasts. We only started missions after reaching the late stage of the mortal level, so we are certainly not as good as them. The others nodded in agreement. This batch of newcomers was indeed stronger than they were. At that moment, the frog demon was enraged by the humans before it. It broke free from the vines, entangling it, as in when Zhang was only at the initial stage of Xian level. His vines only held the late-stage Xian level beast for so long, because Zhou Chu's ability had kept the frog demon's movement slow. Watch out! Dongwen's voice came through. The frog demon's first target after escaping the vines was Huang Yuer, as it sensed she was only at the initial stage of Xian level, but was acting so arrogantly, clearly looking down on the late-stage Xian level beast. After breaking free from the vines, it swiped its massive palm at Huang Yuer. Dong would immediately try to block with sand and stones, but it was clearly too late. Slow. Zhou Chu activated his ability again, and to be safe, he also used his verbal skills to confuse the frog demon. Now that Zhou Chu had reached the earth level, his abilities were a significant threat to these Xian level beasts. Wang Fatty also reacted quickly, rescuing Huang Yuer while the frog demon was slow, leaping up to chop at its arm with his axe. As expected, the frog demon's arm was swiftly severed by Wang Fatty's massive axe. His strength was formidable now, as his 2 abilities had enhanced his physical strength to near-Earth level. This little fatty is really strong. No wonder he's a genius at the late stage of Xian level, Zhang Zhuang exclaimed. His own ability also enhanced his physical body, but he felt that even if he reached the late stage of Xian level, he couldn't achieve what Fatty did, cutting off the arm of a beast of the same level with 1 strike. Meanwhile, Zhang Qin furrowed his brow. Being observant, he noticed something strange. The frog demon not only slowed down, but also had a vacant look in its eyes, its pupils dilated, as if it had lost consciousness. Or rather, it seemed its mind had suffered a heavy blow. Chapter 78. Gao Jie's speculation interesting. Does Zhou Chu have more than 1 ability? Indeed, with his genius-level talent and having reached the Earth stage, he must have more than 1 ability. It could even be as many as 3. Zhang Qin extinguished the cigarette in his hand and looked at Zhou Chu. This kid keeps surprising me more and more. If Zhou Chu knew what Zhang Qin was thinking at this moment, he would definitely correct him. Sorry, I don't just have 3 abilities. I actually have 5 incredible abilities. Meanwhile, the blood was still flowing from the wound of the frog demon that had its arm severed, and it showed no signs of movement. Ying Wenjiang's vines wrapped around its body again. Dongwen was using the sand on the ground to attack the frog demon, while Fat Wang raised a giant axe and swung it at the demon's head. The frog demon's head fell to the ground. Damn, did we just kill a late-stage, Xian-level beast like this? Ying Wenjiang said in disbelief. That's teamwork, Dongwen replied with a smile. At this moment, Zhang Qin and the others also walked over. You guys did great. You didn't let me down, Zhang Qin said cheerfully. You should go back and rest for now. We'll handle the rest. Fat Wang hesitated a bit. He hadn't had a chance to taste such large frog meat yet. Zhou Chu forcibly pulled him away, whispering, don't worry. There will be plenty of opportunities like this in the future. Fat Wang reluctantly followed Zhou Chu into the car. The 5 of them returned to rest, while Lu Ruyan, Zhang Zhuang, and Gongsun Xian drove off early. They had spotted another demon beast in their jurisdiction, and the 3 of them went to deal with it. Zhang Qin took out another cigarette, pondering whether to submit the frog demon's corpse or take it back to eat himself. They could earn task points after dealing with the demon beast, and submitting the corpse would earn them even more points. Points could be exchanged for techniques, treasures, pills, and various cultivation supplies. Gao Jie did not leave. He squatted beside the frog demon's corpse, staring intently at it. Lao Gao, what are you looking at? Gao Jie slowly stood up. Something's not right. That frog demon's eyes were empty and lifeless before, and after the little fatty severed its arm. It should have screamed in pain after losing an arm, but it didn't make any cries. This is unreasonable. This frog demon must have been severely affected by some kind of mental attack, which gave the little fatty the opportunity to chop off its arm. Gao Jie said slowly, while Zhang Qin, who was preparing to light a cigarette, froze in place. Damn, even Lao Gao can deduce this? Well, after all, Lao Gao is an experienced late-stage, Shin-level practitioner. Moreover, he used to be the captain of the criminal police team before being selected into Yanwang. That kid named Zhou Chu isn't as simple as he seems, Gao Jie said lightly. How can you be sure that mental attack was caused by Zhou Chu? I have a rough understanding of the other's abilities, and none of them are related to mental attacks. But that kid's ability slows down others' movements, which makes me think. Zhang Qin gave Gao Jie a thumbs up, not only deducing the true cause of the frog demon's death, but also guessing who it was. Zhang Qin put away the cigarette in his hand and could only nod helplessly. Seeing Zhang Qin's expression, Gao Jie continued, "Don't worry. Since you want to help that kid keep it hidden, I won't speak of it. There must be a reason for some things you don't want to tell me." Zhang Qin looked at Gao Jie gratefully. What a considerate teammate. So what do you think we should do with this frog demon? Submit it? It's not easy to have new recruits with decent strength. Let's make them a good meal. Gao Jie, who rarely smiled, showed a rare smile. Zhang Qin nodded in agreement with Gao Jie's idea. That night, the members of the third group enjoyed a spicy frog meat hot pot, much to Fat Wang's delight. Zhang Qin even took out 2 bottles of good wine to celebrate Zhou Chu and the others joining the group today. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, Zhang Qin tossed each of them a small identification card. Zhou Chu took one and was instantly stunned to find it was a Jiuzhou military officer certificate, with his name and the rank of lieutenant written on it. Group leader, what is this? It's your identification card. With this, it will be easier for you to do things in the future. Why does it even have a military rank? Yanhuang is a national organization, part of the Jiuzhou military, but it deals with demons and monsters. It's normal for you to have a rank. I'm a major myself. Besides, aren't you all still university students? Haven't you noticed that no one has bothered you lately for not going to school? Because we informed the school that you all have gone to join the military. Fat Wang looked excitedly at the identification card in his hand and smiled at Zhou Chu. Brother Zhou, we are officers now, a lieutenant. Fat Wang had always dreamed of being a soldier, and he never expected to achieve that dream in a different way. All right, there are more than 10 rooms on the 2nd and 3rd floors. Pick an empty room, and you can live here from now on. This apartment is quite spacious, making it convenient for us to work together on tasks. Zhang Qin and the original 5 members basically lived here. Although they had other houses in Lushui City, there were too many tasks lately, and to avoid running back and forth, they decided to live together. Zhou Chu and the other 4 newcomers nodded, deciding to return to their residence to pack up their things before moving over. Zhou Chu and Fat Wang drove back first, planning to move over tomorrow. After returning home, the tired Fat Wang lay back down on the sofa and took out his phone to play. Brother Zhou, that newcomer group hasn't disbanded yet. They're still chatting in the group. Zhou Chu also opened his phone to see that they were discussing what happened after joining their respective groups. Tao Li was assigned to the first group. He messaged me to say that the first group specifically requested him. He originally planned to follow me. And Wang Shanshan seems to have been assigned to the second group as well. Both of these groups are strong. Zhou Chu noted that he had thought that Tao Li and Wang Shanshan might be in their group, but he didn't expect other groups to forcibly take them away. After all, his group consisted of him and Fat Wang. Zhou Chu looked at the group chat for a while, just as he was about to turn off his phone to cultivate when he suddenly remembered something. It seemed he still had a delivery chat group. He hadn't had a task for a long time and rarely checked that group's messages. Right, he still had a question to ask the Great Ming Gravekeeper in the group. Handsome Xiao Zhou, Great Ming Gravekeeper, are you around, boss? Rainy night with a knife, but no umbrella. Finally willing to pop up? Huffei, God of War. This isn't good. You only think of us when you need something, and when there's nothing, you leave us aside. Great Ming God of War. Sai, men are like this. Huffei, God of War. Aren't you a man? Great Ming God of War. Damn, are you trying to argue with me again? Seeing the chat among the group members, Zhou Chu couldn't help but laugh. He actually had a certain guess about each person's identity in this group. Great Ming Gravekeeper. Young friend, I'm here. What do you need from me? Seeing the Great Ming Gravekeeper's message, Zhou Chu's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly typed back, "Handsome Xiao Zhou, boss. How did you come by your technique body refinement decision?" Chapter 79, Handling Tasks, Daming Tombkeeper. I obtained this cultivation method by chance, and I'm not quite sure about its specific origin. Handsome little Zhou, was this cultivation method complete when you were practicing? Daming Tombkeeper. Huh? This cultivation method isn't complete? Zhou Chu shook his head helplessly, realizing that this Daming Tombkeeper also didn't know the origins of the cultivation method. The method in his hands was also incomplete, and he didn't know how to obtain a complete one. Zhou Chu could only put down his phone and return to his room to start cultivating. Cultivation is fundamental. By the next morning, Zhou Chu and Wang Fatty moved into the apartment. "You two came quite early, huh?" Gongsun Xin yawned while sitting next to the computer. "Sister Xin, why do you look like you haven't woken up?" Wang Tongtian couldn't help but ask. Gongsun Xin stood up, stretched lazily, and said, "I was busy all night. We found traces of some demon beasts in our jurisdiction, and I had to refine the data and do the statistics. Since you two are here, let's handle a task first. There's a demon beast at the initial stage of the Xian rank. You two should be able to manage it without any problem." Zhou Chu and Wang Fatty nodded, as they had nothing else to do at the moment. Gongsun Xin informed them of the location of the demon beast and handed them a demon hunting device. "By the way, completing tasks can earn you points, which will be divided between you two. The point from yesterday were shared among 5 of you. Remember to take the demon beast's corpse with you. You can consume it to increase your cultivation, or you can choose to submit it for points." Wang Fatty's eyes lit up. They could actually eat it themselves? However, it's still recommended to submit it. The benefits we gain from demon beasts are minimal, but some of their meat is indeed quite good. Like the frog meat from yesterday, Gongsun Xin said with a smile. Demon beasts at the late stage of Xian rank are also rare, so they rarely had the opportunity to eat such quality meat in their team before. While others may gain little from eating, it might not be the same for Wang Fatty. The two said goodbye to Gongsun Xin, went to the garage on the first floor, got into a car, and left the apartment. Soon, they arrived at an abandoned factory in the eastern suburbs. "This should be the location. Let us use the demon hunting device. We'll get out and take a look," Zhou Chu said. Wang Fatty nodded, took out the demon hunting device, and entered the abandoned factory with Zhou Chu. The factory was dim, and due to its abandonment, the items inside were very dilapidated. "Brother Zhou, there's nothing in here." Wang Fatty glanced around, and apart from some abandoned iron frames, there was nothing. "The demon hunting device shows it's right here. Let us search around," Zhou Chu said in a low voice. After searching the area, they found no traces at all. "Strange, it clearly shows it's right here," Zhou Chu said, puzzled. The factory had only 1 floor, and they had searched everywhere, but still found nothing. "Brother Zhou, come quickly." Wang Fatty's voice came from a corner. Zhou Chu hurried over. "It seems there's a basement here." Wang Fatty pointed to a hidden door leading underground. "Do you think the demon beast is inside?" "Most likely. Let's go down and take a look." After saying that, the two descended one after the other. "Cough, there is so much dust in here," Wang Fatty said, covering his nose. Zhou Chu also covered his nose and looked ahead. "Let us turn on a flashlight to have a look." The basement was incredibly dark, and Wang Fatty pulled out a flashlight he always carried. As soon as the flashlight turned on, Wang Fatty's expression suddenly changed. The beam of his flashlight illuminated a terrifying face covered in fur. "What the hell is this?" Wang Fatty trembled as he shined the light over the creature's body. "A spider demon beast. Can this thing be eaten?" Wang Fatty couldn't help but ask. "You still want to eat it? It's better to submit it." Zhou Chu looked at Wang Fatty with a speechless expression. "Let me handle it, Brother Zhou." Wang Fatty then summoned his giant axe, full of enthusiasm. Zhou Chu also chose to let Wang Fatty take action. After all, it was just a demon beast at the initial stage of the Xian rank, and Wang Fatty could easily handle it. Sure enough, in no time, Wang Fatty killed the demon beast. The two carried the demon beast's corpse out of the abandoned factory. Their car was large, and they placed the corpse in a sealed box in the trunk while Wang Fatty ran over to buy some water. "Hey, Sister Xin, the target has been dealt with. Is there another target? Zolfast? You two are quite efficient." "Just right. There has been a demon beast attacking people in a nearby neighborhood. It's a demon beast at the mid-stage of the Xian rank. I was about to call the team leader and the others to handle it, but since you two are done, you can go take care of it. Okay, then I'll hang up for now. Send over the location. Zhou Chu hung up the phone, and soon Gongsun Xin sent over a location. At this time, Wang Fatty also returned with the water and tossed a bottle to Zhou Chu. Brother Zhou, should we head back now? There's a demon beast causing trouble nearby. Let us go handle it. Wang Fatty nodded, and the two drove to a nearby neighborhood. Beihai community? This should be the place. Zhou Chu said as they quickly arrived at the destination based on the location provided by Gongsun Xin. At this time, Beihai community had been sealed off, and there were police officers on guard. When the two prepared to enter on foot, they were stopped by a police officer. There are suspects inside, and we are currently conducting an arrest. Entry is not allowed at this time. The suspects are definitely fake. It's just to prevent public panic. Zhou Chu took out his identification and handed it to the police officer. After a glance, the officer recognized their identity and allowed them to enter. Indeed, having identification is convenient, Wang Fatty said with a smile. Soon, the two approached the building where the demon beast had injured someone. Outside the building, a group of armed police stood guard. When they saw the two entering the community, they looked puzzled, and one officer approached them. The two presented their identification again, and the officer nodded, leading them inside. You're from Yanwang? One of the leading middle-aged police officers asked. Zhou Chu nodded. So young? Impressive. Which division are you from? It seems this officer is quite familiar with Yanwang. The Martial Division, 3rd Group. Zhou Chu replied with a smile. Oh, so it's just you two? Inside is a demon beast at the mid-stage of the Xian rank. The officer smiled. We're enough. It's a pity our firearms are only effective against mortal rank. They wouldn't do much against a Xian rank demon beast. Otherwise, we would have fought alongside you. This rat demon has probably injured someone for the first time, but that person was quick to react and escaped, though he lost an arm. Fortunately, at least he saved his life. We received the report and immediately evacuated the surrounding crowd and sealed off the area. The rat demon is still inside. The middle-aged officer began to explain the situation to Zhou Chu and Wang Fatty. Zhou Chu nodded, surveying the building where the rat demon was located, which was about 5 stories tall. Officer, we'll head in now. All right, please be careful, and if anything happens, use the walkie-talkie to notify us. After receiving the walkie-talkie, Zhou Chu and Wang Fatty enter the building. Chapter 80. The Crisis on Gao Jie's Side Sai. The number of demon beasts has really been increasing lately. If it weren't for the newcomers joining, we would be struggling to manage. Gong Suanxin complained while staring at the computer. Zhang Qin, who was nearby, also sighed. With the acceleration of spiritual energy recovery, the number of demon beasts would definitely increase. They had indeed been appearing far too frequently recently. However, the number of practitioners was also growing rapidly. It wouldn't be long before even those without aptitude could start cultivating. Gong Suanxin nodded. Currently, apart from her and the team leader, everyone else had gone out to handle tasks. At that moment, Gong Suanxin's expression changed. Not good. The cultivation fluctuation of the demon beast in Beihai community is at the late Xian stage. It seems the instrument detected it incorrectly before. Which team is handling that demon beast? Zhang Qin hurriedly asked. Such matters cannot be taken lightly. They usually arrange team members to handle tasks that involve demon beasts with lower cultivation levels than theirs, but with the instrument detecting incorrectly, leading to erroneous intelligence. It could result in grave consequences, threatening the safety of the team members. It's Zhou Chu and Wang Tongtian. Gong Suanxin quickly replied. Upon hearing their names, Zhang Qin let out a sigh of relief. That's good. Although Wang Tongtian is at the late Xian stage, he is still a newcomer. Do you want to go check on them? Team leader? Zhang Qin shook his head and said, no need, they can handle it. Just let them know the target is at the late Xian stage. Gong Suanxin was taken aback. Although she didn't understand why her team leader trusted those two so much, she followed through and notified them. Hey, Sister Xin, what is up? Zhou Chu said, answering the call. The demon beast you're handling is at the late Xian stage. Please be extra careful. Okay, we got it. Zhou Chu hung up the phone. What is wrong, Zhou Ge? Wang Pengzi, who was beside Zhou Chu, asked while holding the demon-seeking device. The target is at the late Xian stage, Zhou Chu said quietly. Huh, late Xian stage. You're also at the late Xian stage, so what are you surprised about? Zhou Chu ziplit helper. I'm just used to it. Soon, the two entered a room, and the demon-seeking device indicated the target was ahead. Zhou Chu kicked the door open. What came into view was a huge rat demon, which was currently eating something, its mouth covered in blood, seemingly devouring an arm. Zhou, should you go or should I? You take the lead. I'm afraid if I'm not careful, I might crush it and leave a complete corpse for us to earn points. Wang Pengzi. But Wang Pengzi still took out his giant axe and rushed at the rat demon, engaging in battle. Wang Pengzi easily suppressed the rat demon. Just then, Zhou Chu's phone rang again. Team leader, what is up? The caller was not Gong Suanxin, but his own team leader, Zhang Qin. Not far from you. Gao Jie and the two newcomers, Huang Yuer and Ying Wenjiang, are handling a task there. Zhang Qin's voice came through. What's going on? Did their target's cultivation level change? No, their demon beast is only at the early Xian stage. They just rechecked with the instrument after that incident. What's the reason then? A demon beast at the early Xian stage should be easy to deal with. Zhou Chu recalled that Gao Jie was at the late Xian stage and was accompanied by two early Xian stage practitioners. It shouldn't be difficult to handle, right? Yes. Their task was clearly simple, but we don't know what happened over there. It's been half an hour since they arrived at the task location. I've called, but no one is answering. None of the three are picking up. At this point, Zhou Chu's expression changed. Just a moment ago, Ying Wenjiang's call suddenly came in, but the voice on the other end was not Ying Wenjiang's. It was a stranger's voice. He only said one sentence before hanging up. The Ascension sect sends greetings to Yin Huang. After hearing this, Zhou Chu's face darkened. So, Gao Jie and the others have encountered members of the Ascension sect? No wonder they haven't been answering the phone. It seems they're really in trouble. If even Gao Jie can't handle it, the opposing force is probably quite strong. I've already notified the director, but he is far away and won't be able to arrive quickly. You're nearby. Zhou Chu, I know your strength is considerable, so I hope you. Team leader, I understand. I'll head over now. Just send me the location. Please. On the other end of the phone, Zhang Qin's voice trembled slightly. After all, the ones in danger were his team members, whom he spent every day with. Anyone would react like Zhang Qin under such circumstances. It's okay, team leader. Zhou Chu hung up the phone, and his expression turned somewhat angry. After the last convoy incident, the Ascension sect had always been on Zhou Chu's kill list. Then, Qing Hong appeared in Zhou Chu's hand. This was the first time he had used Qing Hong in a long while. With a single stroke, he effortlessly killed the rat demon that Wang Pengzi had been battling. What the hell, Zhou Ge, you actually stole the kill. But before Wang Pengzi could finish his sentence, he noticed something was off about Zhou Chu's expression. What is wrong, Zhou Ge? It's nothing. Gao Ge is in trouble. I need to go over. I'm not at ease with you here. So I took care of this first. Gao Ge is in trouble? I want to go too. Zhou Chu shook his head, refusing Wang Pengzi. It's a bit dangerous over there. I want to take you this time. Then Zhou Chu and Wang Pengzi went downstairs. The police were still there. When they saw the two coming down, the middle-aged police officer who had just spoken asked, "Did you resolve it so quickly?" Zhou Chu note that. The middle-aged officer saw the long knife in Zhou Chu's hand and couldn't help but exclaim, "These two young brothers are really strong. They're probably already at the late Xian stage." But before he could finish speaking, he saw Zhou Chu rise into the air, quickly leaving. The people present were taken aback. He can fly. An Earth stage practitioner. He looked so young. I thought he resolved it quickly because he was at the late Xian stage. Didn't they say that an Earth stage practitioner could take on the role of a division director? At this moment, Wang Pengzi explained, "There's an urgent matter nearby." So he is busy rushing over. Everyone nodded in understanding. Meanwhile, at another abandoned factory, different from the one Zhou Chu and the others had dealt with before. Zhou Chu's side at least had some signs of human presence around the abandoned factory, but this one was desolate. Gao Jie, panting heavily, slowly got up, his body covered in blood, and around him lay the corpse of an early Xian stage demon beast. Ying Wenjiang and Huang Yuer were collapsed in front, unconscious. Members of the Ascension sect, Gao Jie said, his face filled with rage. After he and Ying Wenjiang arrived at this place, they quickly dealt with the early Xian stage demon beast. However, just as they finished and were preparing to leave, a masked man in black suddenly appeared. Zhang Qin hadn't reacted in time, and the two newcomers were struck down in an instant, falling into unconsciousness. He was just about to finish the two off when Zhang Qin rushed forward desperately, and the man switched his target to Zhang Qin. He unleashed his Earth Stage cultivation level and easily knocked Zhang Qin aside before walking over to Ingwen Zhang. Gao Jie thought he was going to attack, but instead, he took out a phone and made a call. Gao Jie heard what he said. So they are members of the Ascension sect. The masked man casually tossed away the phone he had picked up from Ingwen Zhang. He looked at Gao Jie with a playful expression. I know you. Your name is Gao Jie, a former criminal police officer who later joined Yin Huang. Chapter 81. My name is Gao Jie, and I am a police captain. 3 years ago, I had already become a practitioner and was at the late stage of the ordinary level. At that time, I had not yet joined Yin Huang, but I had already dealt with such incidents. That day, we received orders to capture a fleeing disciple of the Ascension sect. That beast had killed more than 10 ordinary people. He was also a practitioner at the late stage of the ordinary level, and in order to catch him, we sacrificed 3 team members. In my extreme anger at the time, I almost killed him. This beast had killed so many people. Not only did he show no remorse, but he also defiantly said that if we had come a little later, he could have killed a few more. He looked at me with a crazed smile, like a madman. Just as I was about to strike him down, the other team members held me back. He knew a lot about the inner workings of the Ascension sect, and our superiors ordered us to capture him alive. Although I couldn't kill him, I still gave him a beating. He continued to smile at me. I hated that beast's smile. We put energy-sealing handcuffs on him and detained him in the vehicle, preparing to take him to the newly established Yin Huang branch in Lushui City. While in the car, my daughter called. I suppressed my emotions. Today was her birthday. Buyer, what's wrong? I said, pretending to be relaxed. Dad, why aren't you here yet? Mom and I have been waiting for you at the hotel for a long time. Did you forget that today is my birthday? My daughter said, pretending to be angry. How could Dad forget? I'll finish my task and come right over. Be good and listen to your mom. Hurry up. We're waiting for you at Jinian Hotel, and Mom has already ordered the dishes. I quickly assured my daughter and then hung up the phone. I glanced back. That beast was sleeping with his eyes closed. Our vehicle had 3 rows of seats. He was in the 3rd row, with 2 team members watching him. I checked and saw nothing unusual, and after a long day, I unknowingly fell asleep. I don't know how long it was before one team member suddenly shook me awake. He looked extremely tense, and I immediately sensed something was wrong, shaking off my drowsiness. Looking back at the rear row, the person was actually gone. Where is he? He had just been there, but suddenly disappeared. I was stunned. He was sealed off from his energy. How could he escape? Could it be his ability? I immediately notified the others and even informed the newly established Yin Huang in Lushui City. A citywide search began. That beast absolutely could not escape. We had prepared for so long to catch him, having lured him into our trap. We even sacrificed 3 team members during the capture. No matter what, he couldn't escape. Half an hour passed without a trace of him. Could it be that this beast really got away? I couldn't imagine how many people he would kill in retaliation in the future. How many innocent lives would be lost at his hands. Just as I was feeling hopeless, my phone rang. It was my daughter calling. Hello, Dad, are you here yet? Hearing my daughter's voice, I felt helpless again. I was going to make her sad. Buyer, Dad has an urgent matter and might be late. Okay, we'll wait for you. Before my daughter could finish, I heard a commotion on her end, and I was instantly alarmed. Buyer, what's wrong? I said anxiously. Soon, a voice came through the phone, but it wasn't my daughter. It was a man's voice. Oh, Captain Gao, right? It's your daughter's birthday today, and instead of being with her, you came to catch me, haha. Hearing this man's voice, my mind went blank. That beast was next to my daughter and wife. How'd he find them? How'd he know where my wife and daughter were? At that moment, I recalled a phone call from the car. He hadn't been sleeping. He had heard the name of the hotel. Damn it, I didn't expect to make such a mistake. Captain Gao, I'll give you half an hour to come to the rooftop of Jinian Hotel. You can only come alone. If you come late or bring anyone else, your lovely daughter and wife might not make it past this birthday. On the other end of the line, I heard Buyer's cries and my wife's soft voice trying to comfort her. The call was then abruptly disconnected. My face turned pale, and the team members beside me noticed something was wrong and asked me what happened. I told them the situation. Their faces also changed, and they advised me to act with the team. But my wife and daughter were in his hands. I quickly issued orders for them to follow me, while I went to the rooftop alone, and the team members would hide in the hotel to prevent the man from escaping. After more than 10 minutes, I drove to the hotel. I rushed to the top floor's rooftop. I saw a buyer and my wife tied back to back at the edge of the rooftop railing. The man was holding a long knife, poised over the ropes binding them. My expression changed. If he cut the ropes, Buyer and her mother would fall from over 10 stories up. "Daddy, I'm so scared," Buyer cried out, looking at me. And my wife stared blankly at me as well. "Buyer, don't be afraid. It's okay, Dad is here." I then fixed my gaze on the man's eyes. "What do you want?" "It has nothing to do with them. Come at me." He ignored my words and looked at my daughter, gently running the back of the knife along her cheek. "What a cute little girl," he said with a smile, then turned to me. "Do you think the blood splattered when she falls will be beautiful?" Hearing this, I instantly felt rage. I wanted to rush up and kill this beast, but they were still in his hands. "What conditions do you want?" "I can agree to anything," I said, forcing myself to remain calm, but inside I was already restless. "I heard that Captain Gao's awakened ability is related to speed. How about we play a game? If you win, I'll let your wife and daughter go." I nodded, having no choice but to agree. My ability is speed, which enhances my physical speed. The rules of the game were as follows. I would begin cutting the ropes, binding them with a knife. We are currently 20 meters apart, and if you can touch their ropes within 3 seconds, you can save them. I nodded in agreement. After becoming a practitioner, my speed had already significantly increased, and with my ability to enhance my speed, I could definitely reach them in 3 seconds. Seeing my agreement, he chuckled and said to start. I immediately used my ability, and in less than 2 seconds, I was only a few steps away from them. I felt joy inside. They were going to be saved. Just then, he made his move and blocked my way. My mind went blank again, being at the same late stage of the ordinary level. I couldn't possibly take him down in such a short time. "Haha, I never said I couldn't make a move," he said. "Oh, time's up, you lost." He laughed maniacally as the knife in his hand quickly flew out, cutting the ropes binding my wife and daughter. As the ropes around their bodies snapped, they began to tilt backward. "No!" I desperately tried to rush forward. He slashed at my face again, and I had no time to feel the pain. I pushed forward with all my might, but it was already too late. I only caught the broken rope. I half kneeled on the ground, and he had already vanished. "Wife, beer, I'm sorry. If only I had been more vigilant back then. If only I could have been a little faster. Yes, I'm sorry." Chapter 82. The dead Gao Jie. "Do you know me?" Gao Jie looked incredulously at the masked man in front of him. He never expected this person to be someone he knew. "Ha, Captain Gao, you really are a forgetful person." The masked man slowly removed the mask from his face. "What? It's only been a few years, and you can't even recognize my voice? Have you forgotten how your lovely daughter and wife died so quickly?" When Gao Jie saw his face, he was first taken aback, then filled with extreme rage. This man was the one who killed his wife and daughter years ago. "Liu, the fleeing Ascension cultist. I'm already at the mid-stage of Earth Realm, and you're still only at the late stage of Profound Realm? We used to be at the same level of cultivation back in the day. Do you want revenge? But with your current state? How can you avenge your wife and children?" Li Hao continued to taunt him, enjoying Gao Jie's furious expression. "Captain Gao, let me send you down to accompany your wife and daughter." With that, Li Hao swung a knife towards Gao Jie's chest. But the experienced Gao Jie was not so easily killed. He used his ability, swift, and quickly dodged the strike. Interesting, Li Hao chuckled. But before Gao Jie could catch his breath, Li Hao's next knife had already swung out. This time, Gao Jie was unable to evade in time, and his arm was slashed open with a deep wound. "How long can you hold on?" Li Hao looked at the struggling Gao Jie with amusement. Meanwhile, Zhou Chu was rushing over, disregarding the consumption of spiritual energy, continuously using void breaking to teleport himself faster to the destination. At this moment, the system's voice appeared in his mind. "New delivery target appeared. Please locate the target. Ascension cultist Li Hao before dawn. The target is currently at the location you are heading to." Hearing this news, Zhou Chu was taken aback. The system had actually triggered a delivery mission after such a long time without tasks. And the target this time was actually the Ascension cultist from Gao Jie's side. He could only hope that Gao Gu and the others could hold on for a while longer. Zhou Chu's speed was not slow. Following the positioning provided by Zhang Qin, He quickly appeared at the entrance of the abandoned factory. "Oh, your people arrived so quickly?" The man beside Gao Jie looked at Zhou Chu and said with a smile. Delivery target appeared. Earth Realm Mid-Stage Ascension Cultist Li Hao. Known awakened ability, Weathering. Weathering. After using the ability, if no one touches him, he will turn into wind and cannot be attacked. If he encounters an attack far above his level, he will dodge and return to his original form. Killing this person will yield rewards. Gao Jie lay in a pool of blood, looking at Zhou Chu with great difficulty, using his last strength to say, "Quick, run." He is Earth Realm. Before he could finish, Li Hao's knife slashed towards Gao Jie's neck. "Go ye!" Zhou Chu shouted. Zhou Chu rushed forward at extreme speed, but it was too late. Gao Jie was dead. Zhou Chu froze in place, unable to believe that Gao Jie was dead. Had he really come too late? Filled with immense rage, Zhou Chu summoned Ping Hong and unleashed a golden blade of energy in an instant. Li Hao initially didn't care, but his expression changed suddenly as he exerted all his strength to block Zhou Chu's attack. "Earth Realm Cultivator? Who are you?" Isn't there only the two directors of the Martial and Dark Divisions in Lushui City who are Earth Realm? Li Hao's face changed. He knew the situation in Lushui City and had done his homework beforehand. That's why he'd been so bold to kill these Yanhuang people. Even if the director of the Martial Division came, he wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Zhou Chu didn't respond to him. He only wanted to kill this man. His heart was filled with immense anger, even though he had only known the deceased Gao Jie for a few days. But in those 2 days, Gao Jie had treated him and the others well. Even though he appeared indifferent, he had a kind heart. You're just an early-stage Earth Realm cultivator. Although you have some skills, you need to understand the gap in cultivation levels. Seeing Zhou Chu ignoring him, Li Hao couldn't help but feel a bit angry. Earth's position is Kuan. Upon hearing this voice, the Ascension cultist was momentarily stunned, but quickly regained his composure. He sensed something, and his expression changed. He rapidly used his ability to leave the area he had just been in. After escaping, he returned to his original form and looked in shock at the spot he had just occupied, where a huge black hole had appeared. Just sensing the aura inside made him feel panic. He couldn't imagine what would have happened if he hadn't reacted in time and had been trapped inside. What kind of ability is this? Li Hao looked at Zhou Chu in shock. This young man seemed to be more complicated than he had imagined. Zhou Chu frowned as well. This person reacted surprisingly fast. He had used both verbal and earth techniques, but still couldn't trap him. Freeze. Earth position is Kuan. With his words, he combined the verbal technique with the earth technique and also controlled the Qian and Kuan techniques. He immediately unleashed a red blade of energy. Preparing for a quick battle, Li Hao was startled again, but this time he was quicker to react. His face changed drastically as he guessed that Zhou Chu's ability was within the range of mental attacks. However, once he regained his composure, he found that his body was uncontrollable, as if it were frozen in place. A deep dark aura surrounded him, and a black hole seemed to want to swallow him. Then his form turned into wind again, evading all control in Zhou Chu's red blade of energy. He transformed back into his original form. Feeling the aura of the red blade, Li Hao's face turned pale with fear. If it weren't for his ability, he would likely be dead at the hands of this person. Clearly, he was only an early-stage Earth Realm. Why did he possess such terrifying power? At that moment, Zhou Chu was also shocked. He and team managed to trap him. Zhou Chu then thought of the flaw in his ability. As long as he touched him, Li Hao wouldn't be able to use it. Zhou Chu decided to engage him in close combat. Li Hao's heart was now filled with thoughts of retreat. Seeing Zhou Chu preparing to charge at him, he panicked. His ability could not be used continuously. He could only use it 3 times within an hour, and he had already used it twice. He decided to turn into wind and leave before Zhou Chu could attack. He was afraid of dying here. Zhou Chu realized Li Hao's ability and saw through his thoughts, charging at high speed. "Goodbye, kid." Li Hao smiled, looking at Zhou Chu with amusement. Zhou Chu, however, felt helpless. It was too late for a range attack now. Li Hao's form was already about to turn into wind. The previous attack had already been applied to him. Even if he turned into wind, he would revert back to his original form after evading. Now that he was about to turn into wind, attacking would only target the wind. Zhou Chu was filled with anger. Did he really have to let him escape? At that moment, An arm touched Li Hao's shoulder. The Ascension cultist, whose body was on the verge of turning into wind, had the smile on his face gradually disappear. "Did you not die already?" To his shock, Gao Jie, who was already dead, was standing behind Li Hao, with his eyes burning with something. That was the fire of vengeance from hell. Chapter 83. Revenge from Hell. Even Zhou Chu from a distance was stunned. Gao Jie, who was supposed to be dead, was actually alive? How is that possible? Zhou Chu had just witnessed Gao Jie's death with his own eyes. Li Hao was first panicked, but then he calmed down again. "So what if you're alive?" Li Hao said fiercely, not believing that a mere Xian-level cultivator like Gao Jie could do anything against him, a mid-tier D-level cultivator. He couldn't help but sneer inwardly. At the same time, he summoned his long knife again to strike at Gao Jie. "I'll make sure you die again." He planned to quickly kill Gao Jie and then use his petrification ability to leave this place. Although he could only use it 3 times within an hour, he could still afford to pay some cost to use it again. When the long knife struck Gao Jie, it surprisingly left no wound on him. How is that possible? Li Hao looked at this scene in disbelief. He never expected that his attack would leave a mark on a late-stage Xian-level cultivator. Gao Jie made no move after being attacked. He just gripped Li Hao's shoulder tightly. At this moment, Zhou Chu seized the opportunity. Kun. Due to Gao Jie touching him, Li Hao couldn't use his petrification ability to leave. He could only watch as dark energy gradually surrounded him, and then an indescribable black substance sealed him in place. He was rendered immobile, unable to use his own spiritual energy. How terrifying! Panic reappeared on Li Hao's face. He could have relied on his petrification ability to escape, but now not only was he unable to use it due to Gao Jie's touch, he also couldn't move. And his internal spiritual energy was sealed. He had become an ordinary person, even worse than an ordinary person. As he looked at the darkness wrapping around him, he felt a chilling terror. Tian Xingjian. Even though he couldn't move, he could see the young man in front of him clearly. The young man's pupils turned golden, and when Li Hao met his gaze, it felt like a mayfly facing the sky. What exactly is this young man's ability? Cold sweat continuously appeared on Li Hao's body, while Zhou Chu was enveloped in a golden lightning. What is this? Li Hao only glanced at the lightning and felt an immense fear in his heart. Soon, Zhou Chu's heavenly punishment lightning struck towards Li Hao, who was trapped in the abyss of the underworld. Before Li Hao could scream, he was turned to dust by the golden lightning that touched him. Zhou Chu rushed forward, looking at Gao Jie, who was unharmed and couldn't help but feel incredulous. After all, Gao Jie had been touching this person the whole time. Not only was he unaffected by the abyss of the underworld, but even the heavenly punishment lightning had not harmed him. "Brother Gao, are you all right?" Gao Jie merely gazed at him silently, the flame in his eyes slowly dissipating. Zhou Chu looked at Gao Jie and sensed that something was off about his current state. Zhou Chu decided to spend 5 points to check Gao Jie's abilities, thinking that Gao Jie's current condition must be due to his abilities. Detecting target, Gao Jie, Wang Tantian, late-stage Xian level, awakened abilities, speed, degrade, revenge from hell, S-grade. Seeing this, Zhou Chu was somewhat astonished. Gao Jie actually had an S-grade ability. Just as he was about to click to view the second ability, he noticed that Gao Jie actually smiled at him, which was unusual as Gao Jie was typically serious. Then he softly said, "Zhou Chu, thank you." At this moment, it seemed Gao Jie's obsession had been fulfilled. The flames in his eyes completely dissipated, and his body transformed into countless light particles, flying into Zhou Chu's body. After gaining Gao Jie's memories, Zhou Chu sighed. He finally understood why Gao Jie had such a reclusive personality, why he didn't like to speak, and why he had such a large scar on his face. Zhou Chu fell into silence. "Ever since my wife and daughter died, I've been filled with guilt every day, hating my own weakness. Why I couldn't even protect my wife and daughter. I could still hear their voices in my ears. I was trapped in endless pain. I found a hairpin among my wife's belongings. She once told me it was an heirloom from her family. I used to laugh at her, telling her that it seemed like a hairpin for men. After all, in ancient times, it wasn't just women who used hairpins. My wife wore it every day out of spite, wanting to prove to me it was a girl's hairpin, even though I knew it was a men's hairpin. But she looked really good wearing it. Now, seeing this hairpin again feels like seeing my wife and daughter, so I always keep it with me. As long as the hairpin is with me, I feel like my wife and daughter are by my side. In the days that followed, I joined Yin Huang, constantly searching for the escaped disciples of the Ascension sect. Unfortunately, there was no news. Later, perhaps it was heaven's favor, after I broke through to the Xian level. I, who only had D-grade talent, unexpectedly awakened a second ability. It's known that those with low talent generally find it difficult to awaken abilities. Yet I awakened a second one. At that moment, I was overjoyed, finally having a chance for revenge. But I still couldn't figure out what this ability was. Helplessly, I fell back into pain. Later, our team welcomed newcomers, and I didn't expect the quality of this batch to be so high. During their first mission, I noticed something off about one of the newcomers. His name was Zhou Chu. He seemed to be hiding his true strength. However, the team leader wanted to help him conceal it, so I didn't say much. One day, I took 2 other newcomers on a mission, and after defeating a beginner Xian-level monster, a masked man in black appeared. He took down the 2 newcomers in the blink of an eye, and I was also badly injured by him. I learned his identity. He was actually Li Hao, the escaped disciple of the Ascension sect. I was filled with rage, but he was already a mid-tier D-level cultivator, while I was only a late-stage Xian-level cultivator. My heart was willing, but my strength was insufficient. I couldn't believe that after all these years, I was still so useless. Even when my enemy stood before me, I still couldn't take revenge. Just when he was stepping on me and mocking me, that newcomer who had been hiding his strength suddenly appeared. I was delighted, but then I remembered that Li Hao was already a mid-tier D level. I used my last ounce of strength to give this newcomer a hint. Unfortunately, just as I finished speaking, that beast knife was already slashing toward my neck. I died, but I didn't completely die. Even though my body couldn't move, I could still see everything in the factory from a special perspective. I seemed to understand something. This was likely the effect of my second ability. At that moment, this newcomer, who had no previous connection to me, was filled with rage upon seeing my death. A golden blade aura was unleashed. It was actually blade aura. The team leader had also used a knife. After years of research, he had only comprehended blade aura. Yet this newcomer, so young, had already mastered it. After the escaped disciple of the Ascension sect received the blade aura, his expression changed drastically, and what he said shocked me. This newcomer, named Zhou Chu, was actually a D-level cultivator. I was instantly surprised. D-level cultivators could serve as department heads. However, he seemed to be only at the beginner D level, while Li Hao was already a mid-tier D-level cultivator. I couldn't help but worry, but soon my worries became unnecessary. Zhou Chu used an ability I didn't know and almost trapped Li Hao, but due to Li Hao's ability, he managed to escape. But at that moment, I saw Li Hao looking extremely shocked. Next, Zhou Chu used this ability again and unleashed a red blade aura. This red blade aura seemed even more terrifying than the previous golden one. Using his ability, he dodged again, but at this point, Li Hao's face showed panic. He was scared. This newcomer named Zhou Chu could kill him. I felt such joy inside. This beast was finally going to die. Just then, I noticed that this beast wanted to escape. Before Zhou Chu could attack, he used his ability again. He wanted to run. On the other hand, Zhou Chu seemed somewhat helpless. He was too far away to interrupt. Was this beast really going to escape? I felt extremely unwilling at that moment. Suddenly, an indescribable force made me stand up again. I reached his shoulder with incredible speed, interrupting his ability. Even I didn't know what was happening to my body at that time. This action was not driven by my own will. I had been unable to control my body. It felt like a certain obsession, coming from the will of a vengeful spirit returning from hell. Revenge from hell, S-level after death, your soul will remain in your body, and your body will execute your greatest obsession. At this stage, your cultivation remains the same, but your physical body is invincible. After the obsession is fulfilled, you will dissipate from the world, your soul scattering. Gao Jia's greatest obsession was, in fact, not wanting this beast to escape again. Chapter 84. The Mongol army is coming. After witnessing everything, Zhou Chu remained silent. It was the first time he had experienced an entire life. He didn't know what to say, only feeling a slight pain in his eyes. The last time he felt this way was about Qi Jin. He then looked toward the spot where Gao Jia had just disappeared, leaving behind two items. One was the hairpin mentioned in Gao Jia's memories, and the other was an old radio. Zhou Chu put the radio in his bag and stared at the hairpin in his hand. Detected that the Ascension Sex Li Hao has been killed. Mission completed. Received item. Revenge hairpin. Triggered character mission. Return the hairpin. Received one opportunity to enter character mission. Please enter the character mission within 12 hours. After which you will be forcibly entered into the character mission. He didn't expect that the item he received would be Gao Jia's hairpin, and it triggered a character mission again. At that moment, a figure entered the abandoned factory. It was Wu Yi who had arrived. After looking around, he sighed. Zhou Chu, what happened here? Where's that Ascension Sect person? That person is dead, and Gao Ge is also dead. Wu Yi fell silent upon hearing this. He hadn't expected Zhou Chu to arrive earlier than him and still fail to save Gao Jia. Did you kill that Ascension Sect person? Wu Yi knew Zhou Chu's strength. He figured only Zhou Chu could have killed that person. Zhou Chu shook his head. I killed him together with Gao Ge. That was indeed the truth. Had Gao Jia not held that person back, Zhou Chu might not have been able to kill the Ascension Sect member. However, Wu Yi believed that Zhou Chu didn't want to take all the credit, so he didn't press further. The two then recalled the two newcomers and went to check on them. Fortunately, they were not seriously injured, just unconscious. As they were bringing the two unconscious individuals out of the factory, Zhang Xin arrived with the rest of the third group. Seeing only the four of them, Zhang Xin guessed what had happened and his eyes turned red. I'm sorry, team leader, I arrived late. Zhou Chu felt a pang of guilt. If he had arrived earlier, perhaps he could have saved Gao Jia. Zhang Xin simply shook his head, not blaming Zhou Chu. Let's take these two unconscious people for treatment first, Wu Yi suggested. Everyone nodded and got into the vehicle to leave. The atmosphere in the car was heavy, likely because they had lost a team member and two newcomers were seriously injured. No one spoke. An unbearable silence enveloped them. After some time, Zhou Chu finally asked, how should we arrange Gao Jia's funeral? After gaining Gao Jia's memories, Zhou Chu learned that Gao Jia had no relatives. His parents had died long ago. Let's hold it for him as a group. Zhang Xin took out a cigarette to light, but thought better of it since they were in the car, so he put it back. The car fell silent again. Zhang Zhuang and Lu Ruyan took the two newcomers for treatment, while the others returned to the apartment. After greeting Wang Fatty, Zhou Chu went back to his room. He prepared to enter the character mission, having not received the character mission for a long time. Spiritual transition in progress. Host has entered the character mission timeline. Main mission, return the Jade Pendant. Side mission, gain recognition from the main character of the mission for substantial rewards. If the main mission fails, the host will remain in the character mission timeline and cannot return to the present timeline. Time flows differently in the character mission timeline compared to the present timeline. Warning, dying in the character mission timeline will prevent return to the present timeline. The same dizzy feeling washed over him. Zhou Chu barely had time to observe his surroundings before a flood of memories surged into his mind. The owner of this body was also named Zhou Chu. It was now the late Southern Song dynasty, with the country in ruins, and the Mongol army had occupied vast territories of the Southern Song. His current identity was a low-ranking soldier in the Southern Song army, following the shattered Southern Song court to Yashan. What a catastrophic start. Zhou Chu couldn't help but sigh after gaining these memories. He had always been interested in history and knew the current situation well. The Southern Song court would suffer a great defeat here, and then Lu Xiufu would take the young emperor and jump into the sea. Zhou Chu was now on a large ship. There were about 1,000 various ships of the Song army, all connected by large iron chains. Not long ago, the Mongol army had arrived in waves, surrounding the Song army at Yashan on 3 sides. Duke Zhang Shiji ordered the burning of palaces, houses, and strongholds on land to prevent soldiers from fleeing. He also ordered that over 1,000 Song army ships be linked together in a chain formation in the bay, positioning the young emperor's dragon boat in the middle of the fleet. Zhou Chu knew this battle would end in defeat, with hundreds of thousands of soldiers and civilians jumping into the sea. How am I supposed to complete the mission? Zhou Chu needed to return the hairpin in his bag. But to whom? Thinking of this, he remembered that the hints he received when entering the character mission previously seemed to come from the delivery chat group. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention to him, Zhou Chu took out his phone and the hairpin from his bag, took a photo, and sent it to the delivery chat group. Before he could ask anything, there was movement around him, forcing Zhou Chu to put his things away again. "Ah, Zhu, what are you doing standing there in a daze?" A voice came from behind. Zhou Chu turned around to see his fellow villager, Old Chun, who was older and often looked after him. "Recently, the situation is tense. As Mr. Zhang's personal guards, we can't slack off while patrolling," Old Chun said. Thinking Zhou Chu was slacking off, Zhou Chu smiled sheepishly and changed the subject. "Brother Chun, I suddenly miss home." Old Chun sighed upon hearing this. "It's understandable. After all, we've been wandering for so long. How can we not feel homesick? Brother Chun, do you think we can win this battle?" Old Chun's expression changed at Zhou Chu's question, and he quickly covered Zhou Chu's mouth. "Ah, Chu, you can't say that. We're just ordinary soldiers. If any high-ranking official hears this, we can't bear the consequences." "Brother Chun, don't be so nervous. I was just asking casually. I didn't say anything," Zhou Chu replied. Old Chun glanced at Zhou Chu helplessly. "It's better to be cautious. Let's patrol first. Chatting carelessly could get us into trouble." Zhou Chu nodded and began walking with Old Chun on the ship. The so-called patrol was merely observing the surroundings on the large ship. At dinner time, Zhou Chu and Old Chun took a break, letting others take over the patrol. They were mainly eating dry rations since they had been on the ship for several days. After a while, Zhou Chu finally found a chance to be alone. Just as he was about to take out his phone to check for messages, Old Chun hurriedly found him, panting and sweating nervously. News just came from the outer ships. The Mongol army is coming. Chapter 85. The strength of late-stage Heaven Realm. At this moment, Zhou Chu was completely dumbfounded. I just crossed over, and the Yuan army is already here?" After gaining his memories, he realized the disparity between the two sides. The Southern Song had only 2 late-stage Heaven Realm cultivators, while the Yuan army had 3. The difference in peak combat power was not significant, but the gap in overall strength was substantial. Aside from the 2 late-stage Heaven Realm cultivators, there were only 10 cultivators at the Heaven Realm level on the Southern Song side, whereas the Yuan army had over 30. 1 of 3. How could they fight this? Zhou Chu and Old Chun simultaneously looked towards the outer ships, where the soldiers of the Song army had already begun to panic. After all, the first target of the Yuan army's attack was them. "Don't panic, everyone," a refined voice echoed in everyone's ears. Upon hearing this voice, the originally panicking crowd instantly quieted down significantly. Zhou Chu felt a wave of calm wash over him. Lord Liu has made his move. Old Chun looked up in delight. Zhou Chu followed suit, seeing a middle-aged man dressed in a Confucian robe standing in the air. With just one sentence, he managed to silence everyone on the ships. Zhou Chu recognized the identity of this person, one of the only 2 late-stage Heaven Realm cultivators of the Song army, Lu Xiufu. The middle-aged man looked at the incoming ships of the Yuan army and waved a hand, creating a massive wall of water between the ships of both armies. This wall, over 10 meters high, blocked the attacks from the Yuan army's vessels. The Song army rejoiced instantly. This was the strength of Lord Liu. A cold snort came from the back of the Yuan army's ships, and someone flew into the air from behind. This person punched towards the wall of water from a distance, and in an instant, the 10-meter-high wall dissipated. The late-stage Heaven Realm cultivator of the Yuan army had made his move. "Continue advancing, all ships." The man looked provocatively at Lu Xiufu, who remained unperturbed, calmly hovering in front of the Song army's ships. "Then let us fight." He smiled lightly as he gazed at the approaching Yuan army vessels, and a book appeared in front of him as he began to read. The master said, "A general can be replaced, but a man's will cannot be taken away." At this moment, beams of light floated from the book towards all the soldiers of the Song army on the ships. Zhou Chu felt the brilliance entering his body and suddenly sensed a surge in his attack power. "Brother Chun, what kind of ability is this?" "This isn't an ability. This is Lord Liu's divine power." "Divine power?" "It is rumored that upon reaching the late stage of the Heaven Realm, one can awaken a divine power, which is far more powerful than an ability." As they spoke, Lu Xiufu continued to read from book. More beams of light entered Zhou Chu's body. Besides the increase in attack power, he felt enhancements in his physical strength, defense, spiritual energy, and other aspects as well. This ISNT divine power. This is buffing everyone. Zhou Chu felt that his combat power had at least doubled compared to before. At this time, the Yuan army's ships closed in on the outer vessels of the Song army, and the Yuan soldiers jumped onto the Song ships to engage in battle. Empowered by the buffs, the Song soldiers fought fiercely, showing no fear. The late-stage Heaven Realm cultivator of the Yuan army, hovering in the air, frowned at this scene. At this rate, the Yuan army would suffer heavy losses. He struck again, aiming a punch at Lu Xiufu, who was still buffing the crowd in the air without any movement. Just as the punch was about to reach Lu Xiufu's face, a blade of energy shot out from the back of the Song army, shattering the punch. Lord Lu is not afraid at all, not even blocking. Someone from the back of the Song army laughed. "Isn't there General Zhang with you?" Following that, a figure clad in armor flew out from the back of the Song army, clearly a military man. The person hovering above the Yuan army's ships changed his expression. Lu Xiufu and Zhang Shiji have both appeared. How much longer do they intend to hide? At this moment, two figures appeared behind the Yuan army's ships. "General Zhang, you speak lightly. Since those two have come out, we certainly will not continue to hide." Indeed, General Zhang is truly favored by the Khan. To have drawn out these two remnants of the Southern Song so easily. The two were also late-stage Heaven Realm cultivators. Hearing the words of these two, the man called General Zhang snorted coldly and looked at Lu Xiufu and Zhang Shiji. "If you two surrender, you could be granted titles and positions in the Great Yuan. Why do you insist on resisting?" Before Lu Xiufu could respond, Zhang Shiji spoke first. "Zhang Hongfan, although you're not a Song person, you are still Han. By aiding a foreign tribe, are you not helping the tyrants? How dare you speak of surrender?" Zhang Hongfan was the Mongolia Han army commander, the main leader in the campaign to destroy the Southern Song, a small exile court. Upon hearing Zhang Shiji's words, Zhang Hongfan remained silent and instead looked at Lu Xiufu, for he had always respected scholars. Lu Xiufu smiled lightly as he saw Zhang Hongfan looking at him. "General Zhang, why bother? We will not surrender. That minister one, who has already been captured by you, has he surrendered?" Zhang Hongfan sighed, knowing who the minister when Lu Xiufu referred to was. That person had not surrendered even now. Sometimes he couldn't understand these Southern Song scholars. The ones who surrendered were like sycophants, making one feel disgusted, while those who would rather die than surrender earned his respect. Perhaps only the latter could truly be called scholars. Since you two are unwilling to surrender, then a battle is inevitable. Zhang Hongfan said seriously, glancing at Lu Xiufu and Zhang Shiji with a hint of admiration, even though they were enemies. "Why waste words with these two remnants, General Zhang? There's no need to waste breath." The two behind him spoke again. Zhang Hongfan shot a cold glance at them. The two felt nervous under Zhang Hongfan's gaze, but could not help but sneer inwardly. "You're merely a Han person favored by the Khan. How can you compare to our noble Mongolians? If it weren't for your high cultivation level, you would be of little use." Of course, they only dared to think this in their hearts. After all, Zhang Hongfan's combat strength was at least among the top 3 in the Great Yuan. They still couldn't defeat him. Then a battle is unavoidable. "Let's fight at a distance to avoid affecting others," Zhang Hongfan suggested. Lu Xiufu and Zhang Shiji exchanged glances, agreed to Zhang Hongfan's proposal, and then moved away from the ships. Meanwhile, the cultivators at the Heaven Realm level on both sides flew into the air. Although Earth Realm cultivators could also fly, the sky was now a battleground for Heaven Realm cultivators. 10 Heaven Realm cultivators from the Southern Song stood in the air. Most of the buffs given by Lu Xiufu had been applied to them. Therefore, even facing over 30 Heaven Realm cultivators from the Yuan army, they showed no signs of fear. Zhou Chu watched this scene and couldn't help but sigh. They're all Heaven Realm cultivators, but the late-stage ones are simply too terrifying. The gap in strength is too great. The early and mid-stage Heaven Realm cultivators are not afraid of affecting the ships below, while the late-stage ones must go far away to fight to avoid impacting the ships here. In this sense, the late-stage Heaven Realm seems to be a distinctly separate stage. Chapter 86. What is the background of this young man? At this moment on the battlefield, besides the fight among the celestial-level cultivators in the sky, a war among the low-level cultivators also began on the ships. As soon as the Yuan army's ships made contact with the Song army's vessels, Countless Yuan soldiers jumped aboard. The seawater continuously washed against the ships, and blood flowed into the sea from them. Soon, due to the disparity in strength, the outer ships of the Song army quickly fell. They were about to reach the ship where Zhou Chu and the others were located. Seeing this, Zhou Chu's expression changed. The situation had turned too quickly. Brother Chun, our numbers are clearly greater than the Yuan armies. Why are we collapsing like this? Old Chen sighed and smiled bitterly upon hearing this. Although we claim to have 200,000 troops, in reality, a large portion consists of civil officials and common people. Zhou Chu fell silent after hearing this. The Yuan army was mostly elite soldiers, while the Song army was primarily made up of ordinary citizens. How could they fight back? At that moment, a Yuan army Earth-level cultivator flew onto a nearby Song army ship. The strongest cultivator on that ship was only at the profound level, and soon, a massacre ensued. Among them was a child about 7 or 8 years old. The child began to cry as he watched familiar faces around him die one by one. He had boarded the ship with his family, and before boarding, they were just ordinary citizens. The Yuan army Earth-level cultivator also cast his gaze upon this child. Having killed so many, he was in a frenzy, and the sound of the child's crying only added to his agitation. He planned to finish off the Song soldiers on the ship before dealing with the child. As for whether he would feel guilty, he had no idea how many people he had killed on the way south, nor how many families had been shattered by his cruel methods. Soon, he eliminated the last Song army cultivator on that ship. Impatient, he approached the child, swinging his long knife, causing the child to stop crying in fear. Suddenly, a long knife flew in to block his attack. He frowned. Was there still a Song army cultivator on this ship? Before he could react, a person suddenly appeared beside the long knife. The Yuan army cultivator was taken aback. Teleportation? A celestial-level cultivator? But he quickly calmed down, assessing the young man wielding the long knife before him, who exuded the aura of an early Earth-level cultivator. There was nothing to fear. After years of battle experience, how could he be afraid of a young man? Zhou Chu, however, felt helpless. He hadn't intended to intervene. But when he saw the Yuan army cultivator about to harm the child, he couldn't stand by any longer and interrupted the attack. The Yuan army cultivator showed no panic at Zhou Chu's appearance. Instead, a fighting spirit gleamed in his eyes. He had been killing those weaker than himself, and now, finally, someone of equal strength had arrived. This was a battle the nomadic tribes craved. He prepared to attack directly, leaping into the air to strike at Zhou Chu. Zhou Chu merely glanced at him. Freeze! The Yuan army cultivator, mid-air, suddenly froze. He lost his balance and fell to the ground. Before he could react, having barely stabilized himself, he looked up to see a flash of white light. A bloody line appeared instantly on his neck. An early Earth-level cultivator had just been killed like that. Old Chun, who had been worried on the nearby ship, was also stunned. Just now, Chu had suddenly flown over. Wasn't Chu a mortal-level cultivator? How could he fly? Old Chen was completely baffled. Then he saw Zhou Chu rescue the child and kill the early Earth-level Yuan army cultivator with a single strike. Chu was actually that powerful? Old Chen was shocked, filled with disbelief. Zhou Chu himself was not surprised. Having stacked so many buffs, if he couldn't kill the cultivator with one strike, it would have been ridiculous. He then flew the child to Old Chen's ship, asking him to take care of the child. Zhou Chu looked around. Earth-level cultivators held a significant position among the Yuan army. As soon as the previous one was killed, the nearby Yuan soldiers turned their attention to him. Soon, 5 people flew to the ship where the earlier death occurred. All 5 were Earth-level cultivators of the Yuan army. One of them looked down to check the cause of death. So the Song army still has experts, one said with a sneer. Should we find him? Letting such a person go would likely lead to severe losses. Among them, the strongest was a late Earth-level cultivator, and the other 4 were mid-Earth level. No need. He is here, the strongest one said, seeing Zhou Chu flying over from a nearby ship. The others on their ship began to flee to the back. Zhou Chu originally planned to escape with Old Chun, but with so many Yuan soldiers around, it would be difficult to run. Now that 5 late and mid-Earth level cultivators had arrived, he decided to deal with them first before escaping. Old Chen saw Zhou Chu flying out again and was about to say something, but hesitated. He couldn't quite understand this young man from his hometown. Is he actively seeking death? One of the Yuan army cultivators saw Zhou Chu exuding the aura of an early Earth-level cultivator and couldn't help but sneer. The late Earth-level Yuan army cultivator frowned at the sight. This young man from the Song army had the same cultivation level as the deceased and could kill him with a single blow. Could it be that he was a genius of the Song army? What a pity he hadn't grown up. At least they had 5 Earth-level cultivators, each with a higher cultivation level than him. The other 4 might not be able to kill an early Earth-level cultivator in one strike, but he could. Interesting. A young Earth-level cultivator. If you surrender, I can recruit you into our great Yuan, the late Earth-level leader thought. Zhou Chu shook his head. Seeing Zhou Chu's rejection, the leader had little reaction. He had seen many Song army soldiers who wouldn't surrender and sighed. In that case, you shall die. As soon as he finished speaking, the 4 others rushed towards Zhou Chu, attacking him from all sides. Zhou Chu remained unfazed. Just as their weapons were about to strike him, he commanded, "Freeze!" Earthly stability. The 4 suddenly froze in place, and then the abyss of the underworld formed around them, trapping them inside. They were unable to move or even circulate their spiritual energy, losing their combat ability. Not good. The little leader's expression changed upon seeing this sudden turn of events. He hadn't expected that 4 mid-earth level cultivators would not only fail to kill this young man, but also be trapped. White light emanated from the little leader, which flew towards the 4 trapped in the abyss of the underworld. Break free. The little leader's ability was to use holy light to break seals. He was confident he could rescue them, but to his utter disbelief, his holy light, which was supposed to break the seal, was absorbed by the black holes upon contact. How is this possible? He couldn't believe what he was witnessing. What kind of ability is this? Zhou Chu ignored him and used the golden blade aura from his ping hong to kill all 4 trapped in the abyss of the underworld. Afterward, he turned his gaze to the remaining late Earth-level leader, who was frozen in place. For mid-Earth-level cultivators had just died like that. What is the background of this young man? Chapter 87. Lu Xiufu's return. I have never heard of someone like you in the Song army. Who exactly are you? There aren't many Earth-level cultivators in the Song army. Over the years, as they moved south, there was no news of such a powerful Earth-level cultivator. Because I'm not from here. Zhou Chu's words were indeed true, as he was from 800 years later. Hearing Zhou Chu's words, the other person was momentarily stunned, and then his expression changed rapidly. Could it be that you are from the secret realm of Dantian? Huh? What? Upon hearing this, Zhou Chu was taken aback. People from the secret realm of Dantian? Impossible. The Khan has already severed the connection between the mortal realm and those blessed lands. People from there cannot come out. Zhou Chu frowned upon hearing this. So, does it mean that during this period, the secret realm of Dantian and the mortal realm are isolated? What about the demon realm? The person was first taken aback by Zhou Chu's question, then burst into laughter. You mean the demon race from the demon realm? Ha ha! What kind of joke are you telling? Although the strength of the mortal realm is far from that of the Han and Tang dynasties now, do those demon races dare to come to the mortal realm? They can't even break through the secret realm of Dantian, let alone the mortal realm. Zhou Chu finally pieced together some information, along with what he had known previously. It seemed that the mortal realm was quite strong before the late Ming period, and it was only during the late Ming that the demon race began to eye the mortal realm. It was just that he didn't know what happened afterward. The spiritual energy of the mortal realm was sealed off, severing the connection with the secret realm of Dantian, which also led to the mortal realm's strength being inferior to that of the demon realm. Now, the severance of the connection with the secret realm of Dantian seemed to be due to the actions of the Khan of the Yuan dynasty. The people from the secret realm of Dantian appeared to be at odds with the Yuan dynasty, so they were isolated by the Mongolian Khan. However, Zhou Chu clearly remembered that during Li Rusong's time, he had entered the Fanjing secret realm to heal. So, does this mean that the secret realm of Dantian returned to the mortal realm during the Ming dynasty? Seeing Zhou Chu lost in thought, the little leader had the idea of escaping. Just as he was about to fly away, a bolt of golden lightning turned him to ashes. Zhou Chu had no intention of letting him go. Then Zhou Chu returned to the ship where Old Chun was. Old Chun and the child were hiding in the cabin. Have you resolved it? Zhou Chu not dead? Old Chun sighed, unable to help but ask, Ah Chu, How did you become so powerful? Zhou Chu didn't know how to explain and could only think of a reasonable explanation. I obtained the inheritance of a certain person, which is why I cultivated so quickly. Old Chun was taken aback upon hearing this. No wonder Ah Chu is so powerful now, even able to kill Earth-level cultivators. It turns out he received some kind of inheritance. He looked up at the sky, even with Lu Xiufu's support. The Song Army sky-level cultivators were still no match for the Yuan Army. In just a short time, 2 sky-level cultivators had already died. Zhou Chu Sai. The Song Army was undoubtedly doomed. Looking at the system interface, the Yuan Army cultivator he just killed had given him 240 points, which was quite a lot. But Zhou Chu didn't dare to stay any longer, fearing something unexpected might happen. Then Zhou Chu looked at Old Chun and the child. After hesitating for a moment, he finally spoke, "Brother Chun, let's go to the ships at the back." Old Chun nodded, and so Zhou Chu led the 2 of them to fly towards the rear ships. They soon arrived at a ship that was still quite safe. It was a vessel next to the central dragon boat, where Zhou Chu left the child. This place was the only safe area for the Song Army, and the flames of war had not yet reached here. Then Zhou Chu found an unoccupied spot in the cabin, took out his phone, and checked the messages in the group chat. Upon seeing the messages, Zhou Chu was overjoyed. Someone had indeed replied to him. If only I had asked in a group before entering the character record. I want to give my descendants 2 lashes. This hairpin looks a bit like the one my grandpa had. Zhou Chu was ecstatic upon seeing this. There was a clue. It was likely that this hairpin belonged to his grandpa, and now he just needed to know his grandpa's name. Handsome little Zhou. Big shot. What is your grandpa's name? I want to give my descendants 2 lashes. My grandpa's surname is Chun, but I don't know his specific name. Zhou Chu fell into deep thought upon seeing this message. Surname, Chun. There are so many with the surname, Chun. Where can I find someone with the surname Chun? Wait, how did I forget about Brother Chun? Zhou Chu's thoughts became clear in an instant, like clouds parting to reveal the sun. The last target he was supposed to send was the one next to him. Qi Jin. This time, it might just be Old Chun beside him. With a guess forming in his heart, Zhou Chu decided to give it a try. So he put away his phone and went to find Old Chun. Seeing Zhou Chu looking at him with fervent eyes, Old Chun couldn't help but feel a bit anxious and asked, "Ah Chu, what's wrong?" Zhou Chu took out the hairpin and asked, "Brother Chun, do you recognize this hairpin?" Old Chun examined it carefully and then shook his head. He did not recognize the hairpin. Zhou Chu frowned upon seeing this. Could it be that the owner of the hairpin is not Old Chun? Zhou Chu decided to try again. He placed the hairpin into Old Chun's book. However, nothing happened. Zhou Chu sighed. It seemed that it really wasn't Old Chun. Seeing Zhou Chu looking dejected, Old Chun placed a hand on Zhou Chu's shoulder and comforted him. Perhaps you could ask Lord Lu. He is well-versed in many things. Zhou Chu's eyes lit up upon hearing this, but then he sighed again. Currently, Lord Lu is still engaged in a fierce battle with others. Even if he returns as a mere soldier, I wouldn't be able to see him. Old Chun seemed to see through Zhou Chu's thoughts. I'm a personal guard of Lord Zhang. Perhaps I can take you to meet Lord Lu. Zhou Chu looked at Old Chun gratefully. Old Chun was indeed a good person. At that moment, 5 figures flew in from the distance, heading towards the central dragon boat. Sky-level cultivators of the Yuan army. Zhou Chu's expression changed. He hadn't expected the people in front to be unable to hold them off, and so quickly. Sky-level cultivators of the Yuan army had arrived here. Seeing their target, it was clear they aimed for the young emperor inside the dragon boat. Although it was called a dragon boat, it was by no means small. It was the largest among the thousands of ships. Just as the 5 were about to charge into the dragon boat, a formation suddenly appeared around the dragon boat, blocking the 5 sky-level cultivators of the Yuan army. At the same time, 3 figures also appeared inside the dragon boat. They were the sky-level cultivators left here to protect the young emperor. The 3 of them rushed forward to engage the enemy. Seeing this scene, Zhou Chu pulled Old Chun into a corner to watch the battle in the sky. The 3 of them, aided by the enhancements from Lu Xiufu, were evenly matched against the 5. After a while, the expressions of the 3 Song Army sky-level cultivators suddenly changed, shifting from offense to defense. Zhou Chu noticed their unusual behavior and was still pondering why. Suddenly, Zhou Chu felt the enhancements within him vanish. Zhou Chu guessed that the battle outcome among the 5 sky-level cultivators had been decided. Lu Xiufu must have encountered trouble. Otherwise, these enhancements wouldn't have disappeared. Break. A cultured voice floated over. A loud noise erupted from the bodies of the 5 Yuan army sky-level cultivators, followed by them spitting out blood. After exchanging glances, they fled the scene. Zhou Chu breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing that voice. It seemed that this Lord Lu was still alive. However, this Lord Lu's ability was somewhat similar to his own verbal commands manifesting power. Chapter 88. Heartbroken, Lu Xiufu soon. Lu Xiufu appeared above the dragon boat. He looked unchanged, but his face had turned somewhat pale. Prime Minister Lu, how is the situation? Asked one of the 3 celestial-level cultivators from the Song army. Lu Xiufu sighed. I fought back those 3, and then I sensed something was wrong here on the dragon boat, so I rushed over. Lord Zhang is ahead, stabilizing the battlefield. I fear we have suffered heavy losses in this battle. By the way, is His Majesty unharmed? His Majesty is safe and sound. Lu Xiufu nodded, preparing to enter the dragon boat. At that moment, an old man named Chun from a nearby boat shouted, Lord Lu, there is something urgent to discuss. As soon as he finished speaking, a celestial-level cultivator beside Lu Xiufu frowned. Prime Minister Lu has just finished a great battle and is about to rest. Let's discuss this another day. He then prepared to chase away Old Chun and Zhou Chu, but Lu Xiufu interrupted his actions. Looking at Old Chun and Zhou Chu with a smile. It's fine, come in. Zhou Chu and Old Chun followed Lu Xiufu into the dragon boat, and Lu Xiufu first led them into a room. He then looked at Zhou Chu and Old Chun with slight apologeticness. You two rest here for a while. I'll go check on His Majesty and be back shortly. Zhou Chu and the others hurriedly said it was fine. Lu Xiufu then left the room. This Lord Lu is really too gentle with people. Zhou Chu couldn't help but marvel. They were just low-ranking soldiers, yet Lord Lu treated them seriously. You see, as a Confucian disciple, Lord Lu is not only gentle with people, but also very good to the soldiers. Meanwhile, Lu Xiufu entered the small emperor's room in the southern Song dynasty. Prime Minister Lu, you're here. The small emperor was delighted to see Lu Xiufu, as he usually liked this prime minister very much. Then he noticed Lu Xiufu's pale face and anxiously asked, Prime Minister Lu, what happened? Are you injured? Lu Xiufu shook his head and softly replied, just a minor injury. Your Majesty, as long as you are safe, I can rest easy. At this moment, the small emperor's eyes turned red. Lu Xiufu had done so much for their Song dynasty. Ever since Prime Minister Wen was captured, Lord Lu had taken charge of everything. And now he was even injured. Prime Minister Lu, do you think we can really win? Hearing the small emperor's question, Lu Xiufu was momentarily stunned. In fact, he didn't know if they could win this war. Their so-called court was just a group of unfortunate people drifting on the sea, struggling for survival. Seeing that Lu Xiufu didn't respond, the small emperor assumed he had asked the wrong question and quickly said, Prime Minister Lu has just gone through a great battle. You should rest early. Lu Xiufu nodded and stood up to return to his room. Tell me, what do you need from me? Lu Xiufu took a sip of tea and fixed his gaze on Zhou Chu, as if he knew who really wanted to see him. Old Chun beside him laughed awkwardly. How does Lord Lu know it's not me looking for you? Lu Xiufu shook his head and chuckled lightly. Although you are Lord Zhang as personal guard, you are just a mortal-level cultivator. How could you have business with me? But this young man beside you, so young yet calm in front of me, must not be simple. Zhou Chu, seeing that Lu Xiufu had seen through him, smiled and took out a hairpin. Does Lord Lu recognize this hairpin? Lu Xiufu glanced at it, and then his expression changed. His hand that was holding the teacup began to shake, and he looked seriously at Zhou Chu. Where did you get this hairpin? Hearing Lu Xiufu's words, Zhou Chu couldn't help but feel delighted. Lu Xiufu actually recognized it. I obtained it by chance. Lord Lu, do you know its origins? Lu Xiufu sighed. How could I not recognize this hairpin? After all, I crafted it myself. Zhou Chu was taken aback upon hearing this. Could it be that the original owner of the hairpin was Lu Xiufu? But then, as Lu Xiufu took the hairpin from Zhou Chu's hand, and the system did not give any prompts in his mind, it indicated that it was not Lu Xiufu's. Lu Xiufu looked at the hairpin in his hand, and then told Zhou Chu and Old Chun its backstory. Years ago, when the Yuan army began its southward invasion, Lu Xiufu and another person sensed that something was wrong. They found that the support from the secret realm of Dantian seemed unable to enter the human world. leading to continuous defeats on the front line. Then, he and that person forged this hairpin, initially intending to break the barrier between the human world and the secret realm. However, they had tried and still failed because the Great Khan of the Yuan used the dragon vein of the Yuan to isolate them. This hairpin alone could not break through. Later, the hairpin remained in the hands of that other person, and he never expected it would now appear in Zhou Chu's possession. Lord Liu, who was that other person? Lu Xiufu glanced at him, as if recalling much. Wen Tianxiang. Upon hearing this name, Zhou Chu was instantly shaken. It was the person who once said, since ancient times, "No one escapes death. Let my loyalty illuminate the annals of history." Unfortunately, he was now captured by the Yuan army, and he never expected the hairpin would end up in Zhou Chu's hands. At that moment, Lu Xiufu seemed to think of something. Unfortunately, I am now like a bird in a cage, unable to go out. I ask you, young friend, to return this item to Wen Tianxiang. After hearing this, Zhou Chu couldn't help but frown. Wen Tianxiang was later imprisoned in Yuan Dadu. There are many experts there. How can I deliver it? Don't worry, young friend. Your cultivation level is something I can't see through, let alone others. They will most likely think you are an ordinary person and won't make things difficult for you. After hearing this, Zhou Chu nodded, deciding to agree. Besides, it might be necessary to deliver the hairpin to Wen Tianxiang to complete this task. Seeing him agree, Lu Xiufu couldn't help but smile in relief. As expected of my Confucian disciple. What does Lord Lu mean by that? Zhou Chu asked. Even if you hide it well, when you speak, I can sense the aura of two abilities, verbal duel and authority of speech. These two abilities can only be obtained by Confucian disciples, right? Upon hearing Lu Xiufu's explanation, Zhou Chu understood. He then asked Lu Xiufu if they should head to Yuan Dada now. Lu Xiufu smiled. We still need one more thing. He then brought the two into the small emperor's room. Seeing Lu Xiufu return again, the small emperor was puzzled and asked, Prime Minister Lu, why have you returned again? Not only have you returned, but you also brought two people. Lu Xiufu looked at the small emperor, this elegant scholar, whose eyes were now red and filled with grief. His voice choked, Your Majesty, we need the dragon vein of the Song dynasty that you possess. Why was Lu Xiufu crying? Because once the last dragon vein of the Song dynasty was stripped away from the small emperor, it would be very difficult for the Song dynasty to have a chance of revival. Their struggles during this time were all to recreate the Song dynasty. The Yuan army pursued this dwindling court precisely for the small emperor's remaining dragon vein. Upon hearing this, the small emperor, with tears streaming down his face, whispered, Prime Minister Lu, are we really going to lose? Lu Xiufu looked at this small emperor, who had always been sensible and mature, beyond his years, and softly said, Your Majesty, I can no longer fight. Chapter 89, The Nation's Doom. Taking the young emperor into the sea, hearing Lu Xiufu's words. Not only the young emperor, but also Zhou Chu and Old Chun were stunned. Unable to fight? What is going on? Minister Lu, didn't you just say it was just a minor injury? The young emperor asked in confusion. Lu Xiufu looked at the young emperor and gently shook his head. I was afraid you would worry, so I lied to you. In the previous battle, Lord Zhang and I were no match for those three. The two Mongolians were fairly average in combat strength, but that Zhang Hong fan. At this point, Lu Xiufu paused. He feared he was like Minister Wen, with one foot already in that realm. Minister Wen is Wen Tianxiang. Zhou Chu couldn't help but furrow his brows upon hearing this. Is there still a realm beyond the heavenly stage? At that moment, Zhou Chu recalled Qi Jiguang. It seemed that the previous character record mentioned Qi Jiguang had entered that realm. The two of them were manageable. I could handle them alone. However, on Lord Zhang's side, he was heavily injured by that Zhang Hong fan in a short time. There was no way. At that time, I paid a great price to forcefully repel the three. And just as I returned to the dragon boat, I had to strike again. If I were my prime, those 5 Yuan army heavenly stage cultivators would not have escaped. Zhou Chu widened his eyes, looking at Lu Xiufu in disbelief. He was that strong? A single strike in a heavily injured state nearly killed 5 heavenly stage cultivators, even though those 5 were only in the early stages of the heavenly stage. But it was still evident how powerful Lu Xiufu was. Right now, I can no longer fight, Lu Xiufu said with a bitter smile. After hearing Lu Xiufu's words, the young emperor was still somewhat puzzled. Then why does Minister Lu need the dragon vein? Can it restore your strength? If the dragon vein could restore Lu Xiufu's strength, the young emperor would hand it over without hesitation. It can indeed restore strength. I had that thought before as well, but what good would it do to regain strength? Even if Lu Xiufu used the dragon vein to restore his strength, he still wouldn't be able to defeat that Zhang Hongfan in the next battle. At that time, they would still fail. The outcome is already predetermined. Seeing the young emperor bow his head in disappointment, Lu Xiufu finally showed a smile. I plan to give the dragon vein to Minister One. Upon hearing this, the young emperor raised his head, his expression a bit shocked as he looked at Lu Xiufu in disbelief. Isn't Minister One already captured? How can you give it to him? Lu Xiufu smiled and pointed to Zhou Chu and Old Chen behind him. They will deliver the dragon vein to Minister One. After hearing this, the young emperor didn't say much. Since it was Lu Xiufu's decision, he agreed. And he didn't want to ask what Lu Xiufu would do with the dragon vein after giving it to Wen Tianxiang because it was no longer necessary. Then please take it out, Minister Lu, the young emperor said earnestly. Lu Xiufu nodded. Though he couldn't fight, he could still take down the dragon vein. Lu Xiufu formed seals with his hands, and then a hairpin floated in the air. Streams of golden light emanated from Lu Xiufu's hands, flying towards the young emperor. It seemed as if the young emperor was stimulated by something, and a series of dragon roars echoed. Zhou Chu and Old Chun beside him were taken aback by the sound. Soon, a majestic golden dragon floated behind the young emperor. This golden dragon was about 2 to 3 meters tall. This golden dragon represented the dragon vein of the young emperor, the fate of the great song. Lu Xiufu sighed, reaching out with one hand to grasp the golden dragon. The golden dragon seemed a bit afraid and began to evade, but it was futile. Once Lu Xiufu caught it, the golden dragon gradually shrank in size and was held in Lu Xiufu's hand. After Lu Xiufu took the golden dragon, the young emperor's complexion turned pale. After all, the last dragon vein of the great song was one with him, and forcibly removing it would harm his body. Next, Lu Xiufu used some method, and the golden dragon transformed into a stream of golden light flying into the hairpin in midair. Lu Xiufu then recited some incantations, and seals appeared around the hairpin. The dragon vein was successfully sealed within this hairpin. After completing all this, Lu Xiufu finally breathed a sigh of relief, but due to excessive exertion, he nearly fell to the ground. Zhou Chu and Old Chen hurriedly supported him. Lu Xiufu smiled at Zhou Chu, handing the hairpin to him. This matter is entrusted to you, my young friend. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chu nodded solemnly and accepted the hairpin. There is a small boat at the back of the dragon boat. Let us leave now. Also, the hairpin has been reinforced with seals. Besides Minister One, no one else will detect the dragon vein inside. Zhou Chu hesitated for a moment, looking at Lu Xiufu, who had done so much for the soon-to-be perished great song, and couldn't help but sigh. Why doesn't Lord Lu take the young emperor and leave with us? Lu Xiufu shook his head with a light smile. The outcome is already predetermined. We cannot leave. Even if we were to escape by chance, the Yuan army would find us. Finally, Zhou Chu nodded and prepared to leave with Old Chun. However, before departing, he performed a bow to Lu Xiufu. Even though he was not from this era, he respected this Lu Xiufu, this diligent minister. He tried to save this crumbling world, but he did not succeed. Yet he was worthy of admiration. In the long river of history, there were many people like him who sacrificed themselves for their ideals, even at the cost of their lives. Seeing Zhou Chu's action, Lu Xiufu, who was being supported by the young emperor in the seat, was first taken aback and then delighted. This is indeed my Confucian disciple. He forced himself to stand up and returned a standard Confucian bow to Zhou Chu. Then Zhou Chu pulled Old Chun out of the room and indeed found a small boat at the back of the dragon boat. The two left under the cover of night. After an unknown amount of time, a furious roar suddenly came from the Yuan army's ships, which could even be heard on the Song army side. Why has the aura of the Great Song's dragon vein disappeared? On the Great Song's ship, a voice also rang out. What is it to you? It was Zhang Shiji's voice. The Yuan army snorted coldly and launched another attack. Without Lu Xiufu's support, and with the previous severe injuries, the Song army quickly collapsed. Before long, Even the ships near the dragon boat were breached. Lu Xiufu looked at the young emperor in front of him, filled with sorrow. Now that the country was broken and the family was destroyed, could they rely on hundreds of thousands of soldiers and civilians and a vast sea to revive the great Song dynasty's 300 years of foundation? Lu Xiufu fell into self-doubt. It seemed the fate of the Song dynasty after 300 years had come to an end. The last 100,000 soldiers and civilians of the great Song on the ship continued to resist when suddenly music echoed in their ears. This was music intentionally released by the Yuan army to undermine the morale of the Song army. The music seemed to be from the old capital Beijing, from the national capital Linen, filled with national hatred and grievances and the resolve to never surrender. Lu Xiufu, the left prime minister of the Great Song, looked at the 8-year-old young emperor, who quietly gazed back at him. The young emperor weakly asked, "Minister Lu, what should we do now?" Lu Xiufu cried out, "At this point, with the country broken and the family destroyed, your majesty should die for the country." Then, he took the young emperor to the edge of the dragon boat and jumped into the sea with him. Thus, the Great Song, which had been established for over 300 years, was overturned twice, both due to external threats. This dynasty, which uniquely did not perish due to internal strife, still met its end. Chapter 90. What have you learned from reading the works of the sages? A few days later, Zhou Chu and Old Chun arrived in Tongzhou, where Zhou Chu settled Old Chun in a small town inside. Originally, Old Chun wanted to accompany Zhou Chu, but Zhou Chu felt it was still too dangerous. He could not guarantee his own safety. In the end, Old Chun had to give up, but he kept reminding Zhou Chu to pay attention to his own safety, to which Zhou Chu responded with a smile. Eventually, Zhou Chu arrived in the capital of the Yuan dynasty, Yuan, and, along the way, he learned about the last remnants of the southern Song dynasty. The left prime minister, Lu Xiufu, drowned with the young emperor after throwing themselves into the sea, while Zhang Shiji led over 10 ships through the encirclement, trying to rise again. However, they encountered a hurricane at sea, and the soldiers urged Zhang Shiji to land. He sighed, saying, "There is nothing to be done." In the end, he refused to go ashore, staying alone on the ship. It is said that he stood alone at the bow of the ship, crying out, "I am for the Zhao family. It has all come to this. One emperor has fallen, another has been established, and now he has fallen again. The reason I have not died is that I hope the enemy troops will retreat, and that another Zhao can be established to continue the sacrifices. Now, if it has come to this, is it not the will of heaven?" Afterward, Zhang Shiji died in the stormy sea. Zhou Chu, upon hearing this news, felt an indescribable sorrow in his heart. He felt a sense of grief, even though he was not a person of that era. After arriving in Yuandu, he inquired everywhere about Wen Tianxiang, and eventually, he got news of him. He bribed the guards watching him. Those guards thought he was just an ordinary person who admired Wen Tianxiang, as he had no cultivation. They agreed to let him visit because, not long after, Wen Tianxiang was to be executed, and many people were visiting him during this time. Moreover, since the last remnants of the southern Song dynasty had been destroyed recently, who would come to rescue him? Thus, allowing outsiders to visit Wen Tianxiang was also a way for the guards to make some money, and there was no prohibition from above. The guards then led Zhou Chu into the prison where Wen Tianxiang was held. The entire prison held only Wen Tianxiang. Upon entering, Zhou Chu's expression changed. He discovered that this prison was actually suppressing his spiritual energy. His cultivation at the earth level was forcibly suppressed to the mysterious level, while the guards beside him at the mysterious level seemed unaffected. Perhaps the higher the cultivation, the heavier the suppression. Then they arrived at the innermost room of the prison, where the guard glanced at Zhou Chu and said, "Remember, you only have a quarter of an hour. Hurry out when the time is up." Zhou Chu quickly smiled in agreement. The guard then left the prison without looking back. Zhou Chu turned his gaze toward the person being held inside. In the room, the man wore an old blue shirt and held a classic text, carefully reading it. He soon noticed Zhou Chu and greeted him with a smile. When Tianxiang realized he did not recognize this young man, perhaps he was just another admirer like those who had visited him before. Zhou Chu was also observing the room. It was very simple: a bed, a chair, a table, and a few books on the table. Nothing else was there, as it seemed that Wen Tianxiang had requested it this way. The emperor of the Yuan valued Wen Tianxiang greatly, and he would generally agree to the conditions when Tianxiang proposed. He always hoped when Tianxiang would serve as his prime minister, but when Tianxiang refused, he was determined to seek death, especially after hearing of the fall of the last remnants of the Southern Song dynasty. His desire for death intensified. Recently, the Emperor of Yuan had agreed to Wen Tianxiang's request, which would be executed in a few days. Zhou Chu looked up at the ceiling of the room and noticed a black dragon statue clinging to it. This is one of the dragon veins transformed from the national fortune of the Yuan. They do not trust me, so they use it to suppress me. Wen Tianxiang explained with a smile as he saw Zhou Chu's gaze. Zhou Chu not dead. Indeed, the Emperor of the Yuan not only built this prison to suppress cultivation, but also used the dragon vein to suppress Wen Tianxiang, indicating they still feared him. After all, he was someone who had half-stepped into that realm. What brings you here? Wen Tianxiang put down the book in his hand and looked at Zhou Chu with a smile. Zhou Chu recalled his mission and quickly said, Minister Wen, I was entrusted by someone to deliver this to you. Upon hearing this, Wen Tianxiang was taken aback. He wondered who would give him something now that the Southern Song had fallen. Most of the people who came to see him were either admirers or those trying to persuade him to surrender. Even Zhang Hongfan had personally tried to persuade him several times, and later even the great Khan himself came to persuade him, but he had rejected them all. He was puzzled about the young man's purpose for seeking him. Then he saw Zhou Chu take out the hairpin, and his expression instantly changed to one of shock. He recognized this hairpin. After all, it was his creation. How did this hairpin end up in your hands? He looked at Zhou Chu in confusion. Minister Wen, Prime Minister Liu entrusted me to deliver this to you. So it was Jun Shi who sent you. Jun Shi is Liu Xiufu's courtesy name. When Tianxiang suddenly understood, but was still somewhat puzzled. He had lost this hairpin on the road. So how could it appear with Liu Xiufu? Minister Wen, the thing is, I happened to obtain this hairpin, and later I showed it to Prime Minister Liu, and he asked me to deliver it to you. When Tianxiang nodded, I see. After thinking for a moment, he wore a bitter smile. What can this do? The great song has already fallen. Even if we open the passage to the secret realm, what can we do? Moreover, I alone cannot open it. Seeing Wen Tianxiang like this, Zhou Chu quickly said, Minister Liu has sealed the dragon vein of the great song inside this. What? Upon hearing this, Wen Tianxiang was instantly stunned. He never expected Liu Xiufu would do such a thing. Zhou Chu handed the hairpin to Wen Tianxiang from outside, and after Wen Tianxiang examined it carefully, he sighed deeply. The national fortune of the great song has been severed. I originally thought it was because Jun Shi took the emperor to sea. It turns out he had stored the dragon vein here in advance. Then when Tianxiang gently touched the hairpin, and a golden light emerged from it. Zhou Chu thought it was the golden dragon, but the form it took was actually Liu Xiufu. After Liu Xiufu appeared, Zhou Chu was shocked. This is just a small trick I left in the hairpin. Since you brought the hairpin here, it means I have already died. But I must thank you, young friend. Liu Xiufu smiled and bowed to Zhou Chu. Then Liu Xiufu turned to Wen Tianxiang and said softly, Wen Shan, long time no see. Wen Shan is Wen Tianxiang's courtesy name. Wen Tianxiang's eyes turned red, and he murmured, Jun Shi, why must you? Wen Shan, did you not also refuse to surrender? Hearing Liu Xiufu's words, Wen Tianxiang smiled. Yes, are not their ideals the same? Wen Shan, the rest is up to you. My soul cannot hold out much longer. Wen Tianxiang nodded solemnly. Then Liu Xiufu's soul dissipated, and Wen Tianxiang touched the hairpin again, revealing the golden dragon inside. In that case, leave the rest to me. Then the dragon vein flew into Wen Tianxiang's body, and his aura gradually changed. At the same time, the black dragon on the ceiling began to tremble violently. The black dragon statue slowly transformed into a real entity, a massive black dragon, staring intently at Wen Tianxiang, whose aura was undergoing a tremendous change. Even Zhou Chu, standing outside the room, could feel the terrifying aura of this black dragon. This aura felt similar to Liu Xiufu's aura. Both were at the late stage of the heavenly level. Then it charged from the ceiling's wall toward Wen Tianxiang on the ground. Little thing, don't be so impulsive. Wen Tianxiang smiled slightly and waved his hand gently, instantly suppressing the black dragon that rushed towards him to the ground. The black dragon dissipated in an instant. Zhou Chu was shocked at this scene. A late-stage heavenly realm black dragon, transformed from a dragon vein, was annihilated by one Tianxiang just like that? Wasn't Wen Tianxiang's strength too formidable? Wasn't it said that this prison suppressed Wen Tianxiang's cultivation, and that the black dragon was meant to suppress him? Who was actually suppressing whom? And was this ability of his a form of speaking the law into existence? Why was it that with the same ability, Wen Tianxiang was so impressive in his execution? Seeing Zhou Chu's astonishment, Wen Tianxiang smiled lightly. Then with a single wave of his hand, the prison that had held him for so long was instantly shattered. The outside world also noticed the commotion inside. Damn! The prison holding Wen Tianxiang has been broken. Did Wen Tianxiang do it? Wasn't he supposed to be suppressed? How could this happen? The outside cultivators exclaimed. At the same time, a huge voice came from the palace. Is Mr. Wen preparing to surrender? Upon hearing this voice, Wen Tianxiang couldn't help but smile. Do you think that's possible? Their voices spread throughout the entire Yuan Dadu. Everyone in Yuan Dadu heard the voices of Wen Tianxiang and the person in the palace. Soon, a figure flew out from the palace and appeared above the prison in an instant. The person was dressed in imperial robes. It was the emperor of the Yuan, Kublai Khan. Wen Tianxiang, it's not good to destroy the prison. Have you thought about how to compensate? Kublai Khan said. Not good. You destroyed my great song's territory. Did you ever think that was bad? How will you compensate for that? Kublai Khan shook his head upon hearing this. Indeed, one cannot play word games with scholars. It's a losing battle. What do you want then? We are both at that level now. Do you want to break the seal of the secret realm and let the people inside help you? Wen Tianxiang shook his head upon hearing this. No need for that. Kublai Khan frowned, unable to understand what Wen Tianxiang was trying to do. Suddenly, Wen Tianxiang's aura surged, and the dragon vein on him revealed itself. A golden giant dragon appeared behind Wen Tianxiang. Upon seeing this, Kublai Khan realized, so the last national fortune of the great song is within you. No wonder Zhang Hongfan couldn't find it. But soon, his expression changed as a black dragon also emerged from him. This was the national fortune dragon vein of the great Yuan. It seemed that the black dragon, sensing the aura of the great song's dragon vein on Wen Tianxiang, wanted to devour the golden dragon, thus revealing itself uncontrollably. Kublai Khan returned to his previous expression, looking at Wen Tianxiang in confusion. He still couldn't figure out what Wen Tianxiang wanted to do. Wen Tianxiang finally looked down at Zhou Chu, throwing something to him. Then, the golden dragon exploded, and Kublai Khan's expression changed. After the golden dragon exploded, the fortune surged into Wen Tianxiang's body, and he charged towards Kublai Khan. Kublai Khan, now extremely cautious, knew that Wen Tianxiang's cultivation was on par with his own, and with the national fortune of the dragon vein fully merged with him, he had to be careful. However, once some time passed, the fortune on Wen Tianxiang would dissipate, and then he wouldn't be a match for him. Just as Kublai Khan was preparing to focus on defense, he suddenly realized that Wen Tianxiang's target was not him, but the black dragon behind him. That was the dragon vein, the national fortune of the great Yuan. If the black dragon was harmed, the entire national fortune of the great Yuan would be affected. Kublai Khan's face changed dramatically, his aura surging as he roared, "You dare!" Unfortunately, the only response he received was Wen Tianxiang's light laughter. What is there to be afraid of? Wen Tianxiang directly collided with the black dragon, and then his body shone with brilliance. Following a huge explosion, there was only Kublai Khan, disheveled and spitting blood. The black dragon behind him had vanished, along with the gradually dissipating figure of Wen Tianxiang. Kublai Khan gazed at the dissipating Wen Tianxiang, murmuring, "Is this your purpose? To severely wound the national fortune of the great Yuan at the cost of your own life?" This was indeed Wen Tianxiang's ultimate goal, to exchange his life for a devastating blow to the national fortune of the great Yuan. Even as his figure dissipated, Wen Tianxiang bore a smile, facing the south and softly speaking. His voice was like a spring breeze, reaching the ears of everyone in Yuan Dadu. Those of you in positions of power, if you cannot save the state, rectify the world, and if the army is defeated and the nation humiliated, being captured, you should have died long ago. Since being captured, I have wanted to break free, but have had no opportunity. Today, I respectfully bow to the south and die. Zhou Chu also looked at the item Wen Tianxiang had thrown to him. It was a piece of paper with a passage written on it. Confucius said to achieve benevolence, and Mencius said to take righteousness. Only when righteousness is fulfilled can benevolence be achieved. What is the point of studying the teachings of sages? From now on, I shall strive to have no regrets. Then Zhou Chu raised his head to look at Wen Tianxiang in the sky, and Wen Tianxiang also looked at him. The two exchanged glances, and Wen Tianxiang smiled gently before completely dissipating. Zhou Chu's ears also picked up the system prompt indicating that the task was completed. Chapter 91, A Lucky Soldier. My surname is Chun, and everyone likes to call me Old Chun. I'm just a small soldier, really. After so many years, I was lucky enough to become a personal soldier of Lord Zhang Shiji. Hee, it's a bit embarrassing that a veteran like me, with only late-stage mortal cultivation, could become a personal soldier of Lord Zhang. I followed Lord Zhang as we fought our way back, retreating to Yashan. Sometimes I wondered, is the Song dynasty really going to perish? But I dared not say it, even though others in the army might have thought the same. After all, I was just a mortal-level soldier. That day, while I was patrolling on the ship, I noticed a young man from my hometown daydreaming. I quickly reminded him, and he snapped back to reality, giving me a silly grin, but something fell off about him. It was an indescribable kind of strange. Before long, the Yuan army attacked, and I pulled him to hide in a corner. For soldiers like us, rushing out would only mean death. It was better to find a place to hide. The Yuan army was ferocious, quickly advancing to our ship's vicinity. On a nearby ship, a Yuan army cultivator flew over. Wow, he was actually a ground-level cultivator. Normally, I would have to lower my head in front of such a big shot. I quickly pulled that silly kid to hide, as being discovered would be the end. The people on that ship were quickly slaughtered, and suddenly a child appeared. I was stunned. There was actually a child. I initially thought the Yuan soldier wouldn't kill the child, but he charged at the kid. I was thinking about what to do. After all, that was just a child. Gritting my teeth, I prepared to make some noise to attract the ground-level cultivator's attention, hoping to save the child. If I was to die, then so be it. I hoped the child would react quickly and run away. It's a pity my young companion had to accompany me to death. But when I turned around, feeling guilty to look at him, where was he? What the heck? Where did that kid go? I searched around the ship, but couldn't find him. Sigh. Maybe he found a chance to escape. That would be good. Just as I was about to create some commotion, I looked up at that ship. Huh. When did a Chu get over there? Before I could react, he actually killed that ground-level cultivator with one strike. Wow, that was a ground-level cultivator. He killed him with just one strike. And wasn't he also at mortal-level cultivation? After killing that person, he flew over with the child. He was actually a ground-level cultivator. I was completely stunned. My hometown buddy was actually that powerful? He asked me to take care of the child, then return to the ship he just came from. I was curious why he went back. It turned out that 5 more ground-level cultivators from the Yuan army had flown over. I couldn't understand their cultivation level. But I knew a Chu was alone. How could he fight those 5? I was worried. Could a Chu win? But soon, he shocked me again by quickly taking care of those 5. How was he so strong? After he returned to the ship, I decided to ask him what was going on. He smiled and told me he had obtained some kind of inheritance, which made him strong. I didn't know what that was, but I was happy that a Chu had become powerful. Next, a Chu took me and the child to a ship close to the dragon boat. I heard that our Song Dynasty Emperor lived there. A Chu went to the restroom, then mysteriously took out a hairpin and handed it to me, asking if I knew what it was. I honestly told him I didn't know either, but I still took it. After I accepted the hairpin, a Chu's expression turned dejected after a while. I comforted him, telling him that Lord Liu was well-informed and might know about it, and that we could take him to see Lord Liu when he returned. A Chu looked at me with some disbelief, and I couldn't help but smile inwardly. After all, I was Lord Zhang's personal soldier. Meeting Lord Liu shouldn't be too difficult, right? Although I wasn't too sure. Before I could think more, 5 Yuan army cultivators suddenly appeared in the sky, and I saw a Chu's expression change. Could these 5 be sky-level cultivators? This is bad. I thought about whether to pull a Chu to run, but 3 people had already charged out from the dragon boat. Those 3 were fighting against the 5 from the Yuan army. I couldn't understand it, but a Chu was watching intently. Just then, Lord Liu appeared and drove those 5 back. As expected of Lord Liu, he was so powerful. When Lord Liu was about to enter the dragon boat, I bravely spoke up to him. One of the people next to Lord Liu showed a look of disdain, and I thought it was over. I wouldn't get to see him. But to my surprise, Lord Lu smiled and agreed, taking me and a Chu inside. I proudly looked at a Chu, raising my eyebrows. Aren't I impressive, Brother Chun? Zhou Chu happily gave me a thumbs up. Hee, even ground-level cultivators need to praise me. Once we entered the dragon boat, I was amazed at how prosperous it was inside. Wow, I had only seen it from afar before. I didn't expect it to be so large inside. Lord Lu asked us to wait in a room while he went out, and then he returned, looking at a Chu. As expected of Lord Lu, he had noticed that a Chu was looking for him. A Chu took out the hairpin again, and Lord Lu's expression turned shocked as he said some things I couldn't understand. Soon he took us to a room. I finally saw our Song Dynasty Emperor. He was only an 8-year-old child. Sigh, a child bearing all this weight. I couldn't help but feel some sympathy for him. They talked about things I couldn't understand. And finally, Lord Lu put something into the hairpin. I couldn't see what it was, only a flash of golden light. Maybe it was because my cultivation was too low. They chatted some more, and I finally understood that a Chu was going to deliver something for Lord Lu to Lord One. A Chu seemed to respect Lord Lu a lot. We left the dragon boat from a small boat at the back, and I looked back at the densely packed ships with some regret in my heart. I don't know how long it was before a Chu and I reached the shore. It seemed like a small town in Tongzhou. We stayed here for a few days, and when we were about to set off, I wanted to go with a Chu, but he refused. Seeing his determined expression, I knew he was doing it for my sake, so I agreed. After a while, I heard that Lord Lu had taken the young emperor into the sea and died, and later Lord Zhang also perished in the storm. I couldn't help but feel sad and quietly made spirit tablets for them, worshipping them at home. After some more time, I heard that Lord One had also died. I added another spirit tablet for Lord One. I didn't know if a Chu had completed his mission. I only hoped he stayed safe and that we would have a chance to meet again in the future. Later, I settled down in this Su Yijin, married a wife, and had 2 daughters. When my youngest daughter was born, someone suddenly appeared outside my door. I went out to see who it was. To my surprise, it was a Chu. After more than 10 years, I could see him again. His appearance was still youthful. I couldn't help but sigh. As I had gained